Li Bing opened her eyes. A familiar ceiling entered her sight. This was the small apartment she rented. She knew she had been reborn once again. This was Li Bing's second rebirth, her third lifetime. She turned over lightly and picked up her phone. The screen lit up with the time June 3rd, 20XX, 073 AM. For this rebirth there was still an entire month left before the apocalypse. She walked into the bathroom and fixed her gaze on the reflection in the mirror. Long hair draped over her shoulders, slender brows, an oval face, large eyes, and bright skin. She wore a hooded cartoon sweatshirt, the typical image of a university student looking barely in her early 20s. Yet those eyes were cold and indifferent, trusting no one. 2 rebirths and countless hardships had carved that chill into her gaze. Li Bing came from Hua City with parents at home and a younger brother. She had studied at university in Lang City and chose to stay there after graduation. Now she was just an ordinary 996 office worker. Since childhood, she had been the obedient girl. At home, she listened to her parents, at school to her teachers, and later at work to her superiors. Li Bing had already worked for a year, and with the money left to her by her grandmother, she recently rented a small single apartment near her workplace. Although the apartment was only 48 square meters, it was a delicately designed one-bedroom with a living room and balcony. The building had 18 floors, and Li Bing lived on the 12th. The apocalypse arrived without warning. On July 3rd, a sudden typhoon accompanied by howling winds and torrential rain swept across the entire world. In just 3 days, the 3rd floor of Li Bing's apartment building was swallowed by floodwaters. This was only because her building sat on relatively high ground. Other residential complexes succumbed to the disaster even earlier. After 2 months of unending rain, the floodwaters reached the 8th floor. Fortunately, Li Bing lived on the 12th. The food she had stored at home together with government relief supplies barely kept her alive. When the rain finally ceased, people believed the disaster had ended, yet none imagined that an extreme cold would follow. In a single night, the temperature plummeted to -50 degrees, and many people died in their sleep. In her first lifetime, Li Bing survived the extreme cold by burning her furniture. She struggled bitterly against the freezing temperatures for an entire month, until not a scrap of food remained at home, and she was forced to go out in search of something to eat. In the end, she froze to death outside. Her life ended at 23 years of age. In her second lifetime, Li Bing was reborn 3 days before the apocalypse began. The moment she opened her eyes, she bought a ticket to return to her hometown. On the day before the world ended, she finally went back to the home where she had grown up and saw her father, mother, and younger brother again. She carefully told her family about the coming apocalypse, claiming that a university classmate working at the Meteorological Bureau had warned her. She did not dare mention rebirth. It was too bizarre, something she herself could not fully comprehend. At first, her family did not believe her. Li Bing dragged them to the supermarket where they bought vast quantities of food and water as well as clothing, spending all of her savings and maxing out every credit card. On July 3rd, the sky turned exactly as Li Bing had foreseen. A typhoon mixed with torrential rain descended. Her family finally believed her prophecy of the apocalypse and immediately drove their car out to purchase more supplies. Thus, in that lifetime, Li Bing lived relatively happily. With her family beside her, she endured the period of torrential rain, the extreme cold, the extreme heat, and the endless night. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, a sudden magnitude 12 earthquake struck. Although Li Bing's family managed to escape safely, the lack of supplies meant that within a week after the quake, they had no food at all and were chilled and starving. After that, her father and mother sold Li Bing, trading her for 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 loaves of bread. Even at the moment of exchange, Li Bing still could not believe what was happening. In her memories, her parents had always seemed to cherish her more, never showing any preference for sons over daughters. There were only 2 rooms at home, one for her parents, while her younger brother always slept in the living room. She could not understand why had it come to this. She remembered her mother smiling ingratiatingly at the buyer as they haggled, even emphasizing that Li Bing was still a virgin. At that moment, she began to grasp the meaning of her grandmother's words, "Bing Bing, don't come back. Stay in Lang City, work and marry there." The man who bought Li Bing was named Wang Handong, a pervert in his 40s. He had a criminal record, was missing a finger, and a scar ran across his face. After the apocalypse, he had lived quite well by raiding and robbing others. While dreaming of passing on his bloodline, he tormented Li Bing, giving her only a mouthful of water and a morsel of food each day so that she would not die of hunger, yet had no strength to resist. He bound iron chains around Li Bing's neck and ankles, and at the slightest displeasure, he would punch and kick her or even use a whip. Wang Handong said that only when she became pregnant would he remove the chains. Thinking of her deceased grandmother, Li Bing clenched her teeth and endured. During one such torment, her blood dripped onto the pendant her grandmother had left her, inadvertently activating a hidden space. At that time, Li Bing's hands and feet were bound. She could no longer gather any supplies, nor could her body enter the space. On the third day after gaining this spatial ability, she pretended to have accepted her fate, and when he let down his guard, she took a stone she had hidden in the space and smashed Wang Handong unconscious. Then she wrapped the iron chain around his neck and strangled him to death. It was the first time Li Bing had killed someone, yet she felt no fear, only a thrill. She was no longer that obedient girl. Soon after, an aftershock of the ongoing earthquakes claimed her life. In her third lifetime, which was now, Li Bing was reborn once more, this time a month before the apocalypse. Her heart felt like a withered flower that could no longer bloom with the courage to live. She was lost and confused, passively accepting it all. Why was she reborn again and again? She thought of how other rebirth stories always came with a system to guide the person through tasks. Li Bing shouted, "System, come out now." But no one answered her. Later, Li Bing looked again at herself in the mirror. Since she could not die, then she might as well live properly. Once she understood this, the look in Li Bing's eyes grew firm. This time she would survive the apocalypse well. She carefully recalled the information she had gathered during the apocalypse. First came the typhoon, followed by 20 days of continuous torrential rain that turned the entire world into a vast ocean. After that, came a year of extreme cold, a year of extreme heat, and a year of endless night. These were the drastic climatic changes brought by the apocalypse. In the fourth year, a world-shattering earthquake would arrive, reaching magnitude 12. Then came months of continuous aftershocks, more than a dozen of varying intensity. She did not know what happened after that, for she had only lived until a month after the great earthquake. Li Bing devised her own survival plan for the apocalypse: first hoard supplies, then hide in her small apartment to endure the extreme cold and extreme heat. Once the endless night began and temperatures fell to around 30 degrees, she would set out for City B and stay at the official base there until the end of the apocalypse. In her previous life, after the great earthquake, rescue workers had said that only the official base in City B had escaped severe damage. Almost all the smaller bases had collapsed in the quake and could no longer be reached. Li Bing knew how insignificant her own strength was. Only by leaning on the power of the nation could she endure until the very end of the apocalypse. After all, she had no idea what other calamities would follow the great earthquake. Why not leave for City B right now? There were two main reasons. First, Li Bing had already lived in Lang City for 5 years and was familiar with the area, which made gathering supplies and getting things for free much more convenient. The second reason was that City B, being the capital, was bound to be full of capable and extraordinary people, and she feared her spatial ability would be exposed there. Delaying her departure until the polar night came was also because she did not want to enter an official base too early. After all, with so many people around, prying eyes were everywhere. How could that compare to the freedom of a small apartment? With this cheat-like spatial ability, she would gather her supplies in advance. Li Bing took out the pendant her grandmother had left her, cut her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto it. The yellow pendant immediately began to emit a faint phosphorescent glow. As her mind stirred with intent, a scene unfolded before her inner sight: the space. At this moment, it was roughly the size of a football field, its perimeter shrouded in white mist through which nothing beyond could be seen. In the middle stood 3 thatched cottages. Before them lay a small fenced courtyard. The courtyard was empty, its ground nothing more than ordinary packed earth. Beside the courtyard was a patch of black soil, roughly 20 square meters in area. Beyond the courtyard and the black soil was nothing but ordinary turf. To test the functions of the space, Li Bing took several ice pops from the refrigerator. She placed them separately in the 3 huts in the courtyard, in the black soil, and on the grass outside the courtyard. An hour later, she discovered that except for the one in the black soil, none of the ice pops elsewhere showed any sign of melting, and they were still rock hard. Time was frozen in all those other locations. Wonderful. This meant her stockpiled supplies would be secure. She tried again and confirmed that her physical body could not enter the space. It was a bit of a pity. If her body could enter, she could simply hide within the space whenever danger struck, and it would be far safer. I must not be greedy, she murmured to herself. Rebirth and a spatial ability were already blessings beyond anything one could hope for. When she picked up the pendant again, she found it had fractured and turned dull and gray. Looking more closely, she noticed that on her chest, where the pendant used to rest, a pale yellow flower-shaped birthmark had appeared. The space was now bound to her, no one could take it away. She took out paper and pen and drew up a list of supplies, only to realize how pitifully little money she had. Li Bing had only been working for a year and had savings of just 3,000 yuan. There was also a passbook with 80,000 yuan that her grandmother had given her, telling her not to skimp while living in Lang City. She had never brought herself to spend it and had kept it untouched. She had an ordinary credit card with a limit of only 15,000 and an online credit line of just 8,000. Altogether it came to only 106,000 yuan. How poor. Other heroines stockpiled supplies by the hundreds of millions. At worst they could sell a house or a car and still gather a few million. She sighed. For now she could only apply for a few more credit cards and squeeze what she could from online loans. Li Bing did a rough calculation and realized that even with all that, the total still was not much. She would have to first buy essential life-saving supplies, then rely on the citywide blackout during the apocalyptic torrential rains to get the rest for free. Suddenly Li Bing's phone rang. The word mom on the screen stabbed at her eyes and a sharp pain spread through her chest. Li Bing did not answer. After a while a WeChat notification lit up. Bing, your younger brother has a new girlfriend and she dislikes that our family doesn't have a car.
Zhou Shuan tossed the agreed 200 yuan to the other party, saying, Brother Zhao, this 200 is not just for the beating today. The young man named Zhao had a simple...
Since childhood, Li's mother had used this same tactic to emotionally manipulate Li Bing. Every time she mentioned her brother sleeping in the living room, Li Bing's heart would ache and she would yield. For years, nearly all the pocket money her grandmother had given her had been tricked away by her mother with that same excuse and spent on her brother. In her first life, she had mailed her grandmother's passbook to her mother so that her brother could buy a car. As a result, when the typhoon arrived, she had only 3,000 yuan to buy supplies. This time, since they had delivered themselves to her door, they should not blame her for what followed. Li Bing picked up her phone and replied on WeChat, I'm at work and can't take calls. If Xiaoxian wants to buy a car as his elder sister, of course I'll support him. Our company happens to be partnering with others to sell cars in our live stream room. Many big brands have employee-only prices. I'll ask the manager. The company where Li Bing worked was a live streaming firm that usually sold imported cosmetics and would never actually sell cars. With the rise of self-media, people had grown fond of shopping in live stream rooms. Her mother loved taking advantage of bargains, so she would definitely believe it. Sure enough, the reply came in seconds. Mom knows Bing loves her brother the most. Ask your manager properly and see what kind of discount you can get. That way you won't have to take a taxi when you come home. Your brother can pick you up at the train station. Li Bing set down the phone and let out a cold laugh. She casually searched online for photos of several Mercedes, BMW, and Audi models, sent them to her mother, and told her that with the employee discount they could be had at 20% off. After a while, WeChat chimed again. The first photo that appeared was a Maserati sports car. The following pictures were all luxury cars priced in the millions. Bing, your brother is getting married soon. It's best to take one step to the top. Money is not a problem. It's impossible for you to pay for all of it. Pay for all of it. They really thought highly of her. She was just a newly graduated girl. Where would she get that kind of money? The only explanation was that her mother already knew about the passbook from her grandmother. Yet her grandmother had warned her never to tell anyone about it, so how could her mother know? Originally, Li Bing had only intended to get 10 or 20,000 out of them to buy supplies, but now it seemed she could obtain even more. She searched online for information about those cars and replied, my boss said I can use the employee price to buy only the last one, but I'll have to wait 40 days to pick it up. Mom asked Xiaoxian if they're willing to wait. Personally, I think that first Mercedes is pretty good, just over 300,000, perfect as a daily runabout. Her mother's WeChat message came quickly on its heels. Xiaoxian and the others are willing to wait. We want the last one. Li Bing clicked her tongue. Usually they claimed they had no money and could not even afford a house, the whole family squeezed into a 2-bedroom apartment. Yet now they were so generous. Mom, the deposit for that car is 300,000, Li Bing replied. Bing, you pay the deposit first to your dad, and I will scrape together the balance, came the message from her mother. Li Bing took a photo of the passbook her grandmother had left her and sent it to her mother. On it the words fixed deposit A0000 yuan were clearly printed. Mom, that's all I have and it was left to me by Grandma. The deposit is still short by 220,000. Transfer it over quickly, she wrote. My colleagues all say this car is a bargain. Even if we bought it and resold it, we could still make a lot. They're all messaging their relatives and friends about it. If we're late, someone else will snatch this car up. Setting the phone aside, Li Bing went back to organizing her apocalypse supply list and searching online for various types of natural disasters and the essential materials for each. Before long, her bank card received a notification. From XX Bank on June 3rd at 0932 your card ending in 7709 received a cross-bank transfer of 220000 yuan. Current balance 223012. 84 yuan. Li Bing looked at the balance on her bank card and smiled in satisfaction. In this life she would make sure to live well. Li Bing first made a phone call to her workplace to request a week's leave. She then hailed a taxi to the 4S dealership where she directly ordered an off-road vehicle with the highest specifications including snow chains. She also ordered ultra-high temperature tires and 2 car refrigerators. Due to the economic downturn, the dealership offered her a camping tent and an outdoor first aid kit as a bonus. Since there were few buyers, she could pick up the car in 10 days. She completed the paperwork for a 0 down payment, filling out a pile of documents. This was also why Li Bing chose to take leave instead of resigning. Having a job made it easier to secure a 0 down payment car loan. Next to the dealership was a used car market. She bought a used van in fair condition to stock up on supplies, finalizing the deal for 8000 yuan. She also purchased 5 gasoline containers, each holding 60 liters, along with a set of oil absorption devices from a nearby auto repair shop. She didn't dare buy too many gasoline containers for fear of raising suspicion, planning to spread out her purchases across several stores. Li Bing found a real estate agency by the roadside. She needed to rent a warehouse of around 200 square meters equipped with water and electricity, preferably with a room for living. Li Bing planned to stay in the warehouse for the month leading up to the apocalypse, only going out to purchase supplies and returning to her small apartment at night. This arrangement made it convenient for her to receive goods, and she would not allow her neighbors to know about her stockpiling of supplies. Additionally, Li Bing intended to store a large quantity of water for daily use in the warehouse, as well as prepare heavily flavored meals, ideally replicating dishes from the years before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she did not plan to cook in her small apartment. The target would be too obvious. 5 minutes later, the agent replied that there was a place that could meet all of Li Bing's requirements. Not only did it have water and electricity, but it also included 3 rooms and even a kitchen and bathroom. However, the area was a bit large, approximately 400 square meters. Because of its location in the suburbs far from the city center, the rent was inexpensive, only 3000 yuan per month. Li Bing and the agent went to check the warehouse and were very satisfied. Due to the short-term lease, the rent could not be lowered. Li Bing gave the agent 5000 yuan to rent it for a month, with a 2000 yuan deposit to be refunded upon moving out. After receiving the keys, Li Bing went to a nearby flour mill. On the way with the agent, she specifically checked the map and found a flour mill nearby, as well as a large agricultural products wholesale market. At the flour mill, she wholesale purchased 5000 gene of regular flour, 1000 gene of high-gluten flour, and 1000 gene of low-gluten flour. Flour is a non-renewable resource in the apocalypse, especially after heavy rain, as most flour has already gone moldy, and Li Bing did not want to eat spoiled grains. Such food could easily cause poisoning. The sales staff at the flour mill thought Li Bing was opening a small grain wholesale store and gave her many samples. She received 50 gene of corn flour, 50 gene of glutinous rice flour, and 50 gene of sweet potato flour, along with 20 gene each of corn starch and sweet potato starch. She arranged for delivery from the factory the next day, providing the warehouse address, and then proceeded to the adjacent large agricultural products wholesale market. Upon entering, she went directly to the shop that wholesaled mineral water. She selected her favorite brand, a certain mineral water brand, ordering 100 cases of 550 milliliters bottles, each case containing 24 bottles. She also ordered 200 large bottles of 5 liters of mineral water. This water could be drunk directly or made into ice cubes. The empty bottles could also be used to store other items. After all, in the apocalypse, mineral water bottles are also considered a non-renewable resource. Li Bing discovered water tanks suitable for direct drinking in the store. After comparing prices online, she decisively ordered 100 drinking water tanks, each holding 50 liters. She planned to fill these tanks with tap water in her small apartment for cooking, boiling water, and other uses. She paid a 3000 yuan deposit and agreed with the store owner to have them delivered to the warehouse the next day. Unknowingly, she had been busy until the afternoon and was famished. Li Bing randomly found a snack shop in the market and ordered a bowl of wontons, 2 meat sandwiches, and 2 tea eggs. The shop owner couldn't believe how much the small girl could eat and looked at her several times. While waiting for her food, she placed an order online for 100 inflatable swimming pools. Each pool measured 2 meters by 1.5 meters and would be used to hold water for daily use. She also ordered 2 5-ton water tanks to be placed on the rooftop to collect rainwater during heavy rains. The space was simply too small. She dared not buy items that took up space. If the space were a bit larger, Li Bing planned to buy 50 water tanks. She went to a grain and oil shop and ordered 3,000 jin of the most common rice along with 1,000 jin each of yellow beans and green beans, as these could sprout and serve as vegetables, making them important trade goods in the apocalypse. She also ordered 200 jin each of black beans, red beans, peanuts, millet, and sago, buying less for now due to budget constraints, planning to add more when she had extra money. Rice flour and grains are sensitive to water, so she must stock them up first, as she did not want to eat waterlogged grains. She ordered 20 barrels each of 5 liters of soybean oil and peanut oil. She ordered 100 packs each of salt and sugar. In the apocalypse, salt and sugar are not only basic survival supplies, but also can be exchanged for other goods. In the third year of the apocalypse, 1 jin of salt could even be exchanged for 10 jins of grain. Li Bing ordered 200 jins of bulk brown sugar. During extremely cold times, a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea is particularly warming. She prepared a 10-year supply of various soy sauces, including light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and cooking vinegar. In the condiment section, she bought star anise, cinnamon, fennel, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, and spices, as well as dried chili, white sesame, black sesame, cumin powder, chili powder, and pepper powder, preparing roughly 10 years' worth. With rice flour and oil sorted, she also needed to stock up on meat. The years during the apocalypse had spoiled her. She went to the frozen section and ordered 1,000 jins each of frozen beef and lamb. She ordered 500 jins of pork belly, which is great for braising dumplings and barbecues. She also ordered 800 jins of lean pork, 300 jins of ribs, 500 jins of spare ribs, and 100 pig trotters. The owner gifted her 20 jins of lard. While eating an apple given by the grain and oil shop owner, Li Bing saw a wholesale store for homemade liquor and walked in. As time passed in the apocalypse, the available alcohol and high-proof liquor became scarcer. On the third day after the earthquake, Li Bing witnessed many injured people suffer from infections and fevers due to delayed disinfection, leading to loss of life. As time passed in the apocalypse, the available alcohol and high-proof liquor became scarcer. On the third day after the earthquake, Li Bing witnessed many injured people suffer from infection. After finishing her apple, Li Bing thought about testing whether the black soil in her space could grow anything. She tossed the apple core onto the black soil, nudged it with her mind, and watered it a bit. Li Bing, under the guise of opening a snack shop, purchased 2 large cooking pots for boiling noodles, each with a diameter of 60 centimeters and a capacity of 158 liters. She ordered 2 oversized iron woks and bought 10 large stainless steel basins. With a watermelon knife, a meat cleaver, a bone cutter, and 2 chef's knives, she could both cook and defend herself. Li Bing acquired 2 gas stoves and 10 canisters of gas. She also got a wood-burning stove, an outdoor barbecue grill, a portable butane stove, and a household charcoal heater, each one. She bought an old coal ball stove, 200 pieces of honeycomb coal, and 200 jin of coal. She didn't buy too much coal as it was still a bit expensive. Li Bing planned to wait for a zero-cost opportunity. After all, these would be submerged after 3 days of heavy rain. Upon exiting the market, she noticed a shop selling disposable food containers and paper cups, which was processing its goods. She ordered 1,000 small food containers, 500 large ones, and all the shelves from the owner, paying a deposit and agreeing to have the items delivered the next day. Li Bing first drove to the gas station to fill up her car with gasoline. She then drove to the warehouse, siphoned out 4/5 of the gas, leaving 1/5 enough to reach the nearby gas station to refill. She planned to use this method for the entire month to save more gasoline. She knew this method was cumbersome and foolish, but as an ordinary girl from another place, she had no other means to buy gasoline. She found a pharmacy and bought common medications such as antipyretics, cold medicine, painkillers, antibiotics, cough medicine, diarrhea medication, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide masks, and the cheapest vitamins C and B. She even bought many contraceptive supplies, which were quite expensive in the apocalypse and could be traded for other resources. If she could get some vaccines, that would be great, but she wasn't in a hurry and planned to take her time. Feeling hungry, Li Bing randomly found a fast food restaurant, ordered some dishes, and began to eat. The taste was quite good. She told the owner to prepare 20 boxed meals with a good mix of meat and vegetables for her colleagues. If her colleagues liked it, she would continue to order. The owner was thrilled as each box containing a large meat portion, a small meat portion, and a vegetable dish only cost 10 yuan. While waiting for the boxed meals to be packed, she roughly calculated today's expenses. Most of it was just a deposit. If she added the final payment, she had already spent half of her money today. She needed to find ways to make money quickly. Li Bing took the 20 boxed meals to her car, directly putting them into her space. She parked the van downstairs at her apartment and returned home. She felt exhausted and wanted to sleep, but there were still many tasks left undone. She took out a notebook to record and organize the supplies she had purchased today. She planned to compile it into a book for easy reference of her supplies types and quantities in the future. After organizing, she sent her consciousness into her space. She first checked the black soil and found that the apple cores she had thrown during the day had already sprouted. The speed was astonishing. She needed to stock up on seeds so she could have fresh vegetables and fruits during the apocalypse. Li Bing realized she had never planted any plants, so she immediately searched online for books specifically about planting. She also thought about possibly raising chickens and rabbits, so she bought a few books on animal husbandry. Regardless of their usefulness, she decided to buy them first. The only downside of this space was that it was too small. Many supplies took up too much space, making it impossible to purchase them now. Suddenly Li Bing recalled a space-themed story she had read where the protagonist's space could be upgraded. She hurriedly found her golden bracelet. It was a birthday gift from her grandmother last year, weighing a full 60 grams. At that time, her grandmother joked that it was her dowry. Unfortunately, a few months later, her grandmother passed away due to a sudden illness. She casually took a few plush toys and placed them at the four corners of the space. As soon as she placed the golden bracelet into the space, she felt a brief dizziness and her consciousness was ejected from the space. After a while, she once again sent her consciousness into the space and discovered that the mist around it had receded by 1 meter. The width and length of the space had both increased by 1 meter, and the black soil area had expanded from the original 20 square meters to about 22 square meters, while other areas remained unchanged. Although the change in space was minimal, she still felt ecstatic. She tried again, but her body was still unable to enter the space. She was not disheartened. Instead, she was filled with hope. One day, when the space upgrade was completed, she would surely be able to enter. This added another task for her in collecting supplies in the future. She could gather gold, silverware, jade, agate, diamonds, antiques, and paintings. She wondered what the space could consume to upgrade. Li Bing opened her computer and pulled up several problematic invoices totaling over 5 million. These were evidence of the boss secretly buying cars, houses, and bags for his mistress without the boss lady knowing. She was a small accountant at the company. You might ask why Li Bing saved these. It was a trick taught to her by her senior, so she could avoid being stuck sewing at critical moments. She planned to use this matter to discuss borrowing money with her boss. Don't get the wrong idea, it was genuinely about borrowing money. Early the next morning, Li Bing went to various banks to apply for credit cards. No matter the size of the limit or the bank, she tried them all. The total limits added up to 130,000. She was grateful to the company, grateful to her boss, and grateful that she hadn't resigned. Otherwise, getting a credit card would have been difficult. After finishing all this, it was already 11 a.m. At this hour, the boss should have arrived at the office. Li Bing went to the boss office and saw the golden toad on the desk. She asked enviously, "Boss, is this gold-plated or pure gold? I really want to put it in my space." The boss replied. Li Bing smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, mister. Wang, something happened at home and am a bit distracted." The boss waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's fine, Xiao Li, you usually work very hard, and you seldom take leave." "What's going on?" She replied, "My grandmother is suffering from heart disease and needs surgery, and am short 200,000. I was wondering if I could borrow some from you, what do you think?" Li Bing pinched her thigh, forcing out a tear. "I'm sorry, Grandma. Even though you passed away over 10 years ago. Xiao Li, you know the industry has been struggling lately. I've been borrowing to pay your salaries. I don't have a penny left. I truly cannot help you," the boss said, clutching his chest distressed. "I understand, boss. I'll think of other ways," Li Bing said, slightly disappointed. Li Bing wiped away her non-existent tears and turned to the boss at the door, saying, "Mr. Wang, I have a few invoices here that seem to have some issues. Could you take a look?" The boss looked at the images in Li Bing's album, threw his thermos cup on the ground, spilling goji berries all over, and exclaimed, "Are you threatening me?" "No, I truly just need to borrow some money," Li Bing replied sincerely. The air fell silent for 5 seconds. The boss' expression changed suddenly, his face now plastered with a smile. "Oh, come on, Xiao Li, why talk about borrowing money? You're being too polite. You've worked here for a year now. Even without accomplishments, you've put in hard work. We're all family. Your grandmother is like family to me. Just take 200,000 from the finance department to cover her medical expenses. How does that sound? After adjusting to the night vision goggles, she first walked to the monitoring room and turned off all the cameras. This supermarket occupied an area of 36000. Mr. Wang, you really misunderstood me. I am in urgent need of money and truly want to borrow it, not to threaten you. I will write you an IOU for the 200,000. Li Bing said earnestly, I will repay you within 40 days and my family is selling the house. Anyway, after 29 days, the apocalypse will come and I'll pay you back with garbage. Mr. Wang looked at Li Bing, contemplating the leverage she held, feeling resentful. When you repay me, I'll set a trap to have you imprisoned. To calm Li Bing, Mr. Wang smiled and said, since you insist on writing an IOU, I'll lend you 300,000. It's important for the elderly to get proper medical treatment and don't hesitate to use good medicine. Li Bing obediently wrote a handwritten IOU for Mr. Wang, pressed her fingerprint, and even insisted on holding her ID card to record a video of the debt. Mr. Wang felt relieved, thinking he had the young girl under control, certain she wouldn't pull any tricks. Stepping out of the office building, Li Bing looked at the newly credited 300,000 and dialed the boss wife's phone number. At the cafe, she pulled out copies of the problematic invoices. The boss wife remained calm, sipping her coffee without saying a word. Li Bing looked at the boss wife and spoke, a total of 42 million, and the number will increase in the future. You can sue the mistress for returning the shared marital property, which would still leave over 2 million. Old Wang is clever, but I don't know where that mistress property is. What is the license plate number? How could I possibly have a winning chance? The boss wife seemed unfazed. But I do have it. Li Bing smiled gently. After leaving the cafe, she had gained an additional 100,000. Adding the new credit card limit process today and Mr. Wang's contribution, she totaled 530,000. This was what it felt like to become rich overnight. Please forgive Li Bing, a country girl who had never possessed so much money. She glanced at the time. It was already 2 p.m. Forgetting to eat, she hurried to the warehouse. Several delivery trucks were already waiting at the entrance to unload. After unloading, she closed the large warehouse door. Li Bing first placed the shelves in the space, then sorted all the supplies, placing them on the shelves or in designated areas. She took out a boxed meal containing lion's head meatballs, stir-fried cauliflower with meat, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and rice. It tasted pretty good. She took out her phone, found the fast food restaurant owner's number, and ordered a month's worth of boxed meals, 200 portions daily, with the dishes to be selected. She first paid the boss a deposit of 100,000, agreeing to pick them up every day at 11 a.m. After finishing her boxed meal, she drove to the local discount goods market. This place mainly handled off-season clothing, shoes, hats, accessories, as well as bedding and textiles. She first bought warm clothing, thermal underwear, wool sweaters, wool pants, sweaters, cardigans, women's snow boots, men's snow boots, wool socks, knitted hats, women's down jackets, men's down jackets, thick sleeping bags, heavy blankets, down comforters, and thick pajamas. Wool gloves, leather gloves, fleece gloves, and ultra-thick cold-resistant gloves. As for why she bought men's snow boots and down jackets, it was so she could wear more clothing underneath. Lightweight clothing, short-sleeved t-shirts of any style, as long as they're comfortable and made of pure cotton. She ordered 500 of her size and 200 each of sweatpants and shorts, along with 20 pieces of the highest SPF sun protective clothing. She bought 10 sets of pure cotton 4-piece bedding, 10 sun hats, and 50 pairs of sun sleeves. Li Bing drove to the most expensive and largest outdoor goods store in the city. She gazed at the lavishly decorated store, reflecting within herself. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she might never have set foot inside. She ordered 1 collision-resistant kayak said to be uncuttable by knives, 1 gasoline-powered speedboat with 10 bottles of matching engine oil, a set of skis, and 2 sets of ordinary cold-resistant clothing, 1 thermal suit claiming to withstand temperatures of 50 degrees. 1 set of polar cold-resistant clothing, and 1 acid rain protective suit. These 2 items were incredibly expensive and out of stock. She paid a deposit and would pick them up in 10 days. Fire axes, safety hammers, climbing ropes, earthquake emergency kits, solar-powered flashlights, and other supplies. A full set of diving gear with 5 oxygen tanks. Li Bing asked the owner if they offered diving courses. The owner recommended a trial class. She noted the address and phone number of this outdoor goods store for easy pickup and a visit during the apocalypse. She called the diving instructor to schedule a trial for tomorrow. After leaving the outdoor goods store, it was already dark. She saw a nearby pedestrian street with some antique shops and small stalls. She hoped to try her luck, hoping to find a bargain and upgrade her space. There was no choice. She had too little money left and many supplies still to stock up on. Otherwise, she could go to the bank to buy a few gold bars to upgrade her space. She browsed several shops and the prices were jaw-dropping. She went to visit a few small stalls, casually buying some small items like bracelets. The prices weren't high, but it was a gamble. After wandering for quite a while, Li Bing found it uninteresting. With no significant finds and lacking knowledge about these, she decided to go home to shop online for supplies. When the heavy rain came and everyone was holed up at home, she wandered through offices of bosses, antique shops, jewelry stores, gold shops, and museums, certain there must be a way to upgrade her space. Li Bing turned around, intending to go to the parking lot for her car. Suddenly her mind trembled. The space guided her to a small stall. There was not a single customer at the stall, the owner lounging in a chair scrolling through his phone. This stall sold some old wooden furniture like small stools, small tables, and flower stands. She thought to herself, could there be ancient wood here? The owner saw Li Bing and instantly broke into a smile. Little girl, what are you looking to see? I'm just browsing around, Li Bing replied casually. The space began to tremble intensely again, guiding her gaze to a four-legged stool with a completely modeled lacquer surface. How much for this? She asked nonchalantly. Little girl, you have a good eye. This is a stool from a first-class official's house in the Ming Dynasty. Since the lacquer surface is slightly damaged, I'll let you have it for 5000. Li Bing. Do I look like a fool? She turned around to leave. Hey, don't go. The owner quickly got up, chasing after Li Bing, calling out, no one has inquired about the price all day. This stool was picked from the trash. I'll take any profit I can get. 80. Li Bing said without looking back. Deal. The owner beamed with joy. Li Bing. I should have said 40. The owner held the stool in one hand and the payment code in the other. Once Li Bing paid, the owner hurriedly stuffed the stool into her arms and turned to leave, fearing she might change her mind. Li Bing. I should have said 20. Li Bing planned to take the stool home and put it into the space. However, the space trembled violently as if it couldn't wait even for a moment. She was tormented by the space, and as soon as she entered the car, she tossed those bracelets and similar items into the space. Upon probing her consciousness, she found that these items were safely resting on the grass, not absorbed by the space. She had been fooled. Sigh. The space was urging her again. Li Bing quickly stored the stool into the space. The moment the stool entered the space, the tremors intensified. At the same time, Li Bing's consciousness was ejected. It seemed that the space was about to undergo a major upgrade, and she was filled with anticipation. Li Bing got out of the car, walked to a roadside snack stall, and packed some of her favorite snacks. After the apocalypse, these snacks would be unattainable. Stinky tofu, fried skewers, grilled cold noodles, stir-fried rice cakes, osmanthus cakes, radish cakes, rice rolls, oyster omelets, fried bananas, cold noodles, starch sausages, each was packed in some quantity. As she strolled and ate, she unwittingly spent 2 hours. She returned to the car and the space was already calm. She first stored the snacks in the space and hurried back to her small apartment. Driving home, Li Bing's consciousness immediately delved into the space. At this moment, the entire space was about the size of 3 football fields, with supplies collected from 2 days ago scattered on the grass. The black soil had also expanded, now approximately 100 square meters. The apple trees on the black soil had already grown half a meter tall. They grow so fast. Li Bing was somewhat surprised. Next to the black soil, there were 2 wooden sheds, inside of which were cages for raising animals. The small fenced courtyard had also turned into a courtyard built with blue bricks. The original 3 thatched cottages had transformed into 3 tiled houses. One was a living room with a wooden table inside. One was a bedroom with a bed and a dressing table. Next to it was a shop that sold doors. Li Bing slapped her forehead, almost forgetting the most important task. She went inside and ordered the sturdiest door based on the dimension. Li Bing sat on the stool and immediately fell to the ground. Looking back, she saw that the legs of the stool had already broken. The fragments revealed that all 4 legs had become hollow. Thus they couldn't withstand Li Bing's weight. The key to upgrading the space should be the contents within the legs of the stool. But what exactly could it be? Li Bing speculated it was either gold or jade. At that moment, she discovered that she could enter the space. How wonderful! Li Bing felt that her chances of survival in the apocalypse had greatly increased. She exited the space, took her supply list, notebook, phone, and the 5 little goldfish she raised with their fish tank, and then re-entered the space. After entering the space, she specifically checked the time. It was 8:03 p.m. As soon as the little goldfish entered the space, they immediately stopped swimming, as if they had lost their lives drifting to the bottom of the fish tank. Li Bing hurriedly placed the fish tank in the shed, and the little fish immediately revived. It seemed that all living creatures in the space could only survive in the shed apart from herself. Since that's the case, these two sheds would be called breeding sheds. She walked into the tiled house and found that her phone still had a signal and was connected to the home Wi-Fi. Li Bing first organized her supply list, then took out her phone to shop online. She stocked up on sanitary pads, panty liners, sleeping pants, toilet paper, and facial tissues for 20 years. Various affordable skincare products for 5 years. Shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid for 10 years. She sighed, feeling that the money was still too little. But it didn't matter. During the rainy season, she could use the space for zero-cost shopping. This time, she would definitely survive the apocalypse safely. Suddenly, Li Bing was ejected from the space and fell onto the sofa. It was now 9:02 p.m. She had spent exactly 1 hour in the space. Li Bing probed her consciousness into the space, and the little goldfish were all in the breeding shed doing well. Thinking of zero-cost shopping, learning to dive was not enough. She also needed to learn to pick locks. Li Bing hurriedly exited the apartment door, collected several locksmiths' phone numbers for tomorrow's apprenticeship. She continued shopping online. Solar charging panels, car power supplies, outdoor cold-resistant power supplies, flashlights, kerosene lamps, lighters, world maps, national maps, military shovels, night vision goggles, first aid kits, tents, oxygen tanks. Also important, swimming rings and life jackets. She needed 2 ice makers as well. A bite of ice during extreme heat could save lives. Ice cubes for cooling could be collected during extreme cold, so that wasn't urgent. Various vegetable seeds, leeks, kidney beans, green beans, cabbage, chicken feather vegetables, small greens, spinach, rapeseed, and oil wheat. Seeds and seedlings of various fruits, strawberries, grapes, apples, pears, watermelons, yellow peaches, and honey peaches. While in the bathroom, Li Bing thought about a significant matter in life. She quickly placed an order online for a ton of cat litter and 2 portable toilets. She took out the 50-liter water tank she bought at the market and filled it at the kitchen sink. After working for 3 whole hours, she filled only 30 water tanks, with 70 remaining to fill gradually later. This water could be used for cooking and drinking. Thinking about learning to dive tomorrow and needing to get up early to go to the wholesale market, she quickly went to sleep. Dingling. At the first sound of the alarm, Li Bing woke up. At exactly 4 in the morning, she drove to the wholesale market. 100 pounds of large shrimp, 100 pounds of ordinary flour carp, 100 pounds of black fish, and 100 pounds of crayfish, all fresh. She asked the boss to help process the fish, as she didn't know how to do it herself. She also bought 2 fish-killing knives and 2 fish-scaling knives from the boss. The lobsters and shrimp were placed in a large water tank. She had the boss help load them onto the van and stored them in breeding shed No. 1. She then bought 2 live hens and 2 pairs of rabbits, placing them in breeding shed No. 2, initially separating them with a cage and planning to tidy up later. She entered the dried goods store and ordered a considerable amount of cured meat, sausages, ham, fish balls, meatballs, kelp, shiitake, mushrooms, dried tofu skin, vermicelli, chili sauce, pickles, and noodles. She didn't buy green leafy vegetables since they could be grown in the space. She bought a bit more potatoes and sweet potatoes, as these 2 items could not only be eaten, but also planted. More importantly, they could be grown in her small apartment, ensuring a sustainable food source. Li Bing arrived at the soybean product section. She collected some bean sprouts, mung bean sprouts, tofu, dried tofu sheets, and fried tofu sticks. Although she could also grow bean sprouts and mung bean sprouts herself, she was too busy at the moment and decided to stock up for now. She proceeded to the fruit section, purchasing a variety of affordable fruits, including apples, pears, oranges, bananas, lemons, passion fruits, grapes, and watermelons. She bought a little of the more expensive fruits like red-fleshed dragon fruit, durian, and rose grapes. Most of these fruits have seeds which she could plant in her space after consuming them. She entered the kitchenware section and bought 50 inexpensive yet durable stainless steel bowls. After leaving the market, she noticed a hardware store and purchased a hammer, nails, a nail gun, a utility knife, and a water pipe. Next to it was a shop that sold doors. Li Bing slapped her forehead, almost forgetting the most important task. She went inside and ordered the sturdiest door based on the dimensions of her home entrance, agreeing to have it installed the next day. Li Bing went to the small computer repair shop next door. She bought 2 second-hand iPads with the largest memory, 2 domestic smartphones, and 10 2TB external hard drives for storing materials and videos. Checking the time, she saw it was already 10 a.m. After getting into her car, she took out a lunchbox from her space, which contained braised pork, scrambled eggs with green peppers, mung bean sprouts, and rice. She finished it in a few bites and drove to her diving lesson. The instructor taught diligently. In the 1-hour trial lesson, Li Bing learned how to put on and take off the diving suit by herself and could dive down to 2 meters. She agreed to contact the instructor by phone and then went to find a locksmith. It wasn't that Li Bing was reluctant to spend on diving lessons, but time was tight. She had already learned how to dive and just needed to practice more. Of course, if she had extra time before the apocalypse, she would choose to take a few more diving lessons. After all, safety comes first. She spent 5,000 yuan, took a picture of her ID, and finally the locksmith agreed to teach Li Bing how to pick locks. She made up an excuse that she couldn't find a job after graduation and repeatedly assured him that she would report to the Public Security Bureau and wouldn't engage in any illegal activities. After studying for an entire afternoon, Li Bing could now open about 50 of the electronic locks and old-fashioned key locks available in the market, excluding safes, which the locksmith also couldn't open. For the remaining 50, she believed that an axe could solve the problem. She returned to her small apartment and first tried to open the apartment door. In 30 seconds, the door swung open. Li Bing smacked her lips. The 5,000 yuan was truly worth it. She immediately called the door seller, asking him to bring 20 extra security chain locks and 10 bolt locks tomorrow. She planned to install them on the 2 doors and also on the windows. Fortunately, the landlord had already added security screens to the windows, otherwise during the extreme cold it would be easy for someone to climb up from the 8th floor. The first thing Li Bing did when she got home was to take out a small notebook and record the inventory of supplies she had acquired today. Then she took out a 50-liter water bucket and connected it in the bathroom and at the sink. She planned to stay awake tonight and fill all the remaining water buckets. While filling the buckets, she continued to shop online: 2 kettles, 10 thermoses, and 5,000 hand warmers, 50 lighters, 500 candles, and 5 solar-powered headlamps. She bought a complete set of videos on various martial arts, close combat, 5 animals play, and taekwondo techniques, with the download password included. 10 packages each of snail noodles, spicy sour noodles, and mixed noodles, along with some fragrant snacks. The rest would wait for the Apocalypse Day trip. She also bought 50 boxes of compressed biscuits, each weighing 10 kilograms and available in various flavors. When she was with others, she planned to eat compressed biscuits to solve her meal problems, trying to minimize her presence. She bought 5 packs each of her favorite instant noodles, as there were plenty in the supermarket. She turned on her computer and frantically downloaded various novels, comics, variety shows, TV series, and movies onto her external hard drives and iPads. She also downloaded electronic versions of world maps, maps of China, highway routes, various paths, and landmarks. Although she had already bought planting and breeding books, Li Bing downloaded a variety of encyclopedias on plants and animals. She also gathered various military knowledge, firearms knowledge, military technology, and outdoor survival skills. Additionally, she downloaded tutorials on clothing design, garment making, baking, and various cooking videos. Li Bing opened the shopping app again and bought various medical books. After all, doctors in the apocalypse would be rare, and learning whatever she could would be beneficial. The door installer wouldn't come until 8 a.m., leaving her with an hour to spare. She went downstairs for breakfast, ordering a steamer basket of soup, dumplings, 2 xiaomai beef bun, and a serving of soy milk. After enjoying her breakfast, she arranged for a month's worth of breakfast with the owner. Each day would include 20 baskets of dumplings and 40 each of xiaomai beef buns, pork buns, vegetable and mushroom buns, 3 flavor buns, carrot buns, and spicy tofu buns. They agreed on a self-pickup at 9 a.m. every morning, and after paying a deposit, she left. Just as she exited the breakfast shop, Li Bing noticed someone following her. Years of experience in the apocalypse had made her very cautious. She couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Wang had discovered something and sent someone to track her. Li Bing suddenly turned around. To her surprise, the one following her was a little stray dog. With its sandy yellow fur and tail wagging constantly, it appeared to be no more than 2 months old, skinny and bony, a clear stray. Only those wet, shiny eyes kept watching her. She took a step, and the puppy followed as if it had chosen her. "No one wants you either," she asked herself. She took out a sausage, and the little dog devoured it in a few bites. After finishing, it looked up at Li Bing as if asking, "Is there more?" Li Bing couldn't help but smile at the little dog. It suddenly struck her that she hadn't laughed in a long time. The last time she had laughed was probably when she had just found her parents in her second life. She took out another sausage. After peeling it, she placed it in front of the puppy and turned to leave. With her own future so uncertain, how could she be responsible for another life? Seeing Li Bing leaving, the little stray dog ignored the sausage and continued to follow her. She ran it chased, there was no escape for her. After 5 minutes of chasing, Li Bing noticed that the door installer was about to arrive. She compromised and helplessly said to the little dog, "All right, I'm scared of you, now come with me." Li Bing looked up at the sun rising slowly, its early rays spilling across the land. As the sun rose, it filled the world with hope. "From now on you shall be called Sun," she patted the dog's head. So dirty. The phone rang, the installer had arrived. Li Bing asked him to wait for 10 minutes, as she needed to take the son to the pet shop for a bath immediately. Following Li Bing's request, the installer installed a door in the apartment hallway as well as anti-theft chains and bolt locks on both doors. Not satisfied, she instructed the installer to add 4 bolt locks to each door and to install anti-theft chains on all the windows in her home. The installer was quite surprised by such demands. The look in his eyes seemed to say that she must be a fool. After all, they were on the 12th floor, who needed that many locks on their windows? Fortunately, the installer was professional and tight-lipped, focusing solely on his work. After he finished, Li Bing went to pick up the little dog. The moment the son saw her, it seemed like there were tears in its eyes. "Pooper Scooper, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Woo woo." She had the staff give the son a deworming treatment and vaccinations. She bought 10 bags of dog food, 2 dog beds, and several toys. She couldn't help but lament how quickly money was spent. Li Bing placed the son in the van, prepared water and dog food, and left a small gap in the window for air circulation. She then re-entered the antique walking street. Having previously scored a deal on a 4-legged stool, she hoped to try her luck again today. Unfortunately, from one end of the street to the other, there was no reaction from the space. She even made a special trip to the old furniture stall from last time, touching every piece of old furniture, yet the space gave no response. It seemed today would yield no rewards. She even made a special trip to the old furniture stall from last time, touching every piece of old furniture, yet the space gave no response. The man rubbed his fingers together eagerly. "Is it far?" She wouldn't go to unsafe places. "Not far, just outside the walking street. I'll take you there." A few minutes later, Li Bing looked up at the stone bedding shop called Stone Immortal Residence, flanked on the left by a stinky tofu shop and on the right by a durian specialty store with 4 oversized trash bins in front of the store. Indeed, it was hard to describe. No wonder they needed to solicit customers on the street. A normal person would hardly find it, and even if they did, they wouldn't want to step inside. As she entered the shop, the space began to vibrate. She selected 3 stones that resonated with the space and asked the owner how much for these. "Little girl, let me tell you, these stones are not of good quality. Let me choose for you." The owner hesitated in his tone. After all, it was hard to come by a customer, or what if she left empty-handed? "No need, I want these 3 stones." Li Bing declared, firmly, unwavering in her decision. "I should charge you 9,000 yuan, but these are truly of poor quality, so let's make it 5,000 yuan. The owner paused, then added, "How about I choose for you instead?" Li Bing transferred 5,000 yuan to the owner, took the stones, and turned to leave. "Do you need help opening them?" "It's free." The owner still thought this girl might be a fool. "No need." She just wanted to quickly return to the van as the space was shaking violently, nearly making her dizzy. The owner chased after her, handing her a business card and saying to come back if she needed anything. After all, it was hard to come across a fool like this. "Oh no, I meant a customer." Li Bing returned to the van, and little son immediately ran to her side. She didn't have time to comfort the son and hurriedly tossed the 3 stones into the space. The space trembled even more violently. Li Bing first visited a fast food restaurant to grab a meal, then went to a gas station to fill up the tank, driving straight back to the warehouse. At the warehouse entrance, the delivery guy on the small truck looked at her with resentment. There was nothing she could do. She had come across a broken-down large truck on the road, which was loaded with old ginger. Li Bing ordered 2,000 gin of ginger, which took some time. Ginger is a valuable item during extreme cold. Boiling hot ginger tea and sipping it from a thermos warms the entire body. After the delivery guy left, Li Bing began to unpack her deliveries. First, she installed several swimming pools using the bathroom faucet for water. She noted that it would take 2 hours to fill one. Setting an alarm, she planned to switch out the swimming pool every 2 hours. Li Bing continued using the kitchen faucet to wash snack buckets, stainless steel bowls, various utensils, and chopsticks. She turned on the gas and began to boil eggs. A large bucket full of eggs was boiled, and after cooking, she cracked each one open and added tea leaves and spices. She planned to make 2 large buckets of tea eggs, which were nutritious yet understated and not overly flavorful. Li Bing sensed that the space had quieted down. She checked the time and entered the space with her body. The current space was roughly the size of 6 football fields. The area of the black soil had reached 200 square meters. The breeding sheds had increased from 2 to 3. The small yard was gone and the tile house had transformed into a small villa. In front of the villa there was a well, though it seemed to hold only a few drops of water. Entering the small villa, the first floor included a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, while the second floor was an open layout with no partitions. The small villa had no furniture or appliances, indicating it still needed upgrading. Li Bing continued to organize the space until she was ejected from it. Looking at the time, she realized she had spent an hour and 20 minutes in the space. Once outside, she immediately took out the business card from the owner of Stone Immortal Residence and asked if he had any other raw stones. The owner said he did locate it in his small yard. Li Bing left a portion of dog food and a bowl of water for the son and drove over herself. As she looked at the yard full of raw stones, she felt the space vibrating intensely. "So, owner, why can't you switch locations?" Following the guidance of the space, Li Bing selected a van full of raw stones, spending a total of 100,000 yuan. Driving to a road without surveillance, she immediately placed the entire load of stones into the space. This time the space was not merely shaking lightly, it could be described as a mountain collapse. Li Bing was so affected by the fluctuations of the space that she could no longer drive, so she closed her tired eyes and rested. The fatigue enveloped her like a heavy cloud, sinking her into a deep sleep. When Li Bing opened her eyes again, she found that 4 hours had passed. The space was calm now, and she checked the time before entering the space under the cover of darkness. The current space was vast and boundless, equivalent to 20 football fields in size. Meanwhile, the area of black soil had expanded to a whopping 500 square meters. Moreover, warm sunlight now shone down on the land. Li Bing thought to herself, I should try placing the solar panels in the black soil. If they can generate power, then she wouldn't have to worry about electricity for the rest of her life. Especially during extreme cold and polar day periods, sunlight was scarce. The apple tree she had casually planted last time had already grown to her height. It was growing so quickly. The breeding sheds had increased from 3 to 8. The bottom of the well was no longer on the verge of drying up, it was now over half a meter deep. Entering the villa, the decor was warm and elegant. The warm-colored curtains and wallpaper, along with the neatly arranged furniture, created a cozy atmosphere. The kitchen was quite interesting. It still had a stove, but firewood piled up against an entire wall. The combination of the stove and faucet puzzled her. Li Bing turned on the faucet, and to her surprise, water flowed. As she turned the faucet on, her consciousness reached out to the water she had stored, noticing that the water in the drinking tank was decreasing. Considering the current space area, there was no need to conserve water, so she ordered a batch of water tanks and inflatable swimming pools online. She placed the solar panels on the black soil, and sure enough, the villa was electrified. She organized the breeding sheds, live fish, shrimp, and lobsters went into shed 1, chickens into shed 2, rabbits into shed 3, and the remaining sheds were left empty for now. She took a few watermelon seeds and planted them along the edge of the black soil, watering them a bit. She also found some vegetable seeds and casually scattered them across the black soil. She was a novice at planting. These days she had been busy stockpiling supplies and hadn't learned how to grow vegetables. She planned to study it more deeply during the rainy season when she had more time. In the space, she took out a box meal to eat, which included sweet and sour ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, and mushrooms with vegetables. With all the hard work, her energy was quickly drained. After finishing her meal, she took out inflatable swimming pools and installed dozens of them. Just as she thought of taking out her notebook to organize her supplies, she was ejected from the space. Checking the time, she realized she had spent a full 2 hours. Li Bing couldn't help but fantasize about whether she could stay in the space for 24 hours once the upgrade was complete. Enjoying a carefree time without needing to work. Li Bing craved milk tea. She got out of the car and found a beloved brand, first ordering a cup of matcha milk foam and sipping it. She told the staff to reserve 50 cups of pearl milk tea, 30 cups of matcha milk foam, 20 cups of mango sago, and some seasonal specials to be picked up in an hour. At the barbecue shop, she ordered 50 gene of lamb skewers, along with grilled chicken wings, sausages, mushrooms, and various vegetables, paying a deposit for later pickup. She also ordered 200 hamburgers, 100 servings of French fries, 100 fried chicken legs, and 50 pizzas, all for self-collection. On her way back to the warehouse, Li Bing filled up the gas tank. The van's gas tank was too small. She wished her SUV was there with its larger tank. Back at the warehouse, she first picked up the poor little son. After rubbing it a bit, she gave it a sausage and let it play by itself. She opened the swimming pool's water pipe to continue filling it. Although the warehouse water was commercial water, it would definitely be fine for watering and laundry. She tasted a tea egg that was already flavorful. She poured 2 large buckets of tea eggs into a stainless steel basin, filling a big basin with a diameter of 1.5 meters, storing it. She took out 200 g of pork belly, planning to make braised pork. After it was done, she packed it into disposable meal boxes for easy access. The braised pork was simmering in the pot, and Li Bing kept the other gas stove busy as well. She took out a snack bucket and cooked a pot of millet porridge, adding red dates for nourishment. After switching the water in the swimming pool once more and filling it up, the braised pork and millet porridge were also ready, all stored. Li Bing was exhausted. She returned to her small apartment with the sun, and it was already 3 a.m. She took out a water tower, cleaned it with water, then disinfected it with alcohol before opening the water pipe. The water flowed slowly, and she started filling it. After taking a shower, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep instantly. At 8:30 a.m., Li Bing was awakened by her alarm clock. She first checked the water tower, which was only 20 centimeters short of being full. She opened the water flow wider and filled it up before storing it. She let the son out of the bathroom as there was limited time, and she hadn't taught the son how to use the litter box yet. She had to make do with the little pup living in the bathroom for now. After washing up, she took the son out of the apartment building. As soon as they reached the ground floor, the son dashed into the bushes to take care of its business. Good dog, she sighed, thankful for her countryside dog, which was really easy to manage. She drove the van to pick up the reserved breakfast, storing it away. Inside the car, she prepared dog food and water for the son, then took a xiaomai beef bun, a bowl of millet red date porridge, and a tea egg for herself to eat. Li Bing thought about going to the warehouse today to brew some rock candy red date and white fungus soup to store. After scheduling a time with the delivery guy to bring the package to the warehouse in the afternoon, she headed to the diving school. After a tower class, she was already able to dive for half an hour. The instructor praised Li Bing for her talent, and she just smiled without saying a word. In the apocalypse, she had seen too many dead bodies of what were a little water pressure and suffocation compared to that. Staying alive was more important than anything else. At noon, Li Bing finished picking up her fast food. It was a bit late today, but fortunately the fast food owner was very responsible and used an insulated box today. She continued to the gas station to refuel and then rushed to the warehouse. After collecting the package, she closed the warehouse door and opened the swimming pool faucet to keep filling it. After unpacking the delivery, she took out her notebook to record today's supply situation. After organizing the supplies, she took out a hamburger and a serving of hot and sour noodles, prepared dog food for the son, and they ate face to face. After finishing her meal, she went to check the black soil in the space. The small greens and watermelons had already sprouted, and she added a bit more water, taking the beef out of the space. Li Bing opened the instructional video preparing to make braised beef. She earnestly followed the steps, feeling that it didn't seem too difficult. She then took out the snack bucket to stew rock candy red date and white fungus soup. After a whole afternoon of busyness, she cooked filled water planted vegetables in the space, fed chickens and rabbits. Seeing the son drool over the meat, she couldn't bear it and gave the pup a piece. Dogs shouldn't eat salt, it's not good, Li Bing advised. She felt that since she was raising it, she had to take responsibility. She took out some lean meat and ribs from the space, making braised meat with less soy sauce and no salt, filling a big basin for the son. After doing all this, it was already past 9 p.m. She rubbed her waist and watched the son gobble up the food with envy. They say being as tired as a dog means the dog eats and then sleeps, wakes up and plays. Where's the fatigue? She was too tired to even think about dinner. Lying on the bed in the warehouse, she tossed and turned, feeling her period approaching. She had also swum today, and after a few days of overexertion, she was in complete pain. Suddenly she thought of something and used her mind to draw a bowl of space well water. She didn't dare to drink it directly, boiling it in a kettle first and taking a small sip. With just a small sip, Li Bing felt much relief from fatigue and soreness. She didn't dare to drink more, fearing that the space well water might have the effect of washing the marrow like in novels. Her body today couldn't handle it. She stuck a warming patch on her abdomen and waist, then lay down. She was so exhausted that she fell asleep the moment she touched the bed. When the tower alarm rang, she opened her eyes immediately at the first sound. Her body felt light, filled with strength. Her lower abdomen was warm and her waist no longer ached. This space well water was indeed remarkable. She turned off the swimming pool faucet, tidied up her things, took the son back to her small apartment. First, she filled the water tower, then started making ice in the ice machine. During extreme heat, holding ice in her mouth was probably the happiest thing in the world. With both ice machines working, Li Bing continued downloading materials online. There was no wireless network in the warehouse, and the download speed was too slow. Medical, transport, humanities, geography, religion, education, science, art, mathematics, classical poetry, literary language, meteorology, nature, animal husbandry, animal training, internet knowledge, etc. Li Bing downloaded whatever she came across. In the apocalypse, human civilization had collapsed and various materials and knowledge were gradually disappearing. Li Bing thought about preserving this knowledge, hoping that it might allow everyone to live a few more years. She got up to brew herself some ginger tea with brown sugar, pouring only one bowl, storing the rest in the space. She sipped the ginger tea slowly while nibbling on a bun. Later, after changing to a new empty water tower, the water flow was slow and she drifted off to sleep. Time passed quickly. On June 11th, Li Bing first went to the 4S shop to pick up her car. Then she went to the outdoor supply store to pick up the reserved winter clothes and acid rain protective gear. She bought live hens, ducks, geese, goats, and cows to raise in the space's breeding shed. In the days that followed, Li Bing shuttled between her small apartment and the warehouse, checking for missing items, buying supplies, stocking up on various goods, while also picking up breakfast, collecting takeout, refueling her car, receiving packages, cooking in the warehouse, and organizing supplies in the space. She discovered that the vegetables and fruits in the space matured much faster than in reality, especially sweet potatoes and yams, which could be harvested in half a month. Li Bing planted half of the black soil with sweet potatoes and potatoes. The other half she planted with commonly eaten vegetables and fruits. Because it was too troublesome to take the sun out all the time, Li Bing decided to put the sun into the space. The sun would immediately faint upon entering the space's grass and villa, so she could only place the sun in the breeding shed. She transformed the No. 8 breeding shed into the sun's home, equipped with pet toys, a pet slide, a dog bed, a small sofa, and a litter box. To test the space, she even stayed in the breeding shed. However, once 2 hours passed, she would still be ejected from the space. It was during the space testing that she discovered that time in the space could not accumulate. This point made Li Bing particularly disappointed. She had originally thought that, even if the space's time would no longer level up if it could accumulate, she could stay in the space, without going out hiding until the end of the apocalypse. Indeed, one shouldn't think too ideally. Now the hen laid eggs every day, about 2. The rabbit hadn't gotten pregnant yet. In recent days, Li Bing had divided and packed 50 portions of ribs stewed with yam, 40 portions of ribs stewed with potatoes, 100 portions of sweet and sour ribs, 20 portions of pork stewed with cabbage, 20 portions of fried ribbon fish, 50 portions of braised fish pieces, 20 portions of oil braised shrimp, 200 portions of marinated chicken legs, 100 portions of sushi, and 200 rice balls. Occasionally, she would drive to the city to see the worldly fireworks, enjoy some delicacies, wander through small shops, and witness the last splendor of the world. On June 30th, after paying in the mall, Li Bing saw her balance 3,683 yuan. Thinking of the cheat code of the space, she picked up her phone and called the owner of Shixianju. Li Bing went to the small courtyard of Boss Meng, rummaging through it, nearly turning it upside down. Under Boss Meng's impatient gaze, she reluctantly picked 5 stones. Although the space only reacted a little, Li Bing said, "Let's open these this time." "Sure. But these stones really don't look good. Shall I help you pick a few better ones?" Boss Meng patiently advised. After all, as a regular customer, half of this month's revenue came from Li Bing. "No need, just open them," Li Bing said cheerfully. This Boss Meng always insisted on helping her pick again. Why did he bother with gambling stones if his eye for selecting stones was so poor? Unable to refuse her, Boss Meng began to cut the jade stones. He first carefully cleaned the 5 stones to remove the dirt and impurities from their surfaces. Each stone is unique, so the cutting process must be determined based on the specific conditions of the stone. Boss Meng picked up 1 stone using a professional flashlight to observe the interior closely. After careful consideration, he cautiously opened the first stone. Immediately, Boss Meng's expression changed. This piece of jade had a unique texture and dazzling colors, resembling a beautiful ancient painting. It lay there like a drop of morning dew, quietly exuding a soft glow that was irresistible. Facing the next few stones, Boss Meng's technique became even more careful. Opening each piece of raw stone was like revealing a prize, each containing various precious jades. Throughout this process, Boss Meng patiently explained the formation and characteristics of each raw stone. He said, enviously, "Little girl, you have such good luck." An hour later, Li Bing left Old Meng with 500,000. Old Meng was still in a state of joy and shock, marveling at the girl's keen eye. Luckily, he had kept her contact information, and next time he went to restock, he would definitely bring her along. One could only say that in this high-stakes game, Li Bing struck it rich. After packing half a dessert shop, she went directly to the gas station. This time she wasn't there to refuel, but to find a janitor named Big Face Plate. This matter dated back to a time when Li Bing had just filled up her tank and suddenly had a stomachache. At that time, while washing her hands, a chubby janitor lowered his voice and said, "Little girl, I know you're collecting gasoline. I have some private stock, cheap, plentiful, and pure. Want some?" She didn't dare respond back, then fearing a sting operation. But now she was no longer afraid. After all, in 3 days the apocalypse was to arrive. She ordered 3 tons of 92-octane gasoline, 2 tons of 95-octane gasoline, 1 ton of diesel, and half a ton of kerosene. Kerosene burns particularly well, and in the apocalypse kerosene lamps are much more practical than candles while also being less conspicuous than flashlights. That night she stored all the gasoline and kerosene in the warehouse, achieving a sense of utmost security. After locking the warehouse door, she drove back to her apartment. Upon returning to her apartment, Li Bing found 6 unread text messages. All were about a super typhoon expected to make landfall along the coast on July 3rd at dawn, with wind speeds estimated at around level 15, followed by days of heavy rain, urging everyone to prepare. The typhoon had indeed arrived. The apocalypse was also nearing. An endless fatigue surged within Li Bing. As her phone rang, she saw that the caller ID was Mom.
Wearing her Patek Philippe lady's wristwatch, she entered the space and lifted her arm to look. The watch's movement had indeed stopped, proving that time inside was frozen in eternal stillness.
"Mother's girlfriend has been urging me." From Mom. Li Bing replied briefly, "It won't be postponed, just get ready for the final payment. Then I can rest assured." From Mom. Li Bing sneered. She hadn't mentioned a word about herself, only concerned about her brother's car, even with the typhoon approaching. Why hadn't she seen this in her past life? July 1st. At 8:30 a.m. Li Bing was awakened by her alarm clock. She first went to turn off the water faucet of the water tower. In fact, there was already enough drinking water and water for daily use stored in the space, but Li Bing lacked a sense of security and had repeatedly purchased additional water towers and tanks. She had been terrified of thirst during the extreme heat of her past life. After washing up, Li Bing placed the son in the 8th breeding shed and went to the breakfast shop to pick up her breakfast and settle the final payment. After finishing her breakfast, she went to the car rental company. Li Bing first rented an SUV and a van identical to her own vehicle for easy replacement of parts in case her car broke down in the future. After paying the deposit, she asked the owner to deliver the cars to the warehouse. The owner assumed Li Bing was using them for a company team building event and sent 2 car. After paying the deposit, she asked the owner to deliver the cars to the warehouse. The owner assumed Li Bing was using them for a company team building event and sent 2 car refrigerators along at no extra charge. Li Bing then went to the fast food restaurant to pick up her order and finalize the payment. When she arrived at the warehouse, the rental cars had also been delivered. After closing the warehouse door, she stored all the vehicles in the space. She also stored all the supplies from the warehouse, including the toys that had fallen to the corner. Looking at the empty warehouse, Li Bing felt a deep sense of nostalgia. For the past month, she had been busy day and night filling all the swimming pools with water, ensuring all chargers were fully charged, and cooking up all the strong-smelling meals. It was time to leave this place. She went to the real estate agency to return the warehouse key and received her $2,000 deposit back. Returning to her small apartment, she found over a dozen unread text messages, all warnings about the super typhoon and the orange rainstorm warning. There were also several missed calls, 2 from her boss and the others from family. She called back Mr. Wang, informing him that her grandmother's surgery was successful, that she would return to work after the typhoon, and that her family's house had already been negotiated with a buyer who had paid a deposit. As for her family, they still only cared about the car situation, and she sent a WeChat message to respond perfunctorily. July 2nd. She had not set an alarm and woke up at 10 in the morning. Upon opening her phone, there were again over a dozen unread messages. Besides the typhoon and heavy rain warnings, there was also a notification that all schools and businesses would be closed for 3 days. Everything was almost identical to her first life. Only back then a call from an unscrupulous boss had summoned her to work. She had to work overtime until 11 at night, missing the best opportunity to stock up. Li Bing dug out her senior's phone number, reminding her to stock up on supplies since this typhoon and rainstorm were of unprecedented scale, a once-in-a-century event. Her classmate worked in the Meteorological Bureau and had received the news in advance. For others, she could choose to ignore. But for her senior, she could not. Ever since they met in a university club, her senior had taken good care of her. She hoped that this reminder would help her. After finishing brunch in her small apartment, she checked that all the doors and windows at home were locked. Then she drove to the snack street, and it was already noon. On this snack street, she found some of her favorite snacks and continued to pack them frantically. These snacks would be nearly impossible to find in the apocalypse. Although she had stocked up on some a few days ago, who would think it was too much? Li Bing then went to the city's largest shopping mall, the oldest commercial complex in the city. The first floor features various jewelry, gold ornaments, and beauty skincare products. The second floor has pharmacies, tea shops, and electronic products. The third floor is filled with women's clothing and accessories. The fourth floor is for men's and baby products. The fifth floor is dedicated to dining. The sixth floor offers various games, toys, and amusement facilities. The seventh floor hosts a cinema, various training institutions, and a customer service center. Due to the typhoon warning, all classes and work in the city were suspended for 3 days, making the mall very crowded. After all, today's weather is sunny and pleasant. Who would have thought that a storm would hit after midnight? She first went to the hair salon, cutting her long hair into a stylish shortcut, and then bought a set of hairdressing tools from the barber. Water is scarce in the apocalypse, and long hair is not only troublesome but also a target. It seems to tell others that she is living particularly well. As Li Bing walked around the mall, she enjoyed the last moments of earthly splendor while secretly noting the locations of the shops for her future zero-cost purchases. She packed 5 sets of lingerie from the lingerie store. She focused on the restaurant on the 5th floor, taking home several specialty dishes from each. She packed 10 portions each of garlic shrimp and spicy shrimp. She also ordered some dishes such as sauerkraut fish, boiled fish, sweet and sour pork, and crispy meat. These delicacies she cannot make herself. She also bought 1000 game tokens and played happily until the mall closed. Today, she did not return to her small apartment, but rented a suite in a hotel next to the shopping mall based on the memories from her first and second lives. The typhoon began at 1 a.m. on July 3rd, with heavy rain starting at 7 a.m. The supermarket closed urgently at 10 a.m. Therefore, she must enter the underground supermarket before 10 a.m. In her first life, Li Bing, due to working overtime the day before, had very little food stored at home and could only venture out in the rain during the typhoon to buy some emergency rations from a nearby small supermarket. If she had prepared earlier, perhaps she could have survived longer. This was also the reason she sought out Mr. Wang without a shred of guilt. She leaned back in the hotel's massage bathtub, sipping champagne the hotel provided, listening to her favorite music. So comfortable. Having money is truly wonderful. While soaking in the bath, she ordered takeout. Spend all the money. After the apocalypse, money will become worthless. People will resort to barter, and even gold will ultimately be discarded. Li Bing gazed out at the urban nightscape. The hour hand had pointed to 11 p.m., yet the crowd in the city center continued to flow endlessly. Under the warm streetlights, the throng bustled as if it were a painting that would never fade. Such a lively scene would never be seen again. She raised her hand and gently touched the window as if she could imprint all of this in her mind through the transparent barrier. People downstairs rejoiced, enjoying the unexpected 3-day holiday. They gazed up at the tranquil sky, oblivious to the impending typhoon. She stored all her takeout in her space, played with the sun for a while, then went to check on the black soil. She took a sip of the water from her space, exiting before midnight. After all, time in the space is limited and cannot be wasted. Her future zero-cost purchases depended on it. Li Bing finally fell asleep after tossing and turning. Then she was awakened by the sound of the wind. The typhoon outside was roaring, the wind like thunder relentlessly battering the glass as if to penetrate it. She glanced at her phone. July 3rd, 0137. The typhoon has arrived as expected. The apocalypse has indeed come. The wind outside swept through the entire city. The large trees along the streets danced with the typhoon as if they might uproot at any moment. The windows of the shops buzzed ominously as if they might shatter at any moment. Various scraps of paper and shop signs have already been blown away. Upon closer inspection, small yellow and blue bikes have been blown onto the road. Debris wrapped in the wind caused the car windows on both sides to rattle. The entire city seemed to be engulfed in the storm's grip. Li Bing walked back to her bed, forcing herself to sleep. Daylight would bring intense physical labor, as she must rest well. At around 7 a.m., Li Bing was once again startled awake by the torrential rain. The raindrops relentlessly hammered against the window like countless iron spikes striking metal, producing a continuous clanging noise. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. The few passing vehicles seemed hurried as people hoped to get home quickly. Home is a warm haven. Unfortunately, she no longer has a home. Amidst the typhoon and rain, Li Bing harbored endless fear and unease within, like a trapped beast ready to burst forth from her chest. She could no longer sleep. Ding dong, ding dong. Her phone kept receiving weather alert messages. The government advised citizens to stay home for safety and not to go out. She got up, washed up, had breakfast, and checked out of the hotel at 9 a.m. Wearing a raincoat, she headed to the supermarket. The flow of people in the supermarket was very sparse. Only a few customers were pushing carts to select goods. The typhoon warning was issued 2 days ago, and it seemed everyone had already stocked up on supplies. A few who hadn't stocked up chose to go to nearby small supermarkets, just like her first life. Li Bing, based on her observations from the previous day, directly walked to the supermarket's restroom and locked the door. It was 9:50 a.m. The supermarket broadcast began to announce in a loop, "Dear citizens, hello. Due to the heavy rain from the typhoon, this supermarket has decided to close early today at 10:00 a.m. We sincerely invite all citizens to proceed to the checkout as soon as possible. We understand that this decision may cause you inconvenience, but in order to ensure everyone's safety, we made this decision. We appreciate your understanding and support and look forward to seeing you again." Li Bing dashed into the space. She concentrated the supplies in her space, clearing an area as large as 15 football fields. At 10:30 a.m., she heard that there was no longer any noise inside the supermarket, only the sound of wind and rain outside pattering relentlessly. At this moment, the downpour outside the supermarket seemed to intensify, pouring down like a waterfall. Li Bing changed into a black sports outfit, putting on a baseball cap mask and night vision goggles. She stepped out of the space, and the entire supermarket was shrouded in darkness. She cautiously leaned by the restroom door to check, confirming that there were no staff around, only the flashing surveillance cameras. After adjusting to the night vision goggles, she first walked to the monitoring room and turned off all the cameras. This supermarket occupied an area of 36000 square meters spread over the first and second underground floors. A wide array of products filled the space, covering nearly every aspect of daily life. From daily necessities to gourmet foods, personal care items to household goods, this place had almost every product one could imagine. Each category of products offered a rich selection, whether one pursued quality or affordable prices. Satisfactory products could be found here. Due to the low terrain, this supermarket could be submerged by heavy rain within a day, so Li Bing planned to store the entire supermarket in her space. She first went to the second underground floor, which would be submerged first. Dairy section, beverage section, drinking water section, ice cream section, refrigerated section, frozen section, fresh meat section, seafood section, freshwater product section, deli section, pastry section, fruit section, vegetable section, snack section, instant food section, condiment section, etc. Li Bing didn't have time to look closely and stored everything along with the shelves in her space. At this moment, water had begun to leak onto the second underground floor, and she needed to act quickly. Canned food section, nutrition product section, baby supplies section, continue to collect. Health product section, fish oil, grape seed, protein powder, calcium supplements, vitamin products, probiotics, health tea, dietary supplements, energetic liquor, medicinal liquor, all stored in her space. These health products were mainly used for bartering. Ordinary people in the apocalypse had no use for them, yet they remained quite popular among the upper class. In the family planning supplies section, Li Bing quickly glanced and then stored all the products in her space, preparing to use them for trading other needed materials. Before meeting Wang Hondong, Li Bing had always been single and had never experienced love. However, after encountering Wang Hondong, her memories of such matters were filled only with pain and disgust. Thus, in this life, she would not pursue romance, nor would she need these items. Not only love, but all emotions she would not touch again. The feeling of being betrayed by those closest to her was too painful. She did not want to experience it again. She wished to shield her soul from being eroded by pain and hatred. However, things are innocent. It is the people who are guilty. Arriving at the tobacco and alcohol section, Li Bing's mood brightened once more. In the apocalypse, tobacco and alcohol are considered high-end consumer goods. Ordinary people seldom see them, nor can they afford them, as they are controlled by the upper class, rendering them priceless in the market. Especially various hyperf liquors, which can be consumed and also used as disinfectant alcohol. The exchange prices are absurdly high. All the cigarettes were stored in her space, as they would be ruined. The lighters at the counter were all exquisite and beautiful. The most expensive one was priced at 1699 yuan, all stored in her space. Various beers, fruit wines, sake, cocktails, red wines, etc. all collected. Various white liquors filled 2 entire shelves collected. Inside the glass display case, there were 4 bottles of Wuliangya collected. At this moment, the water had reached her thighs. She was exhausted, not expecting that collecting items would be so physically demanding. She took a sip of the space's well water and quickly stuffed a rice ball to replenish her energy. Li Bing arrived at the first underground floor, where water had begun to seep in. In the electrical appliances section, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, televisions, water heaters, water purifiers, printers, fans, rice cookers, soy milk machines, blenders, kettles, thermos flasks, dishwashers, sterilizers, range hoods, electric massage chairs, vacuum cleaners, etc. All stored in her space. These appliances could be disassembled for a lot of precious metals useful for future base construction. In the toiletries and skincare sections, everything was stored in her space. Daily necessities such as toilet paper, tissue paper, and paper towels were collected. Women's products like sanitary pads, safety pants, tampons, and panty liners were collected. Paper and women's products were extremely precious in the apocalypse. They could be used personally or exchanged for materials. In the kitchenware section, various pots, spatulas, knives, porcelain bowls, plates, etc. were collected. Ordinary thermos cups, thermos flasks, and traditional warm water kettles were collected. Glass cups, mugs, and sports water bottles were collected. Pet supplies, dog food, cat food, hamster food, fish food, cat litter boxes, dog toys, dog beds, pet snacks, freeze-dried food, all collected. Dog cages, dog beds, cat beds, and cat climbing frames were all collected. In the stationery supplies section, books, paper, notebooks, A4 printing paper, drawing paper, stationery correction, fluid-colored pens, crayons, and gel pens were all stored along with the shelves in her space. Rain gear, raincoats, umbrellas, and tarps were collected. In the home goods section, various underwear, jackets, sportswear, hats, gloves, underwear, slippers, pajamas, bedding sets, down comforters, silk quilts, cotton quilts, curtains, etc. were all collected. Hot water bags, warmers, scarves, yarn needles, and threads were collected. In the planting section, fresh flowers, green plants, potted plants, nutrient soil planting pots, nutrient solutions, and flower seeds were all stored in her space. With planting pots and nutrient soil, growing potatoes and sweet potatoes would allow her to live well in a small apartment. In the tools section, wrenches, hammers, pliers, screwdrivers, electric pens, screws, iron nails, iron wires, work gloves, safety helmets, etc. were collected. Li Bing passed through several small doors and arrived at the supermarket warehouse located on the basement floor. If she hadn't been to the monitoring room, she would have searched for 3 more days without finding the warehouse. At the entrance of the warehouse, a list of supplies was hanging. She didn't have time to look closely as the rainwater had already risen to her knees. Li Bing collected all the items in the warehouse, along with the shelves, into her space. She quickly retreated to the corridor on the first floor. Without any surveillance, she checked the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. She slipped into her space and changed into a fresh outfit. Casually grabbing a box meal and a cup of milk tea, she exited the space. Sitting cross-legged, she finished her meal, nibbled on 2 chicken legs, enjoyed 2 Snickers, and drank a few sips of water from her space, while finally feeling revitalized. Ding dong, ding dong. Her phone received several messages in succession. First, there was an orange rainstorm warning followed by several red rainstorm warnings. The last message read, for safety reasons, the entire city will experience a power outage at midnight on July 4th. The citizens are advised to prepare accordingly. After finishing her meal, she took out her lockpicking tools and safety axe from the space and set them aside. She opened her phone and various group messages flooded in 99 notifications. She didn't open them. In her previous life, she had already seen them, mostly expressing relief about the holiday and showcasing supplies which held little value. She opened the local news hoping to find useful information. By 10:30 p.m., she lay on the bed in her space, closing her eyes to conserve her energy. The alarm clock rang. At 00:00, the entire city began to lose power. Li Bing opened her eyes, gazing out at the city, noticing the lights of thousands of homes gradually dimming. With the power interruption, the entire city resembled a bonfire doused with water, instantly losing its brilliance. Due to the typhoon and torrential rain, the streets, which were already deserted, now resembled a painting soaked in ink. The splendor of yesterday seemed vivid, yet today felt like a century had passed. The rain outside showed no sign of abating, pouring down in buckets. The underground supermarket was already flooded with rainwater, and the ground level of the mall was starting to take in water. She donned her hat, mask, and night vision goggles and headed to the first floor. She walked up to several gold counters, but the space showed no response. What was going on? Had the gold been taken somewhere else? She continued to wander through the entire first floor, and the space still showed no reaction, indicating that the items were indeed not here. She felt a bit disappointed. Li Bing arrived at the skincare counter, collecting a complete set of high-end skincare products, along with facial cleansers, masks, lip balms, hand creams, body lotions, essential oils, etc. all into her space. Normally, she would never splurge on such expensive skincare products. Indeed, she was benefiting from the apocalypse. She also stored some makeup into her space, as it didn't take up much room and could be good for trading supplies later. At the watch counter, regardless of the material or whether it was a men's or women's model, she collected everything into her space. After the apocalypse, they could all be used for trading supplies. She went to the second floor where several tea specialty stores were located and collected them all into her space. Next to them, she directly collected all 4 pharmacies into her space. Remarkably, one of the pharmacies even sold various elderly toilets and portable toilets. Li Bing felt these items would definitely come in handy during extreme cold periods. Just as she was about to head to the electronics section, her space urgently called out to her. This was a high-end health supplement Chinese medicine store with a low-key entrance that she almost overlooked. Inside the glass display case were various ginseng, deer antlers, reishi mushrooms, and various high-end Chinese herbs. These were things she had only seen in models on TV. The space showed the greatest interest in a ginseng that was the size of a child's arm. Li Bing pried for quite a while but couldn't open it, so she simply collected the entire display case along with the wall into her space. The space trembled, but not too violently, and Li Bing ignored it, continuing to collect. Since the space didn't stop the items from entering, she took the whole store into her space. Next were 5 electronic stores beside her, which Li Bing pried open one by one. She collected everything: phones, computers, tablets, power banks, phone accessories, computer accessories, etc. into her space. The third floor was dedicated to women's products. Most of it consisted of flashy clothes, shoes, bags, and accessories that were not suitable for use in the apocalypse. Li Bing left those untouched. At the lingerie store, she collected all women's underwear and sleepwear into her space. She also gathered all socks from 2 stores, disregarding whether they were men's or women's. At the home textiles store, she also cleared it out, leaving only the wallpaper untouched. In the home textiles store, there were not only bedding sets, wool blankets, pillows, down comforters, and silk quilts, but also 2 display double beds complete with luxurious mattresses, all of which Li Bing collected into her space. After that, she headed directly to the 4th floor. Li Bing skipped the men's section and arrived at the baby products area. Here was a nationally renowned baby products chain store occupying half of the 4th floor, covering over 10,000 square meters. It included various baby products such as milk powder, supplementary food, and toys. She completely cleared out this baby products supermarket and collected it into her space. She planned to wait for the right moment to discreetly release these baby products. At any time, children are the hope of humanity. Humanity can only truly overcome the apocalypse by continuing to reproduce, with new generations being born. Otherwise, even if natural disasters cease, without the appearance of newborns, humanity will ultimately perish. On the 5th floor, the entire level was dedicated to dining. Li Bing pried open all the large doors and first collected the gas canisters from various kitchens. There were 35 gas canisters on the entire floor, most of which were half used. She didn't mind and collected them all into her space. Each store had freezers, and she didn't inspect them closely, so she collected those along with the freezers. There were various vegetables, some of which were withered, but it didn't matter in the apocalypse. Who cares about that? Having food was good enough. The 6th floor was filled with various games, toys, and amusement facilities. Li Bing selectively collected a few of her favorite items like claw machines, gashapon machines, dance machines, and plaster dolls to pass the time later.
She still had some impression of this village party secretary. Back when her parents refused to let her attend high school, and she had tied up Xia Haoming and abandoned him in the mountains Yuan Gang.
Li Bing initially planned to skip the 7th floor and head straight to the parking lot on the 8th floor, but it seemed like her space was guiding her to the 7th floor. Was there something in the cinema? Following the guidance of her space, she arrived at the customer service center on the 7th floor, winding her way to a small room. She pried open the door, revealing a room filled with safes. A total of 33 safes. At that moment, the space was violently shaking, and she was almost unable to stand. Pry it open. The space was her ancestor. However, it was awkward. She couldn't open it. What could possibly be stored in these safes? Were they filled with the gold jewelry and various gems from the 1st floor? The space didn't give her time to think and continued to vibrate violently. She could only collect the safes along with them into her space. This time, the space shook violently. Li Bing couldn't enter or take anything out. She regretted not bringing some food and the safe. At the very least, she could have had a drink of the space well water. She was exhausted and hungry, so she found a bucket of instant noodles and some snacks in the office, eating them with cold water from the water dispenser. Cold water couldn't cook the instant noodles, but Li Bing didn't mind. She was so hungry that her hands trembled. Having something to eat was already a blessing. In the apocalypse, she had even eaten dirt and leather belts. After finishing her meal, she still couldn't explore the space, so she found an office with a sofa, locked the door, and fell asleep immediately after setting an alarm. Dingling. Dingling. At 7 a.m., Li Bing was awakened by the alarm. She left the office and patrolled outside, but found no trace of humanity. Returning to the office, Li Bing locked the door and entered the space. The current space was vast and boundless, at least the size of 30 football fields. The black land now covered an area equivalent to a football field. The well water had deepened a bit, and the bottom was no longer visible. The villa had changed from 2 stories to 3. What surprised Li Bing the most was that a small stream had appeared beside the villa. Using her mind to survey the space, she found that all the water resources she had collected remained intact. This indicated that the stream was naturally part of the space. The stream extended from one side of the space to the other, penetrating layers of white mist, disappearing into the horizon with no source and no end. Li Bing walked into the villa, and on the villa's front door there was now a display screen. Available time today, 1 hour 55 minutes 22 seconds. The timer continued to decrease, functioning as a countdown. On the first floor of the villa, the layout had not changed at all. The second floor, which was previously empty, was now a full-fledged dressing room filled with clothes and shoes Li Bing had collected, organized by season. The third floor was empty, lacking any items, indicating it still needed an upgrade. Moments later, Li Bing stood on the 7th floor of the shopping mall, gazing out the window. Outside, the typhoon and heavy rain continued to violently batter the entire city. The sky was dark and the city seemed to be shrouded in a gray mist. Due to the low-lying terrain of the city center, all shops and residences on the first floor were submerged in water. The streets were devoid of people, as if the entire city had been swallowed by the typhoon and heavy rain. With the power out, the entire city fell into darkness, losing its former prosperity and vitality. Outside, only the sounds of the wind and rain intertwined into a lonely symphony. She felt as though she had been abandoned by the world. Abandoned? Nonsense. She slapped her head, dismissing those ridiculous sentiments. From the space, she took out some steamed buns and a bowl of millet porridge, quickly having breakfast. She didn't gather supplies on the 7th floor, but went directly to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was a parking lot, but there were hardly any cars parked now. Before the typhoon, people must have driven away. The area was open with good air circulation and not humid. Li Bing released some bottled water, rice, soybeans, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, lemons, onions, sweet potatoes, and potatoes from the space, all of which were durable and not prone to spoilage. Especially the lemons. In the apocalypse, they were not only a precious fruit easy to store, but also provided the vitamin C needed by people and could even be used to combat septicemia. Li Bing refused to be a saint. She just believed that there was strength in numbers. The more humans survived, the greater the hope of getting through the apocalypse. Her intention in placing supplies on the 8th floor was not only to hope for more people to survive, increasing the chances of overcoming the apocalypse, but also because she felt a sense of guilt. After all, these were all obtained through zero-cost purchases. She had always been law-abiding, never stolen even a penny. Now emptying a shopping mall weighed heavily on her heart. When she ate meat, she always left some soup for others. This was the city center of the corridor city. If people ventured out to find supplies, this would be their first choice. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 126 lives, you have gained 126 points of merit. A mechanical voice echoed in Li Bing's mind. Who is speaking? She asked in surprise. Who are you? Show yourself. Unfortunately, no one answered. What was that voice? Was it the system? System, is that you? Show yourself. But still there was no response. Wait, the system should be able to communicate. Could it be the voice from the space? Her consciousness penetrated the space, and she noticed that besides the original timer there was another line of text on the display at the villa's front door. Available time today, 1 hour 47 minutes 19 seconds, merit 126 points. To the right of the second line of text there was an arrow. Upon clicking, it displayed a merit redemption details. 1 hour of space usage, 100 merit points. The second redemption box was grayed out as it had not yet been unlocked. She tried clicking the redemption box. 1 hour of space usage, 100 merit points. Then she noticed another line of text appear on the display. Available time today, 1 hour 47 minutes 16 seconds, permanent accumulative time 1 hour 0 minutes 0 seconds, merit 26. Here the merit used for redeeming space-time could actually accumulate. Li Bing wanted to laugh heartily, but held back. One must be Loki. If she accumulated more merit, could she eventually stay in the space forever without needing to come out? However, this operation of the space seemed to be using merit to pressure her into being a saint. In her past lives, she had suffered bullying and torment, and no one had come to save her. Now she was being forced to save others. Was this trying to PUA her? She was unwilling. Helping others with her supplies voluntarily was one thing, and being pressured by merit to give them out was another. Damn it. Li Bing cursed inwardly. But there was no time for sentimentality. She needed to head to the new city building across the street to continue stockpiling supplies. According to the news she had seen in her past life, that building had evacuated all trapped personnel this morning. Li Bing arrived at the second floor of the mall where the water had already reached her ankles. She put on her diving suit and entered the water. It was really cold. There were too many obstacles in the water, including furniture, branches, bags, clothes, bicycles, and trash. The typhoon was fierce and the water flow was rapid. She carefully avoided these obstacles. After great effort, she finally reached the new city building next to the shopping mall. Time was tight. The rain had already flooded the second floor, and some items were beginning to float. The second and third floors were primarily tech companies, and Li Bing collected all the computers and servers into the space. The fourth floor housed a pharmaceutical company, and Li Bing emptied it out, leaving no corner unsearched. There was a vaccine company, and she took the cold storage along with it. The fifth and sixth floors were decoration companies. Seeing furniture and decor that she liked, Li Bing stored them in the space. She also collected blackout curtains, various types of wood cabinet panels, insulation materials, heat-resistant materials, soundproofing materials, tiles, wooden floors, faucets, shower heads, and gas stoves, all into the space. The seventh floor had several security companies. Li Bing spent a long time prying open the door, eventually breaking it open with a fire axe. She packed and collected knives, chains, walkie-talkies, bulletproof vests, slingshots, military field rations, and compressed biscuits, all of it. Surprisingly, she even found equipment for extreme sports like parachuting, rock climbing, diving, and floating. It seemed that security work wasn't easy. Without hesitation, she stored everything in the space. Li Bing discovered a wall full of firearms in the boss office, which was notoriously difficult to break into. Various handguns, submachine guns, and grenades made her heart race. However, after trying for a long time, she could not unlock the door. The gun display case was made of bulletproof glass firmly embedded in the wall, and she couldn't store it in her space. Sigh. Li Bing lamented. Resigned, she picked up a large hammer she had collected from a renovation company. She began to smash the wall. It took her 2 full hours to break down the entire wall. Afterward, she stored the display case along with the wall into her space. Exhausted, she retrieved some well water from her space, took a few sips, and after resting for a moment, ate a few rice balls before feeling a bit of strength return. The boss's desk was nice, made of solid wood, and should be quite fire-resistant as she stored it. The boss safe was also impressive heavy and made of considerable metal as she stored that too. The boss bedroom was appealing with many suits and shirts in the wardrobe. Though unnecessary, they looked nice. She stored them. The 8th floor housed a fishing gear company with fishing nets, partition nets, plastic grid nets, fishing tools, fishing rods, fish food, disinfectants, umbrellas, and more. She stored them. She found 5 diesel-powered speedboats and stored them. The 9th floor was a live streaming company. Talent hosts and internet celebrities were incubated there, but Li Bing had no interest and skipped it. On the 10th floor, Li Bing compared the height to the neighboring shopping center, finding it level with the 7th floor of the mall. She felt that floods wouldn't reach here. The 10th floor was filled with live selling stores, and she browsed each one. The first store sold cosmetics, which she had enough of and skipped. The second store had women's clothing and accessories, which she also skipped. The third store had snacks, and she stored everything. The fourth store offered pots and tableware, which she did not need, so she skipped it. The fifth store had frozen seafood. The freezer had lost power at dawn and hadn't softened much. There were Australian lobsters, red shrimp, king crabs, oysters, ribbon fish, and more, all stored in her space. The sixth store had various frozen steaks, pork chops, chicken fillets, sausages, meatballs, shrimp balls, and chicken nuggets, all stored as well. The seventh store had frozen pancakes, scallion pancakes, fried dough sticks, and buns, all stored in her space. The eighth store sold cold chain desserts. Frozen durian, millefeuille strawberry, millefeuille macarons, taro cake, chocolate cake, strawberry cake, yogurt mousse, and fresh cream were all stored in her space. The ninth store had various ice creams. Strawberry ice cream, chocolate ice cream, mango ice cream, and fresh cream, along with some fancy ice creams that Li Bing had never bought before due to their prices, were all stored without melting. The next few stores sold jade, all counterfeit, and since her space showed no reaction, Li Bing didn't bother to break in. From the 11th to the 18th floor there were ordinary offices. The materials inside were too scattered. Li Bing chose not to enter, deciding to leave it for future survivors. The 19th floor was an open-air garden restaurant. Its operating hours were from 11:00 a.m. to 2:00 p.m. and from 5:00 p.m. to 1:00 p.m. It had been forcibly shut down before yesterday's opening time. Thus, all the ingredients were stored in the freezer and refrigerator. The power had only been cut early this morning, so all the ingredients were still relatively fresh. After selecting long-lasting vegetables, fruit seasonings, and vacuum-sealed ingredients to set aside, she stored all the remaining supplies in her space. As for kitchen supplies, she had plenty of various utensils, knives, tableware, and gas tanks in her space, so she didn't take any. Before leaving, Li Bing placed some sweet potatoes and potatoes around the restaurant. These two crops were grown in the black soil of her space, yielding plentifully and regenerating. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 80 lives, earning 80 points of merit. The 20th floor was a gym. Li Bing selected suitable exercise equipment like treadmills, spinning bikes, dumbbells, and barbells, storing some. The 21st floor was an archery range. Li Bing stored several fixed and moving targets along with a few sets of bows and arrows before leaving. The 22nd floor was a high-end restaurant. It was said that the ingredients here were air freight from abroad, featuring various rare caviar, oysters, sea cucumbers, abalone, and Australian lobsters. The average cost was over 1,000 yuan per person. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Bing was greeted by 3 enormous freezers. Upon opening one, she found a dazzling array of ingredients inside. Various precious ingredients gleamed with a cold light, all rare foods she had never eaten before. Since the power outage had only been recent, they had not melted much, so she stored the freezer along with its contents. The 23rd floor had several upscale beauty salons. Li Bing had no interest in beauty treatments and passed them by. The 24th floor had 3 tea houses. Situated at a high elevation, the items wouldn't be damaged. Li Bing did not touch the tea leaves or any wooden tables and chairs, leaving them for future survivors. Li Bing was particularly fond of the traditional Chinese paintings on the tea house owner's office wall, the tea set on the table, and the tea pets, and she stored them all into her space. From the 20th to the 28th floor was the largest hotel in the city, where Li Bing had stayed on July 2nd. She recalled that the mattress and bedding in the hotel suite were truly comfortable. She felt a hint of nostalgia. Li Bing went directly to the top floor, the 20th floor, and walked to the suite she had stayed in last time. She pried open the door lock and stored the entire bed into her space. Li Bing moved to the adjacent suite, pried open the door, and discovered signs of previous occupancy. A few men's suits were still on the sofa, and there were men's leather shoes on the floor, likely left behind in a hurry. The occupant here must have been a domineering CEO. Li Bing didn't want to invade someone else's privacy. She turned to leave, but the space began to act up again. Following the space's guidance, she came to the safe in the master bedroom. To her surprise, the safe was wide open. Such carelessness for a CEO. Inside were gold bricks, each marked with the words 1 kilogram. Glistening gold, there were a total of 20 bricks. What normal person would take 40 pounds of gold when leaving? The space urged her on. Wait a moment. Li Bing replied sternly. She knew this act of theft was wrong, but she couldn't resist. To ease her conscience, Li Bing took the gold out of the safe, filled it with compressed biscuits, and closed the door. She also placed 2 boxes of mineral water, 1 box of milk, and 1 box of instant noodles next to the safe. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 1 life, earning 1 point of merit. So would the CEO return. However, the CEO could really eat. 50 pounds of compressed biscuits would be consumed by him alone. Drawing from her previous experience, Li Bing retrieved meals and drinks from her space and took out a watermelon knife. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a backpack from her space, placing 2 thermoses inside, one filled with hot ginger tea, the other with well water, and added some compressed biscuits and snacks. In the future, she would always carry this backpack whenever she went out, making it convenient to retrieve items from her space. After locking the room, she inserted the chain lock before tossing the gold bricks into her space. Li Bing watched the raging storm outside, slowly eating her meal while contemplating her next destination. Even after finishing her meal, the space remained restless. Li Bing didn't want to waste time. She grabbed the backpack and watermelon knife from the sofa and exited the suite. Before leaving, she barricaded the room with the sofa from the inside. In a new room, Li Bing continued to pry locks. Suddenly, she heard the door open from the inside. Li Bing heard the sound of the door lock opening and sighed inwardly at her own carelessness. How could there be someone? Hadn't everyone evacuated already? Before her stood a beautiful lady with long waves of hair, luscious red lips, and elegantly drawn eyeliner. Even though the hotel had lost power, she still wore exquisite makeup. Clad in a form-fitting blue spaghetti strap dress and silver high heels, she asked, "Why didn't you notify me when you evacuated in the middle of the night?" Li Bing was speechless. Before she could fully observe the woman, the beauty had already started rambling. "Finally, I see a living person." Since yesterday afternoon when the hotel sent up a meal, now there was no one to be seen. Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? I want hot water, bring it to me. Li Bing replied. I'm not a hotel employee, she explained before turning to leave. Who are you trying to fool? I just knocked on an entire hotel of rooms and there was no one. Quick, bring me a cup of hot water. She did not want to respond and continued walking. Seeing her indifference, the woman hurriedly chased after her. The woman was wearing 10-centimeter stiletto heels and was surprisingly fast. Li Bing took out a watermelon knife from her backpack and stopped in her tracks. The beauty quickly halted, her stunning face nearly colliding with the blade. Hey, why are you like this? It's just not. Li Bing continued to look at her, devoid of any emotion. The beauty felt a bit intimidated. She had never encountered such a gaze. That was the expression of someone who could kill. I'm sorry, the woman pleaded sweetly. I just want hot water. The lower floors are completely flooded. I called the police earlier, but it was futile. They said rescue operations are tight. I woke up this morning without seeing a single person. The front desk is unattended and I can't even get hot water for instant noodles. I overslept. Why didn't you wake me when you evacuated this morning? Li Bing replied. She didn't want to waste time here and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I'm Jiangqing. Do you know where to find people? Can you help me buy some food? I'll pay you double. Li Bing flicked the knife and Jiangqing retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach. How about 10 times? I'm so hungry and scared. Woo-woo. Saying this, the beauty actually started to cry, her previous arrogance fading. Li Bing rubbed her forehead, initially considering giving her a stab if she continued to pester. Her knife was sharp but had yet to taste blood. This building is high and secure. Don't run around. There are supplies downstairs that you should collect some and stock up. After speaking, Li Bing turned to leave, ignoring Jiangqing's persistent calls from behind. Ding dong, you have directly saved 1 life, earning 2 points of merit. A familiar voice echoed from the space. It turned out that saving someone could also increase merit. But why was it 2 points of merit this time? It seemed that simply meeting someone meant a direct rescue with rewards doubled. In Li Bing's view, Jiangqing was not in any life-threatening danger. Just reminding her had earned her 2 points of merit for free. What Li Bing did not know was that in previous lives, Jiangqing had chosen to swim out for help whenever she could not withstand loneliness and waiting only to drown in the water. However, Li Bing felt that she had been too careless just now. If the one who had opened the door had ill intentions, she might have already been dead. A month of safety had made her lax. Once she returned to her small apartment, she would definitely exercise daily, learn self-defense, and practice with firearms. Li Bing noticed that the space had calmed down. This time it was resolved quickly. Above the space, a 3-dimensional virtual image had appeared, allowing her to view the outside scenery at any time without needing to stick her head out. The small creek could now be called a small river with a width of about 2 meters, and a small stone bridge had been added above it. Other changes were minimal and Li Bing had no time to examine them closely. There were many things to do. Before leaving the building, she selected several hidden spots on the 12th to 24th floors to discreetly stash away 1000 gene of sweet potatoes and potatoes. There were no supplies in the hotel, and since Jiangqing was still there, Li Bing did not dare to take risks for fear that her space would be discovered. These 2 types of food could be stored for a long time and were filling. Once cooked, they were convenient to eat, and Li Bing earned an additional 327 points of merit. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Bing returned to the 3rd floor. Due to the typhoon, it was already completely dark outside. By this time, the ground on the 3rd floor had begun to seep water. Li Bing found a floor-to-ceiling window, smashed it, put on a life jacket, and released a speedboat heading towards the city's largest outdoor equipment store. The rain continued to pour down. As she drove the speedboat, Li Bing used a basin to pour out the rainwater accumulating inside. The water was rising too quickly. Speed was barely improving. In this dreadful weather, there were almost no people on the water. Li Bing drove through the rain for 40 minutes before finally arriving at the outdoor equipment store. This store was situated on relatively high ground with only the 1st floor submerged. The 1st floor mainly displayed vehicles, small, medium, and large RVs, as well as trailers and rooftop tents. Li Bing went to the 2nd floor, collecting half of the camping tents, regular sleeping bags, mummy sleeping bags, charcoal grills, camping vehicles, camping lights, glow sticks, bicycles, mountain bikes, quick-dry sportswear, running shoes, hiking boots, and backpacks. On the 3rd floor, she gathered half of the wingsuits, paragliders, sailboats, steel frame sleds, and surfboards. She also took 1 kayak. 1 speedboat was taken. Li Bing collected enough for her own use. There was no need to cut off others' paths. Outside rescue operations had already begun, and she believed rescue personnel would also need these supplies. Li Bing always believed that the more humans survive, the greater the hope of overcoming the apocalypse. The fourth floor was the warehouse of this outdoor equipment store. Inside were large quantities of anthracite gasoline engine oil and diesel. Li Bing collected half of them. After gathering these, she took out a boxed meal, a chicken leg, and a cup of milk tea from her space and started to eat. She looked out the window. The typhoon was no longer as violent as before. However, the torrential rain continued ceaselessly pouring down like a gigantic basin spilling over the earth. Li Bing donned her raincoat, driving the speedboat towards the flour mill on the outskirts. This was the flour mill where Li Bing had previously purchased flour, located on higher ground. The water level was about 3 meters deep. Li Bing submerged herself and pried open the warehouse's large door. She divided the flour in the warehouse into 2 dry flour and water-soaked flour, storing them in her space, then went to the factory to also store the assembly line. Afterward, she headed to the nearby wholesale market for agricultural and sideline products. Li Bing had been to this market before the apocalypse, spending tens of thousands here, so she remembered the location of each shop vividly. She collected whatever was usable from the wholesale shops for drinking water, grains and oils, high-proof sell, brewed liquor, snack supplies, frozen goods, vegetable shops, fruit stores, whole grain shops, oil shops, and hot pot supplies, storing them all in her space. Some items had already floated to the surface, such as lightweight vacuum packaged products. Li Bing did not give up and used a fishnet to scoop them up. After collecting everything from the wholesale market, Li Bing stopped to take a break. She drank a cup of ginger tea and had a bowl of sweet rice balls and a bowl of hot and sour noodles before heading towards a storage area. The storage area was very close to the agricultural products wholesale market, and it took Li Bing only a few minutes to arrive by speedboat. Before the apocalypse, when Li Bing rented a warehouse here, she discovered that there were 20 or so warehouses nearby, each about 400 square meters in size. At that time, Li Bing had no particular thoughts, but now due to merit she was here. Li Bing pried open the warehouses one by one and found that 15 of them were filled with goods. The first warehouse was a rice storage facility. It was filled to the brim with neatly arranged rice, approximately 5 meters high. Similar to flour, it was separated into dry and wet and stored accordingly. The second warehouse was likely owned by the same person as the first one. It was completely filled with dry corn kernels, presumably for feeding livestock, quite hard, and estimated to weigh several hundred tons, also separated into dry and wet before being stored. The third warehouse was a pig feed warehouse. I previously misspoke. The second and third warehouses belonged to the same owner. In the apocalypse, pig feed boiled with water could also be eaten and was considered quite tasty. Similarly, everything was separated into dry and wet and stored. The fourth warehouse was filled with second-hand clothing. Inside were jeans, down jackets, vests, cotton coats, school uniforms, etc. A wide variety, and Li Bing guessed they were likely destined for Africa. The fifth warehouse was a beverage warehouse. It was completely filled with cola, Sprite, Fanta, and more, all of which Li Bing stored. The sixth warehouse was an electric bike warehouse. Most of the bikes had been waterlogged, but a few lucky ones were placed on top of a truck and were stored by Li Bing. The seventh warehouse contained various plastic products. Plastic basins, plastic barrels, plastic bathtubs, laundry basins, etc. were all stored. The eighth warehouse held student desks and chairs. These could be used for post-disaster reconstruction, allowing children to attend school. At the very least, they could be chopped for firewood during extreme cold, all of which were stored. The ninth warehouse was a mobile board house warehouse. It contained the commonly seen blue and white mobile houses found on construction sites, all of which Li Bing stored. The 10th warehouse was filled with various fabrics. Pure cotton fabric, polyester fabric, cashmere fabric, wool fabric, down fabric, and fleece fabric, among others. After separating the dry and wet, everything was stored. The 11th warehouse contained various small appliances. All of them had been waterlogged and were unusable, so Li Bing did not collect them. The 12th warehouse was filled with cheap dog food. It was that kind of toxic dog food that sells for 3 yuan a pound online, without even individual packaging. After much thought, Li Bing collected the parts that hadn't been waterlogged. In the apocalypse, Li Bing had eaten dirt, tree bark, and even belts. She believed this toxic dog food should taste better than a belt. The 13th warehouse contained various stationery supplies which Li Bing selected and stored. Some soccer and basketballs were floating on the water surface, which Li Bing scooped up with a fishing net and stored. The 14th warehouse contained various lighting fixtures. Li Bing selected a few floor lamps and table lamps and stored them. The 15th warehouse contained various wooden furniture, all of which were stored. During extreme cold, these could be chopped for firewood. Next to the storage area was a logistics park. Li Bing arrived at the logistics park, which was completely submerged with only the rooftops of the logistics vehicles visible. She didn't have time to inspect what was loaded in each vehicle and directly stored them, stacking them one after another. It was then she realized that there was no height limit in her space. This meant that as long as the items could be stacked, she could collect even more supplies. How foolish she had been not to realize this before. After storing over 100 logistics vehicles, Li Bing felt both hungry and tired. However, she didn't dare to linger, as she had to return to her small apartment before dawn. Li Bing drove the speedboat towards the direction of her small apartment. While eating a rice ball, she kept a lookout for anything in the water, fearing a collision. Suddenly, she saw a massive object. The thing collided with her Hedon, and the current was too swift for Li Bing to dodge in time. In the instant of impact, her left hand gripped the speedboat while her right hand touched the massive object, and she quickly ducked into her space. It turned out to be an empty shipping container, likely drifted here by the typhoon. She would toss the container onto the pile of steel and deal with it later. Li Bing exited her space after driving the speedboat for nearly an hour and arrived near her apartment. She first stored the speedboat, switched to a cheap kayak purchased online for 199 yuan with free shipping, and took out a backpack from her space. Li Bing arrived in front of the apartment building where the rainwater had already flooded up to her ankles on the second floor. At 5 in the morning, due to the typhoon and rain, everything was still shrouded in darkness. Li Bing deliberately chose to return in the darkness, as she did not want to encounter anyone. She stored the kayak, took off her shoes, and slowly climbed to the 12th floor. The stairwell was completely empty, and the entire building was eerily quiet, with only the sound of rain from outside. Li Bing opened 2 doors and returned to her small apartment room 1201. It's so good to be back. She set down her backpack and kayak, stepped into her space, and walked in front of the villa monitor. Li Bing glanced at her watch. It was already 11:55 p.m. Today's usable time 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds, permanent cumulative time 0 hours 43 minutes 13 seconds, merit 497. Since she could use merit to exchange for time, Li Bing felt an increased sense of security. She then clicked on merit exchange details: 1 hour of space usage, 100 merit points, 1 box of water purification tablets, 200 merit points, 1 box of antipyretics, 300 merit points. The subsequent exchange options were grayed, outlocked for future access. Li Bing took a shower in her space, casually ate 2 rice balls, and drank a bowl of ginger tea to ward off the cold. She was extremely tired today, so Li Bing did not plan to tidy up her space. She returned to her bedroom and fell asleep instantly upon touching the bed. That night, Li Bing slept soundly until dawn. It had been far too long since she had experienced such restful sleep. Since her rebirth a month ago, Li Bing had been struggling in nightmares almost every day. There were threats from Wang Hondong, betrayal from her parents, and various terrifying scenarios of the apocalypse. But on this night, Li Bing set aside all her nightmares, breathing quietly and enjoying this tranquil. It was as if she was recovering her power in her dreams, filled with new determination and courage to face the future challenges of the apocalypse. Li Bing opened her eyes, and the familiar ceiling of her rented apartment came into view. This time, however, she felt no panic. She knew today was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. She was determined to change her fate and survive the apocalypse in this lifetime. When Li Bing woke up, it was already noon. There were several missed calls from her family on her phone, along with WeChat messages from them. With such heavy rain, your brother's car shouldn't be waterlogged, right? From her mother. Sister, do you know where my car is parked now? From her brother. Li Bing couldn't help but laugh. This family was still worrying about the car. Shouldn't they be more concerned about whether there were enough supplies to last a few days? Li Bing sneered, too lazy to respond, and directly blocked all her family's contact information. Transportation was paralyzed now, and they wouldn't be able to find her here. The 4th floor housed a pharmaceutical company, and Li Bing emptied it out, leaving no corner unsearched. There was a vaccine company, and the clouds in the sky resembled an endless reservoir, continuously unleashing a mighty torrent, making one wonder if the entire Pacific Ocean had been poured down. Li Bing looked out the window, where a rescue team was braving the storm to evacuate trapped individuals to a temporary shelter. She spotted her familiar neighbor from the 2nd floor. It was a young couple arguing with the rescuers while cradling a gray teddy dog in their arms. The rescue team explained through a loudspeaker that their mission was to rescue people and did not include pets or any furniture and appliances due to limited resources at the shelter, urging their cooperation. The young couple was speaking excitedly, but with the rain pouring down, she could not hear them. Even if they took it with them, what would happen? It would just be eaten in a few days. In the 2nd year of the apocalypse, there were already instances of people resorting to cannibalism, not to mention a defenseless dog. The little gray teddy had even been affectionate with the sun, and Li Bing recognized it immediately because it was wearing a little dress. A noble little princess could never marry many instances of people resorting to cannibalism, not to mention a defenseless dog. In fact, Li Bing agreed. She just hoped that this noble little princess could live a little longer. The name of the community where Li Bing lived was Li Shui Apartment. There were a total of 15 apartment buildings, each with only 1 unit and 2 staircases with 8 households. It would take several hours to evacuate all the residents below the 2nd floor. Some residents on the 3rd floor, fearing the flood would continue to rise, also wanted to evacuate to the temporary shelter. However, due to limited rescue resources, priority was given to the trapped individuals, and the 3rd floor residents had to wait for arrangements. Li Bing opened the community group chat, greeted by the familiar sight of 99 messages. Why are the 3rd floor residents in such a hurry? It definitely won't flood, or the water will recede soon. Came a message from user Ru Ming Chu Xing. My home is on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor is only half flooded, and I don't plan to go to the shelter. But who piled furniture at my doorstep? How am I supposed to get out? Asked user Singa. People have flooded homes. Showing a bit of kindness by placing furniture at your door would be appreciated. User Langshur Dega responded, would you be kind enough to place it at your own door? User Singa replied, sure, I live on the 6th floor, very safe. Not only furniture, but any beautiful lady who wants to move in can take my living room. Why does it feel like everyone is so worked up? Isn't it nice to have a day off work? User Xiao Xingxing commented, you're single, a one person can eat their fill, and the family won't starve. I still have to pay my mortgage. I feel offended, but I have no evidence. User Xiao Xingxing lamented, oh, it really hurts. I'm crying. Everyone stop arguing. Once the rain stops, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. My family's barbecue is quite good. User Air Jia Xiao Kao Dian said, feeling too lazy to read further, Li Bing exited the group chat. She casually ate a little something and began organizing her small apartment. First, she covered the entire apartment with foam mats to muffle her footsteps from the downstairs. She replaced all the curtains with blackout ones, ensuring that no light seeped into the room. Later, even if Li Bing was warming herself in the room, nothing would be visible from the opposite side. All walls, including the bathroom and kitchen, were first lined with insulation material, followed by soundproofing material. This not only provided sound insulation, but also kept the warmth during extreme cold and heat. In the bathroom, she sealed the toilet with cement and poured in cat litter. Afterwards, she placed a dedicated litter box for the son in the bathroom. The physiological needs of both her and her dog were met, and Li Bing was very satisfied. All the screens were replaced with double-layered fine mesh. In a few days, if the flood reached the 8th floor, mosquitoes would fly up with the water. She added a curtain between the 1st and 2nd doors. This way, others at the front door would not see anything in the living room, nor would they see the added 2nd door. All items in the bedroom were stored away by Li Bing, replaced with a hotel-sized bed. It was a bit cramped, but that was okay. This bed was incredibly comfortable. On the balcony, Li Bing placed a row of pots for planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. The living room was cleared out except for a single sofa, a small table, a floor lamp, and the son's dog bed. Li Bing moved around and felt it was spacious, suitable for exercise. She bounced a little, then dug out a large carpet from her space and laid it down in the center of the living room. Now it was absolutely soundproof. Just as she finished laying the carpet, she heard a knock at the door. Li Bing knew it was someone from the neighborhood committee coming to register resident information. The government would distribute relief supplies based on this list later on. In her first life, she had already gone through this once. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned to the small apartment so early. She would have stayed outside for a few more days to gather more supplies. However, if there was no one at home today, then coming back later would be too conspicuous. In a few days, a building leader would be chosen who would have control over this list. At that time, she would definitely be suspected by others of hoarding supplies. After sending off the neighborhood committee people, it was already 4 p.m. Li Bing let the sun out. The little thing joyfully ran around the living room a few times before jumping around in its dog bed, clearly very happy. Watching the son so happy made Li Bing feel joyful as well. Since she was happy, it was time to celebrate. She took out a serving of spicy crayfish, a portion of sweet and sour ribs, a serving of mushroom and greens, a bowl of hot and sour noodles, and a bottle of soda from her space. She filled the son's food bowl with dog food and added a salt-free chicken leg. The first sip of soda was the best. Li Bing let out a satisfied sigh. Son, cheers. Hey, race to us surviving the apocalypse. She found a variety show to watch while slowly eating. The son was already full, playing with its toys in the dog bed. By the time she finished her meal, it was past 6 in the evening. Feeling a bit stuffed, Li Bing nestled into the sofa and didn't want to move. She took out her notebook and curled up on the sofa, organized her space with her mind. She categorized things into eating, wearing, living, traveling, medicine, weapons, and others, placing them in different areas, and then registered them in her supply notebook. By around 8 p.m., she put down her pen. Today she could only do a rough sort due to the time constraints. Exercising was urgent. When she had time later, she would meticulously go through the supplies again. Li Bing heard more commotion downstairs. It turned out that the rescue team was braving the rain to evacuate the residents of the third floor. It seemed that the third floor could not hold out any longer. Li Bing ignored the chaos outside and continued to train her body. She took out a watermelon knife and practiced swinging it. Other combat techniques and close quarters tactics cannot be mastered in just a day or two. Li Bing said shh. She hurriedly covered the sun's mouth. Sun, mommy is just exercising, not trying to harm you. It's to protect you. Li Bing said shh. She hurriedly covered the sun's mouth. Sun, mommy is just exercising, not trying to harm you. It's to protect you so you won't be taken by others and turned into dog meat. The sun seemed to understand, and its clear, silly big eyes appeared to have gained a hint of wisdom. So in the future, try not to bark so loudly. If others hear, they will be jealous of us and come to trouble us, and they might take you and turn you into dog meat. Li Bing spoke softly. The sun nodded and let out a soft bark. Woof. It was almost silent. Sun, you are so smart. Li Bing was pleasantly surprised by the dog's intelligence. She opened the community group chat and found that no one was discussing the dog. It seemed the soundproofing at home was excellent. Li Bing had considered keeping the sun in the space breeding shed. However, that would be too cruel as she couldn't stay in the space 247 and the sun would be too lonely. Humans can look at their phones, read books, and play games, enjoying many diversions. However, dogs only have eyes for their owners. Another reason is for their own safety. Although raising a dog in the apocalypse is too conspicuous, the sun is clever and alert. As long as it is trained properly and cooperates well together, they will be much stronger than if she fought alone. In fact, Li Bing was overthinking today. It was already the third day of the apocalypse. Although the community had lost power, gas and water were still available and every household had stored food, so eating was not an issue. Communication was still functioning. Rescue efforts had already begun outside and the public did not feel anxious or afraid, which was due to their trust in the government. In the Li Shui apartment, most residents were young people. They had no shortage of food and drink, and with their power banks still charged, they were just thinking about not having to work, unaware of the apocalypse's arrival, and they were not interested in anyone else's dog. Li Bing swung the knife 100 times and her arms were so tired that she could hardly lift them. Still, she was too weak. She took a sip of space spring water and continued swinging the knife. Thus Li Bing repeated the process and had already swung the knife 400 times. She wanted to use space spring water to push her limits. However, for Li Bing at this moment, earning merit was more important than stockpiling supplies. She needed to use merit to exchange for permanent. Some might say that the supplies Li Bing had stocked in her space were enough to last a lifetime. She wouldn't even finish what she had from the large underground supermarket and didn't need to work so hard as she could just relax. However, for Li Bing at this moment, earning merit was more important than stockpiling supplies. She needed to use merit to exchange for permanent cumulative time in her space. So, what if she was being manipulated by the space? What if she was forced to be a saint? She truly needed the time in the space. She didn't know what disasters lay ahead, so she could only hoard as much permanent cumulative time as possible. What if the entire Earth were consumed by the apocalypse in the future? Even if she had many supplies in the space, it would be useless. Just relying on supplies would not help her survive the apocalypse. At 10:30 p.m. the community was incredibly quiet. Only the sound of the relentless rain was particularly pronounced in the darkness. Li Bing put the sun into the space breeding shed, donned a black tracksuit, put on a baseball cap and mask, shouldered her backpack, and took the 199 yuan shipping kayak down the stairs. At this time, the rainwater had already risen to knee height on the third floor. Since the residents of the second and third floors had moved to temporary shelters, there was no one in the hallway. She quickly boarded the kayak and paddled out of the community. After exiting the community, she found a secluded spot, stored the kayak in her space, switched to a speedboat, and headed toward her destination. Li Bing arrived at a nearby commercial street. This commercial street was only 3 stories high, and now the flood had reached the rooftops. She put on her diving suit and submerged into the water. The first stop was a hardware store. This was her first time prying open a door underwater, and it took some time. This store had the nail gun and nails that Li Bing wanted the most. The range was 5 meters, suitable for close combat. The closer the distance, the stronger the power. Firearms are too conspicuous, especially in the first 3 years of the apocalypse when they were still controlled weapons. A nail gun, however, was sufficient to deal with common petty criminals. Especially on the water, if she encountered a thug piercing his kayak or speedboat would be a one-time solution. If some fool insisted on provoking her, Li Bing wouldn't mind sending out a nail. After collecting everything from the hardware store, she went to the door and window shop next door. Various sizes of doors, locks, password locks, foam glue, nails, expansion screws, and pliers were all stored in her space. Various sizes of glass windows and screens were also stored in her space. These items would facilitate Li Bing's renovations or house construction. The third shop was a 2-yuan store. Although the prices were cheap and the quality poor, many small items inside were quite useful. After all, in the apocalypse, productivity cannot keep up. Even a needle is a non-renewable resource. Since the space opened the merit exchange function, Li Bing now sees everything as good and wishes she could store everything in her space. Saving one more person and accumulating more merit could earn her more survival capital. The 2-yuan store had many light items, most of which were floating in the water. Li Bing used a fishing net to scoop them up and place them in a large plastic basin. When it was full, she stored it in her space. Li Bing drank a few sips of ginger tea and continued to dive into the water. The fourth shop was a large pet store. All pet food, including dog food, cat food, hamster food, freeze-dried food, and edible pet snacks, were stored in her space, totaling approximately tens of thousands of pounds. Many people do not realize that dog food and cat food are actually high-end food for humans in the apocalypse. They are durable, filling, and nutritionally balanced. The pet food on the first floor was in vacuum-sealed small packages, while the second floor had large bags of 100 pounds. Li Bing didn't need to use a fishing net to scoop them up bit by bit, saving a lot of time. The third floor housed various pets which had been locked in cages and were already submerged, making no sound. Li Bing turned to go to the next store. The fifth shop was a 24-hour convenience store, and everything was stored in her space. She usually thought that the prices at this supermarket were a bit high, claiming to be a white-collar supermarket. The elderly folks would never come in. A small bag of vegetables cost over 10 yuan. Today, Li Bing felt that the supermarket owner was quite nice, as most items were vacuum-packed, including those small vegetables. The sixth shop was a pharmacy. Although it had been submerged, there should still be many medicines that could be used. Li Bing used the fishing net to scoop them up little by little, storing them all in her space. The seventh shop was a grain store. Although it had been soaked, who would care in the apocalypse? Li Bing did not plan to eat it herself. She would place it in an open area to earn merit. Red beans, green beans, black beans, millet, peanuts, glutinous rice, red dates, etc. were well packaged for easier storage in her space. Those loose and unpackaged grains were floating in the water. Li Bing could only use the fishing net to scoop them up little by little, storing them all in her space. The eighth shop was a fruit store. Li Bing found that most of the fruits had spoiled. She only scooped up some individually packaged lemons before leaving. The ninth shop was a dry cleaning store. Li Bing was not interested, but guided by her space, arrived at the office on the third floor of the dry cleaning store. There was a safe, and she was too lazy to pry it open, so she directly stored it in her space. The 10th shop was an eyewear store. Fortunately, the frames and lenses were all in the counter, so Li Bing didn't need to scoop them up bit by bit. She stored both the counter and the items in her space. The optometry equipment was also stored in her space. It was heavy, but unfortunately it had been soaked. If it couldn't be repaired, many heavy metals could still be extracted. Li Bing then arrived at a chain snack store. The snacks here are all in small packages, sold at high prices, but they're delicious. She used a fishing net to scoop up the floating small packages one by one into a large basin, and then stored them in her space. Next was a vegetable shop, where the leafy greens had mostly rotted away. Li Bing managed to gather some potatoes, carrots, large radishes, winter melons, sweet potatoes, and other vegetables, storing them in her space. The water was extremely cold. She drank a few sips of ginger soup and had 2 steamed buns as a cushion before continuing into the water. Li Bing arrived at a well-known chain milk tea shop. She was about to give up, thinking the machine must be broken, and the milk tea ingredients were likely waterlogged and undrinkable. But as she looked at the dozen or so boxes of floating milk tea powder, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. You sell it for such a high price, yet you use milk tea powder. I'll take it. I'll also take the milk tea machine just in case it's useful. It was already 4 a.m., and Li Bing planned to call it a night, otherwise it would be dawn by the time she returned. She was about to give up, thinking the machine must be broken, and the milk tea ingredients were likely waterlogged and undrinkable. But as she looked at the dozen, she climbed to the 10th floor and released 2 boxes of fever-reducing medicine. Ding! Because you indirectly saved 5 lives, you gained 5 points of merit. There's hope. She then released an entire bag of soaked dog food weighing 100 gene. This one was not vacuum-packed and had become a bit scattered. Ding! Because you indirectly saved 13 lives, you gained 13 points of merit. She also released a small pile of items collected from a Tuan store still dripping with water. Ding! Because you indirectly saved 1 life, you gained 1 point of merit. Li Bing felt speechless. Not giving up, she released a few pieces of glass. Ding! Because you indirectly saved 3 lives, you gained 3 points of merit. It seemed that she should focus on collecting more food. Subsequently, Li Bing distributed all the food and medicine she found today on the commercial street, placing half in this building scattered from the 10th to the 18th floor. She gained a total of 962 points of merit. It was worth it. Li Bing then went to the other 2 buildings, releasing the potatoes and sweet potatoes she had grown in her space. She also released some mineral water, rice flour, soybeans, instant noodles, and more collected today. From these 2 buildings, she gained 2,760 points of merit. Tonight, she gained a total of 3,686 points of merit. Li Bing was very satisfied with the fruits of her labor today and turned to leave. On her way back to the community, she encountered a speedboat. It was neither a rescue team nor military personnel. The speedboat was filled with supplies, indicating that someone had already started to awaken. She took out her nail gun, ready at any moment, but thankfully that person did not approach. Li Bing took a slightly longer route back to the community. When she walked into her house, it was already 5:30 a.m. Due to the heavy rain, there was only a little light. She resolved to return earlier next time. Li Bing had soaked in the water all night and returned in the rain. Her body felt like an ice block, shivering from the cold. She quickly entered her space, took a hot shower, and drank a bowl of ginger tea before feeling revitalized. Li Bing arrived at the front gate of the villa and looked at the monitor. Today's available time 1 hour 21 minutes 13 seconds, permanent cumulative time 0 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds, merit 4219. She looked at the accumulated merit and calculated that if it were all exchanged for permanent cumulative time, it would be about 42 hours. Still too little. She then clicked on the merit exchange details: space usage time 1 hour. 100 points of merit water purification tablets, 1 box. 200 points of merit fever-reducing medicine, 1 box. 300 points of merit anti-inflammatory medicine, 1 box. 300 points of merit kayak, 500 points of merit speedboat, 1,000 points of merit. The subsequent exchange options were grayed out, awaiting unlocking. It seemed that this merit exchange details was based on the weather in the apocalypse. The safe she collected from the dry cleaning store was still thrown on the grass. The space also did not show any significant changes, only the area of black land had slightly increased and the river's width had expanded by half a meter. It seemed that as time progressed, upgrading the space became increasingly difficult. Li Bing gathered all the safes she had recently collected and placed them on a pile of steel, then walked beside the black land. She was now using her mind to plant in the space, which saved a lot of time. Although it sometimes overstrained her body, causing headaches, drinking water from the space well could alleviate it. She first collected the mature sweet potatoes and potatoes from the field and placed them in the empty area of her space. She also collected small greens, chicken feather, vegetables, green peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables, placing them in the kitchen of her space. Then she stored the fruits from her apple tree, grapevine, and pear tree on the shelf. Li Bing planned to reorganize the black land using branches to separate a 50 square meter planting area for the fruits and vegetables she often ate. The remaining area would be entirely used for planting sweet potatoes and potatoes. Due to the special properties of the black land in her space, the sweet potatoes and potatoes could be harvested in half a month. Later, a well appeared in the space. She discovered that watering the plants with diluted well water could further shorten the planting time. Perhaps this time she could harvest a batch of sweet potatoes and potatoes in less than half a month. Li Bing planned to exchange these sweet potatoes and potatoes for merit. After all, the resources collected during normal times are limited, and as time goes on, it becomes increasingly difficult to gather resources. These resources for a long time after the apocalypse would belong to non-renewable resources. She was reluctant to use them to earn merit. But sweet potatoes and potatoes were different to her space, could plant them indefinitely. Li Bing used her mind to plant half of the land, but her body couldn't take it anymore. She exited the space, planning to continue tomorrow. The room temperature was 32 degrees, but Li Bing did not turn on the air conditioner. The noise from the outdoor unit was too loud, and since she had soaked in water all night, it was better to keep warm. She was awakened by the sun and walked to the living room just in time to hear a knock on the door. She looked at her watch. It was 11 a.m. Outside the window the typhoon was gradually weakening, but the heavy rain was still pouring down like a bucket wildly washing the earth. When she opened the door it was Zhang Xingyan from room 1103 and some community staff. The purpose of their visit this time was to nominate a building leader. Li Bing took the form and, regardless of the two people's puzzled gazes, directly wrote down Zhang Xingyan's name. She recognized Zhang Xingyan because in her first life he was the building leader. Zhang Xingyan, a local man aged 37 standing 180 centimeters tall, was a retired soldier. He was upright and lived with his mother in room 1103 of this building. In the apocalypse, he led the residents of the building to search for supplies, acting fairly and justly, never bullying the weak. Other building leaders abused their power hoarding government relief supplies, but he would never do such a thing. In her first life, Zhang Xingyan had escorted Li Bing several times to collect supplies back to room 1201, otherwise she would not have survived the extreme cold. Zhang Xingyan believed that as a soldier it was his duty to protect the safety of the people. Therefore, he always adhered to his principles, leading by example, and won the trust and respect of everyone. Yet, such a good person was brutally killed on the fourth day of the extreme cold while protecting his neighbors. The neighbor he desperately protected, Julie, took advantage of the chaos to escape alone, even occupying his home, stealing all his supplies and forcing his mother out, leaving her to freeze to death. In this life, I hope Zhang Xingyan can survive. Li Bing stood at the entrance of her small apartment, smelling the rich aroma of cooked food, knowing that the residents in the building were preparing meals. Today marked the fourth day of the apocalypse, and for now gas and water were still being supplied normally. Unable to go outside and with the power out, everyone focused their energy on cooking. Daily people showcased their culinary skills in the group chat. She hoped that in a few days these people wouldn't become targets for others. According to the memories from her first life, the gas supply in the neighborhood would be cut off tonight. Li Bing planned to take advantage of mealtime, using the aroma from others cooking to prepare more food to store in her space. After all, she had collected a large amount of supplies in the past 2 days, but hadn't processed them yet. She went to the kitchen, took out steaks, chicken fillets, pork chops, and sausages from her storage, quickly thawed them, and fried them until cooked, placing them into her space while still hot. While frying the meat, she used another burner to cook a large pot of hot and sour soup. With the extreme cold approaching in 10 days, she needed to prepare in advance. She also took out flour and eggs, adding scallion salt and 5 spice powder to make 50 egg pancakes, which she also stored in her space while still warm. She ate while working, and by the time she finished she was full. It was already 2 p.m. and Li Bing decided to stop. At this hour she couldn't cook any more food, otherwise it would attract too much attention. Instead, she would slowly use the other ingredients in her kitchen space. After all, the 2 hours of daily training were not fully utilized and couldn't be accumulated. Li Bing took out a watermelon knife and continued her practice. Today's limit was set at 160 swings, and after taking a sip of water from her space, well, she kept swinging. After swinging the knife 600 times, she was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the sofa. Watching the son play with toys in its dog bed, she felt a pang of jealousy. "Sonny, why don't you run around the house?" For the past half a month the dog had been drinking water from the space well. Now it had grown to the height of Li Bing's knee, more than double what it was when she first found it. The living room was a bit small, and there wasn't enough space for the dog to run. Li Bing wanted to test whether Sunny could enter other areas of her space now. But the answer was still no. Sunny could only stay in the breeding shed, and in other areas the dog would immediately lose consciousness. There was no choice, she could only train Sunny in the small living room. She took a bone, threw it out, and instructed Sunny to fetch it back. "Hurry up. Faster." Sunny cooperated well, and after an hour of back and forth they were both panting. She entered her space, took a shower, changed into a fresh set of workout clothes, and lay down on the small sofa in the living room. Li Bing looked out the window. It was now 6 p.m. Usually the sky would still be bright at this time with even a hint of sunset. But now the sky was dark and the entire neighborhood seemed to be shrouded in a black cloth. Since she hadn't had a proper lunch and had done intense physical training in the afternoon, she was now hungry. Li Bing began to eat, having boiled fish, chocolate, green pepper, and egg rice, and osmanthus jelly accompanied by electronic pickled vegetables. Since she hadn't had a proper lunch and had done intense physical training in the afternoon, she was now hungry. Li Bing began to eat, having boiled fish, "My gas is off, I was just cooking," said user Heavy Rain. "Mine is off too," said user Wind. "My fish is halfway cooked, what do I do?" said user Sim Brother. "My ribs are halfway cooked, do they need the right timing?" said user Cutie. "This is terrible, no power and now no gas, how can we live?" said user Wang Ming. "What's going on? What's the reason?" asked user Flower of the City. Property management, please explain, said user Big Size Women's Clothing. Is it a pipe issue? When will it be fixed? Asked user Jinli. At this time, the property management sent a message to the group. Dear residents, due to the weather conditions, our gas pipeline has suffered damage, making emergency repairs quite. We sincerely apologize and hope you can prepare accordingly, as we expect the gas supply to be cut off for 5 to 10 days. We will do our best to expedite the repairs to restore gas supply as soon as possible. The group was filled with lamentations again. At this time, an owner shared a picture of their camping stove currently simmering lamb and cabbage. Rainy days are perfect for lamb, said user the one who achieves. Soon after, someone else shared a video of their hot pot using a charcoal basin and flaunted their coal inventory. Rainy days are even better with hot pot, said user Han Chiang. Someone in the group asked this brother where he lived, wanting to join for a meal, and the brother generously shared his address. Li Bing, what can I use to save you per Han Chiang? Another person suggested changing the group name to include their house number and names for easier communication. Many people agreed and began changing their group names one by one. Li Bing shook her head and exited the group chat. She continued to mentally plant sweet potatoes and potatoes in her space. After finishing these tasks, she practiced chopping wood with her mind in her space. She hadn't completed chopping one tree when she began to feel a headache. Quickly, she took a sip of water from her space, closed her eyes to rest and recuperate. Suddenly, Li Bing sat up straight. She remembered that the water supply would be cut off tomorrow morning. Because people would be asleep and unprepared, they wouldn't have enough stored water. Although there were floods outside, there were no disinfection measures nor the means to boil the water. Many people fell ill or even lost their lives from drinking contaminated flood water. She picked up her phone and messaged the property management. Excuse me, will there be a water supply cut? Is there a notice for it? Should we prepare water at home? 5 minutes later, the property management replied, currently we have not received a notice of water supply cut, but you can store some water for daily use. Just as Li Bing put down her phone, she suddenly heard a familiar sound. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 209 lives, you have gained 209 points of merit. She opened the community group chat and saw, dear residents, due to the severe weather, to ensure your water supply needs, we sincerely advise you to store some daily water in advance to cope with possible water supply cuts. From user Property Center. Li Bing was not seeking merit this time. In her first life, she had only lived in this building for a month before dying. She was unaware of the subsequent circumstances. However, if her neighbors had sufficient supplies, she would be safer. After the property management sent the message about water supply, the group chat erupted. As the shadows of the power outage and gas suspension in the community had not yet fully dissipated, the property management's announcement of a possible water suspension once again left all residents feeling uneasy and anxious. What is wrong with your property management? Power outage, gas suspension, and now water suspension again. From user Building 7802 Liangwei, in the middle of summer, what are we supposed to do without water? Now it's already cold water and instant noodles. If the water goes out, there won't even be anything to drink. From user Building 4608 Laohe. Exactly, are we not allowed to live? From user Building 3701 Xiaoyan, could it be that the apocalypse has really arrived? Don't be afraid, come to the rescue station. There's endless water to drink, and you can charge your phone too. From user Building 3206 Yangjing, who also sent several pictures of the temporary rescue station.
She had only just lifted her arm when someone clamped down hard on her forearm. Hey, what are you doing? You can't smash that. If you break the window, all the water outside will rush in.
The conditions were indeed good, even equipped with a temporary generator. However, as the number of people increased and supplies dwindled, the situation of grabbing resources would worsen. Sometimes when receiving relief food, they couldn't even eat it. People were crowded together, unable to stretch their legs while sleeping. The air was stagnant, and the environment was terrible. But now there was a harmonious scene filled with people's longing. Oh my god, there is power. I want to go too, my phone is dead. Rescue team, come get me. I want to go too. From user Building 7605 Chaoxia. Dear residents, we have not yet received any official water suspension notice. We just ask you to be prepared just in case. From user Property Center. The property management has good intentions. If you don't believe it, then don't collect water, but don't attack others personally. From user Building 4404 Li Ping. Collect a little, it's better than nothing. From user Building 1705 Meng Meng. I think this suggestion is great. I'm going to collect water now. Agree 1 from user Han Honda. May New agree 1 from user Building 2506 Guagu. Agree 1 from user Building 7407 Ma Ae. Under the stimulation of this possible water suspension, notice the residents of the community once again face the challenge of basic living needs, forcing them to reassess the potential impact of this water suspension notice. Li Bing put down her phone and continued to practice chopping wood with her consciousness in the space. After an hour of practice, Li Bing began to practice with a nail gun. Surviving in the apocalypse is truly difficult, as she felt she was almost becoming an expert. Li Bing took out a mobile target to practice, which she had collected from the archery range. After an hour, within 2 meters her hit rate was 80, and within 3 meters her hit rate was 60. Her efforts were beginning to yield results. At 10 o'clock at night, Li Bing stopped, set an alarm, and rested for an hour. Afterwards, she ate a few rice balls, drank a bowl of millet porridge, filled 2 thermoses with ginger tea, put on her diving suit, and went downstairs. Today she didn't take the kayak. Considering that some people would stay up late at home collecting water, Li Bing planned to directly dive out of the community and take the inflatable boat to a quiet place outside. Li Bing arrived on the 3rd floor where the water had already reached her knees. Thanks to the government's active rescue efforts, those trapped were promptly evacuated from the corridors and stairwells. She exited the community, took out the inflatable boat, and headed toward the suburbs. The city of Lancashire is located in the south and has no outdoor ski resorts. However, with the rapid development of the urban economy and people's affluence, an indoor ski resort had emerged. The ski resort is located 40 kilometers from the city center, covering an area of 233 acres with a total construction area of 240,000 square meters. Li Bing visited this ski resort last winter during a company team building event. It was during that time that she spent 200 yuan of her own money to learn the basic skills of skiing. After an hour of driving the inflatable boat, Li Bing finally arrived at the ski resort. This ski resort has an elevation gradient. The entrance was just submerged while other areas inside were unaffected, and it was estimated that it would certainly be discovered by other survivors later. A notice stating summer business suspended was posted at the entrance, likely due to the high maintenance costs in summer, which also worked in Li Bing's favor. She pried open the main door and approached the equipment selection counter, where she collected items in her size, including skis, ski boots, ski poles, bindings, ski suits, windbreakers, goggles, tinted lenses, helmets, ski socks, and gloves, leaving the rest untouched. She then walked to the warehouse and collected 2 snowmobiles and 2 snow machines. Considering the extreme heat period, she also collected 2 snowmaking machines. Before leaving, Li Bing released some supplies from her space, including rice flour, drinking water, noodles, medicine, and some blankets and warm clothing. Scattered and hidden in the high places of the ski resort, they definitely wouldn't be submerged by the flood. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 39 lives, you gained 39 points of merit. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 61 lives, you gained 61 points of merit. The sound prompt from the space kept ringing. At the entire ski resort, Li Bing accumulated a total of 965 points of merit. She left the ski resort and headed towards the adjacent Qingyuan Mountain. Qingyuan Mountain is a continuous mountain range stretching for 10 kilometers. The terrain is gentle with an elevation of about 6 stories high. At the foot of the mountain, there is a coal plant, a liquefied gas plant, and a steel plant. The coal plant had been submerged for the most part, with only the rooftop and half a gas window of the 3-story warehouse exposed. She shattered the gas window with a hammer and, wearing her diving suit, plunged into the water. Fortunately, the warehouse doors and windows were tightly locked and the coal was heavy, preventing it from floating away. Underwater, she collected all the coal and honeycomb coal, which resembled small hills, into her space. She then approached the liquefied gas tank warehouse, where the gas tanks had already floated to the surface and Li Bing had to collect them one by one into her space. This was indeed easier than diving to the bottom to collect supplies. At the steel plant, Li Bing dove into the water and collected all the steel machine tools, cranes, and large trucks into her space. Heavy metals are important rare building materials in the apocalypse. This was her bargaining chip for entering the official base of City B, hoping to exchange it for a desirable living space. Emerging from the water, she quickly gulped down a few mouthfuls of ginger tea, changed into a dry outfit, and ascended Qingyuan Mountain. Li Bing first released the sun, allowing the dog to run around on the mountain. It had been cooped up for too long. She braved the heavy rain, picking up branches and logs blown down by the typhoon on the hillside, tossing them into her space. While collecting branches and logs, Li Bing encountered 2 pigs on the mountain. They seemed to weigh around 200 jin, probably having fled to this place during the typhoon. Interestingly, it was Sun who discovered these 2 pigs. Li Bing thought to herself that once she returned to her small apartment, she could try to train Sun, turning it into her partner for battles, resource gathering, and daily life. Today, Li Bing was busy collecting wood, as she had no intention of killing the pigs, so she placed the hefty pigs into the breeding shed in her space, planning to decide their fate later. She had finished collecting nearby branches and fallen trees, and the wood in her space was almost piled into a small mountain. It seems a bit insufficient still. If it were just for her own use it would be enough, but she was greedy and wanted to accumulate more merit. During the extreme cold period this wood could save many lives. Thinking of the merit points and the space-time she could exchange for Li Bing couldn't help but salivate. Would there come a day when she could survive the apocalypse by accumulating merit in the space? Resigned to her fate, she picked up an axe and began chopping trees. She first looked for some not-so-thick trees to practice. With a diameter of about 30 centimeters, she exerted tremendous effort to fell 3 trees. Her hands were extremely sore. Blisters had formed. She paused to rest, called for sun, and swiftly entered her space. She drank a few sips of space water and changed into a dry outfit. Outside, the heavy rain continued. Even with a raincoat on after soaking in the rain for a few hours, her body was already freezing. Li Bing took out some alcohol and poured it onto her hands. Ouch! That hurts so much. She took out a portion of braised pork, mixed it with rice, and ate 2 large bowls, drank some ginger tea, put on disposable medical gloves, and then donned a pair of outdoor gloves before stepping out of the space. Her lower abdomen had begun to ache faintly. Her period was approaching. She exerted all her strength and chopped down another 45 trees, pressing for time, quickly stowing them in her space, without chopping them into smaller pieces. During this time, Li Bing kept replenishing her space well water, otherwise she really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Dragging her exhausted body, she piloted a speedboat towards her small apartment. On the way she noticed that the mobile signal was intermittent. Communication was nearly cut off. Li Bing hurried back to the apartment before dawn, drank ginger tea, took a shower, and prepared to catch up on sleep. At 9 o'clock she was awakened by the noise outside. The noise was coming from the hallway, not from downstairs. It seemed that the front door also needed soundproofing materials, and the gaps needed to be blocked. Through the chain lock, she opened a small gap in the door. It turned out that room 1202 and room 1205 were arguing. Room 1202 was occupied by 2 female university students studying at a nearby university. Room 1205 housed a young couple. The boy had just started working and the girl hadn't graduated yet. Li Bing listened as the argument stemmed from a packet of instant noodles. A couple of days ago, the young couple borrowed a packet of instant noodles from the girl, promising to return it the next day. But when the 2 girls came to ask for it back, the couple claimed they had run out of food. Today, while taking out the trash, the 2 girls found the couple eating snail noodles, which led to a quarrel. Such situations were all too common in the apocalypse, especially now that there were water and power outages, and with unstable communications, people were becoming increasingly anxious. Those with stored food were also afraid to flaunt it. Li Bing returned to her bedroom, lay on her bed, and took out her phone to check group messages. The tense atmosphere began to permeate the community, especially after waking up in the morning and realizing that not only was there no water, but communication was also extremely difficult, and the heavy rain continued to pour. The food supplies at home were dwindling. People in the group were already questioning whether the apocalypse had arrived. In recent days, videos and images of disasters online had all been controlled by the relevant authorities. Even if uploaded online, they would be hidden and taken down with little dissemination. Today, communication was poor and the relevant departments were slow to intercept. Some disaster videos and images were circulated in various groups, causing people's confidence to wane and gradually making them realize that this was not just a regional disaster, but a global catastrophe. The relevant authorities provided no explanations or guidance to the residents, only presenting a vague concept that seemed to suggest everyone prepare for the worst. At 10 a.m., communication was cut off and the phone had no signal at all. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly as if an unyielding beast was unleashed. People's hopes seemed to be ruthlessly extinguished by the storm. At this moment, Li Bing was immersed in the pain of her menstrual period. Her abdomen felt like it was being pierced by ice picks. After the apocalypse, she had almost been submerged in water and rain every day while gathering supplies. Even though she drank ginger tea and took hot baths every day, she still suffered from severe chills. At this moment, she lay in bed, hardly wanting to move. Li Bing placed a heat pack on her abdomen and lower back, drank a sip of hot space well water, and took a painkiller, drifting between half sleep and wakefulness on her bed. At 39 degrees Celsius, she indeed had a fever. Since her rebirth a month ago, she had been on high alert every day, hardly pausing to rest, constantly busy stocking supplies. In the days after the apocalypse, she had been soaking in cold water and exposed to the wind. Once she relaxed, it was no surprise that she fell ill. She struggled to get up and took a fever reducer. As a result, an hour later, her temperature rose to 42 degrees Celsius. Li Bing, mustering her last bit of strength, clicked to exchange for Fever Reducer 1 box 300 merit points in her space. One box contained only 2 pills. And they were priced so high. This was outrageous. Li Bing had no strength to curse, took one, and fell asleep. At 5 p.m., she was awakened by a knock on the door. At this moment, she felt completely relaxed and her high fever had subsided. Her body felt warm, as if all the fatigue and pain had vanished. The painful cramping in her lower abdomen had also decreased significantly, which made her feel incredibly comfortable. The fever reducer produced by the space was indeed extraordinary. She took back her earlier words. The prices of space goods were not outrageous at all. The person knocking was Zhang Xingyan, who said, "Xiaoli, everyone has elected me as the floor leader. In half an hour, we will hold a meeting in the corridor on the 12th floor. Each household should send at least one representative." "Okay, Brother Zhang. Why does your complexion look so pale?" "Just a bit feverishly," Bing replied lazily. "I have fever reducers at home. Do you need any?" "No need, it's already gone," Li Bing replied softly. "Brother Zhang, I know you're a good person, but think more about your mother. Don't keep giving things to others." Oh, okay. Zhang Xingyan didn't expect to be lectured by a young girl, his brain reacting a bit slowly. But he knew Li Bing meant well, so he said, "Thanks for the reminder, I will be careful." In the apocalypse, good people generally do not have a good end. In Li Bing's eyes, Zhang Xingyan was a foolish good person to the extent that he couldn't even protect his own mother. Li Bing returned to the small living room, taking out a bowl of red date and millet porridge from the space, slowly sipping it. Due to feeling unwell, she hadn't eaten anything all day. She needed to drink some porridge to warm her stomach. As she drank the warm porridge, she probed her consciousness into the space. Today, you have available time 1 hour 33 minutes 17 seconds, permanent accumulated time 0 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds, merit 5093. Li Bing clicked on the merit exchange details. 1 hour of space usage 100 merit, 1 box of purified water tablets 200 merit, 1 box of antipyretics 300 merit, 1 box of anti-inflammatory medicine 300 merit, 1 kayak 500 merit. 1 speedboat 1000 merit, 2 hour effect obedience, pill 2000 merit. The subsequent exchange options were grayed out awaiting unlocking. Li Bing looked at the newly added obedience pill and silently cursed. What the hell is this? It's way too expensive. But thinking of the space's antipyretics, she didn't dare to complain further. Or what if it was useful? After finishing the porridge, she ate 2 buns, changed her clothes, and seeing that it was almost time, she headed to the corridor for the meeting. In this apartment building, there were 8 households per elevator. 2 elevators were in the middle with stairs opposite the elevators. There were 4 households on each side of the stairs. Of the left side had rooms 01 to 04, and the right side had rooms 05 to 08, with everyone facing each other. The corridor was a long strip 3 meters wide, spacious enough for a meeting. When Li Bing stepped out, 2 girls from room 1202 were already outside, 1 tall and 1 short. The 2 girls greeted her, waving for her to stand beside them. From room 1204 came the male owner. His wife should be at home taking care of their child. The child seemed to be only about a year old, just learning to walk. But he was very well behaved, hardly crying at all. Room 1203 was directly across from Li Bing. In the 2 months since she moved in, she hadn't seen anyone coming out, always thinking the apartment was empty. Today, a young boy around 14 or 15 years old came out. Where did the adults and his family go? People gradually arrived. The young couple from room 1205 also came out, hugging each other to attend the meeting. The boy occasionally kissed the girl, and when the girl saw the 2 from room 1202, she snorted. The petite girl next door was unwilling to relent, glancing at the couple while saying, "Having a meeting and still hugging? Who are you to talk, tomboy? Nobody wants you." The girl rolled her eyes, holding onto her boyfriend's arm. "You." The petite girl was about to retort, but the tall girl shook her head at her and glanced at the couple, who fell silent. After all, the tall girl resembled a fitness coach, muscular and tough. Her boyfriend might not stand a chance against her. Li Bing watched with interest. The boy from the couple lacked backbone. He had hidden behind during their argument in the morning, and now let the girl take the lead, not daring to speak up when she was glared at. However, these 2 college girls were quite interesting. The petite girl looked soft and cute, but had a fierce mouth. The tall girl was sturdy, quiet, and very composed. During the morning argument, the petite girl kept speaking out. But the tall girl didn't hide behind. She always stood in front of the petite girl, protecting her, being a good partner. Much more reliable than the boyfriend across the hall. Zhang Xingyan shouted loudly, "All right, everyone quiet down, let's start the meeting." He spoke heavily. The current situation is not good. Communication has been cut off, and the rescue team hasn't come to our community today. In the morning I swam to the property center with the building manager next door, and there was no one there. Later we went to the community committee next door, but it was a mess leaving us to figure things out. What does everyone— As soon as Zhang Xingyan finished speaking, the residents in the hallway began to erupt. What about the government? Is the government ignoring us? I told you the apocalypse has come, but you didn't believe it. My home is on the 4th floor. The water is about to flood in. When will the rescue team come to get us? I have no food left at home, just a few apples. That's not enough to fill me up. My little grandson is visiting me for summer vacation, and now he is clamoring for meat. There's no meat left at home. This was an elderly couple living in room 908. Can we do a group buy? Everyone puts in money, and we send a few people to buy it. With such heavy rain and deep water outside, who is going out to buy? Are you? I can't swim. Even if you can swim, it won't work. Who can swim that far? I didn't eat yesterday either. I had to borrow instant noodles from my neighbor. That's from room 1205. Bullshit, you guys ate snail noodles today? I could smell it. The petite girl from room 1202 retorted. You're the one talking nonsense. It wasn't us who ate. The girl from room 1205 countered defiantly. It was you guys. I could smell it through the door. The petite girl refused to back down. The whole corridor was in chaos, everyone complaining and arguing. Zhang Xingyan raised his hand to calm everyone down. All right, stop arguing. I suggest we select a few men who can swim tomorrow. During the day we can go check the situation nearby. Agree. I agree too. Since everyone agrees, those who can swim and feel fit, raise your hands. After Zhang Xingyan finished speaking, he raised his hand. Then the male owner from room 1204 raised his hand. I grew up swimming in the sea since I was little. A man in his 40s raised his hand as well. Dinga, don't join in. I'll let the young ones go first. People nearby laughed. Uncle Ding was unwilling to lose, saying, don't underestimate me. I'm a coach for the city swimming team. I know you're a coach, but swimming in a pool is not the same as swimming in floodwaters. Uncle Ding then said, when I used to swim in the river, you weren't even born yet. Seeing that Uncle Ding was insistent, Zhang Xingyan said, all right, then you can swim behind me. If you get tired, just hold on to me to rest. After saying this, he glanced at the few young people with their heads down and asked, is anyone else signing up? Why do we need to swim? In our building, someone has a kayak. The girl from room 1205 said, and her boyfriend nodded, saying he had seen it. Li Bing's heart skipped a beat. Who has it? Everyone began to ask in a flurry. Whoever has it, just bring it out. Who is it? Bring it out, don't be so selfish. From room 1205, who has the kayak? An older lady asked. I don't know who it is, but after the typhoon one night I saw someone paddling a kayak out of the community. They left from our building. The girl said, and her boyfriend nodded along. A man asked, but didn't you see him come back? I was too sleepy to see. Moreover, at that time I thought I was seeing things. TCH. Then what you said is meaningless. A lady scoffed. Maybe he went out and never came back. Yeah, if they finally got out, why would they come back? Maybe they went out to look for food. We can search the building. If there's any, we'll know after searching. Great, I agree to search the building. I agree too. Anyway, I don't have any at home. However, searching the building is a legal right. I don't have a kayak, but I disagree with searching the building. For a moment, the whole corridor was in an uproar. Li Bing could never admit that the kayak was hers. To do so now would have dire consequences. Others would think since you have a kayak and have gone out after the typhoon, you must be hoarding a large amount of supplies. Normal people would think this way. Li Bing watched as the residents argued, as some agreed to search the building, likely because they truly had no supplies at home and were not afraid of others taking notice. On the other hand, some opposed the search, with the most vehement opposition coming from the young couple in room 1205 and the elderly couple in room 908, who had a grandson that wanted to eat meat. Ironically, Li Bing felt no urgency. With nothing at home and all supplies stored in her space, the kitchen only had a few potatoes and sweet potatoes. Even if they searched the building, there would be nothing to find. Although her small apartment was modified in a strange way, it could all be attributed to the landlord and the previous tenant. She had only moved in 2 months ago and had done nothing. All right, stop arguing. Whether or not others take out their things is their freedom. We have no right to search the building. Let's disperse for now. Tomorrow the three of us will go out to assess the situation and discuss it when we return. After Zhang Xingyan finished speaking, everyone returned home. Li Bing went back to her apartment using insulation materials and soundproof cotton to seal the door from the inside and block the door gaps before she began practicing with the nail gun and archery. The arrow is a weapon suited for long-range attacks, perfect for someone like her who is physically weaker. In comparison, the nail gun has a slightly shorter range suitable for closer distances. After dinner, Li Bing settled on the sofa to organize videos on firearms and close combat planning to start practicing the next day when her body felt better.
Raindrops as big as beans pelted down from the sky. All kinds of garbage and debris floated on the surface of the water. Cars on the streets had been overturned by the flood.
Practicing against a wooden dummy made her progress very slow. No matter how much she practiced without real combat experience and guidance, it was difficult to achieve significant improvement. Moreover, Li Bing was only 160 centimeters tall and weighed 48 kilograms. If she truly fought against a male opponent unarmed, the physical disparity between them would greatly reduce her chances of winning. Li Bing was aware of her weaknesses, so her current focus was on practicing archery firearms and the nail guns, striving to eliminate enemies from a distance. Due to the first 3 years of the apocalypse, firearms were still considered controlled weapons, so she could only use them secretly. On the surface, she still preferred using archery and the nail gun. Only in an absolute emergency would she use a handgun. That thing was still considered a controlled item during the first 3 years of the apocalypse, and she did not want to attract the attention of higher-ups. She also did not want to end up in a laboratory being dissected. She needed to be safe and low-key. Physical training could not be neglected. Once her menstrual cramps ended, she would make up for it. Li Bing found a small lattice handgun from her space, which had a total of 50 bullets, and she planned to use them sparingly. She did not dare practice at home and slipped into her space. She tried to fire a shot at the wooden dummy but missed. Reflecting on the instructional video, she sought the right feel and fired again. This time, she barely grazed the bark. She did not dare waste more bullets, intending to train herself in real combat. At 10 o'clock at night, she took a shower in her space, lay down in bed, and practiced chopping wood in her mind before falling asleep. When Li Bing got up, the rain outside had lessened. She had just finished breakfast when she saw Zhang Xingyan and a few others swimming out of the community in a front and back formation. She felt less heaviness in her body and continued practicing with the knife. After about 500 repetitions, Zhang Xingyan and the others returned and gathered for a meeting on the 12th floor. This morning, Uncle Zhang Xiaoming and I swam out for about 10 kilometers and found the outside completely submerged. Nearby supermarkets, markets, commercial streets, and schools are all underwater. We haven't seen any rescue teams today, but we can only rely on ourselves now. Zhang Xingyan said solemnly. Oh my God, has the government abandoned us? Is the apocalypse really here? Can we still survive? My home is on the 4th floor and the water is already up to my knees. Why isn't the rescue team coming? Zhang Xingyan, as a retired soldier, was acutely aware of the seriousness of the current situation. The heavy rain continued and the flood. Zhang Xingyan, as a retired soldier, was acutely aware of the seriousness of the current situation. The heavy rain continued and the floodwaters kept rising. After the power and water were cut off, communication was also disrupted. Neither yesterday nor today had they seen any sign of rescue teams, and they must be waiting for orders from above. While the rescue teams could wait for higher authorities to give the go-ahead, the residents in this building could not afford to wait any longer. The water had already risen to the 4th floor, and the neighbors on that floor could only temporarily move to the corridor on the 5th floor. More importantly, everyone's food supplies were dwindling. Some families had already run out of food and were starting to borrow from others to get by. Most of the residents in this building were young people who seldom cooked and relied on takeout. Even if they had the awareness to stock up during the typhoon, they had only bought instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, snacks, and other convenience foods that were consumed quickly. The urgent task is to go out and find supplies. Otherwise, chaos would ensue in the building. Stop. Everyone quiet down and listen to me for a moment. Zhang Xingyan loudly interrupted the discussions, then continued. I suggest we first go out to look for supplies to secure basic survival needs. We will rescue ourselves while actively contacting the government. Do you agree? Agreed. I agree too. I have no objections. I agree, but how do we get out? It's all flooded outside. Zhang Xingyan replied, this afternoon our main task is to prioritize finding kayaks, speedboats, and other watercraft, then look for some supplies to bring back and distribute to everyone. Now is the time for us to pull together for survival. I hope everyone can work as one to overcome this crisis, so those willing to go out with me, please raise your hands to sign up. This time over a dozen people raised their hands. It seemed that the vast majority had recognized the situation and were no longer being lazy. Li Bing looked at Zhang Xingyan, feeling that he was truly kind-hearted. In the end, it was also his kindness that cost him and his mother's lives. With his abilities, if he ignored the lives of these people, he could probably live quite well in the apocalypse. He was exceptionally capable, physically strong, could swim, fight, scout. Wait a minute, could he fight? Wasn't he the perfect teacher? She had been practicing with videos and many of her movements were not standard. If given the chance, she would definitely seek his guidance. But now was not a good time, he was busy saving people from the flood. In the end, Zhang Xingyan selected a few good swimmers and agreed to meet on the 5th floor at 1 p.m. Li Bing was about to open the door to go home when a soft and lively voice called out to her, "Hey young lady from room 1201, let's get to know each other." Turning around, Li Bing saw a petite girl from room 1202. The girl then beckoned the residents of rooms 1203 and 1204 to join them. "We four are not just neighbors, but also face-to-face across the hall. We've been busy with work and school and haven't had a proper chat yet," said the girl as she began to introduce herself. "My name is Han Jingjing. I live in room 1202, and I'm a senior physics student at the nearby university. I live with my roommate." After Han Jingjing finished speaking, she nudged a tall girl, signaling her to speak. "I'm Yushua from room 1202, also a senior in the physical education department." This was the first time Li Bing heard the tall girl speak, and her voice was cold yet pleasant, like ice balls falling onto a plate. Li Bing also spoke up. "I'm Li Bing from room 1201, 23 years old, an accountant living alone. Zhou Chuhua, room 1203, 14 years old, a student living with my dad who is not back from work yet." The young boy had a serious expression, seemingly carrying a hint of gloom. "Why is everyone speaking so briefly? Anyway, I'm Meng Zifeng living in room 1204, 29 years old, an interior designer. I have a beautiful and gentle wife named Healy who is currently at home taking care of our baby Meng Kaiqian, who is 1 year old and just started walking," Meng Zifeng declared loudly. Han Jingjing cheerfully said, "Wow, now we all know each other. Let's help each other out. Should we add each other as friends for easier contact? Oh wait, there's no signal. Then just knock on each other's doors if anything comes up." She seemed to notice something amusing, pointing at Yushua Li Bing herself and Zhou Chuhua, laughing. Don't our heights look like Wi-Fi signals? It's so funny." Indeed, the heights from tall to short were 172 centimeters, 160 centimeters, 152 centimeters, and 140 centimeters. However, you really shouldn't be called Jingjing, you should be called Chow Chow. However, in her first life, there was no introduction session, and even until her death, Li Bing hardly spoke to these neighbors. Things started to get interesting. After everyone finished speaking, they returned to their own homes. Li Bing took out sweet and sour ribs, green pepper and egg and rice from her space and began to eat slowly. After finishing her meal, she entered the space to practice long-distance archery and shooting. The living room of the small apartment was only 5 meters long, making it difficult for Li Bing to fully stretch. Instead of wasting time in the space, she decided to make reasonable use of it. After practicing for about an hour, she exited the space and continued to train her dog. Commands like run, jump, pounce, and grab were already mastered by the son. Li Bing believed that with further bonding and training, both she and her dog could work together seamlessly, achieving an explosive combat effectiveness. "Son, you're amazing. Here's a big chicken leg as a reward. Go eat it in your doghouse. Mama needs to train by herself for a while." After half an hour of practice, she heard some noise outside of Zhang Xingyan, and the others had returned. This outing was fruitful, yielding 2 kayaks and 1 speedboat. Some supplies had already been moved to the 6th floor corridor, waiting to be counted and distributed. This building had 18 floors in total, with the first floor being a lobby. The second and third floors had already been transferred to the rescue station. There were also some vacant apartments, and currently this building housed 92 households with a total of 179 residents. Now everyone was waiting on the 6th floor for the distribution of supplies. During the distribution, disagreements began to arise again. Some suggested distributing supplies by household, others by headcount, and some wanted to distribute according to the apartment size. The small apartments in the building came in 2 types. One type was the single apartment that Li Bing lived in, which had 1 room, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, totaling 48 square meters. The other type was a 2-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 bathroom layout, totaling 87 square meters. Finally, Zhang Xingyan made the decision to distribute the supplies by headcount, and those who participated in finding supplies could receive double portions. This decision garnered the approval of the majority, though a minority was dissatisfied, their eyes flashing with dissatisfaction and schemes. The loudest opposition came from the person who later occupied Zhang Xingyan's apartment and supplies. His name was Julie, living in room 804, which was a larger unit. He had divorced due to domestic violence and was now living alone. Whether distributing by household or by living area, he would receive more supplies. But with the current headcount distribution method, he received the least. The seeds of hatred had already been sown. Such a person is ungrateful. He didn't participate in the search for supplies yet felt dissatisfied about receiving things for free. Until later when he sought revenge he truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. This person cannot be left alive. He must be dealt with before the extreme cold arrives. Li Bing admitted that she was thinking about murder again. Ever since she killed Wang Hondong her bloodthirsty instincts had been awakened. She just didn't know if killing would deduct her merit points. Li Bing received 2 packs of instant noodles, 3 bottles of mineral water, and half a pound of soaked rice, and headed up the stairs to the 12th floor. Just as she was about to enter her home a man's voice called out. Li Bing, I need to talk to you. This was Wu Chang'e, a single man living in room 1207. They had never spoken before. Li Bing turned around eyeing the man warily remaining silent. Wu Chang'e let out a strange chuckle. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Li Bing retorted, what do you want? The man lowered his voice. I know about the kayak that room 05 mentioned it belongs to you. Li Bing's face turned cold. I don't have it, you must be mistaken. The man seemed to have anticipated her reaction, leaning in to whisper in her ear, I live by the stairwell and saw you leave at midnight. There's a share for anyone who sees it, or do you want me to tell everyone in the building? Li Bing sneered inwardly and opened the door to let the man in. Since you delivered yourself to my door, don't blame me. Wu Chang'e saw Li Bing complying and nodded in satisfaction, swaggering inside. He had already found out that Li Bing lived alone, and in the past 2 months, she hadn't had familiar friends come to visit. She was definitely easy to manipulate. Oh, 2 doors. Quite thorough in your preparations, the man remarked, then smirked. You're still scared, aren't you? Let me move in with you, and I can protect you. Li Bing coldly asked the man, so what do I need to do for you to keep this a secret? You'll have to give me half of the supplies, the man leered, and you also need to be my girlfriend. Li Bing rolled her eyes inwardly, but pretended to be scared and asked, how do I know you haven't told anyone else? Today you want half of the supplies, tomorrow others will want half. How am I supposed to live? Don't worry, how could I possibly tell anyone about such a thing? The man boasted foolishly, if everyone knows it loses all value. So you're the only one who knows, Li Bing confirmed once more. Yes. The man replied, confidently believing it would be easy to take Li Bing down. At this moment a woman couldn't possibly guard the supplies alone, wouldn't she have to follow him? Doesn't the person living with you know? Li Bing asked again. The man laughed, I'm a local, I'm not from out of town needing to rent a place. I bought my own house and don't live with others. Brother, I'm single. Now you can relax, right? You can also move over to live with me in a big house. Li Bing got the answer she wanted and smiled along with the man. A basin of cold water was poured over the man's head. In front of her his eyes glared with rage. Unfortunately his mouth was gagged with a towel preventing any sound from escaping. Li Bing smiled charmingly and drew a knife from her space, slitting the man's throat. Blood gushed forth as he convulsed unconsciously. A few minutes later, when the man stopped struggling, Li Bing emotionlessly wrapped his body in plastic sheeting and disposed of it in her space. Ding dong, because you have directly snuffed out 1 life form, deducting 10 points of merit. What the hell? Saving a person only gives 2 points of merit.
But unfortunately no.
Just as Li Bing intended to continue her rant, she heard a familiar voice. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 13 life forms, gaining 13 points of merit. Could it be that this man would go on to kill 13 people? So by killing him now I would save 13 lives. This man is worth killing. At 8 p.m., the rain outside intensified, growing ever more ferocious. At this moment the flood had already surged to the 4th floor. Due to communication disruptions, the community could not contact the rescue team, leaving the original residents of the 4th floor reluctantly taking refuge in the corridor of the 5th floor. Now the 5th floor corridor was filled with furniture and makeshift bedding, forcing people to squeeze through sideways, creating a heavy atmosphere. The former residents of the 4th floor frequently needed to borrow the bathroom from the original residents of the 5th. With the water supply cut off and the heat rising, the bathroom had a terrible odor filling the entire 5th floor, with complaints and dissatisfaction, tensions rising to the point of imminent conflict. Later it was heard that Zhang Xingyan went down to mediate again. Li Bing paid no further attention, finishing her dinner and sitting on the sofa studying agricultural-related books. Waking up in the morning, the rain outside had started to weaken. Although the clouds remained thick, they could not block a ray of sunlight from breaking through.
Yue Gang was simply a mediator, always sympathizing with whoever seemed pitiful, unable to distinguish clearly between right and wrong. Xia Xiaoman did not want to argue with him. For the sake of the 200...
Zhang Xingyan did not go with them this time. He felt that the people in the building needed to train and grow. Therefore, he selected a few young individuals who had not gone last time, led by Uncle Ding, a swimming coach. 2 kayaks and 1 speedboat, a total of 7 people set off with great determination towards the community's exit. After finishing breakfast, Li Bing began practicing with her knife, completing 500 swings before starting her training with the sun. Just as the training concluded, the sounds of fierce arguing broke out from the 5th floor. It turned out that the residents of the 5th floor were trying to drive away the residents of the 4th floor. This was because they had run to the 5th floor residents' door to relieve themselves, significantly affecting the lives of the 5th floor residents. The 4th floor residents claimed that without access to the bathroom, they had no choice but to relieve themselves on the spot. The residents of the 5th floor retorted that they had kindly allowed the 4th floor residents to use their bathroom, yet they did not show gratitude, even stealing from them. Each side had its reasons, and within the building it seemed that some irreconcilable conflicts existed, complicating what was once a peaceful life. Both the 5th and 4th floor residents wished for everything to end quickly. The final solution was for the residents of the 4th floor to be dispersed to various floors, with one family assigned to each floor. If they used someone else's bathroom, they could exchange supplies for it. Who would trade? I won't use it. I'll use a plastic bag and throw it downstairs. Then why didn't you use a plastic bag these past 2 days, but chose to disgust us on the 5th floor? As it flared up again, Zhang Xingyan stated that if they continued to argue, he would no longer intervene. The 4th floor residents suddenly vanished, not a single one willing to stay on the 5th floor, indicating that relations had truly soured. By evening, the team that had gone out to search for supplies finally returned to the community. This time, not only did they fail to bring back supplies, but the speedboat had also disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 kayaks. Among the team, only 6 people remained, all battered and exhausted. 1 person was missing. The one who did not return was a young man from room 1304 named Lu Wen. His wife was extremely agitated, constantly asking, "Where is my husband? Wasn't he with you? We encountered a robbery." Uncle Ding covered his bleeding arm. "Where is my husband? Why hasn't he come back? Where is he?" The young woman continued to ask loudly. Zhang Xingyan comforted her, saying, "Calm down for now, let Uncle Ding explain in detail. We found a lot of supplies at the new city building in the city center, especially potatoes and sweet potatoes, enough for our entire building to eat well for several days. On the way back, we encountered a few robbers. They had knives and hooks with ropes. Xiaohe was killed by them, and we had to use all our strength to throw down the supplies just to save our lives." Li Bing, upon hearing about the new city building, realized it was the supplies she had left behind. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence, a difficult atmosphere enveloping the entire corridor. Is living so incredibly difficult now? Did you throw him to the bad guys to save yourselves? Why didn't you go to the police, report it, and catch them? Did you use him as a shield? Woo-woo. We just got married a month ago. What am I supposed to do now? The woman sat on the ground crying loudly. Suddenly, the woman looked up, grasping Zhang Xingyan's clothes, and said, "Building manager, you have to take responsibility. You organized everyone to go out to search for supplies. If it weren't for you, my husband wouldn't have died. Yes, if it weren't for the building manager, my man wouldn't have been hurt. That's right, building manager, you have to take responsibility. My son's head is all busted. What are we going to do now?" The injured families began to stir up trouble as well. Zhang Xingyan, with a serious expression, was about to speak when Uncle Ding interrupted him, saying, "No one wants this situation to happen. You can't blame the building manager. Searching for supplies is voluntary. To be honest, who goes out not wanting double the supplies? When nothing goes wrong, everyone happily takes home double the supplies, and no one thanks the building manager. When something happens, everyone blames the building manager. Did the building manager force us to go out? Did the building manager rob us?" After Uncle Ding finished speaking, some of the protesting families had calmed down while others continued to throw tantrums. In the end, Zhang Xingyan spoke up, "I will divide half of all the food and medicine in my home among those who—" "You idiot," Li Bing thought painfully. In her first life, before the extreme cold, they had not encountered any robbery. At that time, the main source of supplies in the building relied on a few residents skilled in swimming who salvaged waterlogged food from the supermarket at the community entrance. At this moment, was there still someone causing trouble? Zhang Xingyan said coldly, "Today I have decided to step down from my position as the building leader and hand it over to someone more capable. For now, I will go back to get my belongings." Li Bing internally complained, "Sure, don't take on the role of the building leader, come be my combat coach instead." Several people blocked the building leader, preventing him from leaving. What a joke, the only one in the entire building who is fair and selfless is Zhang Xingyan, always ready to help others. If he doesn't take on this role, who will care about them? Building leader, you did nothing wrong, please don't leave. We all believe in you, please continue as the building leader. "This isn't your fault. Let's call the police." Uncle Ding also said, "Building leader today isn't your fault. It's those bad people's fault. Who could have guessed they would dare to rob and kill? You should continue as the building leader. I, Old Ding, support you." Zhang Xingyan felt a bit disheartened but could only say, "I will temporarily act as the building leader until the government takes over." He still returned home and took out half of the food and medicine from his house. Additionally, each family in the building contributed a pack of dry food to distribute to those who went out to seek supplies today. The woman who lost her newlywed husband received half of the supplies. If saved properly, it would last for a month. Li Bing returned to her small apartment, had dinner, practiced archery and shooting for 2 hours in her space, and then went to bed. That night the entire building was very quiet with only the sound of rain. She quietly left the community at 11 p.m. Thanks to the argument between the 4th and 5th floors, the 5th floor's corridor was empty. Everyone had moved to other floors. Li Bing drove a speedboat to the museum in the west of the city. This museum is situated in a wide expanse of grassland far from the bustling city in harmonious coexistence with nature. It covers an area of 180 acres with a massive building scale and a construction area of 200,000 square meters, making it the largest in the province and a landmark in the city. Its appearance presents an ancient stone structure featuring thick stone walls and a calm gray tone elements that not only witness history but also symbolize culture. The museum has 7 floors and the flood has already submerged the 3rd floor. Li Bing threw a large stone from her space, shattering the 4th floor glass, and climbed inside. From the 4th to the 7th floors, various exquisite jade, iron, stone, pottery, copper artifacts, murals, books, bamboo, slips, ivory products, and rare ancient coins dazzled Li Bing. The display cases were filled with treasures, each exuding the breath of history. She had no time to appreciate these treasures carefully nor to break the bulletproof glass cases. With lightning speed, she collected these precious items along with the display cases into her space. Among these treasures were exquisitely crafted jade, sturdy and rhythmic ironware, simple yet life-filled stoneware, ancient and stable bronze artifacts, and the stunning golden silk jade robe. These treasures seemed to silently narrate historical tales flowing like a river of history before Li Bing's eyes. Additionally, there were those magnificent murals, vast scrolls of books, and bamboo slips. There were also rare ivory products, each seemingly telling an ancient story. And those seemingly unadorned ancient coins, each laden with profound historical depth. The exhibits above water had been collected as she put on her diving suit and plunged into the depths. The museum's interior was flooded, resembling a sunken ancient city, with what once showcased history now appearing like a massive sunken ship in an underwater world. The exhibits submerged in water resembled treasures of the sea, evoking both regret and mystery. The underwater world and the museum above created 2 entirely different realms, reflecting the civilization of land and the mystery of the sea, captivating and enchanting. With a gentle wave of her hands, these priceless treasures vanished along with the display cases in her grasp. Taking advantage of the space upgrade, Li Bing headed to the rice processing factory 10 kilometers away. Speaking of this factory, she had stumbled upon it while downloading the map. It is located on high ground close to farmland and major transportation routes away from rivers. Decades ago, this place served as a national granary used for storing the country's precious grain resources. However, due to certain reasons, the national granary had to be relocated. Since the granary's relocation, this building has been transformed into a rice processing factory. Therefore, despite the severe rise in water levels from the recent catastrophic flood, fortunately, it did not submerge the processing equipment and the rice in the warehouse. Under the cover of night, Li Bing stealthily inspected the factory, discovering that only one security guard was sleeping in the security room on the 2nd floor, with no one else around. This guard appeared to be around 40 years old, surrounded by many empty food packaging bags and empty bottles, with a scruffy beard, looking like someone who had been lonely working here for a long time. It's no wonder, as a typhoon warning had led to a 3-day halt of work and classes across the city, leaving him as the only one to guard the factory. Later, with the heavy rain, the surrounding roads were blocked and he could not leave. Li Bing quietly released a stone from her space to block the door of the security room. She gazed intently at the 3 massive warehouses, each spanning over 10,000 square meters. Inside, they were filled to the brim with rice. This rice had been carefully processed, with each grain emitting an enticing luster. With a gentle wave of her hand, the rice entered her space. Recalling the processing equipment in the factory in this apocalyptic world, they were precious production assets, each indispensable. However, she knew that in a few days this place would be submerged by floodwaters. Thus she collected all the processing equipment, the entire production line, including trailers, containers, and the trucks on the factory premises into her space one by one. Before leaving the factory, she retrieved the stone blocking the security room door into her space and left the following items at the entrance: a box of compressed biscuits, a box of instant noodles, 10 boxes of mineral water, 200 pounds of rice, some vegetables, a bag of salt, a fire stove, a pile of wood, and some warm clothing. Ding dong, because you directly saved one life form, you gained 2 points of merit. Li Bing, on her way back to the community, probed into her space. Now the space can no longer be measured by the naked eye. White mist envelopes the edges of the space, appearing and disappearing. The black soil covers an area as large as 5 football fields. The river flowing through the space remained unchanged in width, yet a lush green bamboo grove had appeared along the bank. The bamboo stood tall and vibrant, swaying gracefully. A gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, causing the leaves to rustle softly. The sound of the flowing river surrounded by the bamboo became even more crisp and resonant. At the base of the bamboo grove, several bamboo shoots broke through the soil, emerging from the earth. Li Bing did not pay much attention to other areas, for the rain outside had intensified and she needed to return quickly. Tonight she had no time to seek higher ground to release spatial resources for merit. It was somewhat regrettable. As she approached her community, the rain intensified, pouring down heavily, the water level rapidly rising and the flow becoming increasingly turbulent. Li Bing gazed at the water's surface, nimbly avoiding obstacles while wielding the basin in her hand to splash the accumulated water from the speedboat outward. Upon returning home, she took a hot shower and began to carefully observe the changes in her space. At the entrance of the villa, a new clearing had appeared, featuring a swing set and a set of leisure tables and chairs, with a delicate tea set displayed on the table. She had never seen this tea set before, but it appeared exquisite and did not belong to her collected resources. It must have come with the space. She approached the well and found the water level had risen to the mouth of the well, allowing her to easily scoop water. She continued to observe the villa, which now stood 5 stories tall. The layout of the first and second floors had not changed. The third floor had transformed into a gym filled with various fitness equipment that Li Bing had collected from the Xiancheng building, featuring a wide variety of gear and complete facilities. The fourth floor had become a workshop containing the sewing machines, cutting machines, grinding tools, and more that Li Bing had gathered. She could research various tools here, including making bows and nails for nail guns. The fifth floor was now a vacant open space, without any partitions, as if inviting her to plan for the future. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the floodwaters had already reached the top of the 4th floor of the small apartment. The army had finally arrived. This news was like a lifeline for the residents in the building. When they saw the figures of the army, the joy they felt was akin to witnessing the dawn of hope. The residents eagerly recounted their hardships over the past few days to the army's leader, detailing the incidents of robbery they had encountered. The army leader listened intently, his expression serious, as he promised, "We will take strict action against these lawless individuals." Upon hearing this promise, the people in the building were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Finally, someone was willing to listen to them and protect them. This was a ray of light for them in the apocalypse, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Dear residents, we are the local station XXX Army, now responsible for the safety and rescue operations in this area. Due to the tight space and resources at the temporary rescue station, we will not be accepting high-rise disaster victims for the time being. We hope that each floor leader can make proper arrangements for the housing of the affected individuals. Now, residents of the building, please take your identification cards and go to the 5th floor to collect supply. Those who were originally packing their belongings and preparing to evacuate the apartment corridor suddenly felt disheartened upon hearing that the rescue team would not accept disaster victims. The thought of spending countless nights in the corridor, being bitten by mosquitoes, despised by the original residents, and facing various inconveniences made life seem utterly bleak. But making a fuss was useless. They could only vent their frustrations with heavy sighs. Li Bing held her ID card, standing behind Yu Shui and Han Jing, while the entire line remained very quiet. The people had an innate respect and trust for the army, as if their presence guaranteed their safety. The arrival of the army indicated that they had not been abandoned by the government. Li Bing received 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 jean of rice, 4 packs of instant noodles, and 1 pack of water purification tablets. This was enough for a week. Li Bing received 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 jean of rice, 4 packs of instant noodles, and 1 pack of water purification tablets. The child was chubby, exuding the innocence and purity of childhood. His eyes sparkled like 2 pieces of obsidian, radiating a brilliant light. How many days could such a pure smile last in the apocalypse? Reflecting on her first life, she had been fearful and lost, lacking the energy to pay attention to her neighbors. Every day had been a blur, and she hadn't noticed whether the Meng Zifeng family of 3 was alive or dead. Just now at the supply distribution center, she seemed to have not seen any baby supplies. Did the army overlook the baby items she left behind? This time Zhou Chihua from next door also came out to collect supplies. The young boy was frail. How many days could he survive in this apocalypse? Once the army had distributed the supplies, they left, promising to return at the same time next week. Zhang Xingyan organized the residents of the building again at 11 a.m., preparing to venture out in search of supplies. However, this time only 2 people signed up to participate. Clearly, after the terrifying events of yesterday, the residents were frightened. Another reason might be that the army had already arrived and distributed a week's worth of supplies. They felt a sense of reliance and security, thus no longer anxious or worried as before. Among these 2 individuals, both had small babies. One was Meng Zifeng, and the other was Wu Qing from room 1805. His child was still on formula, only 3 months old. "You all shouldn't go out, it's too dangerous outside," a middle-aged man advised. "The army is here, we should just wait for rescue. The supplies just distributed will be available again next week. Why risk going out?" "Exactly, if you get hurt, we won't provide you with more supplies." "Yes, we don't agree with you going out for supplies. Even if you get hurt, it has nothing to do with us. I don't agree with everyone going out. The government will definitely take care of us." Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Wu Qing shook his head, a troubled expression on his face. "There's no way, I must go out. We're running low on baby formula at home." Meng Zifeng turned to Zhang Xingyan, sincerely asking floor leader, "If no one else is willing to go out, just the 2 of us, can we borrow the kayak from the building? We can pay rent, and any injuries or deaths will not be the building's responsibility. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Xingyan observed the scene, contemplating briefly before responding. "In the future, seeking supplies will no longer be shared equally among the entire building. On the contrary, anyone willing to go out to find supplies can rent the kayak from our building and upon returning must pay 2 jin of food as rent. If they are injured or die during the search, they will be responsible for themselves, and it will have nothing to do with others." Zhang Xingyan, a retired airman, judged based on his experience that this disaster might last for some time. Currently, the heavy rain outside continued and the water level of the flood was rising. If they did not take the opportunity to venture out for essential supplies now, any changes in the situation could have serious consequences. Yet he recalled yesterday's events, feeling somewhat disheartened, and did not speak further to persuade them, instead saying, "I'm also signing up. Is anyone else willing to go out?" "I volunteer." Li Bing and Yu Shui spoke simultaneously. The others in the building remained silent. At the agreed departure time, Li Bing carried a backpack, held a bow in one hand and a watermelon knife in the other as she arrived at the stairway on the 5th floor. Zhang Xingyan, Meng Zifeng, Wu Qing, and Yu Shui had already arrived ahead of time. Each of them held a different weapon, including kitchen knives, iron rods, and watermelon knives. After greeting each other, they climbed out of the window from the corridor on the 5th floor. The 5 of them split into 2 kayaks, with Meng Zifeng and Wu Qing in one group and Zhang Xingyan, Yu Shui, and Li Bing in another, as they paddled out of the community. While rowing, Zhang Xingyan asked everyone, "Do you have any plans?" Yu Shui replied, "I want to check out the largest outdoor supplies store in our city. They have speedboats and various outdoor gear." To ensure safety, the 5 decided to act together. They would first go to the outdoor supplies store, then head to the downtown mall to look for food and baby supplies. Since the military had already cleared the area, their journey went exceptionally smoothly today. They arrived at the outdoor supplies store, where the flood had already risen to the 5th floor, submerging the entire store. Meng Zifeng and Yu Shui, both good at swimming, took a deep breath and submerged into the water. A minute later they surfaced and in the water saw kayaks and diving suits, but breaking the windows underwater was difficult, so they might need to come back fully prepared next time. Li Bing took out an oxygen tank and a safety hammer from her backpack and handed them to them. Meng Zifeng exclaimed, "Li Bing, your preparation is impressive." Even Yu Shui gave a thumbs up in admiration. Li Bing smiled and replied, "I'm not a great swimmer, so I can only think of ways to help out." Zhang Xingyan said, "Don't underestimate yourself, otherwise we'll have to come back again." Meng Zifeng and Yu Shui carried the oxygen tanks, making numerous trips back and forth until they finally collapsed exhausted on the kayak. In the outdoor supplies store, they made significant gains, managing to salvage 4 kayaks, 3 speedboats, 2 diving suits, 12 oxygen tanks, 5 barrels of gasoline, 3 barrels of diesel, and 9 bottles of engine oil. They packed the supplies, planning to distribute them later. Afterwards, they found a small supermarket nearby, which, although flooded, yielded many useful items. This included 10 bags of vacuum-packed rice, 3 barrels of cooking oil, 6 packets of salt, 2 bags of fruit candy, 30 packs of biscuits, 4 loaves of bread, 15 packs of compressed biscuits, 9 cans of baby formula, 4 packs of baby diapers, 4 cans of milk powder for the elderly, 2 bags of lotus root powder, 4 packs of sanitary pads, 48 bottles of mineral water, 12 bottles of carbonated drinks, and 3 bottles of liquor. After finding these supplies, they were satisfied with their needs and no longer felt greedy, losing the motivation to venture into the city center. The supplies they gathered today were sufficient to meet their survival needs for half a month, so they unanimously decided to return. On the way back, they drove 2 speedboats. Along the way, they encountered others attempting to seize their supplies. Li Bing stood at the bow of the boat, bow in hand, poised for action. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan, a tall figure, and the muscular Yu Shui radiated strength as they stood at the stern of the 2 speedboats, deterring anyone from approaching. When they returned to the community, it was nearly dark and not many people were around. However, the noise of the speedboats attracted some attention, causing quite a stir in the building. Li Bing and the other 4 ignored the thoughts of those people and moved all their supplies to the 11th floor to start distributing them. Meng Zifeng and Wu Qing stated that they would take care of the baby supplies and the rest could be disregarded. In the end, Zhang Xingyan decided that Meng Zifeng and Wu Qing would handle the baby supplies while the remaining food would be equally divided among the other 3. As for the kayaks, there were 4 of them, Zhang Xingyan, Meng Zifeng, Wu Qing, and Yu Shui each took one, while Li Bing, who was not a good swimmer and was a girl, was given one of the speedboats. The other 2 speedboats were assigned to Meng Zifeng and Yu Shui as they had put in the most effort today. Li Bing had no lack of supplies, but fearing they might suspect her, requested a diving suit and 2 cans of oxygen, while the remaining items were divided among the other 4. There were no objections to the distribution from anyone. Li Bing returned to her doorstep, looked through the peephole of room 1203, sensed a slight movement, and smiled faintly as she entered her home. That little brat is peeking again. Li Bing summoned the sun from her space, and she and her dog had dinner face to face, then lay on the sofa, using her thoughts in the space to chop wood, feed livestock, and tend to the black soil. After finishing these tasks, it was already 10 p.m. She quickly entered the space, took a shower, and came to the display screen at the villa's entrance. Today's available time 1 hour 35 minutes 21 seconds, permanent accumulative time 0 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds, merit 5455. Today's merit only increased by 360 points, which was due to Li Bing secretly placing supplies while the other 4 were not paying attention. The speedboats had already taken the clear route, and starting tomorrow, she would have to go out on her own again. Otherwise, earning merit would be too difficult. When would she achieve freedom in her space? Li Bing practiced archery and shooting in the space for a while before exiting. Listening to the rain outside gradually intensifying, she fell into a deep sleep. At 7 a.m. the next morning, she was awakened by the sounds of moving. Could it be that the rescue center had started taking people again? She had no memory of this from her first life. Li Bing opened her door and found residents on the 5th floor moving in. She went to the 5th floor where the water had already risen to her ankles. There was a small episode during the move of the residents on the 5th floor were mocked by the original 4th floor residents who were already living in the hallway, refusing to accept them living in the hallway together. In the end, it was Zhang Xingyan who mediated. After breakfast, the building manager Meng Zifeng and Yu Shui came to look for her, asking if she wanted to go out with them today to search for supplies. Li Bing initially wanted to refuse, as she didn't lack supplies and only wanted to accumulate merit. It was too inconvenient to move around with them. However, the 3 of them said they were going to a chicken farm on the outskirts. It was a free-range base on the mountain, complete with a farm stay that offered chicken catching games and large pot cooking. Before the apocalypse, Meng Zifeng and his wife Healy had been there, saying that the roosters there had firm and delicious meat. After hearing this, Li Bing decisively joined them. Most of the meat in her space was frozen. There was nothing like the fresh free-range chicken from the farm. She returned to her apartment, packed a large backpack, and set out with them. This time it seemed they all tacitly agreed not to call Wu Qing. Last night he had boasted everywhere about how brave he was and how he led the other 4 to find a large amount of supplies, and now he was enjoying the admiration of others in the building. Another fool, hopefully he can protect the supplies he worked hard to find. Zhang Xingyan, Meng Zifeng, Yu Shui, and Li Bing arrived at a chicken farm in the mountains outside the city aboard a speedboat. As they climbed the mountain, they discovered that all the roosters had gathered at the summit. Each one was trembling, hiding under the large tree, drenched by the rain and frozen, as if they had just been rescued from an ice column. When they reached out to grab them, they caught them easily, unaware of the need to escape. The 4 of them searched for large pots from a farmhouse in the water, set up a fire, and boiled hot water. They divided the tasks. Zhang Xingyan was in charge of catching the chickens. Meng Zifeng was responsible for killing them and draining their blood, while Yu Shui and Li Bing plucked the feathers. After killing 20 chickens, Zhang Xingyan, both happy and worried, said, "This won't do, we have no electricity at home. How can we preserve these chickens when we take them back?" Li Bing suggested, "Why don't we make chicken jerky instead?" They immediately set to work. While Yu Shui and Li Bing continued to pluck the feathers, Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng went to find materials for shelter against the rain, as the chicken jerky would get wet as soon as it was dried. Li Bing took out 4 masks from her backpack. The smell was overwhelming, and the others began to praise her thoughtfulness. When she pulled out salt, 5 spice powder, Sichuan pepper, and chili powder, they were already used to it. They worked on the chicken jerky all day long from morning till night, and finally they could hardly stand it. They had only managed to make half of the jerky. They all decided not to go back today, otherwise if they came back tomorrow someone else might discover the chickens. They took a short break and ate some dry rations and drank water. Meng Zifeng sighed and said, "I wonder if Healy is scared at home all alone." Yu Shui rarely spoke up. "I didn't tell Jingjing that I would be staying out overnight when I left today." Zhang Xingyan added, "That old lady of mine is probably waiting by the window for me to come back." Li Bing said, "I guess I'm just all alone." The 3 looked at Li Bing, who had no choice but to maintain the formation. "My dog at home is probably worried and can't sleep lying by the door waiting for me." Li Bing intentionally revealed that she had a dog. The sun will eventually shine. Moreover, her and the dog's strength had been growing, and mentioning it served as a deterrent. But at this moment she knew the dog couldn't be worried about her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She focused her mind on the space, and the dog was sprawled out in its kennel in the breeding shed, sleeping soundly and drooling. After a brief rest, the 4 resumed catching chickens, killing them, plucking feathers, boiling them, shredding them, and making jerky. At 3 a.m., aside from the 60 fresh whole chickens left, all the roosters had been turned into jerky, totaling around 2,000 pounds. Meng Zifeng was worried about his wife and children at home and wanted to return quickly. Zhang Xingyan suggested that 2 people transport the supplies back while the others went up the mountain to chop wood. With the water and electricity cut off, everyone was eating raw and cold food, making it easy to fall ill. Moreover, as clean drinking water became scarce, everyone would probably drink rainwater from outside. Even if they had purification tablets, they still needed to boil it. Li Bing offered to transport the chicken back herself, but the other 3 initially disagreed. Even though it was night and there were almost no people outside who could guarantee safety. She took out a bow and shot an arrow at a tree 10 meters away, hitting the mark. Then she used a nail gun to shoot a mushroom 5 meters away, also hitting it again. The other 3 expressed great confidence in her transporting the supplies and went up the mountain to chop wood. Li Bing drove the speedboat out of their sight and stored all the jerky and whole chickens in her space. Along the way, Li Bing found several high spots and released the corresponding supplies. This time she hid them separately in discreet locations to prevent anyone from discovering them all at once. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 23 life forms you gained 23 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 102 life forms you gained 102 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 98 life forms you gained 98 merit points. With a large influx of merit, Li Bing exchanged for 10 hours of permanent cumulative time, storing it in her space for emergencies. This time she didn't feel any pain. Today, available time 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds, permanent cumulative time 10 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds, merit 75, 11. Li Bing looked at the display screen, revealing a satisfied smile. She reached the vicinity of her community, put on a diving suit, and quietly returned to her apartment. She first placed everything in the living room of room 1202, then quietly visited the other 3 families, telling them not to worry, their families would bring back firewood later. Han Jingjing heard that they were going to chop wood in the mountains and wanted to help. She couldn't just hide at home eating for free while Yu Shui risked gathering supplies alone. Li Bing believed that Han Jingjing was a person of potential, although petite, her character was upright. Li Bing entered the living room where Zhang Xingyan was running on the treadmill. Li Bing, wait a moment, I will finish soon. Zhang's mother handed a cup of water to Li Bing and kindly said, Bing Bing, come sit down, let's chat for a while. When Li Bing brought Han Jingjing to the chicken farm in the mountains, Zhang Xingyan and the others had already chopped down 3 trees with axes. These trees had thick trunks, quite different from the ones Li Bing had chopped on Qingyuan Mountain. These axes were used by the farmhouse for chopping wood, and they had only found 2 in total. Moreover, the size of these axes was small, making them quite laborious to use. The 3 took turns working. Whoever got tired would take a break while the other would immediately step in. Li Bing took out 2 large axes from her backpack, and by now everyone was used to it. Only Han Jingjing exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Bing Bing, how does your family have so many axes?" Li Bing modestly replied, "Better to be prepared than caught unawares." Han Jingjing said. Meng Zifeng didn't stop chopping trees. He turned to Han Jingjing and said, "What's so surprising about that? Your sister Bing Bing always has a bow in her left hand and a nail gun in her right. A witch girl, is that cool?" Han Jingjing tugged at Li Bing's sleeve playfully, saying, "Sister Bing Bing, from now on you are my idol. Can you teach me archery?" Li Bing did not refuse. "Sure, come and knock on my door when you find a suitable bow." Han Jingjing replied, "Okay, Sister Bing Bing, I will pay for tuition." After everyone had breakfast together, they continued chopping wood until noon, totaling 9 trees. Missing home, they didn't chop the wood into smaller pieces, but only cut them into 2-meter lengths. They distributed the wood across 3 kayaks and 3 speedboats, securing them with ropes and linking them. On the way back, most people were uninterested in the wood but very curious about the kayaks and speedboats filled with wood. They encountered several groups who attempted to rob them. Li Bing tightened the bowstring standing at the bow of the first assault boat. Facing those with ill intentions, she loosed an arrow that landed by their feet with a light sound, intimidating them. Sometimes one might encounter some brazen and fearless individuals. 3 men wielding knives maneuvered their kayak, attempting to close in. They sought to seize power through force. In response to such provocation, Li Bing raised her shooting spear, directly hitting her target and puncturing their kayak. The kayak deflated at a visible rate, and the 3 men on board immediately screamed in panic. One of them splashed into the water, crying, "Help! I can't swim," but quickly sank. At that moment, the other 2 men armed with sharp blades attempted to swim over and continue contesting. They cleverly avoided Li Bing, heading straight for the second kayak where Zhang Xingyan was. Zhang Xingyan grabbed a wooden stick and decisively swung it towards their heads. Seeing this, one man swiftly turned his head and swam towards Han Jingjing, as she appeared the most vulnerable among them. Han Jingjing held a wooden stick, her face pale with fear. She imitated Zhang Xingyan's movements, but due to her nervousness, she couldn't hit the man in the water. Meng Zifeng and Yu Shui wanted to help, but they couldn't reach her due to the distance. Although Li Bing glanced this way, she took no action. Han Jingjing had to grow stronger on her own. Seeing the man's knife nearing the kayak, Han Jingjing made up her mind and shouted to Li Bing, "Sister Bing Bing, shoot him down for me." Li Bing waited for Han Jingjing's active plea for help, drew her bowstring to its limit, and released an arrow, causing the man to sink immediately. Earned. This person was worth killing. This was Han Jingjing's first encounter with the harsh reality of the apocalypse, and the first time she witnessed someone die before her eyes. However, she felt no fear. Instead, her gaze towards Li Bing grew more fervent. She aspired to be someone like Sister Bing Bing, independent, brave, formidable, and kind. If Li Bing knew how Han Jingjing viewed her, she would surely burst into laughter. She was not kind. Everything was merely for the sake of merit. Li Bing observed the gazes directed at her, including Zhang Xingyan's, filled with gratitude for surviving, not fear of her. Very good. These few people were not a hassle. They could be temporary allies. Li Bing and the others pulled back 6 boats of wood to the community, where the flood had already reached the top of the 5th floor, forcing them to climb back through the 6th-floor corridor windows. Residents in the corridor watched as they struggled to unload the wood from the boat and huffed while carrying it to the 11th floor, all laughing at them. Song Tiandong, who lived in the 6th-floor corridor, lay on a mat and said, "After being out for 2 days and 1 night, I thought we could bring back an entire supermarket, but it turns out to be nothing but useless wood, ha ha ha." Another person chimed in, "Exactly. In 30-degree weather, how could they think they could find wood? I really don't understand their thinking." Although most of the residents were mocking them for wasting time and energy, a few understood the key and immediately borrowed kayaks from the building to go find some wood, returning to boil water to drink. Li Bing and the others were on the 11th floor corridor distributing the wood. After discussions among themselves, they decided to revise their distribution policy. From now on, whenever they teamed up to search for supplies, they would divide the spoils equally among the members. This change came because they realized that if they followed the traditional distribution method, where one person works harder today and another does tomorrow, it would be hard to establish a fair standard. Additionally, if they quibbled over minor gains and losses, the team would struggle to endure. They believed that as a team they needed to cooperate rather than act independently. Equally distributing resources would ensure every member's basic needs were met while maintaining team harmony and stability. Therefore, this distribution of wood was divided among the 5 of them. Later, on the 12th floor, they distributed whole chickens and chicken jerky. Since Han Jingjing did not participate in the searching and crafting, she did not partake in the distribution. The chicken jerky was divided into 4 portions, with Zhang Xingyan, Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, and Li Bing each getting around 500 jin. A total of 60 whole chickens were available, with Li Bing receiving 39 and each of the others getting 7. This was agreed upon when Li Bing provided the seasoning and no one raised any objections. Otherwise, the chicken jerky made would be tasteless and would not last long without salt. Li Bing stored the wood and whole chickens in the space, drank a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar, and then took a hot shower in the space. After being drenched in rain all night, she was soaked and pale. Exhausted and sleepy, she fell asleep without having any meals. At 11 p.m., Li Bing was awakened by her alarm and noticed the rain had lessened. She casually nibbled on a chicken leg, ate 2 rice balls, and left the community. Tonight, she was heading to the reservoir to catch fish. This reservoir was discovered last night when she was searching for high ground to place supplies using a searchlight. At that time, she noted that the dam of the reservoir was quite high and schools of whitebait fish had not yet washed away. If she waited another day, the reservoir would likely breach, wasting so many fish. These whitebait had grown, with each weighing over 10 gene. She tried using a fishing net to catch them, but the results were minimal. There was no time to look for tutorial videos, so she could only collect them along with the reservoir's water into the small river in her space. Before that, she first collected the shrimp and crayfish from the small river in her space into a water tank, placing them in the breeding shed. However, she found that the original water tank could no longer hold them, and their numbers had more than doubled. She remembered there weren't that many, so she had to find 2 more water towers to place the remaining shrimp and crayfish. It seemed that the creatures in the small river of her space were reproducing rapidly. She plunged her hand into the water, and it took a full 3 hours to collect all the water and fish from the reservoir. She looked towards her space. The once narrow small river had transformed into a wide river, its waters surging violently, its width increased by several dozen meters. On the river's surface, several whitebait joyfully leaped out of the water, showcasing their graceful forms, splashing ripples as they fell back into the water. On her way back, she found several high grounds distributing 5,000 gene of rice, and also setting out some clean drinking water and other food. Li Bing returned to her neighborhood in the darkness, where the flood had already reached the 6th floor. The residents on the 6th floor were busy moving their belongings in the night, and she took the opportunity to help carry furniture back to her home. After taking a hot shower and sipping on a cup of warm pearl milk tea, she delved into her space. Time available today, 1 hour 28 minutes 54 seconds, accumulated time 10 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds, merit 106.50. Even if all the merit was exchanged for time in the space, it amounted to just over 4 days, which was still too little. She needed to go to a crowded place, such as a rescue center where there were tens of thousands of people, and imagine how much merit could be accumulated there. However, she couldn't rush it as there were military personnel on duty, and it was not wise to take risks. Li Bing took out a portion of sweet and sour pork, a serving of garlic eggplant, and a bowl of chicken soup, savoring them slowly. These past few days she had been busy collecting supplies, earning merit, and training her physical abilities, so her body needed some nutrition. After finishing her meal, she fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke again, it was already 2 p.m. Today, Zhang Xingyan and the others had not come to knock on the door, indicating that the supplies were sufficient, and they likely did not plan to go out for the time being. Li Bing concluded her lunch and began her intense knife training. She swung the knife 600 times, feeling the weight of the blade and the coordination of her body. Then she started watching instructional videos on close combat, learning how to skillfully use her body and strength. After practicing basic techniques for an hour, she began training with the dog. This training was not just about one-sided commands, but involved a tacit cooperation between Li Bing and the dog. They rolled and sprinted together. Her commands and the dog's responses were perfectly timed, showcasing their profound understanding of each other. Throughout the process, she continually adjusted her commands, guiding the dog to respond flexibly to various situations. Their cooperative training grew increasingly harmonious, with each command and response appearing remarkably natural. This training not only improved their abilities, but also deepened the trust between Li Bing and the dog. Unbeknownst to her, it was already 8 p.m., and she lay resting on the small sofa in the living room. As Li Bing ate fresh grapes from her space, she probed into the black soil with her mind and discovered that the sweet potatoes and potatoes she had planted earlier had matured. She gathered these 2 types of crops in an open area. Their yield was astonishing, stacked like a small mountain, truly bountiful. She remembered that during her last visit to the museum, the area of black soil had been significantly expanded. Now it was comparable to the size of 5 football fields. These past few days she had been busy collecting supplies and earning merit, and had not yet found time to plant anything in this fertile land. Li Bing decided to reserve 200 square meters of land for planting the fruits and vegetables she commonly consumed, while the remaining area would continue to be used for growing sweet potatoes and potatoes. Currently, the maturation period for sweet potatoes and potatoes in the black soil was around 8 days. This meant that if she planted today, she could harvest a batch before the extreme cold arrived. In pursuit of merit, she was determined to continue her efforts with the sweet potatoes and potatoes. She recalled over 100 logistics trucks she had collected at the logistics park, still neatly parked in the space, which should be untouched by the flood, since it was only the second day of the apocalypse. With nothing to do today, she decided to open some blind boxes. Li Bing selected a refrigerated truck which was filled with fresh frozen beef. Thanks to the excellent sealing of the refrigerated truck, the beef inside had not been contaminated by the flood. It was even not completely thawed, yet emitting a faint mist of ice. She felt a surge of luck. Since that was the case, Li Bing decided not to wait any longer and opened the remaining dozen refrigerated trucks. There were 3 trucks of frozen pork, while the others included frozen whole chickens, frozen chicken legs, frozen pork ribs, frozen lamb, frozen steaks, frozen cheese, frozen headless fish, frozen octopus, frozen handheld pancakes, and frozen buns. All these frozen foods were preserved exceptionally well, showing no signs of melting. Li Bing sorted them into different categories, placing them in order, and then opened the other logistics truck compartments one by one. In the first logistics truck compartment there was cotton. Although the cotton had been soaked by the flood, Li Bing still placed them under the sunlight of the black soil. After drying for a while, she would collect them. When Li Bing opened the second compartment, a large amount of water surged out from the truck door. It turned out to be a mat transport truck, and the mats compressed under the truck had already begun to be damaged. She organized the damaged mats separately in one area, waiting to discard them from the space in the future, and took the rest to dry on the black soil.
Xia Xiaoman pointed mockingly at the torrent surging in. Are you sure you'll be safe staying inside the carriage? The thin man's expression twisted.
In the next logistics truck there were eco-friendly paints. The paint cans were well sealed, and she was not worried they would be damaged by water, so she collected them and stored them in the space for later use. When she opened the next logistics truck, she paints. The paint cans were well sealed, and she was not worried they would be to prevent the soaked soybeans from causing illness. If consumed, she decided to cook all the soybeans to earn merit by releasing them from the space. The next logistics truck contained a compartment full of cardboard boxes. To be precise, they were food packaging boxes. Unfortunately, they had been completely soaked in water. Li Bing did not waste them as she threw the wet cardboard boxes onto the black soil under the sunlight, letting them dry slowly under the sunlight for future use as fire starters. The next logistics truck was filled with a compartment of air conditioners. These air conditioners had been completely soaked in water. Li Bing removed the paper packaging from the surface of the air conditioners and placed them in the sun to dry. Then she arranged the air conditioners horizontally and stacked them in the open space to save room. These air conditioners were temporarily unusable, but perhaps they could be repaired in the future or have useful parts disassembled for reuse. Li Bing felt tired of the logistics truck. Blind box had come to an end for today, and she would continue. Li Bing got up in the morning, had breakfast, and knocked on the door of room 1103. Zhang Xingyan, dressed in black sportswear and dripping with sweat, seemed to have been exercising. Li Bing, is that you? Come in and have a seat. Li Bing stepped into the living room, which was decorated in a very simple and elegant style. It seemed that Zhang Xingyan had previously lived here alone. Later, Zhang's mother also moved into this home and added some small decorative items that reflected her taste. For example, floral air conditioner covers and checkered sofa covers added a touch of warmth and color to the originally simple decor. Although contradictory, these elements enhanced the liveliness of the home. In one corner of the living room there were some exercise equipment and books. Some supplies were also stacked in the corner, not deliberately hidden. Wiping the sweat from his neck, Zhang Xingyan asked, "So, what do you need from me?" After sitting down, Li Bing replied, "Brother Zhang, I want to learn close combat from you. I can pay by the hour." Zhang Xingyan looked surprised. "You, a young girl, can handle archery, isn't that enough? Learning this is tough." Li Bing looked out the window. "Brother Zhang, you must have noticed that things outside have started to get chaotic." Zhang Xingyan sighed. "I see it, but I don't want to believe it." He paused. "I can teach you, but you have to promise me not to use it for bad things." Li Bing nodded sincerely. "I promise." The two agreed on a schedule of 2 hours of lessons every day, with the teaching location in the living room of room 1103, and the fee was 50 jin of food per month. Zhang Xingyan asked, "When do we start?" Li Bing answered, "Today." While moving the coffee table to a corner of the living room, Zhang Xingyan said, "Close combat is a form of martial arts characterized by physical contact. It includes many different martial arts styles and techniques such as boxing, judo, wrestling, and karate. Let's first check your basics. Now attack me. Li Bing aimed for Zhang Xingyan's left hand and swiftly launched her attack while he was relaxed. She rushed forward hoping to gain the advantage before approaching her opponent. However, before she could get close, she was easily knocked down by him. Try again. Zhang Xingyan shouted. Li Bing widened her eyes and resolutely stood up. This time she attacked from the lower position, attempting to strike with both her left hand and foot simultaneously. Yet she still couldn't withstand his assault and was knocked down again. Try again. Zhang Xingyan said with a smile. Li Bing stood up again, ready to continue fighting. She took a deep breath and began to contemplate how to break this deadlock. She knew she had to readjust her tactics and find her opponent's weaknesses to make a breakthrough. Falling down. Try again. Falling down again. Try again. She challenged Zhang Xingyan repeatedly, yet each time she was easily defeated by him. However, she did not get discouraged. Instead, she summarized her previous experiences and continually adjusted her strategies and techniques. In their 12th match, she finally managed to touch Zhang Xingyan's body, albeit a small progress. Zhang Xingyan was truly a natural coach. His close combat teaching did not rely on books or verbal instructions, but instead started from Li Bing's own conditions and level, fully tapping into her strengths and guiding her to continuously improve. In just 2 hours of learning, Li Bing felt a significant improvement, surpassing her previous month's self. The professional approach made all the difference. Zhang Xingyan's personalized close combat teaching focused mainly on the following 5 points. 1. Dynamic observation. Zhang Xingyan first taught Li Bing how to maintain sharp observation during battles, so she could timely notice her opponent's dynamic changes and seize favorable opportunities. 2. Quick reaction. Zhang Xingyan emphasized the importance of quick reactions and taught some methods to train reaction speed, such as multi-against-stone simulation exercises. 3. Risk avoidance. Zhang Xingyan imparted techniques to Li Bing on how to avoid dangers in close combat, such as how to dodge attacks and control distance. 4. Power utilization. Zhang Xingyan guided Li Bing on how to leverage her strength to maximize combat effectiveness, including how to use her own strength and borrow from her opponents. 5. Combat psychology. Zhang Xingyan encouraged Li Bing to develop strong psychological qualities, such as confidence when facing strong enemies and calmness under pressure. Through this targeted guidance, Li Bing made a qualitative leap in her understanding and mastery of close combat. She returned home exhausted and collapsed on the sofa. Her consciousness delved into the space feeding the various livestock in the breeding shed. For hens were laying eggs daily with varying numbers from 4 to 6. There was also a pair of rabbits that had given birth to a litter of 8. Additionally, there were 2 pigs discovered on Qingyuan Mountain, a loving pig couple. Now their weight had exceeded 300 jin. What was exciting was that these 2 pigs would produce more offspring in the breeding shed, allowing Li Bing to enjoy endless fresh pork. When the time comes, she could make roasted pork belly, braised meat, sweet and sour ribs, corn rib soup, and stewed pig feet with yellow beans. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. The ewes were already pregnant and were expected to give birth to lambs in about half a month. At that time, not only could she cuddle soft little lambs, but she could also drink fresh sheep's milk. Every day, Li Bing carefully prepared various food ingredients, including grains, vegetables, and fruits, to ensure that the livestock received sufficient nutrition, making them taste even better. After finishing lunch, Li Bing began to practice archery and using the nail gun in the space, leaving no moment of rest. She remembered that Han Jingjing was a student in the physics department and took out the nail gun to knock on the door of room 1202. When Han Jingjing saw Li Bing, her eyes sparkled. She enthusiastically stepped aside. "Sister Bing Bing, what brings you here? Come in." Li Bing did not enter the living room but stood in the foyer. "I want you to help me modify this nail gun, hoping to extend its range and increase its lethality. I can exchange materials with you." Han Jingjing took the nail gun in her hand, looked at it for a moment, and said, "Sister Bing Bing, the range can be increased by about double, but I need to do some research on the lethality. As for the materials, forget about it. It's just a small favor, and besides, I still want to learn archery from you." Li Bing nodded. "It's a deal." Han Jingjing sent Li Bing out the door, smiling. "Sister Bing Bing, Seeing Li Bing's insistence, Han Jingjing said, "I'll modify it first, and after it's done you can check the results, and then we can discuss the materials." Li Bing nodded. "It's a deal." Han Jingjing sent Li Bing out the door, smiling. "Sister Bing Bing, I'm currently making my bow and arrows, and once they're done I'll come find you to learn." In the early morning, Li Bing was awakened by the noisy crowd of movers. She opened the window and looked down, only to see that the flood had already submerged the floor of the 7th floor. This noise was caused by the residents of the 7th floor starting to move to the upper-level corridors. Currently, several households were crowded in the corridors of each floor. This was also one of the reasons why Li Bing hadn't gone out to search for supplies in the past 2 days. She didn't want to become a live target. Another reason was her urgent need to improve her combat skills to enhance her own safety. At 9 o'clock, after a simple breakfast, she arrived punctually at Zhang Xinyan's door and gently knocked. The door gradually opened, revealing a warm, smiling elderly woman, Zhang's mother. Her hair was already turning gray, and the affection for her juniors radiated from her expression. Zhang's mother smiled and said, "Come in quickly, I have heard Xingyan mention you. You are here to learn today." Then Li Bing experienced Zhang's mother's warm hospitality. From discussing hometowns to sharing work experiences, from exchanging interests and hobbies to standards for choosing future partners, Li Bing felt completely at a loss. Just when Li Bing wanted to leave, Zhang Xingyan finished running early, rescuing her. He helplessly said, "Mom, why don't you go back to your room for a while? We'll train first." Looking at Zhang's mother reluctantly going back to her room, he turned to Li Bing and said, "Don't mind her, she hasn't seen anyone for a long time and tends to talk a lot." Li Bing didn't mind. "It's okay." Zhang Xingyan looked up and asked, "Do you know what the fastest way to improve in close combat is?" Li Bing thought for a moment and replied, "Real combat." Zhang Xingyan nodded. "Exactly. So today you will attack me and look for my weaknesses." After Zhang Xingyan's training in close combat yesterday, Li Bing's performance today showed evident improvement. Although she was still taken down, she managed to last longer against Zhang Xingyan and even succeeded in counterattacking him at times. However, her strength still needed enhancement. It was like tickling Zhang Xingyan. After several rounds of intense sparring, Li Bing was panting, her entire body soaked in sweat. Compared to yesterday's sparring, Zhang Xingyan also felt significant pressure. This little girl had made remarkable progress in just 1 day, making one marvel at her rapid growth. At this rate of improvement, her day of setting out into the world was just around the corner. Zhang Xingyan was unaware that she had experienced death twice, her resolve as steadfast as rock. She focused solely on how to survive, how to learn with all her might, and how to control her own life and death. The learning of ordinary people was merely to strengthen their bodies, so their rate of progress was naturally different. During a break, Zhang Xingyan looked at Li Bing and said, "You need to fully consider your opponent's weaknesses. This is practice, and outside you don't need to adhere to martial ethics." Li Bing's gaze swept between Zhang Xingyan's legs and she blushed. "That doesn't seem quite right." "Zhang Xingyan, I meant think more about the throat, fingers, knees, and those places. What are you thinking about? You are a girl." But he paused and then said, "Well, it's not impossible. When you're outside, protecting your life is the priority, and don't use that in practice with me." Li Bing earnestly nodded. "Okay." After a 10-minute break, the two continued with an hour of practice sparring. This time, Zhang Xingyan did not hold back, focusing entirely on sparring with Li Bing. Facing Zhang Xingyan's fierce attacks, Li Bing fought with all her might, but in the end, she still got beaten up. After Li Bing left, Zhang's mother came out of the room and scolded her son, "You were too rough. Look at how delicate this girl is. What have you done to her?" Zhang Xingyan replied sternly, "If I hold back, I will harm her. The outside world is already chaotic." Zhang's mother shook her head. "Then you should protect her. Her family is out of town. It's quite pitiful." Zhang Xingyan helplessly said, "Mom, stop thinking too much. She's only 23, and I won't be getting married." Zhang's mother sighed softly. Bing Bing is such a good girl. You should let go. Even Wu Xian is married now." Zhang Xingyan's expression changed slightly. "It has nothing to do with her." After saying that, he closed the door, cutting off Zhang's mother's nagging. When Li Bing returned to the 12th floor, she saw several aunties gathered at the door of room 1202, seemingly trying to borrow food. Han Jingjing's angry voice came from inside. "There's none. No food." Aunt Zhao from room 503 shouted hoarsely, "Who are you trying to fool? Your roommate goes out every day and always brings back a big bag." Wu Qing from room 1805 also said that your family has plenty of food. Please just lend Auntie a little, and once the flood recedes, Auntie will return it double." That damned Wu Qing, what a big mouth. Han Jingjing's voice came again from inside. "A few days ago the army came and distributed relief rations. Have you finished them?" "We finished them ages ago. They only gave us this little bit." "Then you should go out and find some. All the food in our house was brought back by Xiao Xue at the risk of her life. It's not enough for the two of us, so we won't lend it to you." Han Jingjing's tone was stiff. "Today the rain is heavy again. How can we go out to look for supplies?" "Yeah, and it's so dangerous outside. What if we get hurt? The kayak in our building was damaged by some guys who went out to haul wood, and now we can't even leave the community." Little girl, please come out. Just lend a bit. I'll return it threefold. Is that okay? Several aunties spoke all at once, their voices not particularly loud, but it seemed they really had run out of food and hadn't eaten enough to have any energy. Han Jingjing's strong voice came through the door gap again. No, there's nothing, get lost. This little girl, ever since going out once last time and witnessing the difficulty of finding supplies, now regarded food as more important than life itself. Even a grain of rice that fell on the ground had to be picked up and eaten, so there was no need to worry about her not being able to guard the supplies at home. The aunties cursed and left, when they saw Li Bing they didn't dare stop to borrow food. What a joke. The whole building had heard that this girl could shoot arrows, and she was particularly accurate. Now she was also learning close combat from the building manager, and they didn't dare provoke her. Li Bing was particularly pleased with the performance of these aunties. She just liked peace and quiet. The people in the building still didn't know that not only was she accurate with her bow, but she had also killed the man who tried to snatch the assault boat. Zhang Xingyan and the others had tight lips, knowing what to say and what not to say. In fact, during that incident, Li Bing hadn't instructed them not to tell others. It was just that they all had their limits and didn't speak carelessly. Li Bing returned home, finished lunch, reviewed several key combat points emphasized by Zhang Xingyan, and then continued to practice archery and shooting with the nail gun, training with the sun for another hour. The atmosphere in the building grew increasingly tense. Some people had already consumed all the relief supplies issued by the government, and there were still 2 days left until the next distribution by the military. They set their sights on rooms 1202 and 1204, thinking that since the occupants had gone out a few times and seemed well supplied, they would be easy to talk to. However, they found that the doors wouldn't even open. That night, these individuals blocked the entrance of room 1103, demanding an explanation from Zhang Xingyan. Uncle Ding looked at Zhang Xingyan standing at the door and said somewhat awkwardly, "Building leader, we're embarrassed to come up and ask you for food, but we truly have none left at home." Zhang Xingyan asked Uncle Ding, "Surely you have enough food at home?" Uncle Ding forced a smile and replied, "A few days ago my nephew's family returned from the relief center. The conditions there were poor and overcrowded, and they had nowhere to stay. Their home on the 3rd floor was already flooded, so they had to temporarily stay with me, leaving my own food supply inadequate." Others chimed in, saying that they too had run out of food and hoped the building leader could lend them some, promising to return double after the flood. Zhang Xingyan looked at the crowd and said, "Lending food is not possible. There are too many people in the building and it won't solve the problem. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish." Someone else added, "The building leader might not have enough to lend, but there are 3 families on the 12th floor with a substantial stockpile." Zhang Xingyan's expression immediately turned cold. "I don't know if others have supplies or not, but even if they do, I have no authority to make decisions. The food in my home is not for lending." Just as the crowd was about to stir up noise, Zhang Xingyan continued, "However, I can lend you kayaks and lead you out to find supplies, but I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong." Uncle Ding quickly smiled and said, "That's fine. When do we set off?" Zhang Xingyan replied, "It's nighttime now, with fewer people outside and fewer robbers. It's the perfect time to go out. Who's willing to sign up? Raise your hands." Including Uncle Ding, 7 people wanted to go out to search for supplies. This meant Zhang Xingyan's kayak would definitely be too small. Zhang Xingyan went up to the 12th floor to ask Meng Zifeng, Yu Shui, and Li Bing if they were willing to go out. He promised they could share extra supplies as payment for the boat rental. Meng Zifeng and Yu Shui readily agreed, while Li Bing initially intended to refuse, planning to check the relief center for a bit of luck and to earn some merit. However, seeing Julie from room 804 there, she felt tempted. After all, killing villains would also earn her merit, so she agreed to join in the search for supplies. At 10 p.m., 4 kayaks quietly left the community. In total, there were 11 people, and aside from the 4 of them, everyone else had no food supplies at home. At 10 p.m., 4 kayaks quietly left the community. In total, there were 11 people, and aside from the 4 of them, everyone else had no food supplies at home. Otherwise, who would want to take the risk? The group arrived at the commercial building where Li Bing used to work, only to find that the flood had already submerged the 8th floor. They used a window breaker to open the 9th floor window and climbed in, discovering that the building had already been searched and there was little food left. Li Bing led everyone to the 14th floor where her company was located. She opened a small door and pulled down a staircase, revealing a warehouse full of expired live broadcast samples. 2/3 of the items were food: spicy noodles, instant noodles, snail noodles, sweet potato chips, and more. Everyone stuffed all the food into backpacks and fish skin bags. Amid the chaos, Li Bing hurried to the boss office, still thinking about that golden toad. Indeed, it was a fake. Li Bing looked at the golden toad lying peacefully on the grassy floor, realizing it wasn't even gold-plated. The boss was too stingy. She took down an empty water cooler jug from the boss office. Even without water, it could still be useful. The group cleared the expired samples from the small warehouse layer by layer collecting supplies, but found nothing particularly useful. After all, this heavy rain had lasted for 13 days, and this commercial building was situated on high ground, so it was uncertain how many people had already searched here. Thus the gratitude of the group towards Li Bing increased even more. If it weren't for her, they would have likely returned empty-handed tonight. Before leaving the commercial building, Li Bing made an excuse to return to the office to grab some personal items, making her way to the top floor. She left behind some rice, compressed biscuits, mixed grains, sweet potatoes, bottled water, baby formula, rice flour, feminine products, and more. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 367 lives, you have gained 367 points of merit. Returning to the 9th floor, the group had finished loading the supplies onto the kayaks. They saw that she was only holding a picture frame and no other supplies, so they helped her onto the boat and left. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 367 lives, you have gained 367 points of merit. Returning to the 9th floor, the group had finished loading the supplies. Leading them was a bald man with arms covered in tattoos. He held a handgun while the other 4 each wielded a machete. One of the tattooed man's lackeys fawningly said, "Big brother, I told you so. These people must have found something. Look at their kayaks, they are so good, all collision-proof." The tattooed man laughed heartily. "Huang Song, you did well. I'll give you credit for this." Then he shouted to the people in the building, "You'd better jump into the water yourselves and leave the kayaks and supplies behind. I promise I won't harm you." Zhang Xingyan, however, understood that even if they chose to jump into the water, the other side would not let them go easily, as an aura of deadly intent emanated from them. He calculated the distance. Only 4 meters remained, and they still had a chance to succeed. Once the opponents approached their kayak, they would likely be caught in a net. He signaled to Li Bing, who drew her bow and shot an arrow straight at the tattooed man's heart. The tattooed man hurriedly dodged, and the arrow only struck his left hand, causing him to scream in pain. The tattooed man, furious, shouted, "You damn woman, how dare you shoot me? Listen up, this woman must be kept alive for me to personally torture her. I want her to wish for death, but be unable to die." The other 7 people in the building were so frightened they fell silent. Their knives and kitchen cleavers seemed utterly insignificant before these assailants. Li Bing pulled out 3 nail guns from her backpack and threw one each to Zhang Xingyan, Meng Zifeng, and Yu Shui, saying, "Shoot at their kayaks." After that, Li Bing began to draw her bow again, aiming to shoot the tattooed man once more. The tattooed man used one of his lackeys as a shield while Li Bing shot an arrow straight through the lackey. Ding dong, because you directly eliminated 1 life, you lose 10 points of merit. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 17 lives, you gain 17 points of merit. You killed someone. Li Bing. You actually killed someone. Julie's terrified shout made Li Bing feel annoyed. The tattooed man continued shooting at the crowd, using the body of his lackey as a shield. The people in the building screamed and ducked down while Zhang Xingyan, Meng Zifeng, and Yu Shui focused on shooting at the assault boat. Li Bing ignored the screams of the people in the building and continued shooting arrows at the tattooed man. She saw that the assault boat was leaking and shouted to Zhang Xingyan and the others, "Row the boat. Let's go. Let's go." At this moment, the heavily tattooed man stood on the leaking speedboat firing at the people in the kayak. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan and the others were desperately rowing the boat. As time passed, the gunfire from the tattooed man gradually subsided, indicating that he had run out of bullets. After scanning the people in the building, Li Bing noticed that no one dared to look up. Zhang Xingyan and his companions were doing their utmost to row the boat, trying to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. At this moment, Li Bing and Zhu Li were sharing a kayak, which was gradually falling to the back of the group. Great! No one noticed the 2 of them. Zhu Li was crouched down holding his head, and Li Bing took the opportunity to swiftly draw her pistol, pressing it against the back of Zhu Li's head. She pulled the trigger and a burst of flames erupted from the muzzle. Zhu Li perished. Ding dong, because you directly extinguished a life form, you lose 10 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 833 life forms, you gain 833 merit points. Goodness. It's hard to believe that Zhu Li was so wicked in the future. Oh, why was he so cowardly now? Li Bing calmly turned around to face the tattooed man and several others and steadily pulled the trigger. Due to the extremely close distance of only 4 meters, each of her bullets accurately hit the target, killing them instantly. Ding dong, because you directly extinguished 4 life forms, you lose 40 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 167 life forms, you gain 167 merit points. The sins of the 5 tattooed men pale in comparison to Zhu Li. Li Bing was unaware that after robbing Zhang Xinyan's supplies, Julie became increasingly vile, ultimately rising to the position of deputy leader of a private base through brutal means. Every day, he led his subordinates to commit atrocities, such as arson, murder, and robbery, like a demon in the human realm. Li Bing watched as the tattooed men and the leaking speedboat slowly sank to the bottom of the water, beginning to worry that Zhang Xingyan might discover the bullets on Julie. To ensure that everything was foolproof, she cut the kayak she was in and placed Julie's body into the Thus, even if Zhang Xingyan noticed something unusual, they would be unable to pursue, because both the bodies and the kayak had sunk to the bottom. Li Bing, immersed in the cold water, swam desperately forward, trying to catch up with the people in the building. Suddenly, two familiar faces appeared before her. It was Zhang Xingyan and Yu Shui rowing a kayak to come to her aid. Zhang Xingyan reached out to pull Li Bing onto the kayak. "Where is your kayak?" "What about Julie?" Li Bing wiped her face and replied, "Julie was shot dead, and the kayak was hit by bullets leaking water and sank along with Julie." Yu Shui interrupted them. "Stop chatting, let's hurry back before those people catch up." "They will never catch up, they're dead," Li Bing thought. Zhang Xingyan and Yu Shui quickened their pace, hoping to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. After rowing with all their might for 15 minutes, the three finally met up with two other kayaks in an abandoned building. Meng Zifeng looked at the drenched Li Bing, already understanding what had happened. He asked concernedly, "Li Bing, are you hurt?" "No." Li Bing gently shook her head, her tone filled with sadness. "I'm not hurt, but Julie, my kayak also sank." Meng Zifeng comforted her. "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Let's hurry back." Two others were also shot, fortunately not critically. The people in the building looked at Li Bing with evident fear in their eyes. Fong Su, who lived in room 1707, clutched his bullet-wounded thigh and shouted angrily at Li Bing. "They said that as long as we entered the water, they would let us go. If it weren't for you shooting arrows at them, they wouldn't have fired at all." Zhang Xingyan shouted loudly, "Shut up. I was the one who told Li Bing to shoot. They're robbers and will never let us go. If we enter the water, they will kill us with their knives." Zhang Xingyan paused and sighed, saying, "The bloodstains on their speedboat are layered, each layer a different color. I can't imagine how many lives they have taken." Zhang Xingyan raised his head. "If it weren't for Li Bing today, none of us would be able to return alive. I hope everyone keeps this evening's events to themselves and doesn't mention it to our families so as not to bring any trouble to Li Bing." Uncle Ding was the first to speak. "Yes, I agree. Thank you, Li Bing, for saving our lives. We will definitely keep this a secret and just say we were injured in a robbery. We won't mention anything about killing." Another man said, "We all understand, otherwise it would be us who would die, and we wouldn't go around spreading rumors." "Exactly, even if they don't kill us, we can't swim back, we would drown in the flood halfway." "Thank you, Li Bing." After that, everyone promised not to speak of it, including Fong Su. Zhang Xingyan assured Li Bing, "Tonight's incident was my suggestion for you to shoot first. If anything goes wrong, it's my responsibility. Don't worry, I won't let you bear any consequences." Li Bing smiled. "Okay. This Zhang Xingyan is once again taking all the blame." "Zhang Xingyan, have you really not seen through the events of these past few days? These people are ungrateful backstabbers. They suck your blood like leeches in the water, while expecting you to bear the responsibilities of a soldier, taking on all the blame alone." Li Bing smiled. "Okay. This Zhang Xingyan is once again taking all the blame." "Zhang Xingyan, have you really not seen through the events of... However, we cannot deny the sacrifices and contributions made by soldiers. During the great earthquake in the apocalypse, Li Bing witnessed that those soldiers, despite their bleeding hands, still couldn't bear to use alcohol to disinfect due to a lack of medical supplies. To help ordinary disaster victims, they even saved their rations to share with them. Li Bing had once received gifts and help from these soldiers and survived a few more days due to Zhang Xingyan's care in his first life. This is why Li Bing always held goodwill towards Zhang Xingyan. The group quietly returned to the community and no one spoke along the way. Although they had found the supplies they needed, the atmosphere remained heavy. After all, they had lost a teammate and two others had been shot. When distributing the supplies, no one mentioned Julie's name. He was single and lived alone, and since he was not well liked, no one stood up for him. Later, Li Bing learned that someone had moved into room 804 overnight, which was Julie's home. These people had gone out to look for supplies with Julie the night before. Their homes were on lower floors and had been flooded, so they had been living in the corridor for days. Hearing this news, she couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this a kind of irony? In the first life, Julie occupied Zhang Xingyan's home and robbed his supplies after Zhang Xingyan's tragic death. And now, just as Julie's life had extinguished, someone immediately took over his home and seized his supply. At 11 a.m., Li Bing returned from training at Zhang Xingyan's house and saw Han Jingjing and Yu Shui waiting for her at her doorstep. Han Jingjing proudly presented the modified nail gun she had worked on, handing it to Li Bing. Sister Bing Bing, try shooting a nail outside and see how it performs. Li Bing took the nail gun, aimed at the rainwater outside the corridor window, and pulled the trigger. A swift phantom shot out from the gun's mouth, then disappeared into the rain. The effect surpassed her expectations, showcasing Han Jingjing's remarkable modification skills. Han Jingjing joyfully exclaimed, "It's 10 meters now. The shooting range is 10 meters. Li Bing gazed at the modified nail gun with great satisfaction. Its range had expanded to 10 meters and 20 nails had also been upgraded, thus enhancing the power of the nail gun. Li Bing decided to thank Han Jingjing with a 20-kilogram bag of rice, and also placed another order for 2 modified nail guns and an enhancement of 500 nails. Han Jingjing smiled and said, "Sure, Sister Bing Bing, I can help you modify them, but not today. Actually, we came to find you to team up for a trip to the school." Li Bing asked, "What are you going to do at school?" "It's summer vacation, there shouldn't be anyone there." "Sister Bing Bing, you're really smart, you know that," Han Jingjing said with admiration. Ever since she witnessed Li Bing shoot an arrow to kill a robber, she had developed an unusual enthusiasm for her. If Li Bing were a fan, she would understand that this is called a delusional fan. Yu Shui, unable to hold back, said, "We want to go to the lab to get Jingjing's tools." She wants to make a bow. Han Jingjing added, "The lab has generators and solar panels that we also need." Li Bing looked at them and asked, "How many generators are there in the lab?" Han Jingjing thought for a moment and said, "There should be 6. Li Bing didn't lack generators, she had several in her space, and the solar panels on the Black Land produced enough electricity for a lifetime. However, Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng needed generators, and she thought that since they had to survive in the small apartment until the extreme daylight, having a few reliable allies would definitely be a good thing. Just now, when she came up from the 11th floor, she noticed the strange looks from others, suggesting that her killing incident had been discreetly spread. If the whole building knew, there might be some unexpected consequences. Li Bing asked, "Can I bring Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng along?" "You two pick first." Han Jingjing nodded. "Of course, 2 generators are enough for Yu Shui and me." A few hours later, the group arrived at the lab. Zhang Xingyan, Han Jingjing, Yu Shui, and Meng Zifeng busied themselves dismantling generators and solar panels, while Li Bing, who didn't understand these tasks, suggested wandering around. This university was relatively small and had not been selected as a rescue site. Moreover, due to the summer vacation, the entire school was deserted. When Li Bing arrived at the girls' dormitory, the flood had submerged a full 8 floors, with only the last 4 floors of dormitories escaping disaster. She pried open all the dormitory doors and packed all the supplies into her space. Basins, books, cosmetics, clothes, backpacks, snacks, toiletries, thermos, insulated cups, lunchboxes, dish soap, rice cookers, hair dryers, etc. collected. What delighted Li Bing the most was that she collected over 200 quilts. These quilts would save countless lives during the extreme cold and would earn her much merit. Li Bing went to the office building and entered the principal's office on the top floor. The words on the wall reacted with her space, so she collected them. A large flower pot could be used for planting vegetables. Collected. A whole cabinet of tea leaves collected. For unopened sets of tea sets collected. Steel pens from the desk collected. She entered the principal's lounge. Cigarettes of various prestigious brands, whether opened or not, collected. Wine hidden in the wardrobe filling an entire wall collected. Li Bing did not touch other obvious items, leaving them for Zhang Xingyan and the others to discover. When she returned to the lab, Li Bing held a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles as a pretext. Zhang Xingyan and the others were still dismantling the machines as they needed to carefully pack the components and categorize them, so their pace was relatively slow. Watching them busy, Li Bing went to several other labs, found some large cardboard boxes, and packed various small experimental apparatus, including electronic precision balances, alcohol lamps, measuring buckets, beakers, test tubes, trays, funnels, evaporating dishes, and ultraviolet sterilizers into the boxes to take back for Han Jingjing. As for larger equipment like centrifuges, chemical analyzers, ultrasonic cleaners, moisture analyzers, ice makers, electric drying ovens, and light culture boxes, Li Bing planned to come back later to collect them. Otherwise, if they all disappeared at once, it would raise suspicions from Zhang Xingyan and the others. The group used the generator in the lab to cook several packs of instant noodles paired with ham sausages. Everyone ate happily and contentedly. Later, they searched the teachers' offices and the principal's office again, but didn't find much food as it was summer. However, they found many small items such as pens, markers, rulers, blank printing paper, new notebooks, insulated cups, goji berries, tea leaves, white wine, chrysanthemum, tea, etc., filling 2 cardboard boxes. Back at the small apartment, the group discussed how to distribute the supplies they found today. 6 generators, 5 solar panels, 4 walkie-talkies, 3 boxes of mineral water, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 6 boxes of tea leaves, 1 box of expired snacks, 3 boxes of experimental equipment, and 2 boxes of miscellaneous items. In the end, the generators, solar panels, mineral water, instant noodles, expired snacks, etc. were distributed per person with 1 walkie-talkie per family for easy communication. The remaining generator and 2 boxes of miscellaneous items were temporarily left at Zhang Xingyan's house as a backup. All other items were given to Han Jingjing since the others wouldn't find any use for the experimental equipment. For dinner, they had spicy crayfish, mouth-watering chicken sweet, and sour pineapple pork and iced jelly. She filled a bowl of braised pork without salt for the son, and they finished eating together. Until it was time for dinner. For dinner, they had spicy crayfish, mouth-watering chicken sweet, and sour pineapple pork and iced jelly. She filled a bowl of braised pork without salt for the son, and they finished eating together. After dinner, Li Bing entered her space, first feeding the livestock, then went to the gym on the 3rd floor of the space. She strapped on a 10-kilogram sandbag and ran 5 kilometers, drenched in sweat and panting. After taking a sip of the space's well water, she felt her stamina recover and continued to run another 5 kilometers. Through multiple battles with Zhang Xingyan, Li Bing realized she needed to increase her physical fitness as soon as possible. She understood that her stamina was vastly inferior compared to the boys, in a direct confrontation, she would inevitably lose. Although she had guns and a nail gun trying to eliminate enemies from a distance, what if one day she needed to engage in close combat? She didn't want to regret her lack of effort at that moment. Therefore, she must quickly enhance her stamina, increase her strength, and keep pace with her skills. It has been 7 days since the army last came to the neighborhood to distribute government relief supplies. During these days, the incessant heavy rain has caused the floodwaters to rise, inundating even the top of the 7th floor of the small apartment. The corridors of each floor are packed with residents from the lower levels who have been affected by the flood, overflowing with people. The entire building is without water and electricity, communications have been cut off, and the situation outside remains completely unknown. Since morning, the residents have anxiously awaited the army's arrival, hoping they would come soon. Inside the building, they tread on thin ice, their stomachs growling as their supplies were exhausted days ago. Moreover, with the companions who went out searching for supplies yesterday either dead or injured, everyone's psychological defenses have crumbled, seemingly unable to bear any more. Only the arrival of the army can bring them comfort and trust, reigniting the flame of hope. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that the army supply boat docked at Building No. 3. Accompanying the army this time were several residents from the lower floors who had returned from a temporary shelter. From these individuals, it was learned that the shelter is currently overcrowded, with even basic meals and rest becoming problematic, and there is no place to lay down. There are not only highway robbers and thieves, but also internal conflicts leading to chaos in the entire shelter. While the army faces disaster relief tasks, they must also send personnel to search for food. However, most of the food has been submerged in water for too long, causing it to rot, making it barely possible to provide enough for the crowd to eat to half fullness. When the army distributed supplies on the 8th floor, everyone noticed that this week's rations had decreased by 2/3 compared to last week. Each person received 3 packets of compressed biscuits, 2 packets of instant noodles, and 3 water purification tablets. This is the weekly supply for each person. People were indignant as last week's allocation was already barely sufficient. Now, with a reduction of 2/3, it is impossible to sustain basic life for a week. Especially the young men who have a larger appetite and cannot get full began to express their dissatisfaction, turning the entire corridor into a marketplace. How can we survive on such a meager amount? Last week's supplies could barely fill us to 70%, and now it's as if we're just not meant to starve to death. We pay so many taxes regularly, and now we can't even get enough food. Where are your leaders? I want to speak to your leaders. I want to report you for withholding the people's rations. This is murder. Faced with the crowd's clamor and questioning, the army offered no explanations. Only Li Bing knew that the army would not return, nor would they distribute supplies again. There are only 5 days left and extreme cold is approaching. To find supplies, but must be cautious before swiftly leaving. In the face of all this, the residents were at a loss, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Fear spread within them as supplies dwindled, chaos reigned outside, and the floodwaters continued to rise, leaving their future uncertain. Only Li Bing knew that the army would not return, nor would they distribute supplies again. There are only 5 days left and extreme cold is approaching. At that time, the world will be frozen and temperatures will plummet to -50 degrees. Human living conditions will become even harsher, supplies will become more scarce, and many will die in their sleep on the first night. Those fortunate enough to survive will live a hard life, burning furniture for warmth and barely managing to get by. Each day people will struggle against the cold, hunger, and thirst. After that, the government will focus on relocating and rescuing important scientific personnel and top talents from various fields, protecting critical equipment from the extreme cold, while ordinary citizens are placed last on the list. It is essential to leave a spark of the Huaxia civilization. Li Bing watched as two young men hurried to catch up with the army. They were the ones who went out with her 2 nights ago to search for supplies. At this moment they pointed in Li Bing's direction, clearly intending to inform on her. Li Bing coldly smiled inwardly. She no longer trusted these people. The reason she did not stop the two from informing was that she knew the outcome, aware that the army would not care. These people are truly selfish. They fear being implicated when something happens, wanting to distance themselves from her, not considering what time it is now. It's the end of the world. Who cares about these things? 2 officers approached Li Bing and asked, "Excuse me, are you Li Bing?" Li Bing nodded. "That's me. May I ask if there is anything wrong? I heard that 2 nights ago you shot and killed a person with a bow and arrow. Is this true?" Li Bing calmly replied, "Yes, I did shoot someone, but the other party was a robber armed with a gun and had already killed 1 resident of our building and injured 2 others. One of the officers asked, "Is there any witness?" At that moment, Zhang Xingyan, Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, and Uncle Ding all approached. "We are all witnesses. We were at the scene." Then Zhang Xingyan saluted and said, "Report, my name is Zhang Xingyan, the building manager of this floor and a veteran. The situation was urgent. The other party had a gun and threatened our lives, and I indicated to Li Bing to shoot. All responsibility lies with me." He then took out his discharge certificate for the 2 officers to examine. After inspecting Zhang Xingyan's credentials, the 2 said to Li Bing, "Comrade Li Bing, this is a special period, and you are temporarily allowed to hold a bow and arrow. We hope you and building manager Zhang Xingyan will lead everyone to search for supplies and protect everyone from harm, but you must follow the law and not initiate attacks on others. Also be mindful of the situation and try not to take lives." Upon hearing this, Li Bing nodded seriously and replied, "I understand, officers. I will definitely abide by the law and ensure everyone's safety." Yet inside she was sneering, who cares about the lives of these ingrates? At that moment, Fong Su, who had a thigh injury, also came over, wanting to add she also has nail arrows. Before he could finish, Zhang Xingyan shot him a glare, silencing him. After the army left, the 2 informers fled in embarrassment. Fong Su also lowered his head. Now the entire building knows that Li Bing has killed someone. The looks people gave her were strange, filled mostly with fear, fearing that those villains would return to seek revenge. Among them there is one person's gaze that Li Bing cannot ignore. Zhou Chuheo from room 1203 stared wide-eyed, filled with a mixture of fear, admiration, and anticipation. It was a complex expression that Li Bing could not comprehend. Everyone heard that the group of thugs consisted of 5 people and the one who died was just a lackey. The boss is still alive, not only injured, but also armed. Though Li Bing killed them all, they could not possibly come back for revenge, but the people in the building were unaware, sinking into deep fear. Fong Su raised his head and asked Zhang Xingyan, "What if those people find this place and want to take revenge?" Zhang Xingyan replied authoritatively, "Li Bing shot to protect everyone, and I indicated to her to shoot. If they come for revenge, I will not hand over Li Bing. As long as I am alive, I will take responsibility for this matter." Fong Su continued to ask, "The other side has guns. How can we possibly win?" Li Bing dismissed their concerns, bored of listening, and left, passing by Zhang Xingyan. At 2 a.m. Li Bing was startled awake by a soft knocking at the door. Through the peephole she saw no one, but sensed someone outside persistently pawing at the door gap. It appeared to be someone familiar and posed no threat. During this time, Li Bing had trained her dog to behave like a real military dog. It could accurately identify various scents and discern killing intent, assessing whether the person posed a threat by analyzing their aura. Li Bing held a nail gun in her hand, opening the door only a crack with 4 chains securely locked on it. Outside was Zhou Chuhai from room 1203. His face was flushed, breathing rapid and shallow, lying lethargically at the door. It seemed he had a fever and the temperature appeared quite high. Li Bing didn't want to get involved. She closed the door and returned to her bedroom, yet couldn't fall asleep as there were occasional soft thuds at the door. Sitting up, she dragged Zhou Chuhai back to his own sofa and took his temperature. Goodness, the measurement was staggering. 42 degrees. The kid was burning up, his whole body red, gaze somewhat dazed, unconsciously calling out "Mommy," clearly driven mad by the high fever. On a few occasions when she went out late at night, Li Bing felt someone lurking at the door of room 1203. Should she let him fend for himself? Li Bing was hesitating. Suddenly the space showed interest in the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. She sighed resigned and went into the space to find medicine. Fortunately, there were plenty of medicines collected from the pharmacy, and she was not lacking in regular antipyretics. After feeding the kid the fever reducer, she gave him a glass of water. She took the calligraphy and painting from the wall, wanting to leave and return to her own home, leaving him to his own devices. The painting she exchanged for the antipyretics was not stolen, you know. Ding dong, because you directly saved one life form you gained 2 points of virtue. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 2 Tate-07 life forms you gained 2 Tate-07 points of virtue. Wow! What is going on? She had painstakingly gathered supplies, risking discovery of the space, diligently releasing resources for others to find. In half a month she hadn't earned as much virtue from a single antipyretic as she did today. Where is the justice? Li Bing retraced her steps, returning to the kid's side, wondering who this extraordinary being was. A future scientific genius. A base leader. An agricultural research scholar. A medical sage. Zhou Chuhai continued to murmur, Mommy. Mommy. Because of those 2 Tate-07 points of virtue, Li Bing found him much cuter. However, no matter how cute, she didn't want to waste time. Li Bing returned to room 1201, found the intercom, called Zhang Xingyan to come down and take care of the kid, then went back to sleep. Zhang Xingyan was still the floor leader, if not him then who else? Li Bing had not slept all night and was awakened again by knocking in the morning, her anger flaring up instantly. She approached the door, shouting loudly, "Who is it? What do you want?" Zhang Xingyan's voice came through. "Zhou Chuhai's fever has gone down." "Is that it? What does it have to do with me?" Zhang Xingyan replied. "Wasn't he the one you saved?" Li Bing impatient retorted, "Is there anything else?" Zhang Xingyan thought to himself, the temper of today's youth is really poor. The rain has lightened today. The residents in the building want to go out to gather supplies, and I wanted to call you to join. Li Bing coldly replied, "Not going." Zhang Xingyan urged, "If you go out with us, it will ease the relationship." Li Bing continued impatient, "Not necessary." Zhang Xingyan helplessly said, "All right then, if you're not going, today's close combat lesson will be moved to the afternoon." Li Bing responded, "Okay." She now had 4928 points of virtue, which could be exchanged for permanently accumulative time, roughly 20. Her main task now was to improve her own strength, as survival was the most important thing. Li Bing was busy all morning practicing close combat, archery, nail gun training, and coordinating with the sun. Just after finishing lunch, someone knocked at the door again. Looking through the peephole, it was the kid from room 1203. She thought about pretending not to be home, not wanting to deal with him, but the voice outside said, "I know you're home, stop pretending, open the door." Li Bing. This kid, she really couldn't bring herself to like him. She shouted from behind the door, "What is it? Just say it." The kid replied, "Zhu." So annoying. Li Bing quickly opened the door and pulled him inside. Zhou Chuhai grinned slyly, "I knew it, you killed Julie." Li Bing maintained a stern face, too lazy to argue. "How do you know?" The kid displayed a profound expression. "Of course I deduced it." This kid, so scheming though only in his teens, was smarter than Zhang Xingyan and the others combined. No wonder he could earn 2 Tate-07 points of virtue. He would likely become a base leader in the future. Now she didn't even call him the kid anymore, but directly referred to him as this dead kid. Li Bing, tired of listening to him talk, asked, "What do you want?" The kid replied, "Sister, I just want to team up with you. You're so strong. I won't tell anyone about." Li Bing sneered, "No need for that." She glanced at the kid again. She really didn't like him. "I won't team up with you. As for Julie, do as you wish." After saying that, she kicked the kid out of her home. The apocalypse had arrived. The military wouldn't come anymore. She truly wasn't afraid of others knowing she killed Julie, or even of the incident with Wu Chang'e from room 1207 being exposed. The law was gone. Who would care about these things? Moreover, if the whole building knew about it, it would instead help her establish authority. The people in the building would no longer dare to provoke her, leading to more peace. "Bing Bing Jia, you shouldn't team up with Zhang Xingyan anymore. He's foolish and old. Hell drag you." The kid stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, shouting from outside the door, then paused before continuing, "I'm young and smart. Together we are the strongest combination. Team up with me." Li Bing ignored him, continuing to organize her space, using her mind while sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Sister, don't judge me by my height now. In 2 years I'll be taller than you. By then, whether you want me to be your little wolf dog or little milk dog, I can do it." The kid kept shouting. Li Bing. "Our kids today, so mature." His shouting brought Han Jingjing from room 1202 out. Han Jingjing mocked him, "How old are you? My Bing Bing Jia wouldn't look at you." The kid huffed, "You don't understand anything. I'm going to grow up soon." Han Jingjing huffed back, even if you grow up she still wouldn't like you. Bing Bing Jia wouldn't be with smelly men like you, she's uniquely beautiful. You all don't deserve her. The kid sneered, what does it have to do with you? After saying that he actually closed the door and went home. Han Jingjing was so angry she stamped her feet, just about to kick the door of room 1203 to continue arguing with the kid when Yu Shui pulled her back home. At 3 p.m., the 2 rubber boats that went out to gather supplies returned laden with a bounty of resources. However, Zhang Xingyan was not among them. Those who returned had evasive eyes as if they had something to say but dared not speak. Without needing to think, it was clear that something had gone wrong. Her close combat training had yet to begin. Moreover, she had to live in the building for another 2 years. At this time, Zhang Xingyan could not die, otherwise chaos would ensue and her plans would be forced to change. Li Bing went directly to Uncle Ding, asking him, I don't want to know who's right or wrong. I just want to know where Zhang Xingyan is. Is he still alive? How many of them are there? Do they have guns? Uncle Ding initially hesitated to speak, but then seemed to resolve himself greatly. In the nearby commercial street, alive there are 5 of them, no guns, but they have machetes and electric batons. At this moment, Yu Shui, Han Jingjing, Meng Zifeng, and Zhou Chuheo also approached, saying they wanted to go find Zhang Xingyan. Li Bing didn't want to waste time and said, seriously, Yu Shui, you come with me to the commercial street. Meng Zifeng, guard the 12th floor. Han Jingjing and Zhou Chuheo, you immediately go to room 1103 to accompany Zhang's mother, guard the door, and don't open it for anyone. Take knives with you. Zhou Chuheo had initially just been tagging along, but he was unexpectedly assigned a task by Li Bing, happily pulling Han Jingjing along, ignoring her struggles. Li Bing and Yu Shui sped towards the commercial street in the speedboat. On the way, she handed Yu Shui a modified nail gun and 15 nails. When they arrived at the commercial street, Zhang Xingyan already bore over 20 knife wounds, one arm hanging weakly and the flesh on his thigh exposed. The 5 men paddled 2 rubber boats around him as if toying with him, occasionally stabbing him with a knife. Zhang Xingyan, spitting blood, stood on the exposed rooftop above the water, his resolute gaze fixed on the distance. He looked as if he were watching the rain from the sky or peering through the heavens at his ideals. He knew he was about to face life and death, yet he felt no fear because he understood he was fighting for his beliefs and the safety of his people. He felt no shame, for he had done the best he could. The only regret he had was for his mother, as he could no longer provide for her in her old age. Li Bing felt her heart had long hardened, and she could no longer feel pity for anyone. But this fool. So foolish. So pitiful. And yet so admirable. Li Bing drew her bow and shot 2 arrows into the hearts of the assailants. 2 fell lifeless. Ding dong, you have directly extinguished 2 lives, deducting 20 points of merit. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 49 lives, earning 49 points of merit. At the same time, Yu Shui also shot the other 2 into the water, though she did not hit vital spots, and they splashed around trying to climb back onto the rubber boat. Thus Li Bing shot 2 more arrows. Ding dong, you have directly extinguished 2 lives, deducting 20 points of merit. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 62 lives, earning 62 points of merit. Li Bing looked at the last remaining attacker and shot an arrow into his thigh. The man clutched his thigh, shouting, help. Spare me. My leg. Li Bing looked at Yu Shui and said, you go save Zhang Xingyan first, I'll handle this one. Yu Shui dared not ask anything at this moment. She sensed that Li Bing was acting a bit out of character. She jumped onto the rooftop, and just as she helped Zhang Xingyan onto the speedboat, she saw Li Bing wielding the assailants' machetes, wildly chopping at the man who had been shot in the thigh. Blood splattered onto Li Bing's face, hands, and clothes. She paid no attention, mechanically repeating one action: raise the knife. Chop down. Raise the knife again. Chop down again. Ding dong, you have directly extinguished 1 life, deducting 10 points of merit. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 36 lives, earning 36 points of merit. Yu Shui covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Why rob things? Why kill? Killing is just a blow to the head. Why torture him? Insult him. He is a soldier. Do you know how many lives he has saved? Li Bing had lost her mind, chopping while continuing to mutter. Why bind me? Not kill me. Why torture me? I've never harmed anyone. Yu Shui pulled Li Bing away, shouting, Sister Bing, wake up. Why rob things? Why kill? Killing is just a blow to the head. Why torture him? Insult him. He is a soldier. Do you know how many lives he has saved? Yu Shui, go throw the body into the water, tie the bloodied rubber boat to the back of the speedboat, and put away the unbloodied one. I'll go check on Zhang Xingyan. Since when did Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, He Li, and the others start to obey Li Bing's every word? They believed she was trustworthy. Li Bing reached under Zhang Xingyan's nose. He was still alive. First she gave him a few sips of space well water, then fed him an anti-inflammatory pill and a fever reducer. Ding dong, you have directly saved 1 life, earning 2 points of merit. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 191 lives, earning 191 points of merit. It seemed Zhang Xingyan would not die today. Otherwise, where would she find another close combat instructor? Li Bing and Yu Shui dragged the bloodied rubber boat with the injured Zhang Xingyan lying inside back to the apartment. The assailants all kept their distance, not daring to approach. They arrived at the 11th floor and found several people gathered at Zhang Xingyan's door. It was the group that had gone out to gather supplies in the morning, prying at the door trying to seize his resources. Meanwhile, Han Jingjing and Zhou Chuhea's voices could be heard coming from inside. Shameless. No shame. These people were oblivious, focusing on prying open the door, not even noticing Li Bing and the others' arrival. Li Bing approached Zhang Xingyan, crouched down, and with all her strength slapped him twice to wake him up. Look at the people you are protecting, and they are prying at your front door, trying to steal your resources and house and driving your mother away. Open your eyes. Look well. Zhang Xingyan, having drunk the space well water, was not in a deep coma. After slowly waking up, he saw the scene of people prying the door and lowered his gaze. He had no words left to say. His heart chilled, his body felt as if submerged in icy winter waters. The assailants saw that Zhang Xingyan was still alive and felt no guilt, only regret, before turning to flee. Han Jingjing and Zhou Chuheo, upon hearing Li Bing's voice, pushed aside the sofa blocking the door, opened it, tears welling in their eyes. The 3 of them were about to collapse. The door lock had been damaged, and there were several axe marks left on the door. Zhang's mother, seeing her seriously injured son, dared not cry out loud, fearing others would hear. She felt her son was on the brink of death, and she did not dare touch him, afraid of hurting him. Zhang Xingyan looked at his mother, using his good hand to wipe away her tears, saying, "Mom, I won't die. You must listen to Li Bing." Then he fainted. Zhang's mother's tears flowed more fiercely, but she made no sound. Her son had once told her, "Your cries will only excite the enemy." Zhang's mother knew that this was not the time to be sorrowful. Outside, a group of people were eyeing them covetously, aware that Zhang Xingyan was gravely injured and ready to seize the abundant supplies of their family. Li Bing asked Zhang's mother, "Auntie, would you like to move to the 12th floor? You can live with us." Zhang's mother wiped her tears and replied, "I would. Xingyan just told me to listen to you. Don't you always want to team up with me? Would you be willing to live in room 1203 with Zhang Xingyan and his... I can vacate my room and move to room 1201 to live with my sister," Zhou Chua said firmly. Li Bing took his agreement as a yes and asked Zhang's mother, "Auntie, would you be willing to provide Zhou Chua with meals as rent?" Seeing Zhang's mother nod, Li Bing turned to everyone. "Yu Shui and Han Jingjing will stay to help take care of Zhang Xingyan and pack up the household items." Zhou Chua went upstairs to free up a bedroom for Zhang Xingyan and his mother to stay in. "I will go up with Meng Zifeng to install the security door." Zhou Chua went upstairs to free up a bedroom for Zhang Xingyan and his mother to stay in. "I will go up with Meng Zifeng to install the security." Li Bing carried a security door from her home, calling Meng Zifeng to help install it in the middle of the 12th floor corridor, isolating rooms 1201 to 1204. This way, rooms 1201 to 1204 formed an independent space, while also adding an extra layer of protection. The security door was a retractable gate with a mesh design capable of expanding to a diameter of 3 meters, perfectly fitting the corridor. Then she found Uncle Ding and said, "Thank you for telling me this, but you haven't delivered Zhang Xingyan's supply." Uncle Ding asked with concern, "How is the building manager? Is the injury serious?" Li Bing smiled, noting the technicality of the question. "Why do you ask? If the injury is serious, then won't the supplies be returned?" Uncle Ding waved his hand, saying, "No matter what, even if the building manager is gone, we will definitely deliver his share to Zhang's mother." Li Bing scoffed. "Uncle Ding, just now they tried to pry open the door to Zhang Xingyan's house. How could you not know?" Uncle Ding fell silent. He naturally knew about this, but felt helpless in these hard times. He was also struggling to suppress the impulse to pry open doors and steal, hoping quietly that Zhang Xingyan wouldn't return. That way he could have a larger share of the supplies. Li Bing saw that he still had a sliver of conscience and informed him of Zhang Xingyan's location, no longer making it hard for him. "Are you going to deliver Zhang Xingyan's supplies, or do I have to kick down doors one by one to get them?" Uncle Ding hurriedly said, "No need to trouble you. We actually prepared them a long time ago, and we'll send them to the building manager's house shortly." What a joke. If they let this killing machine kick down the door, even if no one got killed, they would still clear out all the supplies from their homes. It's better to deliver them willingly. Li Bing shouted, "Deliver them to room 1203. Also, he will no longer be the building manager." Uncle Ding looked at Li Bing's retreating figure, knowing that this time the people in the building were truly finished. These two would no longer care for them. In the future, when looking for supplies outside, no one would protect them anymore. Even if Li Bing understood Uncle Ding's sentiment, she would still exclaim, "That's what you get." These two would no longer care for them. In the future, when looking for supplies outside, no one would protect them anymore. Even if Li Bing understood Li Bing instructed Meng Zifeng to continue guarding the 12th floor and called Zhou Chuhua to help move Zhang Xingyan. Zhang Xingyan had already been cleaned up by Zhang's mother and changed into a large pair of shorts. His body was almost completely covered in bandages, but fortunately he was a veteran, loved sports and exercise, and his home was not lacking in medical supplies. Yu Shui and Han Jingjing brought a clean kayak to drag Zhang Xingyan to room 1203, while Li Bing and the others slowly moved all the supplies from Zhang Xingyan's home. Not even a table was left for that group. In extremely cold weather, it could still burn for a long time. During the last trip to move supplies, Han Jingjing joyfully exclaimed upon seeing the supplies piled in front of the folding door, "Hey, are these consolation gifts for the building manager, since he got injured?" "How could they be so kind?" Zhou Chuhua, the clever kid, replied, "How could they possibly be so kind? These supplies were found today by the building manager when he went out. They initially intended to keep them for themselves, but now that the building manager is back, they are returning them." "You're really dumb." Han Jingjing rebutted him, "You're the one who's dumb, your whole family is dumb." Li Bing shouted, "Enough of the noise. Also, Zhang Xingyan will no longer be the building manager." The two immediately fell silent, with Han Jingjing even mimicking a zipper motion across her mouth. Li Bing looked at the main bedroom that the clever kid had vacated, and the wardrobe was already empty. This main bedroom had a 2-meter bay window. Even if Zhang Xingyan and his mother lived here, it wouldn't feel cramped. For the first time, Li Bing saw the word comprehensive in a 14-year-old boy. No wonder he would be the big shot who could save 2807 lives in the future. She mixed ordinary antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medicine in space water, stirred it, and brought it to room 1203 for Zhang's mother to feed to Zhang Xingyan. After all, he wouldn't die, and feeding him some space water would be sufficient. After that, everyone gathered in the living room of room 1203 to discuss the next steps. Meng Zifeng spoke first. Given today's situation, the outside world has completely descended into chaos. The military cannot manage it. After they clear it out, once they leave, these bad people will come out to rob again, like guerrilla warfare. Now killing and looting have become commonplace. Sigh. Han Jingjing added, "It's not just outside, even within our building. Look how naturally they pried open the building manager's door today to steal things." Zhou Chuhua scoffed, "I just saw those living in the corridor prying open the doors of empty apartments trying to move in. Aren't they afraid the owners will come back? The law does not hold the masses accountable." Yu Shui simply stated. The living room fell into silence. Everyone understood that this indeed marked the arrival of the apocalypse. The entire room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, making people feel helpless and oppressed. Healy tightly held her sleeping child and anxiously asked, "What will we do in the future?" She had a child still in swaddling clothes, as she was a mother. When conflicts arose with others, their family of 3 would have no chance of winning. Despite not having stepped outside for days, she still couldn't shake off the fear and anxiety. The world was difficult, supplies were scarce, the living environment was becoming increasingly harsh, and the road ahead was fraught with challenges. She even began to regret bringing her child into this world, letting him be born into the apocalypse without the ability to provide him a happy life. Meng Zifeng embraced his wife and child firmly, saying, "I will protect you both." Everyone turned to look at Li Bing. She spoke up, "Since we all know that the apocalypse is upon us, let's make thorough preparations. Firstly, we need to consider weather changes. It can't be perpetual heavy rain and floods. There could also be earthquakes, extreme cold, or extreme heat. Secondly, with our 4 families having sufficient supplies, we can last for 2 months if we stretch things out. For the next few days, we shouldn't go out searching for supplies, or right now the outside is the most chaotic. Lastly, we must pay attention not only to the chaos outside, but also to the people in this building. They may come to steal our supplies or collude with the bad people outside to harm us." Li Bing returned home, and it was already 11 p.m. This night she did not intend to close her eyes, for she had a bold plan. She was going to infiltrate the rescue center. Instead of taking the stairs down, she used a climbing rope, fastening it to the window of the 12th floor corridor before slowly descending. Wearing a mask and a hat, she arrived at the nearby rescue center, which was originally a 12-story university building now submerged by floodwaters up to the 8th floor. She stood in the opposite building, raising her binoculars to closely observe the rescue center. She noticed 8 sentinels patrolling and saw a room illuminated by a kerosene lamp. The person inside seemed to be the head, still engrossed in some research. Li Bing quietly avoided the sentinels peering through the window of the lit room. The person sat next to the lamp dressed in what appeared to be a high-ranking uniform, his silhouette appearing resolute yet solitary in the flickering light. He was working diligently, the sound of his pen scratching on paper resonating as he studied the market map, seemingly troubled by the task of locating supplies. Li Bing exchanged for a compliant pill, effective for 2 hours, 2,000 merit points, then flicked the pill into the head's cup, watching him drink it. Li Bing tested her command, open the window and pull the curtains. The head immediately stood up and complied, opening the window and drawing the curtains. She marveled again at how effective the space's products were. She then commanded the head to remove the sentinels. Afterwards, she rushed to the rooftop and unloaded a roof full of supplies, including rice flour, compressed biscuits, mineral water, sweet potatoes, onions, vegetables, lemons, dog food, coal, wood, blankets, down jackets, cotton, and fabric. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 4872 lives, you gained 4872 merit points. Huh. Wasn't it said that this temporary rescue center had less than 200,000 people? How could there be so many merit points? No matter, as long as I have merit points credited. Li Bing returned to the head's office and issued another command. In half an hour, notify the comrades to move supplies to the rooftop. These supplies are provided by the state. Please ensure they are distributed to the people within 3 days. She then instructed the head to take up a pen and write, received notification from the Meteorological Bureau, the temperature will plummet to -50 degrees in 3 days. Please be prepared and also contact the higher-ups to convey this message. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 759,273 lives, you gained 759,273 merit points. What's going on? Did I just save over 700,000 people? She didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. If she could successfully notify the state and raise awareness at higher levels about the impending extreme cold, preparing countermeasures in advance, she would gain over 1 billion merit points. Wouldn't that mean she could hide in the space for over 100 years? Then she wouldn't have to worry about whether this news would bring her trouble. They would never find her. So she issued another command to the head, now immediately contact the state and inform them that the temperature will drop to -50 degrees in 3 days. The extreme cold is coming. Please prepare. The head did not move but replied, due to disturbances from changes in the Earth's magnetic field, all communication devices have malfunctioned, including radar, satellites, radio fax, and fiber optics. We cannot contact the higher-ups, nor can they reach us. We can only inform the surrounding troops manually. Li Bing regretted deeply. She should have come earlier. Otherwise, with sufficient time, they could have notified the higher-ups, even the state. How many merit points had she missed out on? Now regret was meaningless. She issued her final command, forget me. You did not see me tonight. Li Bing returned home looking at the display in the space. Available time today, 1 hour 6 minutes 19 seconds. Permanent cumulative time, 10 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds. Merit points 854913. She calculated that her current merit points converted to space-time was about 356 days, still not a full year. Sigh. She was saddened by the loss of over 1 billion merit points. In fact, Li Bing was overthinking it. The compliant pill only worked on the person taking the pill, it wouldn't affect others. Although that head executed her commands and notified the nearby troops, if it weren't for the clarity of the apocalyptic trend, now other troops would not believe the news of the extreme cold world approaching. She continued to click on the merit points exchange details, exchanging for 30 days of time to keep in the space as a reserve. From today on, she would no longer go out, maintaining a low profile, hiding in room 1201. To prevent the head from recalling anything later, even though she wore a mask and hat and used a voice changer, it was the first time she used the compliant pill. She could not guarantee its effectiveness. Due to the high cost of the compliant pill, she had not conducted any experiments. At 9 a.m., Li Bing was awakened by a kid knocking on the door shouting, "Sister, the big guy is awake and wants to see you." She sighed as she got up. It was so noisy. She hoped to quickly accumulate enough merit points so she could hide in the space, never to be disturbed again. Zhang Xingyan lay in bed, his spirit listless, his eyes vacant and indifferent. He had been abandoned by the people in the building. They only cared for their own escape, even attempting to seize his family's supplies. This upheaval was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. Li Bing quietly walked into the room, yet Zhang Xingyan showed no reaction. His mind was still adrift. She wouldn't be saving a fool, would she? "Hey, big guy, my sister's here." The kid interrupted Zhang Xingyan's daze and shouted loudly. Zhang Xingyan looked up at Li Bing. "A great favor, I cannot thank you enough. I owe you my life." The kid shouted, "I helped too." Yet no one paid him any mind. Zhang Xingyan continued, "I heard it was you who made me move up here." Li Bing replied, "Yes. Zhang Xingyan asked, "Did you tell others that I will no longer be the building leader?" Li Bing impatiently, "Yes." Zhang Xingyan pressed on, "Did you also tell Meng Zifeng to install the security door?" Li Bing's patience reached its limit, "Yes." "What exactly do you want to say?" Zhang Xingyan. "This girl's temper really isn't good at all. I just want to say that a single door isn't enough. We need to go out and find another door to ensure our safe distance so we can attack when necessary. And we can add spikes to the door and consider electrifying it. Furthermore, the windows on our side of the corridor need to have security bars installed." Zhang Xingyan hurriedly finished his words in one breath, fearing Li Bing would explode again. She looked at Zhang Xingyan and smiled, thinking he would continue to be downcast, but unexpectedly he recovered so quickly. After contemplating, she said, "I still have the same kind of door at home with spikes and security windows. My family has those. As for other things, Han Jingjing should have them." Meng Zifeng and a few others were installing the second safety door. The mischievous child beside them chattered, "Sister, is this door sturdy? Will they come in?" The child continued, "Sister, should we just occupy the vacant rooms on the top floor? Wouldn't that be safer?" "Sister, the flood has already reached the 8th floor. We're on the 12th. Do we really not need to move to the 18th floor?" At this moment, Han Jingjing and her group also paused to look at Li Bing. "So, do you all think the 18th floor is safe? Do you want to move up?" Li Bing asked. Han Jingjing's group silently nodded. "I think there's no need to move. The rain has lessened over the past 2 days, it should stop soon." The top floor had been exposed to heavy rain for days, and the accumulated water had rendered the roof's waterproofing ineffective, causing it to seep downwards. Li Bing knew that the heavy rain was about to end, and the flood would only remain on the 8th floor, not rising further. After a pause, she continued, "If we all move to the 18th floor, what about the original residents? Who among you can bear to drive them away? And where would they go? Once we leave the 12th floor, will be immediately occupied by others. Where would the people from the 18th floor live?" The harsh cold was approaching, and the top floor, due to the water accumulation, was the coldest floor. During the extreme heat, the top floor would also be the hottest, making it less than ideal. Otherwise, after her rebirth, she would have moved directly to the top floor. After Li Bing finished speaking, the group resumed their work, having sorted out their thoughts. Uncle Ding observed them installing the door, even welding spikes, feeling abandoned. Uneasily, he looked at Li Bing and said hesitantly, "Li Bing, is it really necessary to be so decisive? We've already returned the supplies to the building manager." The group prying open the door also felt guilty, knowing they were wrong. After all, they were neighbors. "Why take it this far?" Li Bing sneered. "A life can just be erased with a few words." Seeing no one paying attention to him, Uncle Ding shouted loudly towards room 1203, "You guys are blocking the corridor and have installed 2 doors. Does the building manager know? Does he agree with what you are doing?" Li Bing struck the large door with her machete and glanced sideways at Uncle Ding and the men behind him. "I told you yesterday that Zhang Xingyan is no longer the building manager." A man hiding behind Uncle Ding shouted boldly, "What you say goes. Does the building manager agree?" "I agree." Zhang Xingyan's voice came from behind. Everyone saw the heavily bandaged Zhang Xingyan standing at the door of room 1203. Despite his severe injuries, he appeared spirited, clearly not on the brink of death. The mischievous child nudged Zhang Xingyan's arm, making faces at Li Bing. "This clever little one." The onlookers were surprised to see Zhang Xingyan truly alive. Moreover, he could stand. He seemed to be in good spirits, which drew looks of regret from the crowd. "These ingrate wolves." Uncle Ding stepped forward. "Building manager, aren't you going to take care of us?" Zhang Xingyan did not relent. "Don't call me building manager, I am no longer one." At that moment, Song Tiandong, who had moved into room 1308, asked, "Aren't you going to go out with us to gather supplies anymore? Aren't you going to protect us?" Before Zhang Xingyan could respond, Han Jingjing interrupted, "Do you have the nerve to ask? Who was it that left the building manager behind on the commercial street and escaped? If it weren't for my sister Bing Bing, he would have died long ago. Could he still be standing here?" Uncle Ding looked troubled. "Building manager, they all know they were wrong. But wasn't it the army that asked you to go out with Li Bing to gather supplies and protect us before they left?" This time the mischievous child answered, "He is retired and is no longer a soldier. He doesn't have to follow military orders. Besides, his life was saved by my sister Bing Bing. Now he is her little brother. I don't have time to protect you." Zhang Xingyan looked at the people outside the door, not worried about his body at all. He just wanted to continue risking his life for the building. Meanwhile, those inside the door were continuously protecting him, caring for him, speaking up for him, thinking of him. He straightened his back and declared firmly, "I will say one last time, I am no longer your building manager, and I will not go out with you to gather supplies again. You are on your own." Uncle Ding forced a smile. Even if you're not the building manager, you don't need to install security doors, do you? 2 doors at that, oh, we are still neighbors after all. Is it necessary to go this far? Zhang Xingyan looked at the group and said loudly, this door does not occupy the stairs and does not affect others' lives, it simply isolates rooms 1201 to 1204. If you find a door, I want to oppose you installing it. After saying that, he allowed Zhou Chuheo to support him back inside, no longer caring about these people. If you ask me, the worst among these people is Uncle Ding. He keeps talking about how those few people know they were wrong as if it were everyone else's fault. He also abandoned the big guy and took the supplies that belonged to him. Although he didn't participate in prying the door, he was probably just observing, afraid that Sister Bingbing would come back to make trouble for him. The mischievous child fumed. Han Jingjing patted Zhou Chuheo's head. You little guy, have you become smarter today? The mischievous child swatted Han Jingjing's hand away. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? All right, enough of the bickering. Today marks a break in relations. We all need to pay attention to safety from now on. Starting today, we will take turns keeping watch 3 hours each. Li Bing stated seriously. Zhang Xingyan also spoke up. From today on, all of you need to exercise properly. At this moment, Yu Shui asked, Brother Zhang, can I learn close combat from you? I will pay tuition too, is that all right? The mischievous child also raised his hand. I want to learn too. After that, everyone looked at Zhang Xingyan with eager eyes, including Meng Zifeng and Han Jingjing. Zhang Xingyan looked at the expectant gazes of everyone and asked, do you all want to learn? Everyone nodded, repeatedly wanting to learn. Zhang Xingyan smiled and said, as long as you truly want to learn, I can teach you for free. This is my way of repaying everyone for saving my life. He then looked at Li Bing. I will refund your tuition. Li Bing smiled, great. But you're injured like this, how will you teach? Zhang Xingyan rarely boasted, teaching them will be easy for me, all I need to do is talk. Moreover, in the early stages, they mainly practice physical training. As for you, I can't spar with you at the moment. It's fine, I can wait. Li Bing said nonchalantly. Zhang Xingyan stretched his leg. The medicine you gave me works very well. I should recover within half a month at the latest. The mischievous child rolled his eyes. Of course. That's my sister Bingbing's secret stash. It's imported medicine. I gave it all to you. You must repay my sister Bingbing well. Zhang Xingyan laughed and said, that goes without saying. In the following 2 days, Li Bing practiced close combat techniques, archery, and shooting diligently alone in room 1201. During the busy and orderly training breaks, she also found time to organize supplies and feed the livestock. During this period, she harvested a batch of sweet potatoes and potatoes, all piled up in the open space. Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, Han Jingjing, and Zhou Chuheo were all conducting physical training in the living room of room 1203, guided by Zhang Xingyan. Zhang Xingyan was very professional. He tailored different training plans based on each person's characteristics and needs, patiently guiding everyone through every movement. Yu Shui was a student with athletic talents. Her training plan primarily focused on endurance and explosive power. Meng Zifeng, on the other hand, emphasized strength training with a plan centered around equipment, including barbells and machine training. Han Jingjing was a petite girl. Her training plan mainly focused on flexibility and balance, including Pilates and balance beam exercises. Zhou Chuheo was still a half-grown child, so his training plan focused mainly on aerobic exercises, including running and push-ups. Everyone trained very hard because they knew such an opportunity was rare. They wanted to improve their physical fitness through this training to better learn close combat. Others in the building ventured out during the day to scavenge for supplies, returning with wounds. Some sneaked into others' homes at night to steal supplies, and there were those who chose to end their own lives. The 2 elderly residents on the 5th floor were a kind old couple. After the 5th floor was flooded, they moved to the higher 6th floor corridor. Later, as the floodwaters rose, they had moved to the 9th floor corridor. While other residents in the corridor had pried open doors to occupy empty homes, this elderly couple remained alone in the empty 9th floor corridor, unwilling to break into others' homes. One night, someone took advantage of their unguarded moment to steal their last remaining pack of instant noodles. The elderly couple felt utterly helpless and despairing. Both of them were over 70 years old, an age meant for enjoying life. Yet they were now enduring heavy rain, floods, hunger, and theft, the sufferings of life, leaving them weary and unable to bear the tribulations of the apocalypse any longer. Meanwhile, the flood continued to rise. They no longer wished to struggle for survival, but chose to end it all with dignity. In the early hours, starlight dotted the dark clouds, reflecting the raging flood. It was like a ferocious beast greedily devouring everything. The 2 elderly individuals gazed out at the flood, filled with determination. Hand in hand, they resolutely jumped down from the corridor. When Li Bing woke up in the morning, the bodies of the elderly couple had already been swept away by the flood. This incident drew no attention in the building, as if these two individuals had never existed, their traces in the corridor vanishing without a trace. Their furniture and clothing were quickly taken by others. At 8 a.m., people discovered that the rain had stopped and the sun had surprisingly appeared in the sky. On the 20th day of the typhoon and heavy rain, people finally saw the sun again, a sight of hope. They cheered. The rain has stopped. The sun is out. The flood is about to recede. It seemed that suddenly all the suffering, like a summer afternoon downpour, fierce and swift, finally dissipated by evening, opening a bright path for a new life. The seeds of hope quietly sprouted in their hearts like green shoots in the morning light, having endured the baptism of wind and rain, finally ready to bloom. A woman remembered the two elderly people who jumped from the building at night, lamenting their loss. An elderly lady in room 908 sighed, "If only the old sister and old brother had held on for a few more hours, the rain would have stopped. It's such a pity they died." Meanwhile, Li Jia, who originally lived on the 8th floor and now resided in room 907, retorted dismissively, "What's there to be sorry about? They made their own choice and were just unlucky. If they had pried the door open, they wouldn't have lost their things." The elderly lady in room 908 held her little grandson's hand and advised Li Jia, "You should have some decency. The deceased deserve respect." Li Jia, refusing to back down, stepped forward. "Did you not take anything? You took even more. That bed and basin were all taken by you." The elderly lady covered her grandson's ears, hurriedly dodging, "I don't want to talk to you," and closed the door to go home. Only Li Bing knew that tonight would be a harsh night, because with the end of the heavy rain, the extreme cold was about to arrive. In her first life, due to hunger and longing for her family, she could not sleep that night. She lay in bed, imagining the fragrance of roasted chicken and swallowing her saliva. At the same time, she looked up at the rare bright moon in the sky, her thoughts swirling. Because she was insomniac in the early hours, she distinctly felt the temperature was somewhat unusual. Even covered with a thick blanket, she still felt a chill creeping in. She decided to get up, put on thick clothes, and then close the doors and windows to prevent the cold air from entering. On the first night of extreme cold, she survived successfully. Li Bing went to room 1203, where Meng Zifeng and others were training under Zhang Xinyan's guidance. She said, "Today the rain has stopped, but I still feel something is off. The sky is too bright and glaring. Prepare for tonight, the weather may change again." Regardless of their reactions, she returned directly to room 1201. She had said what needed to be said, whether they believed it was up to them. She returned home first, adding another layer of insulation material to the living room and small bedroom, installing thick velvet curtains on the windows, covering the floor with a thick winter carpet, and placing 2 charcoal basins in both the bedroom and living room. She first organized the winter clothes, arranging them for quick access when the temperature dropped at night. Then she took out 2 thick quilts and 10 heat packs, placing them at the foot of the bed for use when needed. Afterward, Li Bing began the final preparations to cope with the extreme cold. She entered her space and walked to the kitchen to ignite the stove. She poured a full pot of water, mixed in a bowl of space well water, chopped 2 gin of old ginger, and began to brew ginger tea. Then she took out the gas stove, boiled water, and poured the boiled water into 10 old-style thermos flasks and 10 thermos cups. Finally, she boiled a pot of hot water, but did not bring it to a boil. The water temperature was about 70 degrees. She carefully filled 10 hot water bottles one by one and neatly arranged them in a corner of her space for later use. Tonight, Li Bing is destined to be a sleepless person. She carefully ensured that all doors and windows were tightly shut, drawing the blackout curtains and plush drapes to the fullest, resembling a solid barrier, hoping to keep the impending cold wave outside. Sitting alone on the small sofa in the living room, she enjoyed a variety show, waiting for the arrival of the extreme cold. As the night deepened, the hour of midnight quietly approached. Li Bing closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, sensing the subtle changes in the surrounding air. Suddenly, she seemed to detect a hint of chill, a harbinger of the extreme cold. Li Bing remained seated on the sofa, the laughter and cheers from the variety show echoing in the air. However, she was no longer focused on the program on the screen, but rather devoted all her attention to sensing the extreme cold. Suddenly, she felt a sharp drop in temperature. A glance at the thermometer revealed the room was only 3 degrees Celsius. She quickly put on the clothes she had prepared, including thermal underwear, a thick wool sweater, down jacket lining, a women's down coat, a men's down coat, wool socks, and snow boots. Having dressed, the room temperature had already plummeted to minus 20 degrees. Not daring to delay, she swiftly lit the brazier in the living room to warm the room. Li Bing forcefully pulled open the front door. Due to the extreme cold, the temperature had suddenly dropped, and the door was almost frozen shut. The ground was already covered in a thin layer of frost, and the temperature in the corridor was about minus 30 degrees. She quickly walked towards room 1203, ready to knock on the door, only to find it opening from the inside. Zhang Xingyan was bundled up like a polar bear, wearing a heavy down jacket and military coat with a cotton hat that left only his eyes and nose exposed. He leaned on a cane standing inside the door, his eyes peering through the heavy clothing, seeing Li Bing at the entrance. He revealed a smile of survival. "I'm still alive. Quickly call the others." His voice trembled slightly from the cold. Li Bing did not want to speak, merely nodding in response. With every breath, her lungs felt as if they were filled with ice shards akin to swallowing knives. She approached room 1202 and knocked on the door. After knocking a dozen times, she heard the voices of Shui and Han Jing from inside. "Ding dong, you have directly saved 2 lives, earning 4 merit points. Ding dong, you have indirectly saved 3,972 lives, earning 3,972 merit points. Who are these neighbors?" In her bedroom, the temperature had dropped significantly since she went to bed, and the 2 charcoal basins were precariously swaying, about to extinguish. She quickly added smokeless coal to the basins and turned her gaze toward the window. She shrugged, indifferently unconcerned about these matters, deciding to go home to warm up and sleep. In the morning, Li Bing awoke from the thick cotton quilt. Outside the window, everything was frozen, and the temperature had dropped to -50 degrees. This sudden extreme cold had solidified the once tumultuous flood instantly atop the ice surface, leaving traces of the flood's passage. Before this extreme cold, the entire neighborhood had been submerged by floodwaters up to the 8th floor. However, now those floors that had not been submerged stood miraculously atop the ice, as if the first floor was the starting point. The frozen world stretched endlessly, and the once bustling city had turned into a frozen wasteland. The flood seemed to have vanished, with buildings covered in thick layers of ice resembling artworks embedded in a crown of frost. The streets lay empty, as if time had come to a standstill. The once towering buildings now resembled castles silenced by magic, each brick and tile covered in ice and snow, as if enchanted by the cold. The frozen city appeared to be a tranquil dream enveloped in ice, each corner emanating the purity and coldness of snow. At this moment, it had transformed into a world of ice, a silent city of frost. Li Bing, dressed in pajamas, entered the space, tidied up in the villa, and enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Despite the temperature remaining consistently comfortable at 26 degrees inside the space. However, Li Bing seemed to be affected by the extreme cold world outside, feeling icy all over, yearning for a bowl of hot and spicy soup to warm her body and soul. After finishing breakfast, she exited the space and tidied up the small apartment's living room. She planned to spend the days actively in the living room with the sun and sleep in the small room with the sun at night. She placed 2 charcoal basins in the living room, took out the dog's winter bed, and released the sun from the space, dressing it in a dog jacket. The sun was not accustomed to wearing clothes, but knew that the weather had suddenly turned cold, obediently allowing Li Bing to dress it. The sun returned to the familiar small apartment, feeling very happy. It excitedly ran around the living room, constantly sniffing the novel scents. Once Li Bing finished these tasks, she began to take off her outerwear to perform her daily training. She began her training in close combat archery, shooting with a nail gun, physical training, and training with the sun. All these training sessions were meticulously organized. The arrival of the extreme cold is the real danger. As the temperature plummeted sharply, the flood was sealed in ice, and people began to move freely across the ice surface. In this chaotic period, people desperate for survival resorted to any means to seize resources, even resorting to burning, killing, and looting, with the crime rate soaring. The order of the city was completely shattered, and people fell into extreme panic and helplessness. Every dilapidated building, every silent street became a battleground of life and death. Humanity, a species that once pursued civilization and progress, was forced back to its primal state at the end of this world, surviving by barbarism and cruelty. People no longer had compassion, no longer had pity, only the desire for survival remained. Every decision could involve life and death, and every confrontation could be a struggle between existence and demise. The world of human civilization had already collapsed, and the dam of law and order had been completely washed away. As the extreme cold world arrived, people no longer trusted the social contract that once bound them, no longer followed the original moral codes. For in this cruel end of the world, only strength is the sole guarantee of survival. She must enhance her training and improve her skills to survive in this perilous world. Thus she began continuous training, from combat skills to survival abilities, from quick reactions to calm judgment. She relentlessly challenged her limits, striving to improve her physical and mental qualities. In the afternoon, Li Bing heard whispers coming from the corridor on the 12th floor. Her heart filled with confusion. At this moment, the temperature in the corridor had dropped to about -40 degrees, cold enough to make it nearly impossible to stand. Who could be talking in such a frigid corridor? Peering through the peephole, she was surprised to find it was Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong. The two of them were stamping their feet, conversing with Zhang Xingyan across 2 security doors. Uncle Ding said intermittently, "Let's go check the building and see how many people are still alive." However, she saw Zhang Xingyan shake his head and then begin to walk back. It seemed he had no intention of participating in the building check. Yesterday, the outdoor temperature had approached 30 degrees, but now it had plummeted to -50 degrees. In just one night, the temperature had dropped nearly 80 degrees. For those who had not taken adequate measures to keep warm when they woke up, their companions had already ceased to breathe. The entire building was eerily quiet, as if no life existed within. It was worrying to think about how many more had lost their precious lives to the cold overnight. Li Bing understood Uncle Ding and the others' thoughts. Indeed, many had tragically died at home in such extreme cold. They wanted to go door to door to confirm whether anyone was still alive. If no one answered the door, they would force their way in to gather any usable supplies. In the apocalypse, taking food from the mouths of the dead was normal, let alone clothes worn by the deceased or beds they had slept in. No one would mind at all. Holding a warm water bag, she looked at the 2 charcoal basins before her, illuminating the small apartment's living room warmly with the temperature around 5 degrees. In her first life, she had burned furniture in the apartment to barely avoid freezing to death, but her body was covered in frostbite. At that time, due to a lack of sufficient food and warm clothing, she was forced to scavenge outdoors in the bitter cold, struggling to survive. The icy air struck her face like countless cold needles, filling her with an indescribable sense of despair. Ultimately, due to insufficient clothing, she could not withstand the cold's assault. Gradually, her body began to lose warmth and her consciousness faded as she froze to death outside. Li Bing did not want to recall that scene, still haunted by it. In this life, the living room was warm as spring and there were ample supplies in the space. She was content. Li Bing looked at the display screen of the space. Available usage time today, 1 hour 39 minutes 51 seconds. Permanent accumulated time 30 days, 10 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds. Merit 786889. Li Bing. Continue to click on Merit Exchange Details. 1 hour of space usage, 100 merit. 1 box of antipyretic medicine, 300 merit. 1 box of anti-inflammatory medicine, 300 merit. 1 box of frostbite medicine, 500 merit. 1 obedient pill with a 2-hour effect, 2000 merit. 1 pair of ice skates, 3000 merit. 1 ice raft, 3000 merit. 1 pair of ultra-warm gloves, 3000 merit. 1 pair of ultra-warm wool socks, 3000 merit. 1 ultra-warm windproof hat, 4000 merit. 1 pair of ultra-warm snow boots, 5000 merit. 1 set of warm down jacket, 14,000 merit. 1 set of constant temperature underwear, 10,000 merit. 1 ice vehicle, 2 seats, 20,000 merit. 1 ice vehicle, 6 seats, 30,000 merit. The subsequent exchange options were grayed out, awaiting unlocking. The merit exchange details had indeed been updated, but the prices were exorbitantly high. Thinking of the antipyretic medicine in the space, she gritted her teeth and exchanged for a set of constant temperature underwear. She seemed to hear the sweet voice of the online store customer service echoing in her mind. "Dear, your 100,000 merit has been deducted. Please keep up the good work." Of course, this was all her imagination, as the space only made sounds when she earned merit. When spending merit, it never spoke like a miser. Li Bing changed into the constant temperature clothes in the space and then came to the living room of the small apartment to test the effectiveness of the constant temperature attire. Wearing only a thin set of constant temperature underwear in the living room, where the temperature was only 5 degrees, she surprisingly felt no cold at all. She slowly walked to the entrance corridor, a place farther from the charcoal basin. Here the temperature was around -15 degrees. Through the entrance door, her face and hands could clearly feel the assault of the cold air from outside, slightly aching. At this moment, however, her body did not tremble from the cold. On the contrary, her skin felt a gentle warmth emanating continuously from the constant temperature underwear, as if it was generating heat. Li Bing nodded in satisfaction, secretly glad she chose this constant temperature underwear. She no longer hesitated and began to move freely around the small apartment. Kitchen, bathroom, balcony, wherever she went, it seemed to become warm as spring, and her body also seemed to be enjoying this warmth. This set of constant temperature underwear was truly effective. The 100,000 merit spent was worth it. She gritted her teeth and continued to exchange in the space with her merit. 1 pair of ultra-warm gloves 3000 merit, 1 pair of ultra-warm wool socks 3000 merit, 1 ultra-warm windproof hat 4000 merit, 1 pair of ultra-warm snow boots 5000 merit, 1 set of warm down jacket 14,000 merit. She clicked on each one of these were all life-saving items, and she could not skimp on any. Although she had previously hoarded ordinary ones, their effectiveness was certainly not as good as those from the space. In just 20 minutes, Li Bing had spent a total of 39000 merit. She looked at the display. Merit 747889 heartache was the only feeling she had at that moment. She just didn't know what the upper and lower temperature limits of these items were. There wasn't even a manual. Thinking of outdoor tools, she hurriedly went to the space to retrieve the ice skates and ice raft she had collected at the ski resort. For these 2 items, there was no need to purchase them in the Merit shop. Ordinary ones would suffice. Today was the first day of extreme cold, and people were stunned by the sudden drop in temperature, unprepared, and hardly anyone was active on the streets. Those who were lucky enough to survive chose to stay at home, looking for warm clothing to wear, igniting furniture to keep warm, striving to survive in this harsh weather. At this moment, no one was active outside. Li Bing felt this was a perfect opportunity to release the supplies she had in her space, especially blankets, cotton, clothes, down jackets, coal, and wood. She felt that taking them out at this time would definitely maximize their usefulness and earn more merit. Li Bing made preparations, planning to go out tonight when it was quiet and dark to make a big haul. In this frigid world, the night descends with unusual swiftness. Before 6 o'clock, the sky has turned completely dark. Under the cover of darkness, Li Bing climbed out of the window on the 12th floor and slowly descended using a climbing rope. When her feet finally touched the icy surface of the 8th floor, she couldn't help but shiver. On the desolate night, the cold wind howled, slicing through the air like a blade, making even breathing exceptionally difficult. The entire set of thermal gear was donned on her body, for otherwise she would surely be unable to withstand the bone-chilling temperatures of -50 degrees. In midair, her fingers could freeze, causing her to fall and become a pile of blood and flesh. Wearing snow boots, she quietly stepped out of the community to change into her ice skates outside. Luckily, she wore ultra-warm cotton socks from her space, otherwise her toes would surely freeze while changing skates in the cold wind. She clearly understood the properties of the thermal clothing from her space, otherwise she would not dare to be so reckless. Li Bing tightened her collar and glided on her skates toward the exposed building on the ice. Outside, the cold wind howled and the icy air seemed to want to swallow the entire city. Every household tightly closed their doors and windows to prevent the cold air from invading. Before leaving, Li Bing had already organized 200 supplies and placed them in the empty space. Each package contained rice, compressed biscuits, cooked soybeans, salt, drinking water, sweet potatoes, cotton clothes, cotton pants, cotton quilts, coal, and timber. These supplies were enough for those brave enough to venture out in the city to survive a difficult and safe period. In this icy world, supplies like cotton clothes, cotton pants, cotton quilts, coal, and timber are indispensable. Too many people have perished from the cold due to a lack of adequate warm clothing, including Li Bing in her first life. She still remembers the chill that felt like a sharp knife slowly eroding her entire body. That cold was a profound pain and unforgettable fear. At that time, she gradually felt the stagnation of her blood. It was a deep cold, as if telling her that death was no longer far away. Her body began to numb as if the entire world had been withdrawn, and she started to sink into deep memories. The life in her memories, though brief, was filled with color. She saw her childhood when she was innocent and full of expectations for the future. She saw her youth when she was passionate and full of enthusiasm for life. Yet now everything was dissipating before her eyes. Her consciousness began to blur and her world turned dark. She knew she had permanently lost her perception. She thought the process was long, but in reality it only took 1 minute for her to die. Thoughts returned to reality. Without the need to evade floods, people could more easily find supplies. So when she saw buildings with cover, she would place some supplies there. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 28 lives, you gained 28 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 49 lives, you gained 49 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 53 lives, you gained 53 merit points. In the cold city, there was not a soul in sight. Wearing a full set of thermal gear from her space, even in the piercing cold wind at -50 degrees, Li Bing could last for 4 hours without feeling the biting chill. During this process, she occasionally heard the sound of merit being credited to her account. This excited her further and helped her focus, making her forget the cold around her. Until 11 o'clock at night, Li Bing had been outside for 5 hours. She finally felt the cold piercing through her thermal underwear starting to attack her body, feeling the sting of the cold wind. She quickly slipped into a dilapidated house hiding in a secluded corner and entered her space. She gulped down a bowl of ginger tea, the warm liquid resonating in her mouth. Immediately after, she drank a bowl of steaming hot and sour soup. The tangy flavor stimulated her taste buds, revitalizing her spirit, and she felt alive again. She took off her heavy down jacket, wearing only the lightweight thermal underwear, and continued to organize supplies in her space, carefully distributing 100 packages. After distributing the supplies, she felt her body gradually warming up. Therefore, she stepped out of her space and embarked on the journey to earn merit once again. Bravely, she stepped onto her ice skates and glided firmly across the ice, her heart filled with determination and courage. She knew that only through relentless effort could one survive in this cruel world. In the small living room of her apartment, although warm and comfortable, she could not indulge in such ease as she could not afford to rest. She understood that only by continuously striving could she accumulate more merit to cope with the various disasters that may come in the future. Preparing for the worst is for a better tomorrow. There was already no one behind her. Sometimes she envied Healy being protected and cherished by someone. She also envied Han Jingjing having a reliable partner. She even envied Zhang Xingyan, who despite the exhausting effort of searching for supplies had someone to accompany him home. However, none of this concerned her. She had to be strong. In this frigid world, facing the chilling temperatures of -50 degrees, the heat of the human body dissipated rapidly. This time she was smarter. Every 10 minutes or so she would take a sip of ginger tea or hot well water to maintain her body temperature. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 79 lives, you gained 79 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 129 lives, you gained 129 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 67 lives, you gained 67 merit points. Another large batch of merit was credited, and Li Bing's consciousness delved into her space. Available time today 0 hours 58 minutes 16 seconds. Permanent accumulated time 30 days 10 hours 37 minutes 55 seconds. Merit 800,103. By the time Li Bing returned to her small apartment, the clock had already struck 5 in the morning. She weaved through the corridor market, almost running a full circle around the entire market. Over 100 kilometers later, she was nearly exhausted and needed a good sleep. At noon, the sleeping Li Bing was awakened by the chill on her face. It turned out that the 2 charcoal basins in her bedroom had already gone out. Her entire body remained warm thanks to the thermal underwear she wore. However, her exposed hands and face had become icy. She quickly entered her space and lay down on the bed in the villa, and in just a moment her body warmed up. Next time before sleeping she must set an alarm, or else she might suffer frostbite. The bed was indeed warm, and she wanted to continue lazing about, truly reluctant to get up. However, she still had to go out today to earn virtue. She decided that tonight she would head to the neighboring Sioux City. This city was only 300 kilometers away from Lang City. Letting the sun pull the ice sled across the ice surface for a round trip should be possible in a single day. She had a snowmobile in her space, but it was noisy and consumed gasoline, making it less cost-effective than using the dog. Li Bing had already released a lot of supplies in Lang City. Even if she released more today, the amount of virtue she would gain would be minimal, making it better to take the risk of going to Sioux City. The sun had already grown for 4 months, receiving strict training from Li Bing every day and feeding on space well water, and now it had already reached a height of 1 meter. Its physique was imposing, with smooth fur resembling a brave adult police dog. Compared to 2 months ago when Li Bing had picked it up, it was now a completely different dog, and no one could believe that it was just a little stray dog. After raising the dog for 2 months, she planned to use it tonight. Li Bing took out her lunch from the space: a portion of braised ribs, a portion of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, a portion of mushroom and greens, a bowl of rice, and a cup of hot pearl milk tea. After finishing her lunch, she placed the ice sled in the living room, then took out a rope and tools from the storage room to create a comfortable harness for the sun. She occasionally trimmed the length of the rope with her tools, ensuring every detail was just right. Finally, a perfect harness for the pulling dog was completed. Excited, she presented it to the dog for a fitting. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, the dog tried to step into it. It attempted to run forward, and the ice sled immediately slid away, almost toppling the living room sofa. She dared not let the dog continue as the noise was too loud. She quickly let the sun out of the harness and stored the ice sled back in the space. The sun still wanted to play, and Li Bing could only soothe it by saying she would take it out to the community later to let it have fun. Enduring the pain of spending, she exchanged for a set of thermal underwear from her space and used scissors to cut it to the dog's size, sewing it together with needle and thread. The outdoor temperature had already dropped to -50 degrees, and she worried that the dog might suffer frostbite. To her, the sun was not just a pet, but also family and a partner, and she had to take good care of it. Before the apocalypse, Li Bing had already stocked some cotton clothes and shoes for the sun, but their warmth was surely not as good as the thermal clothes made in her space. She couldn't bear to let her dog freeze. Next, she used the leftover scraps from the thermal clothes to sew 4 small socks for the sun, which could be worn inside the dog's shoes for double warmth. She took off the sun's cotton clothes and had the dog try on the thermal clothes. It was slightly too big, but that was intentional on Li Bing's part, as the dog would grow taller. After all, it was only 4 months old. The son, wearing the lightweight thermal clothes, ran around the living room happily. The scent of the clothes was the same as that of Li Bing's. "It really loves me. Boo-hoo. The dog is so touching." After finishing these tasks, Li Bing practiced combat for 2 hours in the living room. This was of utmost importance, and she would not slack off for a single day. During the rest of the time, she delved into her space, organizing her supplies thoroughly. This time, each portion of supplies she allocated was quite substantial, enough to meet the needs of about 100 people for a month. Considering she was in the neighboring city and unfamiliar with various situations, she planned to find a few open areas to drop off these supplies and quickly return. She would not linger too long in order to cope with any potential situations. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky had turned completely dark. Li Bing had dinner, packed her backpack, and like yesterday, walked from the 12th floor corridor onto the ice surface. She went outside the community, found a sheltered spot, and released the ice sled and the dog. Li Bing bundled the dog up snugly with the thermal clothes worn over the dog's down jacket, and the dog's goggles and hat were securely in place with thick cotton shoes on its feet. She guided the dog to the front of the ice sled, putting on the harness, and the son did not resist. Once everything was ready, she gently called out, "Son, let's go. Run." In an instant, a lightning-fast dog pulled the ice sled away, almost snapping Li Bing's waist. At this speed, it was certainly over 100 kilometers per hour. The buildings on the ice surface quickly flew past her, as if to prove how fast she was moving. At this speed, a round trip would not take a whole day. Li Bing shouted, "Son, slow down, be careful of obstacles." She did not want to meet her end due to a dog accident. At this speed, if they crashed into a wall, she would surely become mush. To her surprise, the dog actually slowed down. Li Bing felt relieved, realizing that the little one she raised was indeed obedient. However, the ice sled continued to slow down, eventually coming to a complete stop. "Li Bing, is it too late to take back what I just said?" She originally thought the dog had played enough and had gone on strike, unwilling to continue pulling the ice sled. However, when she saw the son tugging at its down jacket with its mouth, she understood that the dog was actually too hot. The dog's fur was smooth and dense, and its yellow hair emitted a golden glow. It had excellent warmth retention, making her envious. She couldn't help but wonder if spending 10000 virtue points to buy thermal clothes for the son was unnecessary. Its fur coat should be able to withstand the cold. She took off the son's down jacket, but the dog still refused to continue walking, constantly looking up at her, so she had to take off the dog's hat as well. "The goggles cannot be removed, they are to protect your eyes," Li Bing said. The dog was still being spoiled, unwilling to wear them. She could only continue to intimidate. "I'm not lying to you, I'm wearing goggles too. Otherwise ice shards could enter your eyes and you would go blind. You wouldn't be able to see anything." After hearing this, the dog took a step back, as if to say, "Don't touch my goggles. I don't want to be a blind dog." Taking advantage of the moment, Li Bing sipped some hot ginger tea and also gave the dog a few sips of warm water from the space before continuing on their way. On this ice road, without traffic jams, red lights, or crosswalks, they rode the ice sled, soaring like the wind across the vast skies. The ice sled glided across the ice surface, leaving no trace behind. Under Li Bing's guidance, the sun rapidly sped towards Sioux City while avoiding obstacles. Flying like the wind. Dashing away. So cool. Truly worthy of being her dog. The rooftops of countless buildings came into Li Bing's view. She had arrived at Sioux City. Instead of heading to the crowded city center, she sought out 5 vacant houses on the outskirts, prepared to release supplies and then leave. It is said that there are still a few stationed troops at the temporary rescue station in Sioux City. If the military finds these supplies, they should be able to save quite a few survivors. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 1927 lives, you have gained 1927 merit points. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 3870 lives, you have gained 3870 merit points. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 2984 lives, you have gained 2984 merit points. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 10557 lives, you have gained 10557 merit points. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 3 lives, you have gained 3 merit points. For the last batch of supplies Li Bing initially thought she had misheard. She stored these items in her space and released them again. Ding dong, because you have indirectly saved 3 lives you have gained 3 merit points. This is unreasonable. How could anyone possibly consume nearly 3 tons of supplies? Li Bing decided to find another location to release them again. She noticed the rooftop of a school, which was only 2 stories high above the ice, its windows long broken. Inside it was empty, the tables and chairs had long been used for firewood. Just as she was about to release the supplies, she heard the sound of a car coming to a stop. She quickly climbed out of the window, crouching down to hide. She began to feel relieved that after entering Sioux City, she had already stored the sun and the ice rack in her space, and was now wearing ice skates to glide swiftly. Otherwise the sun would have certainly burst out by now. At this moment the situation of the other party was unclear. She didn't know whether they were foes or friends. After all, the sun's size was too conspicuous, and with its robust body and fur it would naturally attract envy. She carefully discerned the footsteps. There were 4 people. At that moment 4 men had already entered the classroom, dragging along a woman who had already passed out. These individuals did not care about the girl's well-being and simply tossed her onto the ground. The 4 of them had clear divisions of labor. Someone started a fire while another laid out blankets. Li Bing already knew what would happen next. In the apocalypse, women from the lower rungs of society had it particularly hard. Their lives were pitiful. If one was strong or had family protection or companions to go with, they might manage to survive through hunger and hardship, constantly on the move. However, if one's strength was weak and they encountered ruthless family members or teammates, their lives would be like hanging over a precipice. In a turbulent environment, their situations became even more challenging. They struggled daily with hunger and exhaustion, abandoned, sold for a pittance, or subjected to violence, becoming the norm of their existence. In the apocalypse, it seemed as though the entire world was filled with malice. Many women had no choice but to sell their bodies to survive, just to exchange for a morsel of food. However, this food obtained through their bodies might not even make it to their mouths. Perhaps they would save it for their children, perhaps it would be snatched away by a cruel husband, or perhaps the other party would not give it at all. Yet today's scene was clearly forced. Although the girl was already unconscious, the traces of her dragging and the scattered blood revealed her suffering and misfortune. She had evidently gone through a round of violence and was now about to face a second wave. It was just unclear whether these 2 rounds were perpetrated by the same group. Inside the classroom, the sounds of tearing clothes, the girls' weak cries, and the men's taunts could be heard. Li Bing wanted to leave, as she did not want to be embroiled in all of this. In the apocalypse, such things happened every moment. She was no saint and could not save everyone who suffered. Damn bitch, do you dare to bite me? Suddenly a loud shout was followed by a resounding slap. Li Bing did not raise her head, keeping her body low to continue listening. It's great to stick with us. The brothers have a secret stash filled with supplies enough for us to eat for a life. Who said shut up? Your mouth has no filter. This was the voice of a 3rd man, sounding sullen, as if he were the leader of the group. Exactly, even such delightful matters can't keep your mouth shut. This was the 4th voice, more lewd. Sorry, Yaogo, I won't say it again. The young voice made a promise. From their conversation, it seemed they had collected a significant amount of supplies and hid them somewhere. Perhaps the 3 people mentioned in the last batch of supplies were these individuals in front of her. It was just unclear why one person was missing. If she followed these people to find their lair, there would surely be great gains. Therefore, she could not alert. Kill me. Please just kill me. The girl's voice echoed again, filled with sorrow and rage. It was like when she had begged Wang Handong to end her life to spare her. But in return, she only received harsher torment. The girl before her gradually overlapped with her own figure from her second life. Li Bing's heart was finally stirred with compassion. To hell with alerting them, to hell with searching for supplies. She wanted to kill these people right now. Li Bing entered her space, took out a pistol, and fitted it with a homemade silencer. Then she walked to the breeding shed, watching the classroom's holographic image with the sun pointing at 2 of the younger men and saying, "You take care of these 2, leave 1 alive. The other 2 will handle. On the count of 3 we go out." After numerous trainings, the coordination between her and the dog was seamless. Li Bing took down 2 men and turned to look at the sun. One was already dead, his neck bitten through by the sun, his head rolling to the side, while the other man's neck was in the sun's mouth, as if it would snap at any moment. "Sun, stop. Leave 1 alive, I have use for him." The sun loosened its grip just enough to allow the man to breathe. Li Bing tied him up, stuffed a cloth in his mouth, and tossed him to the ground for the sun to watch. Ding dong, because you directly eliminated 2 life forms, 20 merit points deducted. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 619 life forms, you have gained 619 merit points. Immediately after, the voice in the space sounded again. Ding dong, because you indirectly eliminated 1 life form, 5 merit points deducted. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 31 life forms, you have gained 31 merit points. What a pleasant surprise. Even the sun's merit was counted towards her. Li Bing hurried to check on the little girl's condition. It was not good. The girl was bare from the waist down, blood seeping out continuously, her hair disheveled, and her face was already swollen beyond recognition. Judging by her figure, she was at most 18 years old. These scum. At the same time, she blamed herself for allowing these people to die so easily. Li Bing covered the little girl with clothing and gave her water from a cup. However, the little girl kept her mouth shut, refusing to drink. "Sister, thank you," she said weakly, turning to look at the corpses of those men, revealing a faint smile. "Don't waste water, I don't want to live anymore." A tear rolled down her cheek, and she opened her mouth as if there were many words to say, but only managed to utter, "Sister, please. Kill me." Li Bing could understand this feeling of the world had become so cruel, with family and friends turning into strangers, terrifying and unfamiliar. Death, on the contrary, was a release. Li Bing picked up a dagger from the ground and placed it in the girl's hand, saying, "You decide for yourself." She wanted to fulfill her wishes, but considering the nature of the space, she knew that if she acted, she would definitely be penalized. The girl raised her hand and decisively slashed her own throat. Li Bing wrapped the girl in a blanket and placed her in the vacant space, planning to find an opportunity to bury her later. She picked up the weapons of the 4 men, which included 2 machetes, an axe, and a shotgun. These men, indulging in pleasure and underestimating the girl, tossed their weapons aside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such an easy time. She turned the man over, and he was already frozen, unconscious, barely clinging to life. The ground was already cold, and he hadn't properly pulled up his pants. He had even taken off his military coat to make it easier to commit evil acts. "How did you not freeze to death, you few?" She first dragged the man to the fire, leaving the dog to watch him. Then she checked the truck for hidden weapons. Along the way, she found a very dirty thermos, filled it with some hot ginger tea, and fed it to the man. The dog looked at her with an accusatory gaze. "Why are you feeding this person water?" Li Bing patted the dog's head. "This person is still useful. He cannot die just yet." The dog, unconvinced, turned its head away from her, stepping on the man's body as if wanting to kill him. Li Bing had no choice but to continue. "This person has many supplies hidden. We need him to lead us." Only then did the dog release its paw, standing at the door to keep watch. Li Bing slapped the man again. Seeing that he still hadn't woken up, she decided to slap him once more. As a result, the man woke up just in time. "Stop hitting me, I'm awake," he shouted, scrambling to get up. Li Bing pointed her gun at him and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Hudong III in the family. They all call me Husan." The man rubbed his arms, stamping his feet, and continued, "Good sister, can I wear the coat?" "It's too cold." Li Bing nodded, and Husan immediately put on the military coat, even going to the corpse of Yao Ge to strip off his mink fur and wear it inside the military coat. This kid had no shame. Li Bing looked at Husan. "Where did you hide the supplies? Take me to find them, and I will spare your life." Husan grinned. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Li Bing was too lazy to waste words, directly chambering a round in her gun and firing a shot at Husan's head. Husan didn't expect her to actually shoot, and he shut his eyes in fright. However, the anticipated pain did not come. He opened his eyes to see Li Bing fiddling with the magazine, refilling it with bullets. "Sorry, I forgot to load the bullets earlier," Li Bing said with a smile. He was nearly scared to death. In this weather, if he peed in his pants, his whole leg would be ruined. He dared not keep up the fake grin and asked, "How do I know if you get the supplies you want? Kill me." Li Bing looked at Husan, thought for a moment, and said, "I only have 1 dog, but it can't drive." Originally, the dog was attentively guarding, but upon hearing her words, it turned its head back and looked at her deeply. "You better give me an explanation." Li Bing ignored the dog's accusation and continued, "I have a gun and am not afraid of you rebelling, but I need someone to help me. I am a woman and there are many inconveniences. Think about it. Do you want to follow me?" Husan thought for a minute and nodded, saying, "All right, boss, I will follow you from now on." After speaking, he added with a bow, "Sister, I'll drive and take you to see our supplies." Li Bing did not trust him, making him walk in front and asking, "Aren't you going to collect the bodies of your team?" Husan replied while getting in the car, "What teammates? They're all big brothers. I am just a small minion. They bully me every day, and I have long wanted to quit." Li Bing sat in the passenger seat, her right hand in her down coat pocket, holding the gun aimed at Husan. The dog swiftly ran to the back seat of the driver's cabin, pressing its mouth against Husan's neck, breathing warm air. Hu-san remembered the close encounter with the dog and dared not breathe. Sister, my only sister, can you make this dog stay away from me? I'm scared. Li Bing comforted him saying, don't worry, my dog doesn't bite people. Hu-san. Wasn't it the one that bit off Jiang Han's head? Li Bing turned back to the dog saying, don't bite people indiscriminately. The implication was if he obeys, don't bite, if he doesn't then you can bite. Hu-san with a nervous heart started the truck. Li Bing looked at the buildings outside the window, which were becoming denser. This was the direction towards the city center. She knew that this kid could not be honest and was deceiving her. Which hideout would be in a crowded area? It would definitely be in a place with sparse population not easily exposed. Sigh. Li Bing sighed. She originally didn't want to use the obedient pill. After all, it took 2,000 points of merit to exchange for one. Li Bing casually said, Hu-san, stop the car, I need to relieve myself. The car slowly came to a stop and Hu-san smiled eagerly saying, sister, don't go too far, it's unsafe in the dark, I promise not to peek. Li Bing smiled at him, there's no rush. She then shouted to the dog, bite his neck, but don't kill him. The dog moving with lightning speed bit down on Hu-san's neck, preventing him from speaking. Hu-san could not breathe, his mouth wide open, and Li Bing seized the opportunity to shove the obedient pill into his mouth, watching him swallow it. All right, let go. Li Bing patted the dog's head, signaling it to hurry up. Reluctantly, the dog released its grip. It knew this man was not a good person, deceiving the master, and the master was foolish, not only giving him water, but now also treating him to something good. It no longer loved dogs. Boo-hoo. Li Bing had no time to care about the dog's feelings. Noticing Hu-san's increasingly dazed eyes, she knew the drug was taking effect. She immediately ordered, Hu-san, right now take me to the place where you store the supplies. Sure enough, Hu-san turned around. The truck slowly drove on the icy surface, swaying unsteadily due to the lack of anti-skid chains. Li Bing asked again, is there anyone guarding the warehouse? Hu-san replied, no one is guarding. Li Bing curiously asked, if no one is watching, aren't you afraid of losing the supplies? How many people know about this supply warehouse? Hu-san answered, no need to worry about it being lost and no one can find it. Only the four of us know where the supplies are hidden. Li Bing asked again, where are the supplies hidden and why can't anyone find them? Hu-san replied, they are hidden under a rock and no one will discover them. The two drove a truck for an hour until they left the city and arrived at a desolate mountain. There was no sign of life here, not even a piece of wood, only piles of rubble scattered across the mountainside. Hu-san brought Li Bing to the halfway up the mountain, moving aside dozens of large stones to reveal an iron door on the ground. He took a key from his pocket, unlocked the door, and lifted it open. A warm breeze greeted Li Bing, surprising her. She illuminated the inside of the door with her flashlight and was shocked to discover a handmade staircase leading down underground. Li Bing instructed Hu-san to go first with the dog's son in the middle, while she brought up the rear, casually closing the iron door behind them. They descended the staircase, proceeding along the narrow passage. About 30 meters long, it wound its way to an abandoned mine. The mine was roughly the size of 2 football fields with a height of about 10 meters. On the walls, several kerosene lamps burned, illuminating the mine clearly. Inside this abandoned mine, piles of supplies towered from the ground to the ceiling. The variety was dazzling and overwhelming. From various grains and drinking water to essential medicines and clothing, even including kayaks and some unexpected equipment like chainsaws for felling trees, rescue ladders, and blast shields, everything was present. It's no exaggeration to say that the richness of the supplies here surpassed that of Li Bing's own space. These people had begun collecting during the torrential rain, showing true diligence. Boxes of drinking water lay quietly in the corners. Medicines were neatly arranged, bundles of clothing piled up like a mountain. From comfortable cotton clothing to durable work pants, from cozy loungewear to elegant dresses, everything. This mine was like a rich treasure trove. As long as you needed something, you could find it here. Outside, people were already fighting desperately for a morsel of food. From Hu-san, Li Bing learned that this place was originally a coal mine. However, it had been closed decades ago. The cave and its entrance had been sealed off, and over time it was gradually forgotten by people. During the torrential rain, surprisingly, it was not submerged. After escaping from prison, Hu-san and a few others accidentally discovered this place. They began using it as a base, gathering supplies. They tirelessly searched for resources every day, robbing if they couldn't find anything, and if the other party resisted, they would kill. In the 20 days of the apocalypse, they had already killed dozens of people. Later, when the extreme cold arrived, they realized the end of the world had come and society had truly fallen into chaos. They began looking for women outside, thinking of confining them for their pleasure, making them bear children, and becoming local emperors in this closed world. Little did they expect that on the first day of hunting for girls, they encountered Li Bing. After hearing this, she released a stone from her space and crushed Husan, not wasting a bullet this time. Ding dong, because you directly eliminated one life form, you lost 10 points of virtue. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 41 life forms, you gained 41 points of virtue. Li Bing stored all these supplies in her space. Afterward, she saw a massive iron door covered in rust, as if it had been forgotten for a long time. She hadn't intended to go inside, but the familiar vibration from the space urged her. She cautiously approached the iron door, trying to push it open. But no matter how much strength she used, the door wouldn't budge, as if some mysterious force was preventing them from entering. The space urged her again. Li Bing had no choice but to release the off-road vehicle and crash it into the iron door. Just then, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew from behind the door. Is it too late to back out now? She took out a searchlight, resting her hand on Sun, and slowly moved forward. Her heartbeat quickened, fearing a figure might suddenly leap out from the side. It would be fine if the other party were human, she was just afraid it wasn't. Sun looked at the nervous Li Bing and turned away. How embarrassing, no, how shameful for a dog. It truly wanted to say, stay away from me, I don't know you. Sun could no longer stand it and bit Li Bing's sleeve, quickly moving forward. It seemed to be saying to her, there's no danger ahead, walk boldly, I will protect you. It sensed that apart from Li Bing there were no other living beings here, and certainly no killing intent. The sound of Li Bing's footsteps echoed in the mine, bringing an unsettling silence. They continued along the passage until they stopped at a massive iron door similarly rusted and secured with a large lock. Li Bing stepped forward, using a lockpicking tool to unlock it. She took a deep breath and pushed the iron door with all her might. The door slowly moved back, revealing a bottomless opening. She approached the opening, illuminating the inside with her light, seeing only darkness and the unknown abyss. She thought the space wouldn't harm her, would it? So she bravely stepped down, following a narrow passageway that could only accommodate one person sideways. The walls of the passage were made of hard rock, marked by the passage of time. As Li Bing ventured deeper into the passage, she could feel the temperature of the air gradually dropping, filled with a damp scent, as if they were walking into a forgotten world. Li Bing heard the sound of water. The humidity here seemed like a parallel space to the extreme cold world outside. She tossed a night vision glow stick down, but below was merely a water pool with nothing else. Indeed, if there were ancient tombs or treasures, they should have been discovered when the mine was excavated back in the day. Following the guidance of the space, the passage grew narrower until there was no way forward. She took out her climbing gear, stored Sun in her space, and continued forward. Finally, she reached an opening only 50 centimeters in diameter, carefully crawling inside. A strong damp odor rushed at her, prompting her to cover her nose with her hand. Crawling for dozens of meters through the narrow cave, the space suddenly expanded. She peered inside, illuminated by the searchlight, her heart racing involuntarily as the sight before her left her astonished. The room was filled with various ancient relics and artifacts. Gold and silver jewelry, jade and precious stones, as well as valuable documents and ancient texts hung on the walls, were old maps and paintings. In the center of the room stood a massive bronze cauldron containing several ornate boxes. She casually opened one and was taken aback to find a jade seal inside. The area was several hundred square meters, completely filled. She had never seen so many antiques, it was incredible. Could it be that some grave robber hid them here? She dared not linger. This place felt somewhat eerie, especially with so many ancestral items. She feared she couldn't handle it. This time, without waiting for the space to urge her, she directly stored everything in her space. The space lived up to expectations, beginning to tremble once again. Li Bing stared at the iron door behind the mine, realizing after much effort that it was merely to prevent others from entering and falling into the water gorge. Little did she expect that these two iron doors had been utilized by a grave robber to secretly stash so many treasures. To her surprise, these treasures were eventually discovered by her. What a stroke of luck. How fortunate for her. Before leaving the mine, Li Bing dug a large pit with a military shovel, cleaned the little girl's body, changed her into new clothes, and placed her into the pit. There was no monument, as she didn't even know the name. I hope your soul can go where you wish and meet those you... Li Bing secured the ice sled for the sun and proceeded through the night. She needed to return to the small apartment in the corridor before dawn. In the middle of the two cities, Li Bing noticed someone ahead. She stopped the ice sled, stored the sun and the sled in her space, and quietly approached nearby to observe. It was two military trucks, their cargo areas covered with windproof cloth and several thick blankets. Next to the vehicles, several soldiers were cooking over a fire with a pot set up. Once everything was ready, some people dressed in ordinary civilian attire got down from the vehicles. Among them were both old and young, male and female, unlike typical military family members. Li Bing observed carefully with binoculars. Among these people was a leading surgeon from the provincial hospital Longyongtai who had been a lucky guest during a lecture she had seen on television. There was also a renowned meteorologist, Ms. He, though her full name had become somewhat vague. Another middle-aged man looked familiar and was likely also an expert in some field. The Doomsday Spark plan had quietly commenced. This was a project that brought together top figures from various fields aiming to protect these individuals so that when the apocalypse arrived they could become the hope of humanity. Li Bing firmly believed that those on the list would play significant roles in the apocalypse as they would make outstanding contributions to the survival and revival of humanity. Li Bing hoped they would live longer. If they could live well, stay healthy, and uncover the reasons behind the apocalypse and humanity's future, it would be ideal. She entered her space, filled a liter of spatial well water, and discussed with the son's son help mom with something. You go out later and draw those people in military uniforms away. The son ran to the fire and a little girl seeing it exclaimed in delight, "There's a big dog here." The others also looked at the son and Mr. Long Yong-ai smiled. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a handsome dog very well taken care of." One of the young soldiers looked at his squad leader and asked, "Squad leader, doesn't it look like Maodo?" Maodo was a military dog that had sacrificed itself during the storm, having saved over 100 people in its lifetime, a heroic military dog. Squad leader Fang Jin wondered how could there be a dog here over 100 kilometers from the city. He observed the son, noticing it bore no malice, merely looking back while assuming a digging posture. A young soldier seemed to understand. Could it be that its owner is trapped under something and it's come to seek our help? Fang Jin said, "Seriously, that is a possibility. But we have a mission and cannot leave easily. Protecting these teachers and their families back to the base is our primary task. We must remain vigilant and not act recklessly." After Fang Jin finished speaking, he ignored the son and focused on guarding their surroundings. Although several family members felt pity for the dog and wanted some soldiers to check on it, Fang Jin remained unmoved. In the apocalypse, it was better to be cautious. They had encountered traps too many times. Li Bing saw the plan fail but felt no frustration. Instead, she was pleased. If all the soldiers could maintain high vigilance and not easily trust ordinary people in the apocalypse, that would be wonderful. In her past lives, she had seen a foolish soldier desperately save a mother and daughter, kindly saving on rations. But ultimately, the mother and child, driven by hunger, killed the injured soldier and ate him. After a while, the son appeared again. It carried a bulletproof vest in its mouth, placing it on the ground with bloodstains still visible on the vest. Li Bing had found this in the commander's room at the rescue station. She originally intended to use it for her own protection, but now she could only use it to attract these people's attention. "This is a military bulletproof vest. The number is from some commander." A young soldier shouted excitedly. Fang Jin ran over, took the bulletproof vest, and said, "This bloodstain is fresh, it must be nearby." This blood actually belonged to the thugs from the commercial street. At that time, Li Bing had collected some and kept it in her space for later use. "All personnel, Zheng Ren and Jiang Dian, step forward and join me in searching for the commander. The rest will be led by Guan Lechi. Stay here on guard and protect these teachers and their families." Having said that, he quickly followed the dog into the night. Li Bing utilized her space to blend into the family group amidst the chaos. The space allowed her to enter and exit freely at about 5 meters, like a teleportation door. While the food was being served, Li Bing put a liter of spatial well water into the soup pot, hoping these spark humans could live healthily and long. Ding dong, because you directly saved one life form, you gain 2 points of merit. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 3912 life forms, you gain 3,912 points of merit. What? Is there someone injured here? Otherwise, how could it be directly saved? Li Bing turned around and saw someone lying on a stretcher wrapped in thick blankets, their breath weak. They seemed to be an elderly person. She only glanced once, not daring to look further, fearing to give herself away. Li Bing felt somewhat disappointed. The merit gained was a bit low. Pretending to serve soup, she walked to the back of the line, and while others were not paying attention, slipped behind the truck and quickly entered her space. Suddenly, she heard the familiar voice from her space. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 113679 life forms, you gain 113,679 points of merit. So this time the space was calculating merit. This was truly an unexpected delight. The closer she got to the upper levels, the faster she earned merit. However, it also became more dangerous. She certainly didn't want to be sent to the laboratory due to the space being exposed. Every moment would be torment. They would treat her as an experiment rather than a person. She could only endure the bright lights of the laboratory day and night. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Li Bing shook her head, driving those negative emotions from her mind. She was not in a hurry. She preferred to stay in the lower levels, slowly accumulating merit rather than being discovered and sent to the laboratory. Tonight was an accident and should not happen again. In the future, she would avoid these people. Not only would she avoid them, but she would also try to act in the dark using black as her protective color. After being reborn, she even began to enjoy the night, for it was in the darkness that she could feel a semblance of peace and tranquility. The night seemed to be her sanctuary, allowing her to temporarily escape the hustle and bustle of the world. She increasingly preferred to act under the cover of night, this inclination seemingly deeply imprinted in her body and mind like blood unchangeable. Li Bing's original intention was not only to ensure the physical safety of these fire-seed humans, but also to hope they could maximize their value in the apocalypse, bringing survival hope to more people. This time she hoped to smoothly pass through the apocalypse. Li Bing returned to her apartment where the sky was beginning to reveal a hint of light. The entire corridor market remained immersed in the icy cold world with no one moving outside. The city was quiet and desolate. Her body was utterly exhausted. However, when she lay in the warm bed, she found herself unable to sleep. In the cozy bedroom, 2 charcoal stoves burned beside her bed. The sun lay at the foot of the bed, and Li Bing quietly gazed at the various stains on the ceiling as if she were observing a brilliant starry sky. Did the girl she encountered in Sioux City now transform into a twinkling star? And what about her grandmother? Was she watching over her from the horizon or resting in another world? She understood she could not let these emotions affect her, so she tried to remain calm and relaxed. The space had long since settled into tranquility. Li Bing entered the space and saw that the white mist which had originally surrounded the space had dissipated. The entire space was infinitely vast, seemingly boundless and unfathomable. She started the off-road vehicle and drove towards another direction in the space, measuring its length while rolling down the window. Feeling the wind rushing past outside, she relaxed her mood. 2 hours passed, yet her line of sight still showed the boundless space without a hint of change. It felt as if time and space had frozen at that moment. Meanwhile, the off-road vehicle had already traveled 160 kilometers. She thought that she would never have to worry about the size of the space again. The black land had now expanded to the size of 20 football fields, with the crops originally planted within having shrunk to a corner. It seemed that her sweet potatoes and potatoes would increase in yield by dozens of times again, which would bring about how much merit. The breeding shed could now be called a breeding factory. Inside, over 100 rooms of various sizes were neatly arranged, and the environment was clean and tidy. Chickens, pigs, rabbits, sheep, and other animals were in their respective rooms, with many empty rooms remaining. Li Bing planned to start incubating fertilized chicken and duck eggs. Next to the breeding factory, a waste treatment plant had appeared. She tried to throw several empty safes into the entrance, and at the exit, a metal house unexpectedly appeared. It was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 8 meters high, with a door that even had a lock. This was simply tailored for her. From now on, no matter where she went, she just needed to release the metal house from the space, and it would be like a mobile home. When she tried to throw in some cotton and fabric, a thick comforter appeared at the exit platform, and it even had embroidery on the duvet cover, which was something she had never anticipated. She once again tossed a water-soaked air conditioner into the entrance. To her amazement, an electric heater appeared at the exit. She attempted to throw in some fruits, vegetables, meat, and spices, as well as bowls and plates. This time, what appeared at the exit were 2 dishes of soup and a glass of juice, all steaming hot. This exit was like a magical passage connecting 2 different worlds. It felt as if someone behind the machine was helping to process everything. This waste treatment plant seemed to have gained life and wisdom, capable of transforming discarded items into precious treasures. Li Bing's mood at that moment was beyond any words to express. In her dream, she and her grandmother enjoyed a picnic on the grass with the air filled with warm sunshine, while snacks and fruits were laid out before them. She found a bottle of melatonin in the space, and after taking it, she fell into a sweet dream. In her dream, she and her grandmother enjoyed a picnic on the grass with the air filled with warm sunshine, while snacks and fruits were laid out before them. They comfortably lay on the picnic mat, enjoying this beautiful moment. Nearby, there was a group of lively and adorable children. They ran freely on the grass, enjoying a carefree childhood. In this dream, there was no strife or contention, only innocence and harmony. After a while of deep sleep, Li Bing was awakened by the noise from outside. She came to the living room where the small apartment door was being knocked on vigorously. She reached for her watch, and upon checking the time, it was already 1 p.m. She put on her down jacket and looked through the peephole to find it was the mischievous child from room 1203. "What do you want?" She asked irritably. "Is there something?" Li Bing had not slept all night, busy placing supplies and fighting enemies, going back and forth, all of this along with her insomnia. She had only fallen asleep at 11 a.m. Now she still felt as if she were at odds with the entire world. Oh, she just wanted to kill someone. Sister, the big guy asked me to ask you, are you training in room 1203 today? The mischievous child knew she was in a bad mood and purposely asked in a gentle voice. However, he was dressed too thickly with a heavy scarf wrapped around his face, so Li Bing could not discern his deliberate gentleness. Has Zhang Xingyan recovered? Can he spar with me now? Li Bing continued to ask through the door. Not yet, but he said he was afraid you would be out of practice, so he could have Meng Zifeng and the others practice with you. Not going. After Li Bing shouted, she returned to the warmth of her bed. As if joking, Meng Zifeng and the others combined were not as strong as Zhang Xingyan alone. This was not about being afraid of her losing practice. It was entirely about using her as a laborer to be a sparring partner. Not going. Since she was already awake, she did not plan to sleep again. Her stomach growled from hunger, so she casually ate a hamburger to ease her hunger and began to feed the animals in the breeding factory. While feeding, she looked at the sun sleeping soundly by her feet, feeling increasingly out of balance. If these chores could be handed over to the sun, wouldn't she feel much more relaxed? She kicked the sun awake and tempted Sun, since you performed exceptionally well last night, Mom is especially proud. Now Mom wants to reward you, do you want it? Upon hearing the word reward, the dog hurriedly nodded. Li Bing continued to coax, now I officially appoint you as the manager of the breeding factory, the big boss. From now on, all the animals in the breeding factory will be under your control, okay? The dog continued to nod at the mention of big boss. Indeed, such a naive dog. Li Bing smirked, since you agreed, go into the breeding facility and feed them. You've seen your mother do it many times, I'm sure you can handle it. With that, he tossed the sun into the breeding facility. The sun finally reacted, realizing it had been deceived by the one cleaning its mess. It lay down nonchalantly, refusing to do such tasks. Seeing its lazy demeanor, Li Bing threatened, if you don't do this, I won't keep a freeloader. Your luxurious doghouse toys and the delicious water from the spatial well will all be gone. You won't be allowed to play with me either, you'll just have to stay in the shed with the rabbits, chickens, and lambs. Hearing this, the sun barked fiercely several times toward the space above, as if scolding, but it stood up on its hind legs and went to feed the livestock. The dog under the eaves had no choice but to lower its head. Li Bing sat on the sofa, gazing out at the icy surface, where people were already walking about. They were dressed like bears, clearly putting on all their clothes. The corridor city was in the southern region, and the thick clothing people had was limited. Even if they wore all their clothes, they wouldn't feel warm in the sudden drop to -50 degrees outside. Outside, they could only keep moving, too afraid to stop. Once they paused, they risked freezing to death. In her first life, she had walked on the ice, hunger accompanying the cold before leaving this world. Today was the third day of extreme cold, and those appearing on the ice must be driven by the pressure of survival, having exhausted all their supplies at home. Otherwise, who would risk their life to leave their home, enduring the extreme cold outside, possibly freezing to death? Regardless, those brave enough to venture out in search of survival deserve respect. I hope the supplies she left can help these people. She retracted her gaze and sent her consciousness into the space to check if the sun was behaving. Fortunately, the sun was feeding the vegetables in the rabbit shed and had not intentionally bullied the rabbits. The rabbit shed was the largest breeding facility. Due to the rapid reproduction of rabbits, in just a few months the original pair of rabbit couples had already produced 3 generations. Their offspring were also breeding and were pregnant soon to become new rabbit mothers. This rate of reproduction was astonishing. If not controlled, it could easily turn into a rabbit disaster in the breeding facility. Li Bing thought of something and entered the space, shouting at the sun, catch 2 big rabbits for mommy. The dog, upon hearing the command, dashed out like lightning. It had always longed to chase those rabbits, but had refrained because the one cleaning its mess did not approve. Now the rabbits were frightened and scattered, trembling in fear. Stop playing around and catch me too. Li Bing shouted angrily. Moments later, she emerged with 2 dead rabbits and tossed them into the waste processing facility. She waited at the exit first, seeing 2 plates of braised rabbit meat appear on the platform, followed by 2 spicy rabbit heads, and then a rabbit fur scarf. Profit. Absolutely profit. Now there was a solution for those rabbits, no more worries. She held the braised rabbit meat, exited the space, and shared a plate with the sun. Sun, mommy wasn't lying to you. If you take good care of the livestock in the space, you'll share in these delicious treats in the future. As Li Bing gnawed on the spicy rabbit head, making slurping sounds, she continued to brainwash the sun. The silly dog, hearing this, nodded eagerly. It would definitely take good care of them and strive to have rabbit meat every day. How delicious. Both she and the dog sighed simultaneously. The rabbits in this space had been raised on food grown in the space and had never eaten any feed. As a result, their meat was tender and fragrant, making anyone drool. Li Bing began to fantasize about whether the chicken and duck meat produced in the space would be even more delicious. The hatching work for fertilized chicken and duck eggs was imminent. After finishing her delicious braised rabbit meat and spicy rabbit head, Li Bing drank a cup of bubble tea and collapsed on the sofa, feeling truly happy. Afterward, she began to take off her coat and proceeded with her daily training routine. Close combat archery, shooting with a nail gun, physical training, and training the sun, none could be neglected. In the dead of night, Li Bing was awakened by the sun. Rubbing her hazy eyes, she felt quite irritable. She had only slept for 2 hours yesterday, and now that she had finally managed to fall asleep early, she was interrupted again. The dog led her to the door and pointed with its paw at the main door, then indicated toward the hallway window. "Are you saying someone is outside the hallway window?" Li Bing asked quietly. The sun nodded its head. "How many people can you hear?" Li Bing asked again. The sun, "I'm just a dog, I can't count." Li Bing seemed to see disdain in the dog's expression. "Is there one person?" Li Bing held up one finger. The sun nodded and shook its head. "You mean there are many people downstairs, but only one person climbed up?" The sun nodded as if saying, "Finally you understand, the one cleaning the mess." Li Bing bundled up her down jacket, put on a hat and mask, and wore snow boots. She first used the intercom to knock 3 times, notifying Zheng Xingyan, Yu Shui, and Meng Zifeng that there were guests on the 12th floor. This was their pre-agreed signal. 3 knocks meant there was a situation at the hallway window. 4 knocks indicated a situation at the sliding door. 5 knocks meant the danger was cleared. A security door had been installed on the hallway window, one side securely welded to the wall while the other side was locked to the wall. Therefore, unless there was a chainsaw, this person couldn't climb up. It was the middle of the night and the other party had quietly climbed up from the ice surface on the 8th floor, attempting to sneak in. They couldn't use a chainsaw or the entire building would wake up. Li Bing carefully opened a crack in the door, observing the person outside the window, trying to figure out what he wanted to do. To her surprise, it was someone she recognized. It was the class monitor she met last night, Fang Zhen. Who exactly was he here to find? In this building, who was the important person? Or rather, which talent lived on the 12th floor that could attract the class monitor's attention, prompting him to enter? Li Bing knocked 5 times on the intercom to prevent them from becoming overly anxious. She first stored the dog in the space, as the dog had met these soldiers before and could easily be recognized. She slowly stepped out of her room and approached the sturdy security window, their gazes meeting in the air. Fang Zhen had never seen Li Bing, so he didn't recognize her. Seeing this petite woman, he was worried about scaring her, so he spoke softly. "Hello, I'm not a bad person, I am a soldier. I'm looking for someone, can you let me in?" Li Bing asked through her mask. "Who are you looking for?" Fang Zhen remained silent for a moment before answering, "I'm looking for Zhou Chuhai in room 1203. Li Bing felt puzzled because she had not heard that the troublemaker's father was a soldier, and Fang Zhen's age also did not match that of Zhou Chuhai. Seeing that Li Bing did not respond, Fang Zhen nervously asked, Is he still alive?" "Alive." Li Bing replied affirmatively. "Havoc lasts for 1,000 years, don't you know?" Li Bing then asked, "What is your relationship to him?" Fang Zhen fell silent for a while. "A relative." It was obvious he was lying, and she couldn't be bothered to ask further. He was probably on a mission and unable to speak the truth. Li Bing unlocked the door and let Fang Zhen in. She pointed to the door of room 1203 and said to Fang Zhen, "It's right here, you can go in by yourself. I need to go back to sleep." Of course, she didn't really intend to sleep because the security window was not locked yet and she couldn't feel at ease. She needed to wait until they left to carefully check the sliding door and security window in the corridor. Only then could she truly relax. However, in his first life, the troublemaker was taken away by his father before the extreme cold, but now the situation was different. Li Bing sat on the small sofa in the living room with 2 charcoal stoves at her feet and a hot water bag in her arms, watching a variety show. It had been half an hour. Why hadn't those 2 left yet? She was really feeling sleepy. Suddenly a voice from the intercom said, "Li Bing, are you there?" She knew it might be the troublemaker looking for her to say goodbye, and not wanting to say farewell, she pretended to be asleep. After a while, a voice came from the intercom again. "Sister, I know you're there. Please come to room 1203, I beg you." The troublemaker spoke in a pleading tone. He was usually bright and energetic like a string of fire, but at this moment he seemed very downcast. "I know you don't like me coming into your house, sister. Please hurry over. I'm about to leave, I beg you." The troublemaker's voice came through again, tinged with tears. She knew he was putting on an act, but still answered without hesitation, "Okay, I'm coming right now." He was just a child, having been alone for so long in the apocalypse, without family by his side. It wasn't easy to endure. If he didn't have some cunning, he would have been schemed against and lost his life long ago. The door to room 1203 flashed open, and she walked straight in. In the living room, a charcoal basin was lit, and Zhang Xingyan Meng Zifeng Yu Shui Han Jingjing Fangjian and Zhou Chuhai sat around all silent. Sister, someone is here to pick me up. I'm going to join my dad. The troublemaker jumped up immediately upon seeing Li Bing hugging her tightly, his voice choked with tears. Li Bing said, "How does one comfort a child?" She had little experience with that. "Don't cry now, be careful that your tears freeze, it might ruin your looks, and you won't be able to find a wife in the future." "Exactly how old are you now, still crying? Who is it that said just a few days ago that he was a man?" Han Jingjing teased him. "I'm only 14, isn't it normal to cry?" The troublemaker shouted at Han Jingjing. He didn't expect him to admit it, and she helplessly said, all right. You have a point, go ahead and cry." "Sister Bingbing, would you like to come with me? My dad is a scientist, he has 2 family slots." The troublemaker looked into Li Bing's eyes, asking with great anticipation. Li Bing did not expect this child to go so far for her. She hadn't treated him well, and had never given him a kind face. Li Bing shook her head in refusal. "You should go, there are people waiting for you downstairs." "Sister, think carefully. It's extremely cold now, and there might be other disasters in the future. If you come with me, my dad and I will protect you together." The troublemaker became anxious and earnestly said, "When I said that little puppy joke, I was just kidding, but my dad is an outstanding scientist. He is very honest and trustworthy, respected by those around him. Though he is already 38, he looks very young, full of energy and vitality." Li Bing interrupted his endless chatter. "I've made up my mind, I'm not going." The troublemaker did not expect Li Bing to refuse this good opportunity. Others would beg for it, yet she was willing to give it up. Truly, she was his Bingbing sister. Seeing the troublemaker's mood drop, Li Bing asked him, "Where is your dad waiting for you?" "In City B." The troublemaker shook his head. "No, he is waiting for me outside the city. This soldier has come to get me, and will meet up with my dad outside the city. As for where to go after that, I don't know." Li Bing recalled a familiar man she had seen last night and asked, "Is your father a scientist who studies the weather?" "Yes, my dad is Zhou Jiming, a well-known meteorologist and a student of the famous expert He Lao, and am his close disciple." The troublemaker proudly answered. So the familiar man was the troublemaker's father, and no wonder Li Bing found him familiar. The 2 of them looked very much alike. "Zhou Chuhai, you have grown up. Go back to your father and take care of him. I hope you can keep a kind heart in the future, save humanity, and become a truly great man." Li Bing looked into the troublemaker's eyes, speaking earnestly. "Bingbing, sister, is that how you see me? Is that why you have always held me to such strict standards?" The troublemaker couldn't believe it. His face was full of anticipation and excitement. Li Bing said, "Child, you're overthinking it. She's simply calculating based on that 2.07 points of merit, indicating that you will likely save many people in the future. Yes, Zhou Chuhai, you will definitely become an excellent person in the future." Li Bing said, but a sense of parting sorrow gradually filled her heart, although it was just a little. Reunion becomes an unattainable wish. The troublemaker looked at Han Jingjing and said, "Among Bingbing's sister and the others, you are the weakest. Why not come with me? At least you can survive." Han Jingjing was somewhat surprised, as she would often argue with Zhou Chuhai when they met, and did not expect him to be willing to take her along. "What do you mean? If Bingbing's sister doesn't go with you, why are you asking me?" "I'm not going." The troublemaker was about to lose his temper when Yu Shui spoke first. "Jingjing, stop messing around. I know you are thinking of me and don't want to leave. I can take care of myself. You should go with Hao would be good." Yu Shui's gaze fell back on Zhou Chuhai, sincerely saying, "Jingjing didn't mean to say that. Please take her with you, thank you." Han Jingjing's eyes were moist with tears swirling in her eyes. Her gaze was filled with sincerity and determination as she looked at Yu Shui. "No, Xiaoxue, we grew up together, and you have always taken care of and protected me. Today, I cannot abandon you." Han Jingjing raised her hand in assurance. "Xiaoxue, don't worry. From now on, I will practice hard in combat and will no longer be a burden to you. We will live together and return to our hometown." Then she turned to Zhou Chuhai. "Thank you, little brat. But I cannot leave." Her voice was firm and powerful, filled with determination and belief. The boy felt both speechless and angry. What was wrong with these people? Did they not want to live? Such a great opportunity, yet no one cherished it. He asked despairingly, "So who among you is willing to leave with me? Don't waste a spot." Zhang Xingyan saw no one responding and turned to Fang Jin asking, I wonder can you take my mother along? No. Fang Jin categorically refused. At that moment another voice chimed in. It was Zhang's mother. I won't go. Zhang's mother slowly pushed open the bedroom door and walked over with unsteady steps. I am old. I'll let the opportunity to live go to the young ones. Or are you saying, son, that you find me a burden? Mom, you know that's not how I feel, Zhang Xingyan said, wrapping his arm around his mother's shoulders. I just want you to live. In that case you go. Follow Hao. Besides, they just said I can't go. Zhang's mother instead advised her son, a which mother in the world wouldn't want her child to live. Zhang Xingyan certainly would not leave, only looking at Fang Jin and asking, why can't my mother go? I'm sorry, but non-immediate family members cannot exceed 50 years of age. Fang Jin was silent for a moment before firmly stating, that's the rule. Li Bing was not surprised. The upper echelons had already activated the Doomsday Flame Seed Plan, aimed at continuing human civilization and protecting the human seed on Earth. Therefore, ordinary elderly people like Zhang's mother would be abandoned. Fang Jin was acutely aware of the cruelty of this decision, but he also understood the necessity of the plan. They were a small part of humanity and their mission was to protect the future of humankind. A silence fell over the crowd and no one spoke. At this moment, Healy walked in holding a sleeping child, her eyes filled with anticipation, as she asked, Comrade, do you think this child can go with you? Fang Jin looked down at the infant in swaddling clothes, hesitated for a moment, and finally lifted his head to look at Healy. I'm sorry. The child is still too small. We might encounter difficulties on this journey, and it's not suitable to carry a child, or what if they cry? He did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning. The rescue operation had been carefully planned for the night. This was because the cover of darkness could reduce the chances of being discovered by unnecessary personnel. Additionally, many dangerous factors needed to be considered along the way. The fragility and unpredictability of the child would greatly increase the difficulty and risk of the rescue. Healy was silent for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She looked up at Fang Jin, crying, I can cut off his tongue as long as he stays alive. As long as the child lives, anything is acceptable. No, we can't do that. Don't do this to the baby, he will surely hate us when he grows up. Lily, we should stay together as a family for as long as we can. Meng Zifeng embraced Healy and the baby, unsure how to advise her. At this moment, Zhou Chuheo seemed to have made a significant decision and said with a smile, Officer Fong, how about this? I want leave you take Healy and the baby with you. The baby will be fine with his mother and he won't cry. Healy looked up at Fang Jin upon hearing this. No, taking you is an order I received. Fang Jin directly refused, pausing before saying, I will wait 5 more minutes. If you do not decide on another spot, I will consider it a waiver. At this moment, Fang Jin's heart was also in turmoil. In the apocalypse, children and the elderly were the most vulnerable groups, needing more protection and care. As a soldier, he had always adhered to the mission of rescuing the masses and protecting the elderly and children. However, now he had to abandon them, which pained him greatly. But an order is an order, he must obey. For the sake of the Doomsday Flame Seed Plan, to sustain human civilization, and to protect more lives and futures, he had to make such a decision. When would this damned apocalypse come to an end? Finally, they unanimously decided that except for Zhou Chuheo, no one would leave. Since we cannot live together, let us face death together. At least we will have family and companions by our side. Of course, except for Li Bing. She simply did not want to enter the official base too early. She still preferred a carefree life, not wanting to be constrained or expose her space. Though Fang Jin did not reveal their ultimate goal, she guessed it had to be City B, where the construction of the official base had already begun. If she followed the boy into the City B official base at this moment, she would have to be even more cautious in her action. Abiding by many rules and restrictions, she needed to stay vigilant at all times to prevent her space and rebirth from being discovered, so as not to be confined in a laboratory for endless experiments. Before parting, Li Bing handed Fang Jin a large backpack filled with compressed biscuits, cooked soybeans, mineral water, and common medicines. She said with a calm expression, This journey is fraught with danger. I hope this pack of supplies can help you. Fang Jin momentarily took time to react, mechanically accepting the supplies. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 967 lives, you gained 967 merit points. Li Bing listened to the voice from the space, just as she had expected. Zhang Xingyan, Meng Zifeng, and Yushua looked at the scene in shock, staring at Li Bing. In their perception, Li Bing was always rational, restrained, and realistic, tightly guarding her inner world and supplies, as she should not have been so generous. However, they misjudged her. This small action clearly revealed her true inner self. Indeed, they had underestimated her. Li Bing's heart was so pure and kind, and they had misunderstood her. Her gaze was filled with resolve and determination, as if she was giving away nothing more than a pack of biscuits. Her action shocked them, and they felt admiration. At this moment they all questioned if they could do the same. Han Jingjing wore a proud expression. Her sister Bingbing was just that kind and generous, giving away a large pack of supplies without a second thought, truly the hero in her heart. Li Bing just wanted to say, you all think too much. Really too much. She just wanted to earn merit. Her character was not noble and her awareness was not high. In fact, if it were merely a matter of merit, Li Bing would want to give these people a truckload of supplies, for she had plenty in her space. The 5-person team led by Fang Jin was rescuing elites and leaders from various fields. Among this group of important personnel were surgeons, meteorologists, and physicists who would make significant contributions to the research in the post-apocalyptic world. Once this truckload of supplies was delivered, how much merit it would bring her. Yet reality made such an achievement impossible, as she feared that being too high-profile could attract the attention of the upper echelons and might even incite jealousy and suspicion from her neighbors. She only wanted to survive the apocalypse peacefully. Compared to merit, life was far more important. Moreover, Fang Jin was a cautious person, considering matters more thoroughly than Zhang Xingyan. Otherwise, how could the higher-ups have sent him to execute the apocalypse seed plan? For safety's sake, when preparing this package of supplies, Li Bing did not use anything from her space. She decided to avoid indiscriminately contacting the upper echelons of these soldiers, and seed humans were all very intelligent, and she did not want to be drawn into a laboratory nor expose the secret of her space. Zhou Chuhai looked at the large package of supplies, his smile more sorrowful than a frown. He understood that Sister Bing usually treated him with indifference, but in reality, she held heavy expectations for him. At this special moment, Sister Bing sending such a large amount of supplies to Fang Jin was undoubtedly out of consideration for his face, which was truly a sign of genuine care. Sister Bing really seemed like his deceased mother. Initially, Fang Jin had refused to accept these supplies. As soldiers, how could they take things from the people? However, Li Bing simply said, if you don't eat, will those scientists and their families not eat? This remark awoke Fang Jin from his stupor, and he decided to accept the supplies. Fang Jin thought about the hardships of this journey. They had to secretly retrieve the important personnel and their families while also gathering supplies to meet their basic living needs, enduring immense suffering along the way. He did not cry when freezing in the wild, nor when facing the crowd's insults, but now looking at this package of supplies, his eyes turned red. Fang Jin held back his tears and saluted Li Bing before heading down. Sister Bing, wait for me, I will come to get you as well as everyone else. The mischievous child followed suit and went down. Li Bing did not wait for them to reach the 8th floor. She closed the window, locked the security door, and went home to sleep. Zhang Xingyan said, "Is it really that urgent? Tomorrow, let's practice in the living room of room 1203. Zhang Xingyan shouted to Li Bing from behind the door. Can your body handle the sparring? Li Bing asked skeptically. Against you, it's more than enough. Zhang Xingyan replied with a smile. All right. Li Bing gritted her teeth. I'll show you not to look down on others, and I'll take you down tomorrow. The next day arrived. In the small living room of room 1203, Zhang Xingyan smiled and shouted to Li Bing again. Li Bing was knocked down once more. Zhang Xingyan shouted again. However, Li Bing was still knocked down. The good news was that Li Bing could withstand 7 to 8 moves from Zhang Xingyan this time. The bad news was that Zhang Xingyan still had one arm injured. Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, and Han Jingjing were all anxiously watching for Zhang Xingyan. They couldn't help but wonder, Zhang Ge, aren't you afraid of Sister Bing's revenge? Especially Han Jingjing, who felt pain for Li Bing while also admiring her perseverance. If it were her, she would have given up long ago. During the break, Zhang Xingyan walked over to Li Bing and encouragingly said, actually, you have made a lot of progress these past few days. Both your speed and strength have improved significantly. Li Bing. She had reason to suspect that Zhang Xingyan was insulting her. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Xingyan paused, then smiled and said, the reason you lost to me today is that you thought I was injured and underestimated me. Another reason is that you didn't go all out against me. You weren't ruthless enough. Li Bing pressed so what? Zhang Xingyan looked maliciously at Meng Zifeng and the others. They are all fine and uninjured. You can be ruthless and test your full strength to see how many moves they can withstand from you. Han Jingjing jumped up and shouted, Zhang Ge, you can't do that. Then she turned to Li Bing and stammered, Sister Bing, I just started practicing. I'm not prepared. I'll definitely lose badly. It would be so embarrassing. Can you wait for me a few days before I come to consult you? What a joke. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her idol. Meng Zifeng also looked troubled. As a grown man, would it be humiliating to lose to Li Bing? Only Yu Shui was eager to try. After training for so long, she finally had someone to spar with her. Seeing the reactions of the others, Zhang Xingyan said sternly, could it be that when you encounter bad people outside, they will wait for you to get ready? Is face more important? Winning or losing more important? Or is life more important? Meng Zifeng and Han Jingjing exchanged glances, understanding Zhang Xingyan's point. Li Bing walked to the center of the living room and said coldly, who will go first? Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, and Han Jingjing all exchanged glances, hoping the others would go first. Stop looking, you all go together, Li Bing shouted. This was not her arrogance, but Zhang Xingyan was right. The bad guys outside wouldn't abide by the rules of sparring, and it was never unknown. They would eventually face situations of one against many. She also wanted to practice in advance and prepare herself. Among these three, although Han Jingjing was the weakest, her observation skills were good. Meng Zifeng was a grown man with considerable strength, and Yu Shui was an athlete with strong explosive power. Having the three of them practice against her would be acceptable. Then Sister Bing, I won't hold back. Yu Shui spoke first and charged at her. Seeing Yu Shui had already gone for it, Meng Zifeng and Han Jingjing no longer hesitated. Losing together was better than losing alone, right? Yu Shui tightly hugged Li Bing's waist while Han Jingjing grabbed Li Bing's thigh. Meng Zifeng rushed forward, trying to lock Li Bing's throat. However, Li Bing quickly reacted, delivering a high kick that struck Han Jingjing's chin. Then she elbowed Yu Shui in the back. Finally, Li Bing executed a joint lock, successfully subduing Meng Zifeng. The entire process took only 10 seconds, and all three were defeated. This barely served as practice. How could the robbers outside be so weak? Stop. Li Bing was speechless and then said, have you ever seen a family being robbed and killed where victory comes from hugging others? You three better get some tools like wooden sticks or knives. Han Jingjing got up from the ground, rubbing her chin. Sister Bing, you look down on us too much. Letting us go together is one thing, but now you want us to use knives. Meng Zifeng also mumbled, yeah, we can use wooden sticks as weapons, but knives are out of the question. I don't want to accidentally injure you. Yu Shui straightened up and added, exactly, Sister Bing, you are our main force now, so you can't get hurt. Han Jingjing nervously said, yes, Brother Zhang is currently seriously injured and feels pain in his legs even after standing for a while. You must not get hurt anymore, otherwise we won't be safe. Zhang Xingyan said. He felt offended and thought to himself that he could stand for 2 hours, not just a moment. Meng Zifeng looked at Healy in disbelief. A weak chicken? Me? Wife, someone said your husband is a weak chicken. The baby in Healy's arms repeated, chicken. Chicken. Everyone burst into laughter while the baby looked confused, wondering what was going on. In fact, the baby was teething recently and had itchy gums, so Healy gave the baby some chicken jerky, which was good for chewing and a great snack. The baby just wanted to eat chicken jerky, nothing else. Moments later, Meng Zifeng and the others stood before Li Bing again, each holding a baseball bat. Li Bing was barehanded and her gaze was sharp. This time she wouldn't go easy. Meng Zifeng and the others tightened their grips on their baseball bats, looking fierce as they tried to find a flaw in Li Bing. The duel began and Li Bing launched the first attack. She quickly charged towards the three, her fists clenched, swinging them violently. Her punches were as swift as lightning, making it hard to see. Meng Zifeng and the others could only hurriedly raise their baseball bats to block. However, Li Bing's strength and speed exceeded their imagination. As time passed, the momentum of Meng Zifeng and the others gradually weakened. They were overwhelmed by Li Bing's fierce onslaught, beginning to show signs of fatigue. Li Bing, however, remained calm and resolute, her offensive growing increasingly fierce. Finally, she spotted an opportunity. She punched Meng Zifeng, hitting his chest accurately. His body rolled in the air a few times before crashing hard to the ground. At the same time, Yu Shui and Han Jingjing were also forced back by Li Bing's attacks, ultimately losing their balance and falling to the ground. The duel came to an end. Li Bing stood in place, looking at the three who had fallen to the ground, and said with a smile, let's do it again. She now somewhat understood Zhang Xingyan's feelings. When she said, let's do it again, the feeling was truly indescribable. She felt very happy, very invigorated. After Meng Zifeng and the others had been defeated repeatedly over a dozen times, Zhang Xingyan could no longer bear it and said to Li Bing, let's call it a day, you all must be tired too. Han Jingjing lay on the ground, panting weakly, Brother Zhang, I knew you were a good person. Yu Shui also lay on the ground looking at Han Jingjing and silently thinking, you fool, you don't even realize you've been sold out. It's because Sister Bing was bullied by Brother Zhang that she's taking it out on us. Zhang Xingyan felt somewhat guilty and didn't dare respond to Han Jingjing, saying instead, let me treat everyone to hot pot today. You've all worked hard. Although it was Zhang Xingyan who offered to treat everyone came prepared and didn't arrive empty-handed. Yu Shui and Han Jingjing brought a bag of dried kelp and 2 packs of instant noodles from room 1202. Meng Zifeng's family came with 2 bottles of cola and a bag of vermicelli. Li Bing brought a rabbit a bag of dried vegetables and a bottle of mineral water. Han Jingjing looked at the rabbit in Li Bing's hands with sparkling eyes saying, "Sister Bing, what kind of celestial goddess are you? I love you. I haven't had fresh meat in so long. Sister Bing, you are my goddess." Zhang's mother watched the scene and playfully scolded everyone. Xingyan said he would treat a "why did you all bring something?" Everyone thought about how scarce resources were right now, and since Zhang Xingyan was also seriously injured, how could they let him treat alone? The spicy hot pot's broth bubbled energetically, its sounds filling the air. The rabbit meat in the pot was already cooked, releasing a fragrance that filled the entire room and made dried mushrooms were added to enhance the flavor. Now the aroma of these mushrooms was also lifted by the steam beautifully cut by Zhang's mother, resembling lovely flowers floating on top. The 2 bottles of cola brought by Meng Zifeng's family opened just one, which was cherished and divided into several portions and cups. The remaining bottle was saved for the next gathering. Everyone stood up, raising their hands with cola. Zhang Xingyan spoke first. "Thank you all for saving my life. I, Zhang Xingyan, will never forget." Han Jingjing smiled broadly, saying, "Let's celebrate that we are all still alive." Meng Zifeng also smiled, saying, "Hope the apocalypse ends soon." Healy, holding the baby, raised her glass and said, "I hope my precious Meng Kaiqian remains healthy, grows up safely, and lives a long life." Yu Shui smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation, saying, "I hope Jingjing and I can return to our hometown soon." Li Bing was also infected by the atmosphere, smiling as she said, "I hope everyone is well." Zhang's mother said, "I also hope everyone is well." After toasting, everyone unceremoniously picked up their chopsticks and scrambled for the rabbit meat in the pot. During nearly a month of the apocalypse, no one had eaten fresh meat for a long time, let alone rabbit meat, leaving everyone savoring the flavors. Such delicious rabbit meat made it hard for people to open their mouths to speak lest they waste time. Even Li Bing seemed to be influenced by the atmosphere, joining everyone in the scramble for rabbit meat. Everyone cleared out the rabbit meat from the hot pot and began adding other ingredients. Soaked kelp, vermicelli, tripe, seaweed, tofu skin, and dried vegetables were added. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan took out his 2 packs of dried squid, which excited everyone even more. He carefully placed the dried squid into the hot pot, and the 2 packs were instantly surrounded by steam. As the hot pot boiled, laughter and chatter blended together, creating a warm and harmonious scene. Sitting in the baby chair, Meng Kaiqian watched everyone happily and raised the chicken jerky in his hand, saying, "Eat. Eat." Finally, 2 packs of instant noodles were used to wrap up the hot pot gathering. Everyone finished this meal contentedly, rare to be fully satisfied. Especially Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng, the 2 gentlemen who had hardly ever been full since the apocalypse. Everyone conserved resources, hoping to hold out a little longer. In the end, even the broth of the hot pot was not wasted, and everyone shared it until it was finished. In the apocalypse, no one would waste food. Han Jingjing leaned back, holding her belly, and said, "I wonder what that kid Zhou Chuhua is doing right now." Zhang's mother chimed in, "It's a bit of a pity. Before Hao Hao left yesterday, we didn't even have a farewell dinner." "Mom, don't dwell on it. Who could have That's right, his dad is a meteorologist and is with the army, so there's no need to worry," Han Jingjing whispered. Zhang's mother chimed in, "It's a bit of a pity. Before Hao Hao left yesterday, we didn't even have a farewell dinner." "Mom, don't dwell on it. Who could have anticipated it at midnight yesterday?" Zhang Xingyan said helplessly. At this moment, Zhou Chuhua was squeezed in a truck with a crowd surrounded by unpleasant odors and dry cold air. He couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze, which made his father very anxious. Zhou's father looked at Zhou Chuhua and asked with concern, How are you cold? Why have you sneezed multiple times?" Zhou Chuhua shook his head and said firmly, "Dad, I'm not cold. You don't need to worry." Zhou's father felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He thought his son was still blaming him for not picking him up sooner. Zhou's father shook his head helplessly and said with a hint of melancholy, "Then why didn't you wear my clothes?" Zhou Chuhua patiently explained, "Dad, you are an important researcher bearing significant responsibilities. Your health is far more important than mine." The conversation between Zhou's father and Zhou Chuhua surprised everyone in the truck. They originally thought Zhou Chuhua was a rebellious and unreasonable child, but they didn't expect him to understand his father's work and responsibilities so well. A teenager in his teens who was in a rebellious phase. In another vehicle there was also a boy of the same age. Every day he complained about the bumpy ride, the cold blankets, or the unappetizing food. In short, he had a different way to torment everyone each day. The parents and the soldiers accompanying them were suffering from his antics. His parents had to apologize to everyone daily, leaving others speechless. Fang Jin and Zhou's father were also surprised by Zhou Chua's explanation. They initially thought they were dealing with a difficult child, but they didn't expect him to show such understanding and maturity. In Zhou's father's memory, Zhou Chua was still that rebellious child who would deliberately ignore phone calls, refuse to do homework, and often get into fights, frequently causing teachers to call his parents. Before meeting the troublemaker, Fang Jin had heard Zhou's father describe him as unreasonable, rebellious, and a teenage boy. If he misbehaves, just knock him out and take him away. After meeting Fang Jin, felt the description was completely opposite. Could the apocalypse really change a person so much? However, this child truly listened to that person named Li Bing and took care of his father as instructed. Zhou Jiming looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes and said, "Xiaoming, did you see? Our child has grown up, has become sensible. He understands to consider others, to recognize the greater good of family and country." They began to reevaluate Zhou Chuhua, gaining a new understanding of him. Meanwhile, Li Bing returned to the apartment and entered the space. She first went to the farming area, wanting to play with the son for a while. After all, she had been in room 1203 from morning till night, and it was really inconvenient to bring it along. The dog caught the smell of hot pot rabbit meat and human scent on Li Bing, and its eyes flashed with disbelief. It was a reproachful look, as if saying, "You, the one who cleans up after me, went out to play without me, and even ate hot pot and rabbit meat." Seeing the dog's reaction, Li Bing's heart sank. She quickly comforted, "There were too many people today, so I couldn't bring you along. I'll make it up to you by preparing a whole rabbit for you. How about that?" She tried to pet the dog's head, but the dog turned its face away, ignoring her. Li Bing, unwilling to give up, continued to coax, "We had several people sharing just one rabbit. Would two be okay for you?" The dog looked at her, its eyes filled with disappointment. "Is it really about the number of rabbits? It's that you went out without me and am feeling angry about that." The dog ignored Li Bing and ran straight out of the farming area. Li Bing watched as the son dashed out of the farming area. This silly dog, didn't it forget that it would lose consciousness once it left the farming area? She went out of the farming area, wanting to call the dog back from the grass. However, she saw the son happily running on the grass. Could it really leave the farming area? It seemed like it was still not allowed, especially after that batch of artifacts found in the abandoned mine. After the space upgraded, it allowed animals to breathe on the grass. Since the dog could move freely in the space, what about humans? She wasn't curious about this and didn't plan to experiment. Because she would never bring a living person into the space, this secret was her bottom line and no one could. In her second life, when she accidentally discovered the secret of the space, she was overjoyed. Even though she was chained up at that time and unable to gather supplies, she still managed to kill Wang Handong with the help of the space. Later, she was reborn again. She stockpiled supplies in advance, doing everything in her power to upgrade the space, releasing supplies to earn merit and more. The son ran farther away and even jumped into the river. This silly dog, Li Bing hurried to check on it, fearing it would drown since that little thing had having the space meant having hope. Li Bing looked up at the sunlight on the black earth, her heart filled with determination and hope. The son ran farther away and even jumped into the river. This silly dog, Li Bing hurried to check on it, fearing it would drown since that little thing had never seen water. She saw the dog swimming freely in the rushing river, carrying a huge flower fish in its mouth, heavy enough to crush a small child. The son tossed the fish onto the bank at Li Bing's feet. Its proud expression seemed to say, "Look, the one who cleans up after me, see what I caught." Li Bing noticed more and more fish at her feet and hurriedly scolded, "Son, come back, that's too many. Otherwise I won't cook for you." She couldn't really start cooking fish. Instead, she threw a big fish into the entrance of the waste processing plant and waited with the son on the platform at the exit. The son's eyes widened at the sight of the red braised fish chunks and fish heads that appeared. "What is this? A magic trick. Son, did you see how mom did it? In the future, if you want to eat, just put the fish in there yourself." Li Bing said to the dog, then added, "You can overeat a maximum of one fish or one rabbit per day. You can't eat the other animals in the space. Did you understand?" The son nodded its head, repeatedly assuring her it wasn't greedy. Otherwise, if it angered the one who cleans up after it and was forbidden from entering the so-called space, it would never taste delicious rabbit meat and big fish again, nor drink sweet water or enjoy a warm doghouse. Under the nurturing of the space, the son has developed a consciousness, beginning to understand many things it previously did not. Only when avoiding crowds does the master take it into this space. It also understands the dangers it faces in the outside world, where others wish to consume its flesh. Only with the master is it safe. Thus it tries to control its barking, only howling loudly when in the space. The space must not be discovered by others, otherwise both it and the master would be in great danger, as others would come to snatch it away. It is determined to protect the master and safeguard the space so it can enjoy delicious fish and fragrant rabbits every day. Li Bing conducts experiments in the space with the sun and a rabbit. She discovers that animals are not allowed in the villa but are unaffected elsewhere. They can breathe freely without reducing the time in the space. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. Despite the persistent cold outside, Li Bing and the others engage in vigorous practice in room 1203 every day. At this moment, Zhang Xingyan's injuries have fully healed. On this day, Zhang Xingyan watches as Li Bing overwhelms the other three, feeling a itch to join in. "Are you sure your body is ready?" Li Bing inquired. Zhang Xingyan nodded and Li Bing and the others charged forward. Zhang Xingyan stood tall in the center of the living room like a mighty lion, unbeatable. His agile physique and swift steps brought forth thunderous power with every strike. However, despite Zhang Xingyan's overwhelming momentum, Li Bing, Yu Shui, Han Jingjing, and Meng Zifeng were undeterred. They coordinated closely, utilizing their respective strengths to continuously launch attacks on Zhang Xingyan. Li Bing, intelligent and perceptive, always managed to analyze Zhang Xingyan's movements at critical moments. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle, and no matter how Zhang Xingyan dodged, he could not escape her lock. Meanwhile, Meng Zifeng was valiant and daring, always stepping up at crucial moments to shield his partners from Zhang Xingyan's attacks. Yu Shui and Han Jingjing acted like two sharp daggers. Their techniques were both accurate and clever, each attack catching Zhang Xingyan off guard. After a fierce battle amidst cheers, Li Bing, Yu Shui, Han Jingjing, and Meng Zifeng managed to pin Zhang Xingyan down. Zhang Xingyan has been defeated. The joy of victory made them forget their fatigue and pain. This is Zhang Xingyan, not only a retired military officer, but also a close combat coach. How long have they trained? This victory is truly something to be proud of. Very good, you are nearly ready for your debut. Zhang Xingyan expressed his genuine happiness. He paused for a moment, looking at everyone. My injuries have fully healed, and I wish to go out to find some necessary supplies. Would you like to join me? Han Jingjing was the first to raise her hand. Yu Shui, and I will definitely join. Our home has almost run out of wood, and we only have chicken jerky left to eat. We have been waiting for your good news, Brother Zhang. Meng Zifeng excitedly added, my situation is even worse. I have had to burn furniture, and I have been saving compressed biscuits and instant noodles to give water to the baby. We have been eating chicken jerky for half a month straight. I was planning to bring this up tomorrow. Sigh. They have a baby, and to keep the child warm, the consumption of wood is certainly greater. As for food, it goes without saying that the adults have saved every bit of food for the child. If it weren't for the salt and pepper in the chicken jerky, Meng Zifeng and Healy would have collapsed long ago. Not yet. At the end of his rope, Meng Zifeng did not dare to venture out easily. If something happened to him, Healy and the child would lose their support and would surely not survive, so he has been holding on these past few days. Li Bing also raised her hand, saying, I definitely want to go. We are running low on firewood at home. Han Jingjing looked at her sister. Bingbing, your food must be running low too, right? You gave so many supplies to the little brat and Fangjin last time. You really are a bit too generous. Li Bing was about to speak when Han Jingjing asked again, does your family still have a lazy dog? Does it eat a lot? Li Bing replied, it's fine. Zhang's mother also advised Bingbing, Auntie knows you are soft-hearted, but now that the world has ended, it would be best if you stopped keeping it. It's a tough world, even humans struggle to survive. Keeping it is too exhausting. Li Bing insisted, it's not lazy, very diligent. I plan to bring it out tomorrow to help gather supplies. Han Jingjing disagreed, saying it's only 4 months old, how much can it carry? If you take it out, it might get intercepted by others. It would be better for you to go kill and eat meat yourself. Li Bing. She was at a loss for words, as she couldn't bear to kill the son for dog meat. Li Bing could only smile. You'll understand what I mean when you see the dog tomorrow. The next morning, the son donned a black down jacket, black non-slip snow boots, and a hard hat with goggles, standing resolutely beside Li Bing. Its vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, waiting for the others to arrive. When Zhang Xingyan and the others gathered at the retractable safety gate, the tall and impressive figure of the son stood out in the crowd. When Han Jingjing saw the dog, her mouth hung open in astonishment for a long time. The dog stood straight beside Li Bing as if it were a towering mountain, exuding a sense of steadfast power. Its eyes were filled with vigilance, like a flickering light searching for direction in the dark. Sister Bingbing, is this the little stray dog you picked up? It's way too handsome. Han Jingjing exclaimed dramatically. Hearing the words little stray dog, the son disdainfully snorted, revealing a look of contempt in its eyes. It despised being called little, for in its view it was certainly not a small creature. Han Jingjing, seeing this scene, completely failed to notice the son's displeasure and instead marveled, as if discovering a new continent. Wow, did it just look down on me? This dog has become a spirit. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan looked at the sun with admiration. Li Bing, you have raised the dog very well. There are even signs of training on it. What's its name? Sun. Li Bing answered calmly. How could it be anything less? After all, the sun had consumed so much meat and drank so much space well water. Huh. What is this? Meng Zifeng, born and raised in his southern hometown, had never seen an ice sled before, and thus asked. Zhang Xingyan, rarely smiling, stepped forward to explain. This is an ice sled. It lets you haul things effortlessly across the ice. No wonder Li Bing took the dog out today. Hearing this, Han Jingjing exclaimed in awe, wow. Bing Bing Jia, you're incredible. Truly prepared for everything. She pointed to a bulging bundle beside her and asked, what's in this? Oh, right. I nearly forgot, Li Bing said, lightly tapping her forehead. We have 2 nail guns and 40 nails. Let them take turns guarding their own doorways. We have 2 nail guns and 40 nails. Let them take turns guarding their own doorways. If anyone attempts to force entry, they need not argue or step outside. They may simply fire outward. Han Jingjing also handed the power switch of the telescopic safety gate to Zhang's mother. Then the group descended the stairs, their first descent from the 12th floor since the Great Freeze. The stairwell was utterly silent, as though time itself had frozen empty, lifeless, as if no one dwelled here anymore. Unease coiled tightly in their chests, and their footsteps echoed hollowly through the vast abandoned shaft. When they reached the 10th floor, they found 2 corpses lying motionless in the center of the corridor, draped in white cloth. Their faces were obscured, their genders indiscernible, likely placed there by grieving relatives after freezing to death. The sight unsettled everyone deeply. Han Jingjing drew in a slow, deep breath, then exhaled steadily, forcing herself to remain calm. If others could endure it, so could she. Yu Shui, heart aching, gently grasped her hand and guided her toward the 9th floor. Though the scene before them was harrowing, they could not pause. Only by pressing onward could they locate more supplies essential for survival. As the group entered the 9th floor corridor, they saw its floor thickly glazed with frost, cold, so piercing it seeped straight into the bones. Now every apartment door on the 9th floor stood wide open. Those who had survived must have relocated upward to safer, warmer floors. For this level lay perilously close to the ice sheet below. Temperatures plummeted here, rendering it the coldest zone in the building. Even indoors, the air offered no respite. Its chill matched that of the frozen world beyond. They walked from the stairwell to the corridor windows, forced by the wind to pass each apartment door. Of all the floors in this building, the 9th was the most desolate. With every doorway they passed, they glimpsed empty rooms where only corpses remained, furniture long since burned for warmth. Some apartments held bodies left bare upon the floor, no bed, no shroud. Room 907 had been home to Sisterly. She lay sprawled on the floor, one arm stretched desperately toward the doorway, frozen mid-crawl. Room 905 had belonged to a young married couple. They had clung to each other in their final moments, sharing one last embrace. Room 908 housed an elderly couple and their beloved young grandson. They froze to death that night, in that barren, merciless corner. Hell on earth could scarcely be grimmer. The 2 men and Li Bing managed to hold their composure before such devastation. But Han Jingjing and Yu Shui, still university students barely out of youth, clapped hands over their mouth-stifling sobs, terrified even a single tear might escape. Though they'd steeled themselves mentally, nothing could have prepared them for such horror downstairs. The sight shattered their resolve and awakened agonizing fear for their parents back home. Both were only children, childhood neighbors who'd grown up side by side. Their family home too sat on the 9th floor. Were their loved ones still alive? Were they still breathing? The world had transformed into something icy, cruel, unrecognizable. And yet they stood impossibly far from home, powerless to protect those they cherished most. Loneliness and helplessness washed over them like glacial tides, trapped within a world turned frigid and indifferent. Don't cry. Don't let tears fall. They'll freeze your face. Li Bing snapped sharply, then strode swiftly toward the window, only for Taiyang to block her path, stepping out first, in a single decisive leap. He paused, breath held, ears pricked, attuned to every whisper of sound, every subtle shift in the frozen air. Only when he confirmed absolute safety did he signal Li Bing to follow. Zhang Xingyan watched, eyes alight with admiration, and gave Li Bing a thumbs up, even through his gloves. What a well-trained dog. Taiyang's extraordinary intelligence wasn't entirely Li Bing's doing, rather it stemmed from the water of the spatial well, which had awakened his mind. Seeing the ice sled already positioned, Taiyang confidently stepped into his designated spot and gestured for Li Bing to mount. Meng Zifeng sighed, I've worn the word envy threadbare. Meanwhile, Han Jingjing and Yu Shui remained paralyzed, shocked, shaken, unable to regain their footing. Li Bing turned to them, "Climb aboard the sled too. Taiyang can pull us all. We'll head to the mountains first to cut timber while Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng catch up at their own pace." Zhang Xingyan responded without hesitation, agreed. Meng Zifeng rolled his eyes. "Why wasn't I born a girl?" Taiyang shot them both a dismissive glance, his silent decree, "I won't haul outsiders. They're unworthy. Good boy Taiyang, you're the best. When we return, I'll give you fresh meat." Li Bing coaxed, winking emphatically. Taiyang understood perfectly. He'd be rewarded with tender rabbits from the spatial realm. With a pair of haughty soft yips, he made his terms clear, 2 rabbits, no less. Li Bing gritted her teeth, done. The others watched their exchange, awestruck and envious. At last Han Jingjing regained her spark. "Bing Bing Jia, you're truly my one and only sister, and your dog. Brilliant beyond words." She then bowed slightly toward Taiyang. "Hello Taiyang. I'm Han Jingjing. Thank you for pulling me. I'll reward you with a sausage when we return." "Is that— Who eats sausages? Those are lab-made abominations. But since my human ordered me to haul you fine," Li Bing hurriedly urged, "Quick, get on." He's agreed. Once Li Bing, Yu Shui, and Han Jingjing settled onto the sled, Taiyang surged forward, pulling with powerful, steady strides. This time Li Bing didn't fly off the sled nor wrench her back. At the start, Taiyang moved with deliberate caution, gentle, cushioned, as if intuitively aware he must temper his exuberance before others, lest he embarrass his master. Taiyang raced across the ice, accelerating with breathtaking speed. It was Han Jingjing and Yu Shui's first ride, and their hearts hammered wildly, blood surging, every cell alight with exhilaration. Wind lashed their cheeks with stinging cold, yet beneath it bloomed the pure soaring joy of flight. In that instant the weight of apocalypse, the dread, the exhaustion, lifted. Han Jingjing laughed aloud, bright and unrestrained. Before their eyes buildings blurred past like film reels, receding rapidly as Taiyang sped onward, transforming the frozen cityscape into a flickering dreamlike montage. However, the joy of the apocalypse is always fleeting. Han Jingjing's laughter still echoed in the air, but the icy surface before her had transformed into a brutal scene of hell. On the ice the biting wind cut like a knife and corpses lay desolately scattered everywhere. Some passers-by had frozen to death, their clothes stripped away by others, leaving only skeletal remains as if their dignity had been stripped away by the cold wind. Some lay in the cold pool of blood, their blood having congealed into a frozen canvas. Others frozen to death while standing crumbled to the ground like fragile porcelain when the cold wind blew. The sound of bones striking the ice echoed in the silent air, reverberating in this cold and cruel hell. If the building was a purgatory, then here truly was hell. The 3 girls watched all of this silently, accepting the cruelty of this world. Silence, a profound silence. Especially Han Jingjing, who could almost smell the scent of death through her mask. The mingled scent of blood and cold air made her want to vomit, but she couldn't. She closed her eyes, trying to block it all out. Yet the images were like cold blades slicing through her heart, leaving her no escape. They sat silently on the ice, feeling the breath of a cold hell. The wind blew, people died, and corpses fell. And they could only silently accept it all. This is the extreme cold world, the cruel and real apocalypse. The mountain rose abruptly from the edge of the urban area, resembling a small comical bump on the Earth's surface. During the previous flood period, the mountain's peak was almost submerged in water. Now in this extreme cold period, the entire mountain was covered in ice, with only the peak exposed. About a dozen trees were completely exposed on the ice, while others had only parts of their trunks visible with their roots deeply buried in the ice. At this moment, Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng were still on their way, so Li Bing and the others had to chop wood first. Li Bing used a chainsaw to fell all the trees, cutting them into 3-meter segments. Li Bing and Yu Shui were responsible for trimming the branches and arranging them neatly. Meanwhile, Taiyang kept watch to prevent any ambush. Suddenly, the dog dashed out like lightning towards a corner of the mountain and caught a snow rabbit. The snow rabbit, covered in snow-white fur, had a pair of crystal-clear eyes flashing with fear and anxiety. It struggled desperately, but the dog's agile paws held it fast. Taiyang bit down on the rabbit's neck with its sharp teeth, and with a forceful snap, the sound of breaking bones echoed from the rabbit's neck. The dog quickly placed the rabbit's corpse in front of Li Bing, gazing at her with satisfaction and pride in its eyes, as if to say, "Look, I caught this impressive right." Li Bing paused her work, wanting to pet the dog's head, but Han Jingjing had already rushed over to Taiyang, gently stroking the fur that peeked out from its down jacket through her gloves. She exclaimed excitedly, "Taiyang, you are amazing, the best dog I've ever seen." Taiyang tilted its head proudly glancing at Han Jingjing and said, "Since you complimented me, I'll let you pet me just this once." Li Bing. This silly dog was too easily puffed up with pride. Yu Shui laughed and said, "I heard that crafty rabbits have 3 burrows. There should be other caves, maybe more rabbits. Let's go catch some rabbits and have a feast tonight." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them and the dog were filled with anticipation. They began energetically searching for rabbit burrows at the mountaintop. To their delight, they indeed found several rabbit burrows. In one of the burrows, they discovered a snow-white rabbit. The dog pounced forward, suddenly trying to catch this precious rabbit. Seeing this, Yu Shui and the other 2 immediately rushed over to help catch the rabbit. However, this rabbit was extremely agile. It escaped from under the dog's paws, leaped over a large rock, and vanished from their sight. Taiyang barked at the 3 as if saying, "You 3, don't get in the way, watch me." The dog circled around the mountaintop. Suddenly, it pounced behind a rock, deftly biting the rabbit's neck. With a powerful bite, it returned victorious. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng arrived late. "My God, you caught 2 rabbits!" Meng Zifeng exclaimed joyfully. He hadn't forgotten the delicious rabbit meat hot pot from yesterday. It was just too fragrant. Han Jingjing shook her head. "It's not us, it's Taiyang who caught them. We don't have that ability." Yu Shui nodded in agreement. "This counts as Ice Bing Jia's private resources." Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng both acknowledged this. They weren't that shameless to occupy a dog's hard-earned reward. This snow rabbit naturally belonged to its owner. Li Bing watched as the others understood, saying nothing. Although she had ample resources in her space, what was hers she would not foolishly give away. How could a snow rabbit appear here? Zhang Xingyan wondered, his expression turning grim. "It won't snow, will it?" Meng Zifeng replied seriously, "If it really snows, how many people will die? How many can survive?" Han Jingjing also felt disheartened. Even Yu Shui, who usually said little, sighed, "This damn weather, it won't be trying to wipe us all out, will it?" In Li Bing's memories from her previous lives, it hadn't snowed during the extreme cold period, but she couldn't guarantee it after all. This life had already changed so much. Let's not dwell on it. For now, let's take the wood home today, and tomorrow we'll properly look for food and prepare thoroughly, Li Bing advised. With the addition of Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng, the task of chopping would proceeded very smoothly. The 4 of them placed half of the wood on the ice raft pulled by Taiyang. Taiyang faced such a weight without any difficulty. The other half of the wood was carried by Zhang Xingyan, Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, and Han Jingjing, tied together with rope to pull back. Li Bing kept watch. She knew she was benefiting from Taiyang's strength and felt they shouldn't trouble her to pull. As the group pulled the wood, they walked along the return path filled with joy from their harvest, yet intertwined with unease. As long as they hadn't stepped inside their home, danger lurked everywhere. Li Bing walked at the back, holding her bow and arrow with a handgun hidden in her pocket. During the extreme cold, people wore heavy clothing, making it difficult for arrows to penetrate. Even if they did penetrate, they would hardly cause serious injury. On the cold, icy surface, the dog bravely pressed forward. It effortlessly pulled a whole ice block of timber, seemingly walking at the front of the group without any strain. Its head held high, the dog's eyes brimmed with confidence and pride. Occasionally, it would glance back at the few people behind, as if deliberately slowing its pace to wait for them. Li Bing couldn't help but smile at its proud demeanor. The others were dragging heavy timber, leaving deep scratches on the ice, as if the marks were telling the tale of their toil. The cold wind howled past, and the warm breath they exhaled seemed to freeze immediately in the air. About 5 kilometers from their home, pedestrians gradually appeared on the road. Some approached to inquire where they had found the timber, others sought to exchange goods, but the prices didn't match and negotiations faltered. There were even those who begged for a peace, claiming they had no wood at home and might freeze to death that night, yet no one showed any pity. Some even attempted to rob them, but were frightened away by the arrow shot by Li Bing. After walking another 2 kilometers, the group visibly showed signs of fatigue. Thus they decided to rest for 5 minutes, eat some rations, and drink some water to replenish their strength. Li Bing also fed some warm water to the dog, as it had indeed worked hard today. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the air, causing panic. Everyone immediately sought cover, hastily ducking behind the timber. Li Bing quickly pulled out a handgun from her pocket and tossed it to Zhang Xingyan, then anxiously asked, "Where is the gunfire coming from?" Zhang Xingyan focused, intently listening for the next gunshot, and he firmly said, "It's at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock. Li Bing searched for the target. It turned out to be that dilapidated house ahead. "You handle the shooting, I'll cover you. The bullets are fully loaded." As Li Bing spoke, she aimed through a gap in the timber and instantly released a sharp arrow. Zhang Xingyan fired a shot based on the opponent's position, followed by a sound of something heavy hitting the ground. However, at that instant, a shadow flashed from behind the timber and dashed away. "Son, come back." Li Bing shouted at the shadow. But the figure vanished across the ice running towards the opposite side. Li Bing was extremely anxious, wanting to chase after the dog, but another gunshot rang out from the other side. Damn it, there's another gun. Zhang Xingyan pressed Li Bing's body down, trying to locate the source of the shot. Just then a scream pierced the air, followed by chaos. There's a dog, heavens, help, help. Hearing the screams mixed with gunfire, Li Bing could no longer wait. She charged out. At this point, Zhang Xingyan had already fired a shot based on the opponent's gunfire, accurately taking down the adversary. Li Bing rushed towards the dilapidated house, and the scene before her shocked her. On the ground in front of the house lay 3 corpses. 2 of them had been shot in the head and chest, clearly a result of the bullet's power. The neck of the other corpse was covered in severe bite marks, indicating it had been devoured by the dog. Additionally, 2 others had suffered serious injuries. Their bodies were riddled with bite marks pressed into a pool of blood. They gasped in pain as if struggling on the edge of life and death. The dog, upon seeing Li Bing, bared its red teeth, still dripping blood, its determined gaze fixed on her. As if to say, don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll protect you. Li Bing rushed over and gave it a big slap. You fool, who told you to rush up? What if you die? She couldn't imagine that if something happened to the dog, she would have no strength to continue. Han Jingjing always said that it was she who found the dog and gave it a second life, and she would never abandon the dog in the apocalypse, being a truly good owner. But the truth was not so. It wasn't the dog that couldn't leave her, but rather she couldn't leave the dog. In her past lives, she had been abandoned, hurt, and betrayed by her own parents, her spirit riddled with scars, like a desolate wasteland. Yet in this barren world, a tiny life emerged, a little stray dog. When it first appeared in Li Bing's world, it had no strong body, nor did it boast an illustrious lineage. It was merely an ordinary stray dog. However, it had given her warmth. The dog with its pure heart consoled her countless wounds. With its bright eyes, it looked at her as if saying, don't be afraid, I'm here. In her life, the dog became her companion, her family, her comrade, allowing her to feel the warmth of humanity once more. When the world was in chaos and people were slaughtering each other for survival, the dog remained steadfastly by her side. It brought her joy and hope, providing a glimmer of happiness in the apocalypse. Otherwise, in this damn apocalypse, she wouldn't last a day. She wanted to continue venting her anger and resentment and give the dog a few more slaps. At that moment, Yu Shui rushed in. She wrapped her arms around Li Bing, seemingly wanting to calm her down. Sister Bing Bing, don't worry, it's all over. The sun is fine, and we are all fine. Li Bing, what's wrong with this child? Why is she hugging me? Li Bing had already forgotten the last time she had rescued Zhang Xingyan in the commercial street when she wildly swung her knife at the robbers. Until the opponent was left bloodied, bones exposed, she still couldn't stop blood splattering everywhere, almost staining the river red. At that moment, Yu Shui began to suspect that Sister Bing Bing had suffered severe psychological trauma. Once stimulated, she would react impulsively. After that incident, she hadn't told anyone, including Han Jingjing. She was afraid others would misunderstand that Sister Bing Bing was a cruel pervert. Today's scene made Yu Shui a bit scared that Sister Bing Bing might relapse. With so many corpses of bad people around, if Sister Bing Bing really went on a stabbing spree, would it lead others to think wrong? At this moment, Yu Shui just wanted to soothe Li Bing, preventing her from falling into memories of the past. Her sister Bing Bing was a hero and absolutely could not be misunderstood as a pervert. Sister Bing Bing, you must stay calm, don't get excited. Yu Shui said softly while holding Li Bing, gently rubbing her back. The cool yet gentle voice was like a spring of clear water pouring into Li Bing's heart. She understood that it was the incident in the commercial street that had frightened this little girl. Li Bing stepped back from Yu Shui's embrace, smiling as she said, okay. I'm not excited, I want kill the dog. With that, she shot a fierce glare at the sun. The dog released its paws from the 2 people it had stepped on and walked to Li Bing's feet. It pitifully nipped at Li Bing's pant leg. Li Bing dodged, avoiding its touch. Kill a dog. Which dog do you want to kill, Sister Bing Bing? It can't be the sun, right? At this moment, Han Jingjing had not yet entered as she was outside, puzzled by the last sentence. Yes, it's too dirty, I don't want it. Li Bing teased. Don't kill the sun, if it's dirty it can be cleaned up. Han Jingjing said as she walked in. Besides, the sun just showed such bravery. Yu Shui saw the silly girl was about to come in, fearing she would be scared and worried Li Bing might go crazy later, shouted, don't come in. Why not? It was too late. Han Jingjing had already walked in. She looked at the scene in the room, forcing herself to stay calm. She tightly closed her mouth to prevent herself from vomiting. There was no fear, only disgust. Then she calmly said to Li Bing, Sister Bing Bing, look, the sun has done its job again. I'll wash it when we get back, don't dislike it. Both Yu Shui and Li Bing were somewhat surprised by Han Jingjing's calm demeanor. This girl is improving quickly. Facing such a bloody scene, she could remain unperturbed. Even Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng behind them found it unbelievable. Women indeed are changeable, they can never understand. At this moment the sun found Han Jingjing particularly endearing. Unexpectedly, this somewhat annoying woman said such pleasant words. Although she previously referred to herself as a little dirt dog, it forgave her for being a big dog. The sun once again tried to bite Li Bing's pant leg, and this time she did not refuse. Instead, she squatted down, wiping the dog's bloody mouth with a tissue, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Son, next time if mommy doesn't let you charge, you mustn't rush out, otherwise you can sleep in the living room forever and never come into the room again." Li Bing's actions were quite rough, and the son did not dare to dodge. The dog had already understood Li Bing's threat. If it did not behave, it would not be allowed into the space. Wua bullying a dog. It's little rabbit, it's little fish, it's grassland. It doesn't want to. The group did not dare to delay any longer, fearing that accomplices might come here, hastily tidying up their things and immediately heading back. Just now they had collected 2 homemade pistols, 3 machetes, and a Swiss Army knife. The pistols were already out of bullets, and the few of them planned to keep them for now and decide what to do later. As for the knives, Li Bing did not take them and distributed them among the others. When they dragged the heavy wood to the bottom of the apartment building, intending to enter through the window of the 9th floor corridor, they were stopped by Song Tiandong and a few others. Song Tiandong, wrapped in thick clothing, stood at the forefront. Behind him stood 7 or 8 people, mostly young men, with only one middle-aged woman shivering at the back. This inevitably led to speculation that the elderly in the building had mostly perished in the extreme cold of the first night. "Brother Zhang, thank you for going out to find wood. We will help you carry it in," Song Tiandong said, flattering words. Zhang Xingyan stood at the front, coldly replied, "No need, we will carry our own things, no need to trouble others." Song Tiandong pretended not to understand, puzzled, and said, "Building leader, what does this mean? Wasn't it agreed that we would go out to find supplies and share them equally?" He stopped pretending. The facade has already been torn down. The supplies we found are our own business. If you want wood, go out and find it yourselves. Han Jingjing shouted loudly, no longer afraid of these people. She saw Sister Bingbing had already begun to draw her bow, and the sun was also poised to strike. Song Tiandong angrily said, "If you don't hand over the wood today, don't even think about going up." After saying this, he gave a glance to the people beside him. All of them revealed weapons like concealed kitchen knives, watermelon knives, and wooden sticks surrounding the corridor. It seemed that this group had already made arrangements. "Son, get ready. Anyone who blocks us, bite their necks off," Li Bing commanded. The son's eyes lit up, immediately assuming an attacking stance. "A dog? Who are you trying to scare? We have 10 people here." Song Tiandong looked down on the son and revealed a greedy expression. He hadn't had meat in a long time. This dog was all muscle, and it must taste delicious. "Oh, you aren't afraid of dogs. Then you aren't afraid of arrows, are you?" Li Bing aimed her arrow at Song Tiandong and coldly said. Song Tiandong patted his chest, producing a dull metallic sound. He sneered, "We're prepared for you, ha ha ha." Li Bing's bow and arrow indeed could not be fully extended in the corridor. Coupled with the fact that these people were well prepared, it seemed to be a disadvantage. "Then are you afraid of this?" Zhang Xingyan raised his gun, aiming at Song Tiandong's head. Song Tiandong's laughter abruptly ceased as he looked at the gun in Zhang Xingyan's hand in disbelief. "Oh my god, they have guns. Then we should leave quickly." "Song Tiandong, you liar, you didn't say they had guns." "Brother Zhang, it was Song Tiandong who called us here. It has nothing to do with us." "Yeah, Brother Zhang, please don't be angry. Well, leave right away." Song Tiandong forced himself to stay calm, shouting at the panicking people, "Don't scare yourselves. Although he is a retired soldier, he can't possibly have a gun. It must be fake." Then he mocked Zhang Xingyan again, saying, "I don't believe this is real. Shoot once." And Zhang Xingyan narrowed his eyes. This person was skilled at fanning the flames, but he really couldn't shoot. These were all ordinary people. "Who do you say should get the first shot?" "Song Tiandong, you choose and I'll shoot." Li Bing snatched the gun from Zhang Xingyan's hand and calmly asked. Zhang Xingyan still held out some hope, but she did not want to wait any longer. Today she would take Song Tiandong's life. "Come, just shoot this." Song Tiandong, oblivious to the danger, pointed at his own forehead, smiling at Li Bing. Zhang Xingyan looked at Li Bing, aiming at Song Tiandong, and tried to stop her, saying, "Li Bing, they just want to survive." Li Bing turned a deaf ear, loading her weapon, preparing to shoot. However, Song Tiandong saw that Li Bing had not acted for a long time and thought he had guessed correctly. He laughed heartily, seemingly mocking the performances on the opposite side, which he deemed utterly pathetic. He just knew that the gun opposite could not be real. Li Bing stopped her hand, took out 10 more bullets from her pocket and calmly filled the chamber, smiling as she said, "Don't rush, I'm just afraid there won't be enough bullets to prevent you all from reuniting downstairs." Zhang Xingyan knew this girl was serious and tried to press Li Bing's arm down. Although the world was chaotic, he was uncertain whether the apocalypse would end soon. Killing is always a crime. Moreover, the other side only had knives and sticks, or retaliating with a gun could not be considered self-defense. Most importantly, if she really shot someone dead, the people in the building would likely band together, and they could no longer stay in this building. At this moment, the sun leaped up and bit Zhang Xingyan's arm, trying to tear it apart. "Son, don't hurt him, just keep an eye on him." Li Bing intervened. Then she tried to relax her mindset, pondering how to eliminate all 10 of the opposing team with headshots. After all, her marksmanship was not that great. Li Bing opened her eyes again, aiming at Song Tiandong's forehead, ready to shoot. He was still smiling, unaware of the danger. The lives and deaths of others were not important, but Song Tiandong must die, otherwise she would not feel at ease. "Don't. Whatever you do, don't shoot." At the critical moment, Uncle Ding's voice came from the stairs above. At that moment, Uncle Ding hurried over, panting, and said, "Li Bing, don't shoot. I couldn't keep an eye on these kids, I'm sorry." Wait a moment, he paused, then looked at Zhang Xingyan and continued, "They were just cold and scared, which led them to have inappropriate thoughts. Please forgive them." "Can you do that for Uncle Ding?" After finishing his words, Uncle Ding pulled Song Tiandong aside to let a few people pass. "Uncle Ding, don't pull me. Our plan is about to succeed," Song Tiandong protested. Zhang Xingyan stepped out of the sunlight and said to Uncle Ding, "Since you're here, take them away. The wood was found by us, and we won't share it with you." Pfft. Haha, kids. Whose kids are already over 30? Han Jingjing couldn't help but. Zhang Xingyan stepped out of the sunlight and said to Uncle Ding, "Since you're here, take them away. The wood was found by us, and we won't share it with you. You can go find your own." "All right." Uncle Ding continued to nod and bow. "Uncle Ding, you live on the 14th floor, right? I heard the sounds coming from the 10th floor corridor. Have you been staying on the 10th floor corridor?" Li Bing looked at Uncle Ding coldly and asked. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Han Jingjing, along with Zhang Xingyan, did not notice this point. Uncle Ding pretended not to understand and smiled, saying, "I'm getting old and light on my feet. I really came down from the 14th floor. You misunderstood, Shaoli." "Oh, is that so? Then I misunderstood. Can we go over now?" Li Bing asked with a smile, as if she really believed him. Uncle Ding hurriedly nodded. There was too much wood to carry in one trip. They decided to let the sun and Han Jingjing guard the wood and ice on the 9th floor, while the other 4 slowly carried the wood to the 12th floor. The people who had blocked the way earlier had long since disappeared without a trace. Zhang's mother stood in the corridor, her anxious gaze falling below. Hearing them going upstairs, she hurriedly opened the safety door. With tears in her eyes, she gently patted her son and looked at the others. She worriedly said, "Xingyan, are you all right? I heard you on the 9th floor just now and wanted to go down and help, but you told me this morning that if anything happened, I wasn't allowed to open the safety door." Zhang Xingyan nodded, indicating he understood. Li Bing looked up from the stairs at Zhang's mother and said, "Auntie, you did well. Hope to keep it up next time." In such times, having an elderly person who didn't hold them back was quite good. "Auntie, where are Li and the kids?" Meng Zifeng, not seeing his wife and child, asked anxiously. "They're fine. I heard the sounds from the 9th floor, so I told her to take the kids and hide back home. They must be hiding now and didn't hear you guys going upstairs." Zhang's mother hurriedly replied and stepped forward to help. "Mom, was it peaceful in the building today? After we left, did anyone come by?" Zhang Xingyan asked worriedly. He feared that his mother would report good news, but not bad news. Zhang's mother sighed and said, "A few groups of people came by, all asking for food or firewood, but I didn't agree to any of them. Later, a few young people came, causing trouble, wanting to pry open the lock. I pressed the electric switch and shot a few nails to scare them, and they left afterward." "Did Uncle Ding come by?" Zhang Xingyan pressed on. Li Bing glanced at him. This man wasn't too stupid. He came with his wife and borrowed a lighter, but I didn't give it to him. I felt quite embarrassed. In the end, he didn't blame me, but even asked if you were home, and when you'd be back, telling me to lock the door and stay safe." Zhang's mother chattered on, trying to ease the tension of the whole day. At this moment, Zhang Xingyan's expression changed as he continued to ask, "Did someone come to pry the door after Uncle Ding left?" Zhang's mother seemed to react as well. "Don't say it, it really happened." "Oh," she paused and asked uncertainly, "Are you saying?" Ling Bing interrupted their conversation. "Auntie, let's move the things first and talk at home." That night in the living room of room 1203, everyone gathered around the charcoal stove. Zhang Xingyan spoke first. Let's all share our thoughts on what happened today. Han Jingjing raised her hand first. That Uncle Ding is definitely not a good person. He always acts as a mediator, but it's actually his bad ideas. Right. I feel the same. Meng Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Yu Shui glanced at Zhang Xingyan and said, you can't judge a person by their appearance, but since we know this we can't just sit and wait. I suggest we directly. She made a throat-cutting gesture. Han Jingjing exclaimed, sure. I agree. This afternoon on the 9th floor, I actually hoped that Sister Bingbing would shoot them directly. Why let them go? This afternoon the time wasn't right, but now it is. Li Bing explained, this afternoon they were just making noise and didn't really act. If I killed someone first it would cause chaos. Now it's night, if we secretly deal with Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong no one will see it. We can deny it later even if they all know it was us they can't do anything and no one will really step up. Han Jingjing understood and nodded knowingly. Zhang Xingyan looked at Li Bing with disapproval saying solemnly, after all they didn't really act, they are just defenseless civilians. If we take their lives isn't it too much? Li Bing laughed in anger, what? Do I have to wait until the knife is at my throat to resist? That's not what I mean, they just want to survive. Zhang Xingyan stood up in agitation. He understood Li Bing's meaning of the incident at the commercial street had already made everything clear to him. Yet after 8 years in the military, protecting the people had become a part of his blood. In fact, Li Bing wasn't adamant about killing those two either. Fattening them up before killing them might yield more merit. She was just frustrated today. She didn't want to get tangled up in this anymore. She hated the way the people in the building wanted to reap benefits without labor, and she also disliked Zhang Xingyan's procrastination. Then let's raise our hands to vote. Li Bing also stood up and continued, those who agree to secretly kill Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong raise your hands. Han Jingjing and Yu Shui readily raised their arms. Zhang Xingyan and Zhang's mother did not move, seemingly unwilling to raise their hands. Meanwhile, Meng Zifeng and Healy were still hesitating, unsure of what to do. They both wanted to secretly eliminate Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong to cut off future troubles. Yet they were also afraid that their families would come for revenge. If it really escalated, their family of 3 wouldn't be able to stay in the building. After all, they had a baby, so they needed to consider things more thoroughly. Seeing that the couple had not raised their hands for a long time, Li Bing smiled and wasn't even angry anymore. Why get angry? She wasn't their mother and wasn't responsible for teaching them how to do things. If the place was really attacked, she could just find another place to hide. Since that's the case, majority rules, let's not kill anyone and just return to our respective homes, Li Bing said calmly. After a pause, she added, tomorrow don't call for me, I won't go out to gather supplies. After saying that, Li Bing left room 1203 with determination. The others exchanged glances and Healy cautiously asked, is Li Bing angry? Most likely yes. Meng Zifeng said with a sense of loss. Without Li Bing's participation tomorrow, he felt somewhat worried. What do you mean by most likely? My sister Bingbing is definitely angry. Han Jingjing said with a heart full of pain. Then she glared at Meng Zifeng and rolled her eyes. Brother Zhang, are you really that clueless? Do you still want to continue being robbed in the future? Meng Zifeng realized he was wrong and murmured, there's no other way, I have children at home, and I need to consider everything. It's precisely for the children that you must harden your heart. If supplies really get robbed in the future, what will the baby eat? Yu Shui rarely spoke so much, she said with disappointment, it's too late to say anything now. Tomorrow we will go out ourselves and we must pay extra attention to safety when we come back. After saying that, Yu Shui and Han Jingjing also left room 1203. Once everyone had left, Zhang's mother closed the door. She cautiously said to Zhang Xingyan, your Uncle Ding used to be such a good person, he even helped me carry rice and fetch water. Sigh. The world has truly changed. Then covering her mouth with her hand, Zhang's mother lowered her voice and continued, I agree with Bingbing's suggestion in my heart, but your Uncle Ding has helped us before. Sigh. Don't think Bingbing is cruel. Mom, she saved my life. How could she be a heartless person? Zhang Xingyan said seriously. In fact, he knew very well that Li Bing's suggestion was correct. They should eliminate Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong immediately to prevent future troubles. However, Zhang Xingyan grew up in a military family. His father and grandfather both taught him to help the weak. In addition, he had 8 years of military experience, which made it difficult for him to cross the moral line in his heart. He decided to give them one last chance. If they did not cherish it, he would take action himself and show no mercy. However, it seemed that heaven did not want Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong to have this opportunity. Late at night, Li Bing was awakened by the sun and indicated that someone was outside the corridor's sliding door. She immediately took out her walkie-talkie, tapping it around to alert everyone. She quietly approached the door of the apartment and looked outside through the peephole which reflected the corridor wall. There were two figures stealthily attempting to pick the lock. They were very cautious, making little noise. If it weren't for the sun's alert, they might have been caught without knowing it. Originally, she thought these two were Uncle Ding and Song Tiandong coming back for an unpleasant encounter. However, she discovered that the two knocking on the door were not from the building. Since they weren't from the building, they had to be outsiders. Li Bing quickly informed the others of the situation and instructed Han Jingjing to electrify the retractable security door, setting it to the maximum setting. A scream erupted, quickly muffled by another person. They retreated into the corridor and Li Bing could no longer see the figures through the peephole. Li Bing opened the door and throw me the gun. Zhang Xinyan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. If there are people from the building involved in this operation, will you shoot? Li Bing asked coldly. Zhang Xingyan replied affirmatively, I will, and I won't show mercy. Remember what you said. After Li Bing said this, she opened the door and threw the gun over. At that moment, a strange voice came from the corridor. They've discovered us. We launch a strong attack. Li Bing said over the walkie-talkie, everyone get ready, open your doors, and hide behind them, shooting them with the nail guns. Aim for the thighs as much as possible. Those people seem to have found a wooden log with a diameter of about half a meter to crash the door. From the chaotic footsteps, it could be inferred that there were about 10 people. At this time, Zhang Xingyan's calm voice came from the walkie-talkie. Again, Li Bing, you stay here to guard. I'll go down from the bathroom window and attack from the corridor. All right. Li Bing agreed. Zhang Xingyan seemed to be contemplating, hesitating, and then sincerely said, leave one alive to ask questions, don't kill them all. Li Bing smiled as Zhang Xingyan somewhat understood her good. Yet, she did not expect Zhang Xingyan to agree to kill the people in the building. At this moment, he actually figured it out, unlike his stubborn appearance during the night. The opponents had already begun to crash the door. Li Bing first took the sun into her space to prevent it from running around again. After that, she opened her door holding the modified nail gun and fired nails at the opposite side. The sound of Li Bing's nail gun was like a signal. Rooms 1202, 1203, and 1204 also began to fire. Bang! 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 Nails hit the opponent's legs, but did not penetrate the flesh. All fell to the ground, making a series of crisp sounds. Bing bing, they have metal plates on their legs. Oh, we can't hit them. Han Jingjing's frustrated voice came through. Ha ha, I knew you had this trick up your sleeve. I was prepared for you. The man's voice from earlier echoed in the corridor, filled with disdain. Luo Hua laughed in the corridor. What are nail guns and bows? He didn't take them seriously. Listen inside, as long as you hand over the supplies, I won't harm your lives. Luo Hua continued shouting in the corridor, but no one paid him any attention. Over these days, he had robbed dozens of households, but today's few houses were the hardest to crack. But it didn't matter, he had patience. Another crash echoed as the first door was about to be breached. Li Bing sneered with how thoroughly the opponents were prepared and how well informed they were. She absolutely did not believe there was no collusion. Li Bing calculated the time. A Zhang Xingyan should have reached the 9th floor by now. She took out a submachine gun and unleashed a barrage toward the security door. Yes, her marksmanship was poor, but she didn't believe she wouldn't hit anything. Indeed, screams erupted from the opposite side. The sounds were quite pleasant. Quick! Fall back into the corridor. Luo Hua shouted in exasperation. His body shook with anger, and he grabbed the man hiding behind him, choking him, and saying viciously, how dare you conceal that they have guns? And they have submachine guns. I don't know, I've never seen them use guns. The man being choked turned red in the face, almost gasping for breath, and stammered. Han Jingjing excitedly shouted, Bing Bing, you're amazing, kill them all. Li Bing yelled to Yu Shui, come to room 1201, I'll cover you. Yu Shui immediately crouched and approached the side of room 1201's door. She looked at the explosive shields arranged inside the door and was no longer surprised. She obediently took one in her hand, holding it in front of the two, and asked, Bing Bing, what's the plan? Li Bing calmly said, wait for the signal. She looked at the 3 people behind the safety door, shot and lying on the ground, still showing signs of movement. Could it be that none of them were shot in a vital area? She couldn't help but start to consider that her marksmanship was truly terrible. Ding dong, because you directly exterminated 1 life form, deducted 10 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 22 life forms, gained 22 merit points. Very well, one has finally died. Ding dong, because you directly exterminated 2 life forms, deducted 20 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 51 life forms, gained 51 merit points. Another 2 have died. This indicates that her marksmanship still has hope. Luo Hua looked at the three subordinates lying in the corridor, each one losing their breath, all of whom were raised with substantial resources. Heartache. Anger. Rage. He gritted his teeth and forced out through clenched jaws, "Old four, you have good marksmanship, lead the way up front. Everyone stay concealed and keep banging on the door, we must take them down today." Since the apocalypse, Luo Ping had been unstoppable and he had never suffered such a great loss. Today they must take them down. The men will be flayed alive and the women will be played with. Today he had been careless, thinking it was just a retired soldier with a few young girls, and he heard there were also elderly people. Who would have thought? Suddenly gunfire came from downstairs, hitting their people. That person fell straight down without a sound, already dead. A bullet to the head. Luo Ping shouted, "Get down, stay concealed." He grabbed the man he had just choked by the neck. That man trembled and nervously said, "It wasn't me, I swear." Before he could finish, Luo Ping ended his life with a knife and threw him to the ground. The gunfire came from downstairs. It was Zhang Xingyan. After Li Bing confirmed this, she exchanged a glance with Yu Shui. Yu Shui understood, and the two hid behind the blast shield and quickly headed towards the safety door. "Boss, what do we do?" Old Four, holding a shotgun, anxiously asked. "Should we attack?" Luo Hua gritted his teeth and said, "What we hear below are pistol sounds, so we charge down and come back another time. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. We can't leave everything here, allowing them to wipe us out. This grudge has been established." Luo Hua swore not to be human if he did not take revenge. Brothers, charge down. After Old Four shouted, he rushed to the front. He had a handgun and wanted to be the vanguard. Meanwhile, Li Bing and Yu Shui were already hiding behind the safety door. Li Bing's body was completely concealed behind the blast shield with only the muzzle of her gun showing. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Li Bing maintained a calm expression, continuously sweeping the corridor with gunfire. It seemed as if she was not killing people, but merely admiring the scenery. Ding dong, because you directly exterminated one life form, deducted 10 merit points. Ding dong, because you directly exterminated 2 life forms, deducted 20 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 13 life forms, gained 13 merit points. The sounds of merit points increasing and decreasing continued. Li Bing had no time to care about it. She simply felt a sense of inner peace, and this feeling was too wonderful. So exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. To kill and earn merit points was simply too satisfying. Yu Shui looked at this version of Sister Bing Bing and shivered. She would definitely listen to Sister Bing Bing's words. "Li Bing, stop." Zhang Xingyan's voice came from downstairs. "They're all dead, don't waste bullets." He silently cursed, wondering if this girl remembered that she had promised to leave one alive. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, catching a lookout on the 9th floor corridor and tying him up. Otherwise there would be no need for questioning, they would all be shot by Li Bing. He had no time to think about how Li Bing got a submachine gun, asking her would yield no answers anyway. Zhang Xingyan sighed, these kids were impossible to manage. Li Bing put down the submachine gun and wanted to check the situation in the corridor. "Sister Bing Bing, you must be tired, go back and take a rest. Well, clean up the battlefield and you can come back later." Yu Shui hurriedly grabbed Li Bing, not wanting her to go down. What if Sister Bing Bing saw those corpses in the corridor and got triggered? Li Bing was really certain this time that Yu Shui might have misunderstood her. But she was too lazy to explain, opening the 2 safety doors and walking towards the corridor. In the corridor between the 12th and 11th floors, dozens of corpses were haphazardly piled together. The bodies were covered in dense bullet holes and blood saturated the entire corridor, continuously dripping down. Some people were running downwards while others tried to climb upwards, but no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the fate of being killed. Among the pile of corpses, one figure stood out. He was wearing a black mink coat and had a large gold chain around his neck. This must be their boss, Luo Hua. His eyes were wide open in anger, seemingly still furious, before drawing his last breath. He apparently had not expected that in an ordinary residential building there were such hidden talents. Not only were there handguns, but also submachine guns. Among these corpses there was actually a familiar face. It was Song Tiandong. He was hiding in the corner, not shot yet, already on the verge of death. Zhang Xingyan pulled him out from the pile and found a deep knife wound on his stomach. Zhang Xingyan wanted to ask something, but realized that Song Tiandong was already dead. Damn it. Han Jingjing also came down spitting. The girl who felt scared at the sight of the dead yesterday was now unflinching, which was truly surprising. Such a big incident happened in the building and not a single person came out to take a look. They must be sleeping soundly. Han Jingjing said sarcastically, her gaze glancing towards room 1205. Then a swift sound of a door slamming echoed in the 12th floor corridor. It seemed that the couple in room 1205 were quite frightened. Don't wander too far, just guard here. I'll go downstairs to get someone, Zhang Xingyan said coldly. Li Bing smiled and said, I knew you would definitely leave a survivor. Zhang Xingyan paused his steps then continued to head down. The remaining few searched through the corpses for useful items such as weapons coats and down jackets. Meng Zifeng held a mink coat full of bullet holes lamenting, Sister Bing, could you please go easy on me next time? I still wanted to wear it to show off. Yu Shui, fearing that Li Bing would get angry, retorted, if you had the skills you would have come out to handle it yourself instead of being a backseat driver. Exactly, hiding behind while everyone dies, and now you have the audacity to nitpick. Han Jingjing also scorned. Meng Zifeng rubbed his nose. Were these two girls on some kind of adrenaline? However, he did feel a bit embarrassed. He admitted he wouldn't argue, fully agreeing. He grinned and asked, Sister Bing, are you taking this mink coat? Li Bing shook her head, indicating she did not want it. Han Jingjing gave Meng Zifeng a thumbs up, saying, Brother Meng, I deeply admire you. You must be several years older than Sister Bing. How did you manage to call her sister? Meng Zifeng felt no shame. He genuinely acknowledged Li Bing's strength and naturally added, calling Li Bing sister represents respect. The society knows her as Sister Bing, fierce and few words. After saying this, he foolishly laughed while holding a mink coat. The front of the coat had become a sieve, but the back and sleeves were still usable. Let Healy alter it for the baby, it must be very warm. As a man, he might not be brave enough or straightforward enough. However, as a father and husband, he had done everything possible to plan for his wife and child. In the end, they gathered a hunting rifle, 3 watermelon knives, 2 cleavers, 4 torches, a large wooden stump, 3 pairs of snow boots, and 2 backpacks. The backpack contained 4 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of white wine, 3 packs of biscuits, 2 thermoses, and some dry rations. At that moment, Zhang Xingyan also brought a man along. He said to everyone, let's return to room 1203's living room and ask about the situation. Moments later, Li Bing and the others gathered in the living room of room 1203. In front of them, a man was tightly bound, kneeling on the ground. This man was in his 30s with a full... He was of medium build and his eyes anxiously peeked at the person opposite him while also carefully observing. Stop looking. Answer what I ask. Zhang Xingyan spoke coldly. The man withdrew his gaze, smiling ingratiatingly. Yes, as you command. You ask and I will speak without reservation. Shut up. Li Bing found it unbearably noisy. She should have taken the opportunity to give this person a truth serum earlier. Such a person would surely not speak the truth. Zhang Xingyan shook his head. He had enough understanding of Li Bing's patience. He turned to the man and asked, what is your name? Where do you live? I am called Wu Men, living in the Lian Yuan community 5 kilometers away, the man replied as if obediently. What is your group doing? Wu Men raised his head anxiously, saying, we have no place to stay. We heard this building has many empty rooms, so we specifically came to look for empty rooms. Li Bing stood up and left while Wu Men was midway through speaking. When she returned, she brought along the still angry son. You continue asking, Li Bing said to Zhang Xingyan. Zhang Xingyan took out his pistol, playing with it in his hand. Answer the previous question again. Wu Men seemed frightened, stammering, I don't know what they do. It was my first time seeing them today. They gave me a pack of compressed biscuits and told me to stay downstairs and call out if anyone came. Today's events have nothing to do with me, I swear. Son, this person seems to dislike speaking the truth. Go and bite off one of his legs, Li Bing said to the dog in a casual tone. Son looked at the command from the poop-scooping officer with disbelief. What? Bite off this filthy man's leg. It was unwilling. Isn't it biting the neck? Seeing the dog's confused eyes, Li Bing slowly said, first bite off the leg. If he doesn't listen next time, then bite the neck. Zhang Xingyan, seeing this situation, was afraid of scaring the child, so he let Healy take the child back to room 1204. The dog slowly walked in front of Wu Men, gently touching his leg, with its mouth pondering where to bite to cause the most damage. The dog, now standing at 1 meter tall, exuded a terrifying aura. Its exhaled hot breath made Wu Men tremble. As he watched the fierce dog's mouth about to descend, Wu Men shouted loudly, I will speak. I am willing to say anything. Son, wait. Li Bing immediately stopped. Son. We live by robbery, but we never harm people. I just joined. Otherwise, why would I be reduced to keeping watch? Wu Men quickly finished speaking, fearfully shifting position a bit further from the dog. Never harm people. Let Son still bite off his leg. Li Bing smiled and instructed. Son stood up again, easily placing Wu Men's knee into its mouth and slowly applying pressure. The dog understood how to coerce confessions. Wu Men felt the biting force on his knee gradually intensifying. He did not care about his wet pants from fear and hurriedly said, we originally had 5 people. Before the apocalypse, we were all idle individuals with criminal records. After the rainstorm, we robbed things while absorbing personnel. After the extreme cold, the leader said there were enough people and we could act. During the robbery, all the men were killed and the women were kept for a few days of fun. This time he spoke without stuttering or hesitation. Wu Men bowed his head, crying out, "Really, I swear everything I said is the truth." Li Bing again signaled the dog to stop, and Sun proudly sat down, turning its head to one side and panting. This filthy man's smell was truly foul. What about the elderly and children? Zhang Xingyan had already guessed the answer, but still asked hopefully. All killed. Wu Men replied hesitantly, guilt-ridden. Zhang Xingyan was silent for a moment before probing. How did you find us? It seems like you went straight to the 12th floor. When it was nearing dark in the afternoon, our people went nearby to scout. 2 men approached us voluntarily, saying that the residents on the 12th floor had a large amount of food and would, so our leader brought the brothers over. Speaking of this, Wu Men did not stutter. Zhang Xingyan continued to ask, what did others say that your leader? We studied the scratches downstairs. They were indeed caused by transporting wood. Wu Men paused and continued. They guaranteed with their lives and volunteered to lead us, saying they only wanted 1/5 of the supplies. Describe the appearance of these 2 men, Zhang Xingyan said coldly. Wu Men frowned thought for a moment, and then spoke. One of the men is already dead. I just saw him in the corridor. The other man is about 40, thin and somewhat dark-skinned. They came up with the leader, and now I don't know where they went. That person is not in the corridor. Li Bing and the others, upon hearing the description, said in unison, Uncle Ding. Zhang Xingyan stood up quickly, walking towards the door, saying as he walked, You Xue Mingzi Fing, take the nail gun and come with me to the 14th floor. Li Bing, you stay here and continue the interrogation. Wu Men saw Zhang Xingyan leave and looked at Li Bing, asking, Are you planning to kill me? Yes. Li Bing did not want to lie. She was thinking of sending Han Jingjing away to give this person a truth serum. She suspected there might be accomplices in their lair that needed to be dealt with together, otherwise it would be a big hassle. Additionally, this group had been robbing since the apocalypse and must have hidden a large amount of supplies. I knew there would be such a day. I am deeply guilty for killing so many people. This is retribution. Wu Men said dejectedly. Li Bing and Han Jingjing exchanged glances. How did this person suddenly change? What else do you want to know? I will tell you everything. Consider it atonement. I hope you give me a quick death when you act. Wu Men said calmly. He knew that even if he was released, he would be hunted by the people from the lair. What you just said, is it all true? Li Bing asked. Wu Men nodded, all true. Since the rainstorm, how many people have you killed? Li Bing asked again. I can't count it, probably several hundred people. Li Bing, with a surge of energy, continued to ask, Where is your lair? How much supplies are inside? How many people guard it? Li Bing pressed Wu Men. What weapons do the guards carry? Are they men or women? Wu Men continued, 1 handgun, 10 cleavers, 2 homemade bombs, and several small knives. There are 4 men and 1 woman among the guards. The woman is the gang leader's wife. Recalling their predilection for exploiting women, Li Bing pressed further. Are there others inside the factory? 15 women were taken out this afternoon, all abducted by us, but how many remain alive now is uncertain, as several die each day. Wu Men replied, shame flickering across his face. Before the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary man, law-abiding, unremarkable. When the cataclysm struck, he fell in with Luo Ping by sheer chance, and in doing so unleashed the darkness long buried within himself. In the stillness of midnight dreams, he trembled at the thought of retribution. Even as he killed, hesitation gripped him. Even as he preyed upon the weak, a pang of compassion would stir. Yet he was already aboard the pirate ship. Any display of mercy would draw brutal punishment from Luo Ping and his crew. To belong, he hardened himself, growing ever more ruthless. Han Jingjing listened silently, her delicate features tightening with fury. In a hushed voice, she muttered, Scum. Li Bing gently patted her arm, then turned back to Wu Men. Among those 5 guards, who should we watch most closely? The leader's wife, cold-blooded and merciless. Before the collapse, she worked for higher-ups handling cleanup operations. Rumor has it she's slaughtered countless people. She isn't truly his wife. They only paired up after the world fell. Wu Men continued his reply. Li Bing produced a map of Lang City and asked Wu Men to mark the cannery's location and detail its layout. Did the 2 who betrayed you know your base? Were they aware of these details? Li Bing asked. Wu Men replied, they certainly didn't. They knew nothing. We told them absolutely nothing. Afterward, Li Bing sensed no further questions remained. She glanced at Wu Men and asked quietly, is there anything else you wish to say? Nothing at all, he said hollow-eyed. I've committed too much evil. I wonder if my mother would even recognize me in the afterlife. You may proceed. With that, Luo Ping closed his eyes calmly. Sister Bingbing, why is he so compliant? Han Jingjing asked, bewildered. Tears glistened in Wu Men's eyes as he spoke with eerie calm. You may send me on my way now. I've long grown weary of living, yet lacked the courage to end it myself. This world holds no meaning anymore. Li Bing dragged Wu Men into the stairwell and laid him beside his fallen comrades. Han Jingjing spoke up, Sister Bing Bing, may I do it? Yes. Son, could you help me drag him here? Han Jingjing pointed toward room 1205, that little vixen still holding a grudge. Seeing Li Bing nod, Sun rolled his eyes. Why not say so earlier? Though inwardly grumbling, he upheld his master's dignity before outsiders. Sun obeyed without protest. Han Jingjing gripped the rope tied across Wu Men's chest and plunged her pre-prepared blade forward. The first strike struck a rib, blunt resistance, no penetration. The second thrust found softer ground deep into his abdomen. With every ounce of strength, Han Jingjing steadied her trembling hand and drove the hilt deeper. Her knuckles whitened with strain and her lips were clenched tight with tension. Blood coursed down the blade's hilt, dripped onto the floor, and froze instantly, silent as snowfall. Wu Men never cried out, not once, even as his eyelids fell shut. A faint serene smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He did not meet death, he embraced release. Tears welled in Han Jingjing's eyes, her hands trembled, but her face bloomed with triumph. She threw her arms around Li Bing, breathless. Sister Bing Bing, I killed someone. I did it. Yes, you did. Li Bing held the girl close. In that moment she understood why on that first frigid night of the deep freeze when she'd roused Yu Shui and Han Jingjing from sleep, such an extraordinary surge of merit had flooded her awareness. Once grown, Han Jingjing would surely become formidable. Inside room 1205, the young couple appeared fast asleep, no sound, no movement, no curiosity stirred. Yet 2 ragged heavy breaths behind the door betrayed them. When Zhang Xingyan and his companions descended from the 14th floor, they sighed. Let's return to room 1203 to talk. All finished already. Didn't even wait for us to return before executing him. Where's Uncle Ding? Is he dead? Zhang Xingyan and Li Bing asked simultaneously, locking eyes. Meng Zifeng broke the tension first. Uncle Ding fled, only his wife remains at home. Yu Shui added bitterly, he took every last bit of supplies, heartless to the core. We passed by just now, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Li Bing scoffed, no pity deserved. Did she truly not know what he'd stolen under her roof? Has she even tasted hardship? Pausing, Li Bing added firmly, give Uncle Ding to me, I'll take Sun and pursue him immediately. He must not be allowed to live. I refuse to spend another night haunted by dread. No, you can't go alone. It's too dangerous. I'll accompany you. Yu Shui and Meng Zifeng can hold the 12th floor. Zhang Xingyan insisted, concern etching his brow. No time for debate. You have far more critical duties. Li Bing replied, then recounted Wu Men's testimony in full detail. By tonight, at the latest tomorrow morning, if those 5 don't see their comrades return to the cannery, they'll grow suspicious. They'll either launch a retaliatory strike or evacuate the supplies. We must act tonight. Zhang Xingyan spoke immediately upon hearing this. Exactly, we must strike first. If we delay, the consequences will be catastrophic. Li Bing affirmed. Han Jingjing exclaimed eagerly, I agree. That place holds immense resources, we'll never lack again. I agree too. Yu Shui smiled. Forgive me for dampening spirits, but didn't you hear? They have a trained killer and grenades. Meng Zifeng frowned, refusing blind optimism. Then we must plan meticulously, Zhang Xingyan said gravely, already sketching tactical formations on paper. Brother Zhang, you all discuss first. I must leave now. Li Bing departed at once, with Sun at her side. Sister Bing Bing, be careful. Han Jingjing called after her. Li Bing waved, light, effortless, leaving no trace behind. Li Bing and Guzi entered room 1407 and retrieved Uncle Ding's clothing. Sun sniffed deeply, then nodded, sensing a trail. They hurried downstairs and vanished into the night. Guzi led the way, Li Bing glided behind him on ice skates, swift, silent, relentless. Some 20 minutes later, they spotted a lone truck crawling through the abyssal dark. The vehicle was extremely dilapidated, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Li Bing stealthily glided to the side of the truck and discovered that the driver's cabin only contained one person. Indeed, it was Uncle Ding. It seemed that he had taken advantage of the chaos to drive away the truck belonging to Luo Ping and his group. This truck, being so old, made a loud noise. Luo Ping and his group parked at a distance from the apartment building to avoid being detected. Otherwise, Wu Men, who was on lookout, would have surely noticed. She didn't want to waste any bullets, so she quietly slipped to the back of the truck and conveyed a glance to Guzi. Go. Bite him to death. Guzzi received the signal and leaped onto the truck bed like lightning, entering the driver's cabin through a window that had no glass. Only a few piercing screams were heard as the truck wobbled on the ice and crashed into an obstacle, coming to a halt. Ding dong, because you indirectly annihilated one life form you lose 5 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 133 life forms you gain 133 merit points. Uncle Ding's death was not in vain. Li Bing approached to check, finding the entire driver's cabin drenched in blood with Uncle Ding's neck twisted beyond recognition. She kicked Uncle Ding's body out of the truck and used a bucket of river water from her space to wash down the driver's cabin. She regretted letting Guzzi go in. After all, there was too much metal on the truck to discard. It had to be stored in her space. She discarded the nearly scrapped truck onto the pile of steel in her space and then released a van. This van was not the one Li Bing had purchased before the apocalypse. This was a vehicle she had collected by the roadside during the early days of the rainstorm. At that time there was a key in the door, so she casually stored it in her space. This was a meat delivery vehicle with a foul smell, perfectly suited to disguise as the vehicle for Luo Ping and his group. Mainly to avoid raising Zhang Xingyan's suspicions, caution was paramount. Li Bing drove the van back to the apartment building, parked it downstairs, and instructed the son to go upstairs to call people to check the vehicle. She saw Meng Zifeng come over and tossed him a thermos before heading back to room 1201. She entered her space and located the weapons area. Looking at the shelves full of firearms, she was troubled. Some of the weapons here came from the security company of New City Building, while others were from the space's waste treatment plant. At that time, out of boredom and for fun, she had randomly tossed things into the waste treatment plant entrance. It included a gun design blueprint and a waterlogged logistics vehicle. To her surprise, several unfamiliar handguns and grenades appeared on the platform at the exit. Later, she exercised her imagination and drew many strange blueprints for firearms. Now the weapons area was filled with various novel items, the multitude of types overwhelming. She had yet to test their effectiveness. However, it was best not to hastily take out these high-tech firearms produced by the space for the time being. Because Zhang Xingyan had once been a veteran, he had very rich experience and understanding of such weapons, enabling him to accurately judge their performance and usage. Furthermore, she didn't want to attract the attention of higher-ups and the military to avoid unnecessary trouble. She certainly did not want to end up in a laboratory. She selected 2 handguns, a silencer, a submachine gun, and 4 grenades from her space. These were all common types found at the security company. She arrived at the living room of room 1203 and met up with Zhang Xingyan and the others. When they saw the weapons in her hands, everyone stood up excitedly. Especially Zhang Xingyan, who had originally lacked confidence in attacking the canning factory. Now seeing these weapons, he felt completely assured. Everyone tacitly refrained from asking about the source of the weapons. Who doesn't have a few secrets? After a brief moment of excitement, Zhang Xingyan calmly asked Uncle Ding, "Is he dead?" "Yes," Li Bing said, little too lazy to elaborate. However, when Zhang Xingyan saw Guzzi, who was nearby displaying a proud demeanor, he understood that Guzzi must have played a part in Uncle Ding's death. In the last moments of Uncle Ding's life, he must have suffered greatly. Zhang Xingyan's mood grew complicated. Uncle Ding was not only an elder to him, but also like a friend. They had laughed together while drinking, fishing, running, and swimming, and he had taken care of Zhang Xingyan's mother during his business trips. But now Uncle Ding had left this world in such a manner. In this apocalypse, the worst of human nature was brought to the forefront. The group gathered some items and assembled in front of the van downstairs. Tonight they were going to raid the canning factory. They planned to take it by surprise and overpower it. The group quietly drove the van towards the canning factory. About 500 meters away, they found an empty building and parked the van inside. Li Bing, Zhang Xingyan, Han Jingjing, Yu Shui, and Meng Zifeng cautiously approached the canning factory. Every step felt like walking on thin ice, and they dared not be careless. Everyone was dressed in black, blending into the night. They stopped outside the office building mentioned by Wu Men, where both the bad guys and the hostages were located. The warehouses and factories were used to store supplies located on the other side. Someone patrolled the warehouses and factories every hour. They waited outside the office building for nearly half an hour and saw 2 men with whistles and machetes heading towards the warehouse. Li Bing and Zhang Xingyan avoided the lookout points above and followed the 2 men. The 2 kept the whistles in their mouths, not finding an opportunity to act. Finally, near the warehouse, they put down the whistles and began to smoke. One of them said, "That woman is such a nuisance, always talking about how the whistle shouldn't leave her mouth. Who would be around on such a cold day? Exactly, our boss listens to her. What can we do?" The other joined in the complaints. "If you ask me, we have so many women, the boss really shouldn't." Li Bing and Zhang Xingyan exchanged glances. Seizing the opportunity, they simultaneously used their silenced handguns, each taking out one. They swiftly moved to their side to catch the bodies, preventing them from hitting the ground and making noise. Ding dong, because you directly annihilated one life form, you lose 10 merit points. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 119 life forms, you gain 119 merit points. Afterwards, they returned to their original position in the office building. The sun was sent to take the lead with the main task of finding a safe landing spot for the group. It gently leaped through the window on the second floor, landing on the ground like a cat. It revealed its dog head as if saying, "Come up, it's safe here." Li Bing and the others quietly climbed up using climbing ropes and entered the empty room. Within that space, they listened quietly to the sounds outside. The enemy's camp seemed silent and non-existent. However, Li Bing had a vague premonition in her heart. It seemed the enemy was not far away, preparing to welcome their challenge. Li Bing glanced at Guzi, wanting to know from where the enemy's strongest killing intent was coming. The sun shook its head, seemingly feeling a bit puzzled, unable to sense the enemy's killing intent, only feeling the presence of people outside. Li Bing attempted to sense the movements of her opponents, imagining their possible actions. The female leader, as far as Li Bing knew, was formidable. The handgun and 2 grenades in her hands posed a significant threat to them. Suddenly, the door burst open and a bloodied woman was thrown inside. Li Bing and Zhang Xingyan quickly dodged while Han Jingjing, Yu Shui, and Ming Zifeng were pinned down by the injured woman. At that moment, the opposing side began to move. The female leader darted in with the agility of a cheetah, launching her first attack on Zhang Xingyan. Li Bing pressed the trigger of her submachine gun. The flames and the sound of shell casings echoed in her ears. Han Jingjing and Yu Shui also pushed the woman off them and began their shooting. While fighting Zhang Xingyan, the female leader skillfully evaded the bullets, her movements as light as a feather and as swift as a cheetah. Even with the sun's presence, the female leader remained unfazed. Despite her standing on the opposing side, Li Bing couldn't help but want to shout, "So cool." Eventually, the female leader began to tire. Zhang Xingyan managed to hold her down for a moment, and Li Bing seized the opportunity, accurately hitting the female leader, causing her to fall. Such a shame for her skills. Suddenly, a grenade was thrown into the room. Li Bing heard Meng Zifeng shout, "Get down." Then the world exploded before her eyes. Flame, smoke, debris, and the sounds of people gasping created a chaotic and intense scene. She felt the heat wave hit her, seeing the female leader's body consumed by the flames. Through the smoke, she spotted the frantic figures of men outside the door. She raised her gun, aiming at him, and pressed the trigger. The fire erupted from the muzzle once more, and she watched as the man collapsed. Good, now only one of these thugs remained. Li Bing gave the dog a look chase. Then she and Zhang Xingyan simultaneously charged out. At this point, the man had reached the area where ordinary survivors were held. He casually grabbed a woman, using her as a shield. With his left hand, he pressed a knife against her neck while pointing a handgun at Li Bing and Zhang Xingyan with his right. Li Bing looked at the woman before her, almost unable to believe her eyes. The woman's eyes were swollen and red, her face gaunt, her skin pale like a ghost, and she looked to weigh no more than 70 to 80 pounds. But she couldn't be mistaken, this was her senior. The senior who had always helped her, the one whose smile was as bright as the sun. Where was her husband? Why hadn't he protected her? How could she have fallen to such a state? Wei Qin clearly recognized Li Bing. Her lips moved slightly, forming the words, "Don't worry about me, go quickly." Li Bing suppressed her anger, not daring to show any abnormality, fearing that the man might harm her senior. "Haha, we're not the police, so what does taking hostages have to do with us?" Li Bing said with a smile, then raised her handgun, pretending to be unconcerned. However, the man chuckled. "You might not care, but the man beside you definitely does." He said this as the knife in his hand nicked the woman's neck, crimson blood flowing down. The man continued, "He's a soldier, right? Ha ha. Back off, or I'll kill all these women." She exchanged a look with the son, and they both understood of the dog, and Li Bing moved in perfect harmony. The dog lunged at the man's left hand holding the knife, while Li Bing swiftly seized the man's right hand holding the gun. At the same time, Zhang Xingyan had been watching Li Bing's movements. The moment the dog charged out, he precisely aimed at the man's head and fired. The bullet struck like lightning, cutting through the darkness, accurate and swift. With that, all 5 thugs in the canning factory were eliminated. Li Bing rushed to her senior, her breath faint. She needed immediate aid. Li Bing gently cradled her senior in her arms, feeding her warm space, well water, and took off her down jacket to cover her. Afterward, she found a room, laid her senior on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. From her backpack, she took out various space medicines including antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and frostbite treatments, and made her senior take them all. Zhang Xingyan had never seen such a gentle side of Li Bing. He understood that this woman must be someone very important to her. He called over Han Jingjing and Yu Shui to help care for her as they were girls, and it would be more convenient. Bing Bing, don't worry about me, I was already dying, Wei Qin said, slowly stopping Han Jingjing from bandaging her wounds. Li Bing gestured for Han Jingjing to continue. Her senior couldn't die. Senior, how did you end up here? Where's your brother-in-law? Li Bing asked anxiously. Wei Qin scoffed, don't mention him. Then she added, but you have changed so much. You've changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize you, but you're even prettier. Li Bing smiled, but said nothing as she had basically guessed the reason her senior didn't want to mention it. It was Han Jingjing who picked up the conversation. Senior, tell me what Bing Bing was like before. She noticed that this senior's life was nearing its end, a strong vow reaching its limit. She wanted to coax her into saying a few more words to leave Bing Bing with some memories. Yu Shui, having made a fire, also came over, curious about how much Bing Bing had changed. Wei Qin showed a nostalgic smile. Bing Bing was a good girl, soft and delicate, speaking softly. She loved to laugh, and when she did, her eyes would curve like crescent moons, particularly beautiful. She was very shy, even talking to boys would make her blush. The first time I saw her, I thought she was looking at Li Bing kneeling by the bed, her expression determined, short hair neat. Wei Qin couldn't help but show a pained expression. You must have suffered a lot to be like this now. I'm fine now, senior. Do you need me to avenge your brother-in-law? Li Bing shook her head. No need, I've taken care of it myself. Wei Qin said through gritted teeth. He kicked me out for a woman he was just letting stay without giving me any supplies. All of that was what I stored during the storm because of your suggestion. Later I was captured by this gang and told them your brother-in-law's address. That woman is here too, but she died earlier than I did, ha ha ha. Wei Qin laughed and then cried. She had been suffering inhuman torment for days. During the day she had to complete many heavy tasks, cooking, cleaning, organizing the warehouse, and moving goods. At night those savage beasts would come to torment her. They almost never fed them, merely tossing the food they had left into the room, forcing the imprisoned women to scramble for it like mad dogs. Sometimes they took pleasure in watching them fight for food. Not only would they gamble, but they would also beat them when they lost the bets. In this room someone died every day, and she had even grown numb to it. Wei Qin often wondered why she could still hold on. But now she understood it was because she had yet to meet this junior sister. Yu Shui and Han Jingjing, shocked by the former state of Sister Bing Bing, retreated from the room to give the two of them a private space to say goodbye. Wei Qin gently touched Li Bing and said firmly and slowly, Bing Bing, you made a mistake today. You should not have saved me. It was too dangerous. In this apocalypse you must stock up on supplies. From now on do not trust anyone, including your family and friends. You must learn to protect yourself and live well. After saying this, Wei Qin's heart stopped beating forever. Li Bing silently shed tears, her mind filled with memories of the past, filled with beauty. She recalled the care that her senior had shown her in the club, how they often had meals together after graduation, and how she had even been a bridesmaid at her senior's wedding. Why do kind people always end up with a bad ending? In this apocalypse Li Bing had lost too much, and it felt as if all the good had never existed. Family friendship. She gazed out the window and saw that due to the reduction in human activity, the stars in the sky were gradually becoming brighter. She wondered which star her senior would be. Li Bing's pain did not show. Instead, she calmly walked out of the room. They still had many things left to do and no time to grieve. As Li Bing exited the room, she witnessed a heartbreaking scene. Zhang Xingyan and several others were doing their utmost to rescue the girls in the room. Each of them was thin-skinned and bones, dirty and disheveled, as if they had lost all dignity as humans. Even now, having received help with steaming food and hot ginger tea placed before them, they clawed at the food with their hands, having long forgotten how to use utensils. Their eyes were hollow, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, not even a trace of happiness. During the days of captivity and torment, they had been completely stripped of their humanity, forgetting that they were once people too. Now they were merely a group of thoughtless animals driven solely by instinct. There was no dignity left. Li Bing approached and asked, what do we do about this? We can't just take them with us, can we? There are still a few soldiers stationed at the temporary rescue site. How about we send these girls there? Zhang Xingyan also looked troubled. At this moment, Li Bing noticed a girl who seemed to lift her head. Her eyes flickered before she quickly lowered her head again, continuing to gnaw at the food in her hands. Not all the girls were mentally disoriented. There was one who was clear-headed. Perhaps the memories of the past had given her too much hope, only to repeatedly disappoint her, causing her to drift along without showing any expectations. All right, let's send them over after dawn. Li Bing seemed to agree, saying it carelessly. I won't go. The girl with flickering eyes lowered her head and pondered for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts, then finally mustered the courage to lift her head. Her gaze was filled with determination as she continued, if you truly are good people, please leave us here, we won't go anywhere. The rescue site is a hell on earth. I was sold there by others. Those station soldiers are long gone, as some have been killed and others have become ordinary people. After she finished speaking, the girl lowered her head again. It was as if she had exhausted all her strength by saying too much. After hearing her words, everyone fell silent. What is your name? Zhang Xingyan asked. The girl was taken aback, as if it had been a long time since anyone had asked her name. Her eyes reddened as she loudly replied, my name is Hien. Hien, what do you hope we do? Zhang Xingyan gazed at the girl and asked earnestly. Hien seemed incredulous, pausing for a moment. Wrapped in a blanket, she stood up and cautiously said, I hope you don't take care of us nor send us to the rescue site. I hope you can leave behind some supplies, not too much. Hien looked at the expressions of the few people and, before anyone could respond, fearing they might disagree, she eagerly said, just enough food for us for a few days will do. Once we recover, we will go out ourselves to find more supplies. If you don't want us to take care of you, can you manage to look after them yourself? Zhang Xingyan asked again. What do you mean take care? We are all unfortunate people. During these days of confinement, we have relied on each other, struggling to survive. Whoever can hold on will live, whoever cannot will have to be buried in the backyard. That's just fate. Hien's face showed sadness as she choked. In the backyard pit, dozens of sisters have already been buried, all those beasts. Zhang Xingyan looked at Li Bing and, seeing her nod in agreement, he sincerely said, we will do as you wish, leaving behind some supplies, and we will ensure that your information will not be disclosed to others. Upon hearing this, Hien immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing her head, murmuring, thank you. Thank you. Her body trembled as if releasing a long-suppressed emotion. Han Jingjing and Yu Shui witnessed the scene and their faces turned pale. They turned away, unable to face such a situation. No one present went to stop Hien from bowing. After all, her dignity had not fully recovered, and this behavior had become her habit. Throughout this process, the gratitude she expressed was something that no one could ignore. After settling those girls, Li Bing and the others exited the office building and headed toward the warehouse. Just as described by Wu Men, the warehouse was filled with various canned goods. This factory originally produced fruit cans such as hawthorn, yellow peach, pineapple, green plum, and snow pear cans. However, in one corner of the warehouse, they also piled up a small number of various meat cans. These were likely gathered by Luo Ping and his gang from outside. Now all the cans had been concentrated in the warehouse. Li Bing and the others carefully examined these cans, discovering that they were diverse and well-packaged. It appeared that there were enough to last them a long time. Li Bing and the others decided to sort these cans properly to prepare for future use. As is well known, canned goods have a particularly long shelf life. Although the best consumption period is 2 years, they can be consumed as long as they have not been exposed to air. Li Bing and the others arrived at the factory, and what met their eyes was a mountain of supplies. The factory was filled with various vacuum-packed foods, a dazzling array of choices. In the corner were stacked warm clothing and blankets enough to withstand prolonged extreme cold. Tons of rice and flour piled up, emitting a rich aroma. Next to the wall were rows of gasoline, diesel, and kerosene, their quantity astonishing. Additionally, a wall full of lumber was neatly stacked against the side. Everyone gazed at the scene before them, their hearts filled with excitement. If they could take all these supplies home, they would never have to worry about a lack of resources for the rest of their lives. Meng Zifeng exclaimed excitedly, Zhang Gebingjia, why don't we just move in here? Han Jingjing also jumped up excitedly, yes. We can guard this place and won't have to go out searching for supplies every day. Even Yu Shui showed a longing expression. Zhang Xingyan and Li Bing exchanged glances, both sensing each other's helplessness. Have you forgotten? If we can break in, others can too. The only reason this place hasn't been occupied yet is because Luo Ping and his group have been guarding it. We are too few to hold this place. Zhang Xingyan explained. He paused and continued, I think we should transport the supplies back to the small apartment. It's easier to defend and can sustain us. Li Bing responded, we were able to take this place today purely by luck. Luo Ping and his group underestimated us, which allowed us to catch them off guard at the small apartment. Later we managed to take this place by surprise. If Luo Ping and his group had been guarding it, we wouldn't have been able to take it with just the few of us. Moreover, there are many other villains like Luo Ping outside, and we can't hold this place. After hearing this, Han Jingjing and the others felt a brief wave of disappointment, then began energetically checking the food and daily necessities. Bing Bingjia, how should we handle these supplies? There are too many, how can we get them back to the small apartment? Han Jingjing asked, feeling both happy and troubled. Li Bing checked her watch. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. In 1 hour it would be dawn. Zhang Xingyan take Yu Shui and Meng Zifeng to transport a load of supplies back to the small apartment rest at home, and after dark you can come back to continue transporting supplies. As for me, Han Jingjing, and the dog, we will stay here. Agreed. I agree too. Everyone consented to this decision, and they began loading the supplies onto the van. For the first trip they chose the most stable supply, rice. Zhang Xingyan filled the van's tank with gasoline from the factory and drove off with a full load of rice towards the small apartment. He Yan watched from the office window as the van left the factory. It was the two men leaving behind 2 girls and a dog. At that moment she finally felt a bit more at ease. For these past few days she had been striving to survive, constantly trying to find a glimmer of hope. She feared men and loathed them. The ones who chose to stay behind were all women, which indicated they would keep their promises, they would never be locked away and mistreated by others again, nor would they have to endure repulsive men. Li Bing and Han Jingjing closed the doors of the canning factory and entered the factory. Jingjing, take these blankets to the office for those girls, it's still too cold there. Li Bing pointed at the supplies set aside and said to Han Jingjing. She then turned to the dog Taiyang, you go with her and make sure to protect Jingjing. Although these girls seemed pitiful, one could not let their guard down. She didn't want to reenact the story of the farmer and the snake. Okay, Bing Bing Jia. Han Jingjing readily agreed. She was no longer the innocent young girl she once was, but had become more mature and cautious. She completely understood the deeper meaning of what Bing Bing Jia said. After Han Jingjing left, Li Bing went to a corner of the factory. When she arrived there she noticed a tremor in the space, so she chose to send Han Jingjing away to investigate. She gently moved the supplies that were on top and, following the guidance of the space, found 8 burlap sacks. She couldn't wait to open one of the sacks. Suddenly a sack full of gold jewelry, silver, and jade appeared before her eyes. The sparkling gems instantly lit up the room. Then she opened the other 7 sacks, which were filled with precious calligraphy, antique vases, and other artworks, each worth a fortune before the apocalypse. She guessed that these items were likely collected by Luo Ping and his group during the rainstorm. As the extreme cold arrived, the value of gold and antiques gradually depreciated, even becoming worthless in exchange for a pound of grain. They had forgotten about these treasures and carelessly stuffed them into burlap sacks. Li Bing carefully examined these treasures, feeling secretly pleased. These gold ornaments and antique calligraphy held no value for Zhang Xingyan and the others, so she could collect them into the space without any guilt. As for the other supplies, she would not touch them or take them into the space until everyone had left the canning. Since this canning factory was taken together by everyone, she would uphold the initial agreement and ensure fair distribution. Li Bing stored the 8 burlap sacks in the space and placed the supplies back as they were. She carefully selected supplies suitable for Hien and the other girls, setting them aside. Later she took out a 2-person tent and a 2-person mattress from the supply pile and laid out 2 blankets to make the bed. Next she found 2 charcoal stoves from the supply pile. She lit a fire, cooked a pot of congee, and gently stirred it with a ladle after adding a box of luncheon meat. Later she took out 3 sweet potatoes from the space and placed them in the charcoal stove to roast slowly, waiting for Han Jingjing to return. Outside, light footsteps approached and the little girl walked in with a beaming smile. It smells so good, Bing Bing Jia. Han Jingjing couldn't help but praise. After a night of busyness, her stomach was already growling. Taiyang also couldn't help but come over, standing by the pot, anticipating the delicious food's arrival. Just a little longer and we can eat. After we eat, we can go to the warehouse and bring back some canned goods, then we can guard the factory. From here we can see the factory gate, and when Zhang Xingyan and the others return we can notice them right away. Understood. Han Jingjing saluted with a standard military salute, playfully saying. Li Bing sipped ginger tea from her thermos, sitting on a chair vigilantly observing her surroundings. This was not the small apartment, and moreover 200 meters away there was a group of strangers, so she couldn't relax. It was now 6:30 in the morning and daylight had arrived. The dog and Han Jingjing were already sound asleep in the tent. Han Jingjing held the dog tightly while the dog's front paws rested on her face. Li Bing smiled and shook her head, tossing 3 sweet potatoes into the charcoal stove. Just moments ago it was her first time tasting the sweet potatoes roasted in the space. The texture was exceptional, fragrant and soft, not dry at all, truly delicious. The silly child Han Jingjing didn't ask where the sweet potatoes came from, naturally assuming they were supplies from the factory. This reminded Li Bing that she could bring out some sweet potatoes, onions, and other storable vegetables from the space to pretend they were supplies here. It could be seen as an exchange for the 8 bags. According to Han Jingjing, she had been constipated for 7 days due to a lack of vegetables and fruits. She quietly watched the flames in the charcoal stove, unsure if Zhang Xingyan and the others were doing well. Time passed quickly and Li Bing called Han Jingjing to change shifts. The dog lay in the tent unwilling to go out. "No, son. You need to keep watch with Han Jingjing, otherwise I won't be able to sleep soundly." Li Bing gently kicked the dog, urging it to leave the mattress. The dog showed a look of disappointment. "Stop acting, there are some roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes in the stove, you and Han Jingjing can go share them." After saying this, she zipped up the tent. Lying down on the mattress, she immediately fell into a deep sleep. Han Jingjing and the dog rushed to the charcoal stove, competing to eat the sweet potatoes and potatoes. Han Jingjing quickly peeled a potato, sprinkled it with salt, and took a big bite. Delicious, so fragrant. I haven't eaten anything this tasty in a long time." Han Jingjing squinted her eyes, enjoying the food. Seeing her indulge, the dog started to feel anxious because it couldn't peel. Looking at the dog's forlorn eyes, Han Jingjing for once felt guilty. She immediately peeled a potato for the dog and placed the peeled potato in front of it, saying, "Lord son, please enjoy it, or the watch is up to you." Li Bing was awakened by a fragrant aroma. She opened the tent and found Han Jingjing cooking instant noodles. Upon checking the time, it was already 5 p.m. "Jingjing, why didn't you wake me up?" Li Bing sat down watching Han Jingjing add sliced hot dogs to the pot. Han Jingjing smiled and handed Li Bing a roasted onion, saying, "Sister Bing, you were too tired, of course I wanted you to rest well." Then she handed her a jar of salt, continuing, "Sister Bing, sprinkle some salt before eating, the roasted onion is so fragrant. I found it next to the sweet potatoes, hurry up and eat. Don't let it cool down." Li Bing followed Han Jingjing's method and took a bite. The rich and juicy onion was sweet, and with a sprinkle of salt it added another layer of flavor. She smiled and said happily, "It really is delicious." Han Jingjing was captivated by Li Bing's smile, sincerely saying, "Sister Bing, you look so beautiful when you smile." They were usually awed by Li Bing's strength, overlooking her delicate beauty. She muttered to herself, "It seems what the senior said was true." She served out the noodles, dividing 1/3 for Sun and another third for Li Bing, eagerly looking at her and asking, "The senior said you used to smile a lot, soft and cute. Sister Bing, can you tell me what happened that changed you so much?" While eating the noodles, Li Bing pondered how to answer. For a moment she didn't know where to start and didn't plan to tell the truth, choosing the easiest explanation, just to break up. Han Jingjing patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. "Sister Bing, I thought it was something serious. You're just too innocent, so a breakup makes you so sad. Let me tell you, breakups are nothing to worry about. If one is bad, we just switch to the next one will be better. I've had 4 or 5 breakups, and haven't I been doing well?" Li Bing watched Han Jingjing chatter away, her thoughts drifting. "If you don't like it, can you just change it? What if it involves family or loved ones?" After finishing dinner, Li Bing left Han Jingjing to guard the factory by herself. She and Sun went to check the factory. The warehouse showed no signs of abnormality. The hair on the door remained undisturbed, still in its original position. She then went to the office building, giving Sun a glance, and Sun understood, climbing up to the 2nd floor. In a moment, Sun returned, nodding to indicate the girl inside is still there. "What about the senior's body? Is it still in place?" Li Bing asked again. The dog continued to nod, confirming no one had moved. Li Bing observed for a while, finding nothing suspicious, and she felt relieved as she returned to the factory to meet Han Jingjing. On the way back, she saw Han Jingjing roasting sweet potatoes again, still munching on roasted potatoes. "Jingjing, the supplies won't run away, but won't your way of eating make you burst your stomach?" Li Bing wasn't reluctant to part with the supplies, as she was just worried about Han Jingjing's health. From the pile of garbage beside her, it was evident that she had eaten several pounds of food that afternoon. "Sister Bing, I really haven't eaten this full in a long time. Since the extreme cold, I've had only 2 meals a day with small portions, especially this past week, eating only chicken jerky at every meal. I've lost more than 10 pounds. Han Jingjing said, unable to stop eating. "Sister Bing, can you understand how I feel right now? My stomach is actually stuffed, but I can't stop my mouth, as if I've turned into 2 stomachs in eating so much I want to vomit." Li Bing listened to Han Jingjing's words. How could she not know that feeling? She had once been locked up by Wang Handong for nearly a month. Every day she was given only a mouthful of food, living in a dark, damp, and cold environment. At that time, her only wish was to have a hot meal. After her rebirth, she also fell into an endless appetite, unable to stop until she vomited. She understood that feeling too well, the pain of being unable to control herself. Li Bing's heart surged with emotions, but her face remained calm like water. She smiled and said, "Eating too many sweet potatoes can cause bloating, and in severe cases, it can lead to flatulence. If you don't feel embarrassed when Meng Zifeng and the others arrive, you can naturally let it out in front of them, and I won't say anything more." The new potatoes and onions placed in the stove were almost done. At that moment the dog suddenly dashed out of the factory running towards the door. Its tail wagged happily indicating that Zhang Xingyan and the others had arrived. Li Bing carefully observed through the gap in the door and found no other vehicles or people following the van, so she opened the door and let the van in. Zhang Xingyan smiled and asked, "Is everything all right here with you?" "We are fine." Li Bing asked again, "How about you? Is everything going smoothly?" However, the bodies in the hallway had been cleared away, all thrown down onto the icy ground below. Therefore someone in the building must be watching us three move the supplies. Zhang Xingyan replied cautiously. Li Bing noticed that only Meng Zifeng got out of the car and asked, "So you left Yu Shui on the 12th floor to keep watch?" "Yes, just to be cautious. My mom and Healy are too weak in combat." Li Bing nodded, indicating her understanding of his concerns, and said, "Your thinking is correct. Yu Shui has good explosive power, although she is young, she is very steady. What should we move first?" Meng Zifeng asked anxiously. Thinking of the abundant supplies in the factory and warehouse, he felt excited and filled with energy. Especially the canned food, the baby would finally be able to eat fruits. "No hurry. You and Zhang Xingyan should eat something first. Han Jingjing is inside baking sweet potatoes for you. After eating you should take some food to the girls in the office building, their food might be running low." On that night, Li Bing and the others were continuously moving items. Zhang Xingyan and Meng Zifeng kept shuttling between the canned food factory and the small apartment. On the 10th round trip, Zhang Xingyan said, "There's no more room at home." Li Bing pondered for a moment, took out the key to room 1201, and handed it to Zhang Xingyan, saying the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony can all be filled. Zhang Xingyan wanted to borrow the key, but didn't say it out loud. He also didn't expect Li Bing to offer it herself. In his impression, Li Bing was very cautious about privacy. No one had been to room 1201 during their long cooperation. However, Li Bing was unconcerned. Before coming here, she had anticipated the situation, so she had already cleared the living room, even moving the doghouse to the small bedroom. Although the small bedroom was locked, it could easily be kicked open. Inside the small bedroom, there was nothing but a bed. Before leaving, she had deliberately placed 2 bags of supplies there to avoid suspicion. Everyone was busy for more than 10 hours until the last batch of supplies was loaded onto the van. Zhang Xingyan and the others helped Li Bing place the body of the senior sister onto the ice slab. Han Jingjing looked back at the canned food factory with reluctance. They had taken less than 1/3 of the supplies here. There simply wasn't enough room at home. It was too regrettable. According to Zhang Xingyan, the corridor of the small apartment had already removed the inner layer of the security door. What replaced it was a wall made of bricks with a security door installed on it. Behind this security wall, supplies had already been piled up. Li Bing wrapped the body of the senior sister in white cloth and covered her with a quilt. This canned food factory was the senior sister's nightmare, the place she wished to escape from until her last breath. She could not leave the senior sister here. She wanted to take her to the Wanli mountain where they had chopped trees last time. The terrain there was high away from human habitation, and the senior sister would surely like it. Moreover, once the extreme cold ended, the ice would disappear and the flood would evaporate. No matter where she buried the senior sister, she could never rest in peace, as she would be washed away. She signaled to Zhang Xingyan and the others to leave first, and she would follow shortly after. Watching the van drive farther away, she quickly went to the factory and canned food warehouse to store the remaining supplies, leaving about a year's worth of rations for those girls. She also took out 5 machetes, 2 ordinary nail guns, and 200 nails from her space, placing them in an obvious spot in the factory. Li Bing was not heartless. The supplies left for those girls were so few because anything more would be impossible for them to guard. She had already noticed that half of the girls would not survive for long. They had endured too much torment, and their bodily functions had long been damaged. The remaining supplies were enough for the surviving girls to eat for about 2 years. Li Bing turned back and glanced at the direction of the office before driving the ice slab away. He Yan was hiding behind the curtain watching everyone leave, until Li Bing also disappeared at the door. He Yan went to the warehouse and factory, looking at the supplies and weapons they had left behind. Although she was happy, she still did not relax. Holding the nail gun, she did not waste a second and immediately went to lock the factory door from the inside. After that, the strong girl leaned against the wall to catch her breath. She was planning how to guard the factory area, protect the supplies, and take care of her sisters. She did not see them as a burden because once there was nothing to do, and she stopped, the memories of the past would entangle and torment her. Li Bing arrived on the mountain where it was desolate and quiet. She dug a deep pit, placed the senior sister inside, and then filled it with soil. She did not erect a tombstone for the senior sister, not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid of being discovered by others. In this apocalyptic world, deceased people's clothes were worn by others, and their flesh was consumed. She did not want anyone to discover the senior sister's body. She hoped the senior sister could find peace here. She did not shed tears because in this frigid world tears would freeze and hurt the skin. Li Bing stood on the mountain looking up at the sky. She did not speak or cry recklessly. She simply stood there quietly, allowing all her pain and resentment to vent. Here there was no one to witness her weakness. In this apocalyptic world, only the strong could survive. Weakness would become a weapon for enemies to attack you. She had nothing to hide in front of the senior sister. Li Bing collected her emotions and found several vacant houses on the way back to the small apartment. She let the sun patrol thoroughly, ensuring that there was no one around before releasing the supplies. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 77 lives, you gained 77 points of merit. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 59 lives, you gained 59 points of merit. Ding dong, because you indirectly saved 41 lives, you gained 41 points of merit. Li Bing listened to the sounds coming from the space. The merit points were dwindling, clearly not as abundant as before. She understood that the number of surviving humans in the city was decreasing. Li Bing returned to the small apartment. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Xingyan and Yu Shui were waiting for her downstairs, and seeing her return they finally felt relieved. "Sister Bing, why did you take so long?" Yu Shui hurriedly asked as she approached. "If you didn't come back soon, we would have gone to look for you." Zhang Xingyan also said, "Jingjing has already come down to check several times. I can barely hold her back." Yu Shui continued. Li Bing got off the ice slab and sincerely said, "Thank you for your concern. I was just up on the mountain keeping the senior sister company for a while." Yu Shui noticed her eyes were a bit red, realizing she must have hidden away to grieve. Yu Shui looked at Li Bing's red eyes, feeling a pang of unease within her heart. She couldn't help but wonder what experiences had transformed Bing Bing into who she was now. She didn't believe Han Jingjing's words at all. Bing Bing couldn't possibly have changed so much because of a broken heart. However, everyone had their secrets, and if Bing Bing didn't want to share, she wouldn't press for answers. Li Bing took 2 rabbits from the ice shelf and tossed them to Zhang Xingyan. "You handle them, they were caught by the sun," Li Bing said before heading upstairs. "Let's have dinner tonight still at my place." "I purposely left a bit of space in the living room for everyone to train," Zhang Xingyan said with a smile as he received the rabbits. Li Bing nodded. Yu Shui was still lost in thoughts about Bing Bing's past, and she pretended to be casual as she softly said, "Bing Bing, you should go check our base. It's piled high with supplies. Jingjing keeps grumbling that there's no place to sleep tonight." Although Yu Shui seemed to be complaining, her eyes sparkled. In a post-apocalyptic world, supplies represented hope and vitality. No one would genuinely complain about having too many supplies and not enough room. It was a reflection of their love for resources. Zhang Xingyan helped carry the ice shelf as the 3 of them and a dog reached the 12th floor. Just before they walked into the corridor on the 12th floor, the sun gently barked twice toward room 1205. The dog was warning Li Bing that someone was watching. Li Bing gestured to Zhang Xingyan and Yu Shui to be cautious. As well, the couple in room 1205 had ulterior motives. Li Bing looked at the handmade wall behind the security door that reached the ceiling. It had already been fitted with a security door. "Where did this security door come from?" Li Bing asked. Zhang Xingyan confessed, "It's from the 9th floor. No one was alive there. I hope you don't mind." "Of course I don't mind. I just didn't expect you to take someone's door. It seems a bit out of character for you." Li Bing shrugged and said. Zhang Xingyan replied calmly, "Things are different now. I need to change too. I hope it's not too late." "It's not too late." Li Bing smiled, adding, "But it's just not enough." When she went to hunt Uncle Ding, Zhang Xingyan had not stopped her. At that moment she knew this man was indeed different from the past. But it still wasn't enough. Li Bing walked through the security door and touched the not yet fully dried wall. Where did the cement and bricks come from? "It's not too late." Li Bing smiled, adding, "But it's just not enough." When she went to hunt Uncle Ding, Zhang Xingyan had not stopped her. Zhang Xingyan paused, his voice dropping as he continued, "And the bricks were taken from Uncle Ding's house." From Uncle Ding's? Would his wife agree to that? Li Bing remembered that Uncle Ding's entrance corridor had 2 walls built, leaving only half a body width to enter. At that time she thought Uncle Ding was clever. It was advantageous for defense. As long as they hid inside, they could attack with weapons. If one wall was compromised, there was still a second wall to retreat behind. "Aunt Ding." She jumped off the building, Zhang Xingyan said, falling silent afterward. His words carried a heavy sorrow. Li Bing was silent for a moment, understanding the entire situation. Uncle Ding had fled with all the supplies, and in her grief Aunt Ding chose to end her life by jumping. This outcome, though heartbreaking, was not uncommon in the apocalypse. In this world, the difficulties of finding supplies far exceeded what people could imagine. For someone like Aunt Ding, who was older, it was even more challenging. It wasn't that Li Bing looked down on Aunt Ding, it was simply that she had been hiding at home since the apocalypse began. She had never stepped outside, unable to adapt to this harsh world. In this perilous post-apocalyptic landscape, Uncle Ding's cold departure dealt a significant blow to Aunt Ding. She chose to jump to end her life, which in the apocalypse was rather a release. Because of this, in this world, people truly could not easily trust anyone. Even couples who supported each other through old age could betray one another in an instant. The apocalypse released the darkness within people's hearts. Selfishness, greed, jealousy. In this world, everyone struggled for their survival, and each person's choices stemmed from their own helplessness. If there were no apocalypse, perhaps Uncle Ding and Aunt Ding would have supported each other until old age. Li Bing couldn't help but think of her own experiences. She too had been sold by her parents to others, and what right did she have to sympathize with others here? Li Bing took a deep breath, trying to calm her agitated feelings. Those painful memories were far behind. Living well in the present was the most important thing. Zhang Xingyan gently opened the security door and carefully slipped inside, and then Li Bing saw the scene in the corridor. The 3-meter-wide corridor was completely filled with wood stacked neatly from the ground to the ceiling, leaving only a half-body width opening to each family's door. Yu Shui, walking last, gently closed the door. Li Bing stood in the corridor gazing at the neatly arranged wood, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. Li Bing entered room 1201 and saw that the living room was also piled high with various supplies, leaving only a half-body gap at the entrance for passage. At this moment, Han Jingjing, hearing the commotion, had already arrived at the door of room 1201. Bing Bing, how is it? Are you happy to see all this? Han Jingjing asked excitedly. She hadn't slept all night, but now she felt exceptionally thrilled looking at the room full of supplies. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep, finally free from the pain of hunger. I'm happy, but could you keep your voice down? The soundproofing in this small apartment isn't good, Li Bing reminded. She didn't mean to dampen everyone's spirits, it was just that Han Jingjing's voice was too loud. Li Bing pointed towards Zhang Xingyan's direction, suggesting they go to room 1203 to talk. Everyone gathered in a corner of the living room in room 1203, where a space of 2 meters by 2 meters had been intentionally left for daily training. Everyone's faces revealed joyful smiles. Of the harvest from the canning factory was plentiful, and for a long while they wouldn't need to worry about going hungry. Zhang Xingyan spoke first. Li Bing, you came back late, so we tidied up and distributed the supplies all. The distribution is still based on headcount. Han Jingjing, Yu Shui, Meng Zifeng, the Sun Yu, and me, we 6 will share equally. He paused and added, let me update you on our current supplies situation. The supplies inside each family's door belong to the individuals, while the wood in the corridor has yet to be allocated. After a few days, when we consume some supplies at home, we can distribute them slowly. How does that sound? Okay, I have no objections. Li Bing replied cheerfully. The dog lay beside Li Bing, pricking up its ears upon hearing its name. Later the dog stood up, completely looking at Li Bing, as if it were smiling, its meaning unmistakable. Did you see that? The one who cleans up after me. I can earn supplies too. Li Bing patted the dog's head, signaling it to sit down. The sun now stood at a height of 120 centimeters, towering over her when standing, creating a formidable presence. Additionally, we found 10 cans of baby formula among the supplies which we haven't distributed yet and have set aside separately, Zhang Xingyan said, looking at Li Bing. Meng Zifeng quickly added, I can trade supplies for that. I didn't mean to force anyone. Li Bing interjected, I won't participate in distributing the formula, nor do I need to trade supplies for it. The others also expressed that they would not participate in the distribution and could give all the formula to the baby. Meng Zifeng's eyes turned slightly red, and he bashfully said, thank you so much. If I were alone, I naturally wouldn't want to take advantage of this. As a grown man, it would be shameful to take advantage of a few young girls. However, with a wife and children to support at home, he accepted it with a smile. Also, we found 300 pounds of dog food among the supplies which we haven't distributed and consider it a special reward for the sun. Zhang Xingyan said with a smile, and Meng Zifeng and the others nodded in agreement, indicating their support. This was something Li Bing hadn't anticipated, and now the dog not only had its share of supplies, but also received an extra reward. As for me, Han Jingjing, and the dog, we will stay here. Agreed. I agree too. Everyone consented to this decision, and they began loading the supplies onto the van. In order for us to go further in the future, we unanimously decided to allocate more supplies to the sun. After all, its size alone suggests a big appetite. Meng Zifeng and the others nodded repeatedly, including the dog. That day when pulling logs the sun pulled more than half by itself, the total weight we pulled together didn't even match what the sun pulled alone. Today the sun caught 2 rabbits, proving to be more capable than Zhangge, and we must honor the sun's contributions. Han Jingjing, rarely serious, said a lot. Zhang Xingyan thought. He felt offended. Why did this girl always include him when discussing matters? Li Bing sensed the sincerity of the others and smiled, saying, all right, I'll accept it. In fact, she had no intention of refusing. These ordinary dog foods might not even be appreciated by the sun, but she had no reason to turn down supplies offered to her. Wouldn't that make them think she lacked supplies? Because of this, Li Bing felt that although these people were not very capable, their character was decent. On the night when they voted to kill Uncle Ding, she indeed felt disappointed in these people. She even decided not to form a temporary team with them again. However, she didn't expect that an attack on the 12th floor would happen that night, which subsequently intertwined. She thought that even if they were no longer teammates, these few as neighbors in the apocalypse were definitely safer than the others in the building. Since she was not planning to leave the small apartment for now, Li Bing decided to maintain the status quo. They were not teammates, merely neighbors in the small apartment. Zhang Xingyan was a veteran hailing from a military family. His character could be summarized in 8 words: honest and kind, always eager to help. No matter when and where, he upheld his principles and would never do anything against his conscience. In the early days of the apocalypse, although his combat ability was outstanding, his kindness became his weakness. He could not be ruthless to his enemies. His hesitation and compassion put him in danger multiple times. After experiencing so many betrayals, he had learned to let go of the so-called sacrificing the small for the greater good. The Zhang Xingyan of today is no longer the indecisive person who is kind and upright. He has learned to let go. Now for him, the most important thing is himself and his mother. Han Jingjing is petite, strong, brave, and optimistic. She is only 152 centimeters tall. She has long jet black hair, large and expressive eyes, and speaks quickly and animatedly. In the early days of the apocalypse, her combat ability was extremely weak, and she couldn't even protect herself, but she never felt inferior or gave up because of it. When encountering robberies outside, she always actively helped and never held the team back. During training, Han Jingjing often complained of fatigue and pain, but she had never missed a session or fallen behind. She proved her worth through sweat and effort, earning the respect and praise of her teammates. Yushui is kind, calm, meticulous, and has strong explosive power. Although she doesn't speak much, every word she utters hits the mark, making people admire her intelligence and sharpness. Her only weakness is Han Jingjing. Yushui's combat strength ranks just below Zhang Xingyan and above Meng Zifeng. Though she is an athlete, she is not reckless, but rather observant and meticulous. This trait allows her to quickly find solutions in complex situations, avoiding unnecessary risks. When searching for supplies outside, Yushui fully utilized her strengths, helping the team overcome many difficulties, becoming an indispensable key figure in the team. Meng Zifeng can be described in one word: ordinary. Meng Zifeng is a man struggling to survive in the apocalypse, accompanied by a fragile wife and a crying baby. His combat ability is average, his physical strength is average, and his intelligence is average, but he possesses a distinct resilience and sense of responsibility. He knows very well that he is neither the bravest nor the smartest person, but he always maintains a sense of responsibility towards his family. He virtually saves all supplies for his family, charging into battle alone, and even when facing danger and adversity, he never easily gives up. He holds a deep love for his family, but also feels confusion and anxiety about the future. Yet he has never considered abandoning his wife and child. Just this point alone earns Li Bing's admiration. He steadfastly protects his family with his meager strength, bringing them hope and warmth. His wife and young child are both his Achilles heel and his armor. Meng Zifeng is an ordinary person in this apocalyptic world, yet he engages in the most extraordinary deeds. Outside, many men abandon their wives and children, and there are plenty who even trade their children for supplies. In this apocalypse, people may possess immense power and exceptional wisdom, but Meng Zifeng's ordinariness brings an unparalleled shock to Li Bing. He demonstrates through his actions that ordinary individuals can possess extraordinary strength. In this apocalypse, he does not give up using his meager strength to protect his family and cherish his happiness. Li Bing gazes at the people gathered around the campfire. They are ordinary individuals struggling to survive in the apocalypse. They are frail yet resilient, facing endless disasters with unwavering optimism and determination. Although everyone has their shortcomings, they confront the apocalypse more positively than she does. As a reborn individual with a spatial ability, she has hoarded a vast amount of supplies, yet she drifts along with the tide. Her heart is stirred, feeling guilty about her passive attitude. This feeling began to take root when she faced Hien in the canned food factory. What Hien has endured is even more painful than her own experiences, yet she manages to persevere. This is something Li Bing cannot achieve. Since her rebirth, she has been overly sentimental, trapped in the quagmire of nihilism. At this moment, Li Bing realizes that she should live well. Not merely to survive, but to see how the world unfolds after this apocalypse. She cannot squander the opportunity of rebirth that heaven has granted her. She is already far luckier than others. The apocalypse has shown Li Bing the fragility of life, but it has also revealed the resilience and hope inherent in life. At this moment, she has come to understand. The past few lifetimes have gone by and cannot be altered. She cannot remain mired in the past. She wants to live well and face life positively rather than just drifting along in nihilism and resentment. This is also what her grandmother hopes to see in her. In the evening, everyone gathered in room 1203, enjoying a lavish dinner. The main dish consisted of 2 delicious rabbits accompanied by potatoes and onions, and everyone ate heartily. Zhang Xingyan was the chef, using a braised method, adding dried chili peppers, making it both spicy and warming. This gathering even invited the sun, which brought its own food bowl. Before adding chili and salt to the pot, Zhang Xingyan served a full bowl of meat to the dog, which devoured it with delight. In this apocalypse where supplies are scarce, such a dinner is truly a rare luxury. This gathering lifted everyone's spirits, and even each person drank a bit of white liquor, adding to the festive atmosphere. Yu Shui and Han Jingjing are 2 girls with keen insights. They keenly sensed that Li Bing had undergone some changes, though they could not specify what those changes were. They felt as if Li Bing had transformed. Her smile had become more genuine, and she appeared more resolute, no longer lost in emptiness. What they did not know was that their sister Bing Bing had come to terms with herself. Li Bing decided to no longer struggle in the quagmire of the past, but instead to fully enjoy life, facing the apocalypse with positivity, utilizing her spatial ability and rebirth as 2 great advantages. She resolutely decided to look forward and not let the past bind her steps. After the meal, everyone returned home to rest. Li Bing entered room 1201, storing all the supplies from the living room into her space, while leaving the supplies on the entrance porch untouched. This way she could block the view from the door. She took out the empty mineral water bottles from her space, filled them with bottled water, and placed them on the balcony to freeze for easier access during the extreme heat. Afterward, she entered her space for a warm bath, placing 2 charcoal basins in the bedroom, curling up with the sun as she fell asleep. Late at night, Li Bing was awakened by the sound of someone knocking at the door. At that moment, she realized the indoor temperature felt somewhat unusual, a bit cooler than usual. "Sister Bing Bing, hurry up, it's snowing." Han Jingjing's anxious voice, accompanied by loud knocking, came from outside the door. Li Bing threw on her down jacket and replied, "I'm awake." "Why didn't you call me on the intercom?" "I did call you on the intercom, but you didn't respond, which scared me. I called out quickly and everyone else responded. Now that you're awake, I'm heading back to room 1202. It's so cold. You should hurry back. Thank you for waking me." Li Bing sincerely expressed her gratitude. Although she was wearing thermal underwear and wouldn't freeze to death, she still appreciated Han Jingjing's heartfelt gesture. She returned to the bedroom, searching for the intercom. It turned out to have been turned off, trapped beneath the sun. Li Bing gazed out the window. In the deep night, the wind blew and snowflakes fell heavily against the window. Although she could not see the distant scenery through the darkness, the gradually cooling temperature indoors undoubtedly hinted at the significant scale of this snowfall. She wondered how many people this snow might have caused to depart from life quietly in their dreams. In her previous lifetimes, Li Bing had experienced 2 extremely cold environments. This change made her uneasy. She was uncertain if it meant that the types and timings of future disasters would differ from those in the past. Since Zhang Xingyan's death was rewritten through the change in the departure time of the mischievous child from the apartment, and now with today's heavy snowfall, these events repeatedly impacted Li Bing's nerves. She began to doubt whether she had disrupted the balance of the universe or altered the course of history. She even pondered if saving Zhang Xingyan, who should have died, had triggered a series of subsequent changes. As a reborn little butterfly, had she flapped her wings incorrectly? This uncertainty kept her tossing and turning, eventually deciding to forego sleep and work in her space. The sweet potatoes in the space had already ripened. She gathered them, placing them in the empty areas of her space, intending to release them at the right time and place to exchange for merit. Then Li Bing planted potatoes all over the empty black soil. After several experiments, she discovered that the yield of potatoes grown in black soil was higher than that of sweet potatoes. After tidying up, she arrived at the display screen. Available time today, 1 hour 19 minutes 15 seconds. Permanent cumulative time 30 days 8 hours 19 minutes 34 seconds. Merit 800103. Li Bing continued to click on Merit Exchange Details. 1 hour of space usage 100 merit points, 1 box of antipyretics 300 merit points, 1 box of anti-inflammatory medicine 300 merit points, 1 box of frostbite ointment 500 merit points, 1 obedience pill. Effective for 2 hours, 2000 merit points, 1 pair of ice shoes 3000 merit points, 1 ice sled 3000 merit points, 1 pair of ultra-warm gloves 3000 merit points, 1 ultra-warm windproof hat 4000 merit points, 1 pair of ultra-warm snow boots 5000 merit points, 1 set of warm-down jackets 14,000 merit points, 1 set of thermal underwear 10,000 merit points, 1 ice vehicle, 2 seats 20,000 merit points, 1 ice vehicle, 6 seats 30,000 merit points, 1 snowmobile 30,000 merit points, 1 snow vehicle, 4 seats 40,000 merit points, 1 snow vehicle, 8 seats 80,000 merit points. Indeed, the merit exchange in the space had been updated according to the weather. So expensive. Li Bing sighed as she looked at the prices. She intended to save her merit points for exchanging for permanent cumulative time. She recalled the supplies she had obtained for free at the ski resort that could be used in the snow. She found some skis, snow boots, ski poles, windproof goggles, helmets, as well as 2 two-seat snow vehicles, 2 snowmobiles, and 2 snowmaking machines. These items brought her a sense of comfort. She brewed a pot of rich Dahompo tea and then sat on the long bench in front of the villa in the space. She admired the crops thriving in the black soil. They grew slowly under the sunlight, full of vitality. Her gaze then turned to the rushing river behind the villa, where fish leaped on the water's surface, seemingly celebrating the beauty of life joyfully. In the farm, the animals were happily running around, playing tirelessly. The son was playing with toys on the grass in the space. Running past the neatly stacked supplies, they dashed towards the distant bamboo forest, fully enjoying this endless fun. What are you thinking about, Li Bing? She patted her own head, secretly probing her own sentimentality. With billions of people on Earth, she was just an insignificant commoner who had saved a veteran and killed a few robbers. Could she really change the weather in the apocalypse? Don't flatter yourself. Don't trouble yourself. At worst, when the soldiers come, they will be met with earth and water. She left the space and placed 2 charcoal basins in the bedroom, deliberately adding more charcoal. The sun lay at her feet and then sank into the warm quilt. In this warm and safe environment, she fell into a deep sleep, as if all her problems were temporarily forgotten. In the morning, Li Bing was awakened by the blinding white light. Last night, she had forgotten to pull the curtains to see the snowflakes before falling asleep. Outside the window, the world was covered in white snow, an expanse of whiteness. In just a few hours, heavy snow quietly dressed the earth in a thick white coat, as if mourning. The originally frozen world of extreme cold was forcefully enveloped by the white snow. Snowflakes fell like stones, as if they would not stop until they had smashed a pit into the ground. Before the apocalypse, people always described snowflakes as beautiful, pure, and noble. However, today, a heavy snowfall represents endless disaster. Just yesterday, the temperature had lingered at minus 50 degrees, and the survivors had gradually adapted to this extreme cold environment. Yet with the continued snowfall, no one knew how low the temperature would drop. With the arrival of this heavy snow, everyone's mood was low, and they did not go to room 1203 for training. The joyful atmosphere of last night's gathering was gone. Li Bing took out a radio from the space, adjusted various channels, but still received no information. She placed the radio aside and sighed softly. Afterwards, she conducted her routine training and also practiced with the sun. She looked at the heavy snow outside the window, which showed no signs of stopping, while the outdoor thermometer had already indicated minus 62 degrees. At this moment, a voice from the intercom said, "The snow hasn't stopped yet. I feel something is not right. Everyone come to room 1203 to discuss it." Li Bing put on her down jacket, wore a hat, put on her snow boots, and came to room 1203 with the sun. Han Jingjing and Yu Shui had already arrived. Both girls looked a bit wilted and listless. Meng Zifeng arrived last. Because all 3 of them came, it took some time. In such cold weather, why did you bring the baby out? Don't let it freeze. Although Han Jingjing was in a bad mood, she reproached them verbally, but still made room for Healy to sit closest to the charcoal stove. It's snowing again. Who knows when it will end, so we all came over to save a charcoal basin, Meng Zifeng said helplessly. Sigh. Is the weather still going to let people live? Han Jingjing sighed in exasperation. Everyone, don't sigh yet. Let's talk about serious matters. Zhang Xingyan sat up straight and continued, this heavy snow seems a bit unusual. I'm wondering if there's going to be a significant change in the weather. What change could there be? It will just get colder. Han Jingjing pouted. Zhang Xingyan shook his head and whispered, a typhoon and heavy rain lasted for 20 days, extreme cold for an entire month, and now there's heavy snow. Although I don't know how long it will last, I feel that there will be significant changes in the weather ahead. What changes could there be? Is it going to be an earthquake? As soon as Healy finished speaking, Meng Zifeng covered her mouth, quickly pointing at the ceiling, and said, poo poo poo. Let it not count. Let it not count. No blame. Then Meng Zifeng said helplessly, wife, let's not say nonsense, okay? Healy realized her bad luck and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I'm sure there won't be an earthquake in the next few days because the sun has shown no reaction. Li Bing spoke up, trying to reassure everyone's fearful emotions. That's right, they say animals will show signs before an earthquake. Look at the sun sleeping like a pig, it definitely won't happen. Han Jingjing added.